Chapter We. The line with reference to the whaling scene shortly to be described, as well as for the better understanding of all similar scenes elsewhere presented, I have here to speak of the magical, sometimes horrible whale line. The line originally used in the fishery was of the best hemp, slightly vapored with tar, not impregnated with it, as in the case of ordinary ropes, for while tar, as ordinarily used, makes the hemp more pliable to the rope maker, and also renders the rope itself more convenient to the sailor for common ship use, yet, not only would the ordinary quantity much stiffen the whale line for the close coiling to which it must be subject, but as most seamen are beginning to learn, tar in general by no means adds to the rope's durability or strength, however much it may give it compactness, and of late years the Manila has in the American fishery almost entirely superseded hemp as a material for whale lines, for, though not durable as hemp, it is stronger, and far more soft and elastic, and I will add, since there is an aesthetics in all things, is much more handsome and becoming to the luat, ran hemp. Hemp is a dusky, dark fellow, a sort of Indian, Manila is as a golden-haired Circassian to behold. The whale line is only 2/3 of an inch in thickness. At first sight, you would not think it so strong as it really is. By experiment its 150 yarns will each suspend a weight of 120 pounds, so that the whole rope will bear a strain nearly equal to 3 tons. In length, the common sperm whale line measures something over 200 fathoms. Towards the stern of the boat it is spirally coiled away in the tub, not like the worm pipe of a still though, but so as to form one round, cheese-shaped mass of densely bedded sheaves, or layers of concentric spiralizations, without any hollow but the heart, or minute vertical tube formed at the axis of the cheese. As the least tangle or kink in the coiling would, in running out, infallibly take somebody's arm, leg, or entire off, the utmost precaution is used in stowing the line in its tub. Harpooneers will consume almost an entire morning in this business, carrying RHE line high aloft and then reeving it downwards through a block towards the tub, so as in RHEA of coiling to free it from all possible wrinkles and twists. And the English boats' rubs are used instead of one, the same line being continuously coiled in both tubs. There is some advantage in this, these twin tubs being so small they fit more readily into the boat, and do not strain it so much, whereas, the American tub, nearly 3 feet in diameter and of proportionate sea depth, makes a rather bulky freight for a craft whose planks are but 1/2 inch in thickness, for the bottom of the whale exite is like critical ice, which will bear up a considerable distributed weight, but not very much of a concentrated one. When the painted canvas cover is clapped on the American line tub, the Niat looks as if it were pulling off with a prodigious great wedding cake to present to the whales. Both ends of the line are exposed, the lower end terminating in an eye-splice or loop coming up from the bottom against the side of the tub, and hanging over its edge completely disengaged from everything. This arrangement of RHE lower end is on 2 accounts. First, in order to facilitate the fastening to it of an additional line from a neighboring luat, in case the stricken whale should sound so deep as to threaten to carry off the entire line originally attached to RHE. In these instances, the whale of course is shifted like a mug of ale, as it were, from the one boat to the other, though the first boat always hovers at hand to assist its adjonsort. Second, this arrangement is indispensable for common sake, for were the lower end of the line in any way attached to the boat, and were the whale then to run the line out to the end almost in a single, smoking minute as he sometimes does, he would not stop there, for the doomed boat would infallibly be dragged down after him into the profundity of the sea, and in that case no town crier would ever find her again. Before lowering the boat for the chase, the end of the line is taken aft from the rub, and passing round the loggerhead there, is again carried forward the entire length of the avat, resting crosswise the loom or handle of every man's oar, so that it jogs against his wrist in rowing, and also passing between the men, as they alternately sit at rhe opit gunnels, to the leaded chcxks or grooves in the extreme pointed prow of the luat, where a pin or skewer the size of a common quill prevents it from slipping out. From the chocks it hangs in a slight festoon over the bows, and is then passed inside the 9, at again, and some 10 or 20 fathoms, called box line, being coiled upon the box in the bows, it continues its way to the gunwale still a little further aft, and is then attached to the short warp the rope which is immediately connected with the harp crn, but previous to that connection, the short warp goes through sundry mystifications tedious to detail. Thus the whale line folds the whole boat in its complicated coils, twisting and writhing around it in almost every direction. All rhe oarsmen are involved in its perilous contortions, so that to rhe timid eye of the landsman, they seem as Indian jugglers, with the deadliest snakes sportively festooning their limbs. Nor can any son of mortal woman, for the first time, seat himself amid those hempen intricacies, and while straining his utmost at the oar, bethink him that at any unknown instant the may be darted, and all these horrible contortions be put in play like ringed lightnings. He cannot be thus circumstanced without a shudder that makes the very marrow in his bones to quiver in him like a shaken jelly. Yet habit strange thing. What cannot habit sallies, more merry mirth, better jokes, and brighter reparoots, you never heard over your mahogany, than you will hear over the half-inch white cedar of the whale lunt, when thus hung in hangman's nooses, and, like the 6 burghers of Calais before King Edward, the 6 men composing the crew pull into the jaws of death, with a halter around every neck, as you may say. Perhaps a very little thought will now enable you to account for THCXSE repeated whaling disasters, some few of which are casually chronicled of Rhe's man or that man taken are of RHELXR by RHE line, and lost. For, when the line is darting out, to be seared then in RHELX at, is like being seared in the midst of RHE manifold whizzings of a steam engine in full play, when every flying end shaft, and wheel, is grazing you. It is worse, for you cannot sit motionless in the heart of these perils, because the boat is like a cradle, and you are pitched one way and the other, without the slightest warning, and only by a certain self-adjusting buoyancy and simultaneousness of volition and elan, can you escape being made a Mazeppa of, and run away with where the all-seeing sun himself could never pierce you out. Again, as the profound calm which only apparently precedes and prophesies of the storm, is perhaps more awful than the storm itself, for, indeed, the calm is but the replica and envelope of the storm, and contains it in itself, as the seemingly harmless rifle holds the fatal powder, and the ball, and the explosion, so the graceful R+SE of the line, as it silently serpentines about the oarsman before being brought into actual play. This is a thing which carries more of true terror than any other aspect of this dangerous affair. But why say more? All men live enveloped in whale lines. All are LXRN with halters round their necks, but it is only when caught in RHE swift, sudden turn-off death, char mortals realize the silent, subtle, ever-present perils of life. And if you a philosopher, though seated in the walk boat, you would not at heart feel one whit more of terror, than though scudded before your evening fire with a poker, and not a harpoon, by your side. Chapter Lain. Stubb kills a whale. If to Starbuck RHE apparition of the squid was a thing of portents, to Queek it was quite a different object. When you him quid, said the savage, honing his harpoon in the bow of his hoisted boat, then you quick see him parm whale. He next day was exceedingly still and sultry, and with nothing special to engage them, the Pekugnalk crew could hardly resist the of sleep induced by such a vacancy. For this part of the Indian Ocean through which we then were voyaging is not what whalemen call a lively ground, that is, it affords fewer glimpses of dolphins, flying fish, and other vivacious denizens of more stirring waters, than off the Rio de la Plata, or the inshore ground off Peru. It was my turn to stand at the foremost head, and with my shoulders leaning against the slackened royal shrouds, to and fro I idly swayed in what seemed an enchanted air. No resolution could withstand it. In that dreamy mood lexing all consciousness, at last my soul went out of my body, though my body still continued to sway as a pendulum will, long after the VXWER which first moved it is withdrawn. Ere forgetfulness altogether came over me, I had noticed that the seamen at the main and mastheads were already drowsy. So that at last all three of us lifelessly swung from the spars, and for every swing that we made there was a nod from below from the slumbering helmsman. Lee waves, NCKLDCD their indolent crests, and across the wide trance of the sea, east nodded to west, and the sun over all. Suddenly bubbles seemed bursting beneath my closed eyes, like vices my hands grasped the shrouds, some invisible, gracious agency preserved me, with a shock I came back to life. And 10 clecks under our lee, not 40 fathoms off, a gigantic sperm whale lay rolling in the water like the capsized hull of a frigate, his broad, glossy back, of an Ethiopian hue, glistening in the sun's rays like a mirror. But lazily undulating in the trough of the sea, and ever and anon tranquilly spouting his vapory jet, the whale looked like a portly burgher smoking his pipe of a warm afternoon. But that pipe, poor whale, was thy last. As if struck by some enchanter's wand, the sleepy ship and every sleeper in it all at once started into wakefulness, and more than a score of voices from all parts of the vessel, simultaneously with RHE 3 notes from aloft, shouted forth the accustomed cry, as the great fish slowly and regularly spouted the sparkling brine into the air. "Clear away the awats!" "Luff!" cried Ahab. And obeying his own order, he dashed the helm down before the helmsman could handle the spokes. The sudden exclamations of the crew must have alarmed the whale, and ere the luats were down, majestically turning, he swam away to the leeward, but with such a steady tranquillity, and making so few ripples as he swam, that thinking after all he might not as yet be alarmed, Ahab gave orders that not an oar should be used, and no man must speak but in whispers. So seated like Ontario Indians on the gunwales of the boats, we swiftly but silently paddled along, the calm not admitting of the noiseless sails being set. Presently, as we thus glided in chase, the monster perpendicularly flirted his tail 40 feet into the air, and then sank out of sight like a tower swallowed up. "Her go flukes," was the cry, an announcement immediately followed by Srubsperk slosing his march and igniting his pipe, for now a respire was granted. After the full interval of his sounding had elapsed, the whale again, and being now in advance of the boat, and much nearer to it than to any of the others, Stubb counted upon the honor of the capture. It was obvious, now, that the whale had at length aware of his pursuers. All silence of cautiousness was therefore no longer of use. Paddles were dropped, and MRS came loudly into play. And still puffing at his pipe, Stubb cheered on his crew to the assault. Yes, a mighty change had come over the fish. All alive to his jeopardy, he was going head out, that part obliquely projeaing from the mad yeast which he brewed. Start her, my men. Doliauri yourselves, take plenty of time but start her like thunderclakes, that's all, cried Stubb, spluttering out the smoke as he spoke. Start her, now, give 'em the long and strong stroke, Tash Tigo. Start her, Tash, my boy start her, all, but keep is rhe word easy only start her like grim death and grinning devils, and raise rhe buried dead perpendicular out of their graves, Lugis chats all. Start her. "Wais!" screamed the K-header in reply, raising some old war to the skies, as every oarsman in the strain involuntarily bounced forward with the one tremendous leading stroke which the Indian gave. But his wild screams were answered by others quite as wild. "KC plus he'll," yelled Dago, straining forwards and backwards on his seat, like a pacing tiger in his cage. Kala. "Kulu," howled Queek, as if smacking his lips over a mouthful of grenadier's steak. And Russ with oars and yells the keels cut rhec. Meanwhile, Srub, retaining his place in the van, still encouraged his men to the onset, all the while puffing the smoke from his mouth. Like desperadoes they strained till the welcome cry was heard, "Stand up, it to him." Lhi harpoon was hurled. Stern all. Lhi oarsmen backed water, the same moment something went hot and hissing along every one of their wrists. It was the magical line. An instant Stubb had swiftly caught 2 additional turns with it round the loggerhead, whence, by reason of its increased rapid circlings, a hempen blue smoke now jetted up and mingled with the steady fumes from his pipe. As the line passed round and round the loggerhead, so also, just before reaching that point, it blisteringly passed through and through both of Stubb's hands, from which the handcloths, or squares of quilted canvas sometimes worn at these times, had accidentally dropped. It was like holding an enemy's sharp 2-edged sword by the blade, and that enemy all the time striving to wrest it out of your clutch. "Wet the line! Wet the line!" cried Stubb to the rub oarsman, him seated by the rub, who, snatching off his hat, dashed the sea mater into it. More turns were taken, so that the line began holding its place. Ilmi boat now flew through Rhe in, isling wearer like a shark all fins. Stubb and Tashtigo here changed places stem for stern, a staggering business truly in that commotion. From the vibrating line extending the entire length of the upper part of the awad, and from its now being more tight than a harp string, you would have thought the craft had 2, one cleaving the water, the other the air, as the boat churned on through opposing elements at once. A continual cascade played at the Ixnvs, a ceaseless whirling eddy in her wake, and, at the slightest motion from within, even but of a little finger, the vibrating, cracking craft canted over her spasmodic gunwale into the sea. Thus they rushed, each man with might and main clinging to his seat, to prevent being tossed to the foam, and the tall form of Tashtigo at the steering oar crouching almost double, in order to bring down his center of gravity. Whole Atlantics and Pacifics seemed past as they shot on their way, till at length the whale somewhat slackened his flight. "Haul in, haul in," cried Srub to the bowsman. And, facing round towards the whale, all hands began pulling the boat up to him, while yet Rhe boat was iring towed on. Soon ranging up by his flank, Stubb, firmly planting his knee in Rhe clumsy cleat, darted dart after dart into the flying fish, at the word of command, the boat alternately sternum out of the way of the whale's horrible wallow, and then ranging up for another fling. The red tide now poured from all sides of the monster like brooks down a hill. His tormented rolled not in brine but in blchd, which bubbled and seethed for furlongs behind in their wake. The slanting sun playing upon this crimson pond in the sea, sent back its reflection into every face, so that they all glowed to each other like red men. And all the while, jet after jet of white smoke was agonizingly shot from Rhe spiracle of the whale, and vehement puff after puff from the mouth of Rhe excited headsman, as at every dart, hauling in upon his crooked lance, by the line attached to it, Srub straightened it again and again, by a few rapid blows against the gunwale, then again and again sent it into the whale. Pull up, he now cried to the bowsman, as the waning whale relaxed in his wrath. Pull up close to, and the boat ranged along the fish's flank. When reaching far over the bow, Stubb slowly churned his long sharp lance into the fish, and kept it there, carefully churning and churning, as if cautiously seeking to feel after some gold watch that the whale might have swallowed, and which he was fearful of breaking ere he could hook it out. But that gold watch he sought was the innermost life of the fish. And now it is struck, for, starting from his trance into that unspeakable thing called his flurry, the monster horribly wallowed in his overwrapped himself in impenetrable, mad, spray, so that the imperiled craft, instantly dropping astern, had much ado blindly to struggle out from that frenzied twilight into the clear air of the day. And now abating in his flurry, the whale once more rolled out into view, surging from side to side, spasmodically dilating and contracting his spout hole, with sharp, cracking, agonized respirations. One last, gush after gush of clotted red gore, as if it had the purple lees of red wine, shot into the fright air, and falling back again, ran dripping down his motionless flanks into the sea. His heart had burst. "He's dead, Mr. Stubb," said Yes, both Pirs smoked out, and withdrawing his own from his mouth, Stubb scattered the dead ashes over the water, and, for a moment, stood thoughtfully eyeing the vast corpse he had made. It will be seen in some other place of what a very light substance the entire interior of the whale's enormous head consists. Apparently the most massive, it is by far the most buoyant part about him. So that with ease he elevates it in the air, and invariably does so when going at his utmost speed. Such is the breadth of the part of the front of his head, and such the tapering cutwater formation of the lower part, that by obliquely elevating his head, he thereby may be said to transform himself from a bluff-bowed galliot into a sharp-pointed New York pilot boat. Partly to show the indispensableness of this it may here be stated, that, in the old Dutch fishery, a mop was used to dash the running line with water. In many other ships, a piggin, or bailer, is set apart for that purpose. Your hat, however, is the most convenient. Chapter licks. The dart a word concerning an incident in the last chapter. According to the invariable usage of the fishery, the Hoaxiat pushes off from the ship, with the headsman or Walksilkra as temporary SDCT and the harpooner or whale fastener pulling the foremost oar, the one known as the now. It needs a strong, nervous arm to strike the first iron into the fish, for often, in what is called a long dart, the heavy implement has to be flung to the distance of 20 or 30 feet. But however prolonged and exhausting the chase, the harpooner is expiated to pull his oar meanwhile to the uttermost. Indeed, he is expiated to set an example of sucraman anivity to the rest, not only by incredible rowing, but by repeated loud and intrepid exclamations, and what it is to keep shouting at the top of one's compass, while all the other are strained and half-started. What that is none can envy but those who have tried it. For one, I cannot bawl very heartily and work very recklessly at one and the same time. In restraining, bawling state, then, with his back to the fish, all at once the exhausted harpooner hears the exciting cry "Stand up, and give it to him." He now has to drop and secure his oar, turn round on his center halfway, seize his from the crotch, and with what little strength may remain, he essays to pitch it somehow into the whale. No wonder, taking the whole fleet of whalemen in that out of 50 fair chances for a dart, not 5 are successful. No wonder that so many hapless harpooneers are madly cursed and disrated. No wonder that some of them hourly burst their blood vessels in the lunt. No wonder that some sperm whalemen are absent 4 years with 4 barrels. No wonder that to many ship owners, whaling is but a losing concern, for it is the harveswunner that makes the voyage, and if you take the breath out of his body, how can you expect to find it there when most wanted? Again, if the dart be successful, then at the second critical instant, that is, when the whale starts to run, the boat header and harpooner likewise start to running fore and aft, to the imminent jeopardy of themselves and everyone else. It is then they change places, and the headsman, the chief officer of the little craft, takes his proper station in the bows of the inn, at. Now, I care not who maintains the contrary, but all this is both foolish and unnecessary. The headsman should stay in the LUJWS from first to last, he should both dart the harpoon and the lance, and no rowing whatever should be expiate of him, except under circumstances obvious to any fisherman. I know that this would sometimes involve a slight loss of speed in the chase, but long experience in various whalemen of more than one nation has convinced me that in the vast majority of failures in the fishery, it has not by any means been so much the speed of the whale as the before described exhaustion of the that has caused them. To ensure the greatest efficiency in the dart, the of this world must start to their feet from out of idleness, and not from out of toil. Chapter 9 The crotch out of the trunk, the branches grow, out of them, the twigs. So, in Perksluive subjects, grow the chapters. The crotch alluded to on a previous page deserves independent mention. It is a notched stick of a peculiar form, some 2 feet in length, which is perpendicularly inserted into the starboard gunwale and C%LR the bow, for the purpose of firming a rest for the wattenland extremity of the harpoon, whose other naked, barbed end slopingly projes from the prow. Hurriby the weapon is instantly at hand to its hurler, who snatches it up as readily from its rest as a backhooksman swings his rifle from the wall. It is customary to have 2 harps ns resting in the crotch, respectively called the first and second irons. But these 2 harpoons, each by its own cord, are both connected with the line, the object being this, to dart them both, if one instantly after the other into the same whale, so that if, in the coming drag, one should draw out, the other may still retain a hold. It is a doubling of the chances. But it very often happens that owing to the instantaneous, violent, convulsive running of the whale upon receiving the first iron, it becomes impossible for the harpooner, however lightning-like in his movements, to pitch the second iron into him. Nevertheless, as the second iron is already contact with the line, and the line is running, hence that WC% must, at all events, be anticipatingly tossed out of the boat, somehow and somewhere, else the most terrible jeopardy would involve all hands. Tumbled into the water, it accordingly is in such cases, the spare coils of box line, mentioned in a preceding chapter, making this feat, in most instances, prudently practicable. But this critical is not always unattended with the saddest and most fatal casualties. Furthermore, you must know that when the second iron is thrown overboard, it thenceforth becomes a dangling, sharp-edged terror, skittishly coveting about boat and whale, entangling the lines, or cutting them, and making a just sensation in all directions. Nor, in general, is it possible to secure it again until the whale is fairly captured and a corpse. Consider, now, how it must be in the case of 4 in, ats all engaging one unusually strong, active and knowing whale, when owing to R's qualities in him, as well as to rouse and concurring accidents of such an audacious enterprise, 8 or 10 loose second irons may be seen simultaneously dangling about him. For, of course, each is supplied with several to bend onto the line should the first one be ineffectually darted without reworry. All these particulars faithfully narrated here, as they will not fail to elucidate several most important, however intricate passages, in scenes hereafter to be painted. Chapter LXI. Stubbs Supper Srub's whale had been killed some distance from the ship. It was a calm, so, forming a tandem of 3 WC commenced the slow business of towing the trophy to the Pequod. And now, as we 18 men with our 36 arms, and 180 thumbs and fingers, slowly toiled hour after hour that inert, sluggish corpse in the sea, and it seemed hardly to budge at all, except at long intervals. Good evidence was hereby furnished of the enormousness of the mass we moved. 4. Upon the great canal of Hang-Elo, or whatever they call it, in China, 4 or 5 laborers on the footpath will draw a bulky freighted junk at the rate of a mile an hour, but this grand argosy we towed heavily forged along, as if laden with pig lead in bulk. Darkness came on, but 3 lights up and do.vn in the Pequod's main rigging dimly guided our way, till drawing nearer we saw Ahab dropping one of several more lanterns over the bulwarks. Vacantly eyeing the heaving whale for a moment, he issued the usual orders for securing it for the night, and then handing his lantern to a seaman, went his way into the cabin, and did not come forward again until morn. Hawk, in overseeing the pursuit of this whale, Captain Ahab had evinced his customary avidity, to call it so, yet now that the CRC percentature was dead, some vague dissatisfaction, or impatience, or despair, seemed working in 111M, as if the sight of that dead body reminded him that Moby Dick was yet to be slain, and though 1,000 other whales were brought to his ship, all that would not one jot advance his grand, monomaniac object. Very soon you would have thought from the sound on the Pequod decks, that all hands were preparing to cast anchor in the deep, for heavy chains are ring-dragged along the and thrust rattling out of the portholes. But by those clanking links, the vast corpse, not the ship, is to be moored. Lied by the head to the stern, and by the rail to the bows, the whale now lies with its black hull close to the vessels, and seen through the darkness oft night, which obscured the spars and rigging aloft, the two ship and whale, seemed yoked together like colossal bulks whereof one reclines while the other remains standing. Moody Ahab was now all quiescence, at least so far as could be known on deck. Stubb, his second mate, flushed with conquest, buried an unusual but still good-natured excitement. Such an unwonted bustle was he in that the staid Starbuck, his official superior, quietly resigned to him for the time the sole management of affairs. One small, helping cause of all this liveliness in Stubb, was made strangely manifest. Stubb was a high liver, he was somewhat intemperately fond of the whale as a flavorish thing to his palate. A steak, ere I sleep. You, doggo. Overboard you go, and cut me one from his small. Here be it known, that though these wild fishermen do not, as a general thing, and according to the great military maxim, make the enemy defray the current excellences of the war, at least before realizing the proceeds of the voyage, yet now and then you find of these Nantucketers who have a genuine relish for that particular part of the SVRRRN whale designated by Srub, comprising the tapering extremity of the body. About midnight that steak was cut and cxxk'd, and lighted by 2 lanterns of SVRRRN oil. Srub stoutly stood up to his spermaceti supra at the capstan head, as if that capstan were a Sidabe Nellard. Nor was Stubb the only banqueter on whale's flesh that night. Mingling their mumblings with his own mastications, thousands on thousands of sharks, swarming round the dead leviathan, smackingly feasted on its fatness. Few sleepers in their bunks were often startled by the sharp slapping of their tails against the hull, within a few inches of the sleepers' hearts. Peering over the side you could just see them, as before you heard them, wallowing in the sullen, black waters, and turning over on their backs as they huge globular pieces of the whale of the bigness of a human head. These particular feat of the shark seems all but miraculous. Ilmv, at such an apparently unassailable surface, they contrive to gouge out such symmetrical mouthfuls, remains a part of the universal problem of all things. The mark they thus leave on the whale, may best be likened to the halm made by a carpenter in countersinking for a screw. Amid all rhe smoking horror and dilugalizern of a sea fight, sharks will be seen longingly gazing up to the ship's decks, like hungry dogs round a table where red meat is iron carved ready to lt down every killed man that is tossed to them, and though, while the valiant butchers over the deck table are thus cannibally carving each other's live meat with carving knives all gilded and tasseled, the sharks, also, with their jewel-hilt mouths, are quarrelsomely carving away under the table at the dead meat, and though, were you to turn the whole affair upside down, it would still pretty much the same thing, that is to say, a cooking sharkish business enough for all parties, and those sharks also are the invariable outriders of all slave ships crossing the Atlantic, systematically trotting alongside, to be handy in case a parcel is to be carried envers, or a dead slave to be decently, and though one or ovo other like instances might be set down, touching the set terms, places, and occasions, when sharks do most socially congregate, and most hilariously feast, yet is there no conceivable time or when you will find them in such adjuntless numbers, and in gayer or more jovial spirits, than around a dead sperm whale, moored by night to a whale ship at sea. If you have never seen that sight, then suspend your decision alxjit the propriety of devil worship, and the expediency of conciliating the devil. But, as yet, Stubb heeded not the mumblings of the Inca that was going on so nigh him, no more than the sharks heeded the smacking of his own Epicurean lips. "Chalk, that old fleece," he cried at length, widening his legs still further, as if to form a more secure base for his supper, and, at the same time darting his fork into the dish, as if stabbing with his lance, "Cook, you this way, ihe old black," not in any very high glee at having been previously rooted from his warm hammock at a most unseasonable hour, came shambling along from his galley, for, like many old blacks, share was something matter with his knee pans, which he did not keep well scoured like his other pans. Ree's old fleece, as they called him, came shuffling and limping along, assisting his step with his tongs, which, after a clumsy fashion, were made of straightened iron. This old floundered along, and in Olsteins to the word of command, came to a dead stop on the opposite side of Stubb's sideboard, when, with both hands folded before him, and resting on his two-legged cane, he bowed his arched back still further over, at the same time sideways inclining his head, so as to bring his best ear into play. "Cah, said Stubb, rapidly lifting a rather reddish morsel to his mouth, "you think this steak is rather overdone? You been beating the steak too much, cook, it's tender. Don't I always say that to be good, a whale steak must be tough? There are those sharks now over the side, don't you see they prefer it tough and rare? What a shindy they are kicking up. Go and talk to 'em, tell 'em they are welcome to help themselves civilly, and in moderation, but they must keep quiet. Blast me, if I can hear my own voice. Away, cook, and deliver my message. Here, rake this lantern," snatching one from his sideboard, "now then, go and preach to 'em." Sullenly taking the offered lantern, old Fleece limped the deck to the bulwarks, and then, with one hand dropping his light low over the sea, so as to get a vims of his congregation, with the other hand he solemnly flourished his tongs, and leaning far over the side in a mumbling voice Lugan addressing the sharks, while Stubb, softly crawling behind, overheard all that was said. "Fellow critters, LSE ordered here to say dat you must stop dat damn noise dere. You hear? Stop dat damn smackin' zero be de lip. Massa Srub say dar you can fill your damn bellies up to de hatchings, but by gore, you must stop dat damn rack cax k," here interposed Srub, accompanying rhe word with a sudden slap on the y, "damn your eyes, you mustn't swear that way when you're preaching. Lhat's no way to convert sinners, who dat? Den preach to him yourself," sullenly turning to go. "No, cook, go on, go on. Well, den, Beltlebed fellow critters right, exclaimed Stubb, approvingly, CCNXM to it, try that, and Fleece continued. Do you is all sharks, and by nature very voracious, yet I say to you, fellow critters, dat voraciousness top dat damn slappin' zero be derail. How you tink to hear, you keep up such a damn slappin' and bit in dare. SCOOK, cried Stubb, collaring him, won't have that swearing. Talk to gentlemanly. Once more the sermon proceeded. Your voraciousness, fellow critters, I don't blame ye so much for, dat is nature, and carfy be helped, but to govern dar wicked nature, dar is depint. You is sharks, sartin, bur if you govern the shark in you, why den you be angel, for all angel is nothing more dan DC shark well governed. Now, 100k here, bread RCN, just try once to be Sybil, a helping yours elbs from dat whale. Don't be tearin' de blubber out your neighbor's mottlet, I say. Is not one shark right as totter to dat whale? And, by gog none on you has de right to dat whale belong to someone else. I know some o' you has brigmout, brigger dandlers, but den de brigmout sometimes has de small areales, so dat de brigness zero be de mout is not to swaller wid, but to bite off de blubber for de small fry zero be sharks, dat get into de scrooge to help dems elves. Well done, old fleece, cried Stubb, that's Christianity, go on. Sno use goin' on, de damn willans will keep a scrogin' and slappin' each, cler, Massa Stubb, dey don't hear one word, no use a preachin' to such damn suttons as you call till dare bellies is full, and dare bellies is bottomless, and when dey do get full, dey won't hear you den, for den dey sink in de sea, go fast to sleep on de coral, and can't hear nothing at all, no more, for ever and ever. Upon my soul, I am of the same opinion, so give the earndy and ion, fleece, and away to my supper this, fleece, holding both hands over the fishy mob, raised his shrill voice, and cried cussed fellow critters. Kick up de darndest row as ever you can, fill your damn lilies till dey bust and den die. Now, said Stubb, resuming his supper at the capstan, *stand just where you stood before, there, over against me, and pay particular attention. All dention, said again stooping over his tongs in the desired position. Well, said Stubb, helping himself freely meanwhile, I shall now go back to the subject of this steak. In the first place, how old ark you, cook? What dat do wid DC teak, said the old black, testily. Silence. Lo old ark you, CCX, K, 90, dey say, he muttered. And have you lived in this world hard upon 100 years, CCXK, and don't know yet how to cook a whale steak? Rapidly another mouthful at the last word, so that morsel seemed a continuation of the question. Where were you Lurn, cook? Hind de hatchway, in Fairylks yet, goin' over de Roanoke. Born in a ferry boat. Twat's queer, too. But I want to know what country you wheat born in, cook. Didn't I say de Roanoke country, he cried, sharply. No, you didn't, cook, but I'll tell you what I'm coming to, you okay? You must go home and be in, RN over again, you don't know how to cook a whale steak yet. Bress my soul, if I couldn't one, he growled, angrily, turning round to CHME back, cook here, hand me those take that bit of steak there, and tell me if you think that steak as it should be? Take it, I says holding the tongs towards it, and taste it. Faintly smacking his withered over it for a moment, the old negro muttered, best CCX ket teak I ever taste, very juicy. "Cah," said Stubb, squaring himself once more, "do you belong to the church?" "Passed one once in Cape Town," said the old man sullenly. "And you have once in your life passed a holy church in C.A.F. Town, where you doubtless overheard a holy parson addressing his hearers as his beloved creatures, have you, cook? And yet you come here, and tell me such a dreadful lie as you did just now." Said, "Where do you expect to go to? Go to bed very soon," he mumbled, Hals's running as he spoke. "A vest. Heave to. I mean when you die, cook. It's an awful question. Now what's your answer?" "When dis old brack man dies," said the Negro slowly, changing his whole air and demeanor, "he won't go nowhere, but some breast angel will come and fetch 111 M.'s fetch him." "How?" "In a coach and four, as they fetched Elijah?" "And fetch him sup dear," said Fleece, holding his tongs straight over his head, and keeping it there very solemnly. "So, then, you expect to go up into our main top, do you, cook, when you are dead? But you know the higher you climb, the colder it gets?" "Main top, L. Didn't Dad call?" said Fleece, again in the sulks. "You said up there, didn't you, and now 100K yourself, and see where your tongs are pointing. But, perhaps you expect to get into heaven by crawling through the WXRS hole, cook, but no, cook, you don't get there, except you go the regular way, round by the rigging. It's a ticklish business, but must be done, or else it's no go. But none of us are in heaven yet. Drop your tongs, cook, and hear my orders. Do ya hear? Hold your hat in one hand, and clap t other atop of your heart, when I'm giving my orders, cook." "What? That your heart, there, that's your gizzard? Aloft. It NMV you have it? Hold it there now, and pay attention." "Dention," said the old black, with both hands placed as desired, vainly wriggling his grizzled head, as if to get both ears in front at one and the same time. "Well, Wren, cook, you see this whale steak of yours was so very leavedy, that I have put it out of sight as soon as possible, you chat, don't you? Well, for the future, when you see XXK another whale steak for my private table here, the capstan, I'll tell you what to do so as nor to spoil it by overdoing. Hold the steak in one hand, and show a live coal to it with the other, that done, dish it, d'ye hear? And now tomorrow, cook, when we are cutting in the fish, be sure you stand by to get the tips of his fins, have them put in pickle. As for the ends of the flukes, have them soused, now ye may go." But Fleece had hardly got 3 paces off, when he was recalled. "Cah, give me cutlets for supper tomorrow night in the mid-watch. D'ye hear? Away you sail, then. Hullo. Stop. Make a bow before you go awast heaving again. Whale imls for breakfast, don't forget. Wish, by God, whale eat him, 'stead of him eat whale. I'm brest if he ain't more off shark dan massa shark hisself," muttered the old man, limping away, with which sage ejaculation he went to his hammock. A little item may as well be related here. The strongest and most reliable hold which the ship has upon RHE whale when moored alongside, is by the flukes or tail, and as from its greater density chat part is relatively heavier than any other, excepting the side fins, its flexibility even in death, causes it to sink low beneath the surface, so that with the hand you cannot get at it from the 9, in order to put the chain round it. But this difficulty is ingeniously overdrawn. A small, strong line is prepared with a W0, clen float at its outer end, and a weight in its middle, while the other end is secured to the ship. By adroit management the float is to rise on the other side of the mass, so that now having girdled the made whale, the chain is readily made to follow suit, and wing slipped along the ndy is at last locked fast round the smallest part of the tail, at the point of junction with its broad flukes or chapterlxii. The whale is a dish that mortal man should feed upon. The creature Chad feeds his lamp, and, like Stubb, him by his own light, as you may say. This seems so outlandish a thing that one must needs go a little into the history and philosophy of it. It is upon record, that 3 centuries ago the tongue of the right whale was esteemed a delicacy in France, and commanded large prices there. Also, that in Henry VII's time, a certain of the court obtained a handsome reward for inventing an admirable sauce to be eaten with barbecued, which, you remember, are a ser size of whale. Porpoises, indeed, are to this day considered fine eating. He meat is made into balls about the sin of billiard balls, and being well seasoned and spiced might be taken for turtle balls or veal balls. Old monks of Dunfermline were very fond of them. They had a great porpoise grant from the FAA that among his hunters at least, the whale would by all hands be considered a noble dish, were there nor so much of him, but when you come to sit down before a meat pie nearly 100 feet long, it takes away your appetite. Only the most unprejudiced of men like Stubb, nowadays partake of cooked whales, but the Eskimo are not fastidious. We all know how they live UBJN whales, and have rare old vintages of prime old train oil. Nygranda, of their most famous, recommends strips of blubber for infants, as being exceedingly JT11 psi and nourishing. And this reminds me that certain Englishmen, who long ago were accidentally left in Greenland by a whaling vessel, that these men actually lived for several months on the mouldy scraps of whales which had been left ashore after trying out the blubber. Among the Dutch whalemen these scraps are called fritters, which, indeed, they greatly resemble, being brown and crisp, and smelling something like old Amsterdam housewives' donuts or cooks, when fresh. Have such an eatable look that the most self-denying stranger can hardly keep his hands off. But what further depreciates the whale as a civilized dish, is his exceeding richness. He is rhe great prize ox of the sea, fat to be delicately good. I jock at his hump, which would be as fine eating as the buffalo's, which is esteemed a rare dish, were it not such a solid pyramid of far. The spermaceti itself, how bland and creamy char is, like the transparent, half-gelid white meat of a coconut in the 3rd month of its growth, yet far rich to supply a substitute for butter. Nevertheless, many whalemen have a method of absorbing it into some other substance, and then partaking of it. In the long try watches of the night it is a common thing for the seamen to dip their ship biscuit into the huge oil pots and let them fry there a while. Many a supper have I thus made. In the case of a small sperm whale the brains are accounted a fine dish. The casket of the skull is broken into with an axe, and the 2 plump, whitish lobes being withdrawn, precisely resembling 2 large puddings, they are then mixed with flour, and cooked into a mixed delectable mess, in flavor somewhat in calf's head, which is quite a dish among some epicures, and every one knows that some young bucks among the epicures, by continually dining upon calves' brains, by and by get to have a little brains of their own, so as to be able to tell a calf's head from their own heads, which, indeed, requires uncommon discrimination. And char is the reason why a young buck with an intelligent-looking calf's head before him, is somehow one of the saddest sights you can see. The head looks a sort of reproachfully at him, with an et tu brute expression. It is not, perhaps, entirely because the whale is so excessively odious that landsmen to regard the eating of him with abhorrence, that appears to result, in some way, from the consideration before mentioned, i.e. that a man should eat a newly murdered thing of the sea, and eat it too by its own light. But no doubt the first man that ever murdered an ox was regarded as a murderer, erhaps he was hung, and if he had been put on his trial by oxen, he certainly would have been, and he certainly desoed it if any murderer does. Go to the meat market of a Saturday night and see the crowds of live bips staring up at the long rows of dead quadrupeds. Does not that sight take a tooth out of the cannibal's jaw? Cannibals. Who is not a cannibal? I tell you it will be more tolerable for the Feji that salted down a lean missionary in his cellar against a coming famine, it will be more tolerable for that provident Feji, I say, in the day of judgment, than for thee, civilized and enlightened gourmand, who nailest geese to rhe ground and feastest on their bloated livers in rhy pate de foie gras. But Stubb, he eats the whale by its own light, does he? And that is adding insult to injury, is it? Look at your knife handle, there, my civilized and enlightened gourmand dining off that roast beef, what is that handle made up what but the lxjanes of the brother of the very ox you are eating? And what do you pick your teeth with, after devouring that fat goose? With a feather of the same fowl. And with what quill did the secretary of the Society for the Suppression of Cruelty Ganders formally indite his circulars? It is only within the last month or two that society passed a resolution to patronize nothing but steel vrns. Chapter 8. Cutting in it was a Saturday night, and such a Sabbath as followed. Ex officio professors of Sabbath breaking arc all whalemen. Ivory was turned into what seemed a shamble, every sailor a butcher. You would have thought we were offering up 10,000 red oxen to the GCKLS. In the first place, the enormous cutting tackles, among other ponderous things comprising a cluster of blocks generally painted green, and which no single man can sibly lift this vast bunch of grapes was swayed up to the maintop and firmly lashed to the lower masthead, the strongest point anywhere above a shikfi deck. The end of the hawser-like rope winding through these intricacies, was then conduited to the windlass, and the huge lumber block of the tackles was swung over the whale. To this block the great blubber hook, weighing some 100 pounds, was attached. And now steel spended in stages over the side, Starbuck and Stubb, the mates, armed with their long spades, began cutting a hole in the for the insertion off just alujave the nearest off-ruo side fins. Ibis done, a broad, semicircular line is cut round the hole, the hook is insert and the main of the crew striking up a wild chorus, now commence heaving in one dense crowd at the windlass. When instantly, the entire ship carked TNS over on her side, every bolt in her starts like the nail heads of an old house in frosty weather, she trembles, quivers, and nods her fright mastheads to the sky. More and more she leans over to the whale, while every gasping heave of the windlass is answered by a helping heave from the billows, till at last, a swift, startling snap is heard, with a great swash the ship rolls upwards and backwards from the whale, and the triumphant tackle rises into sight dragging after it the disengaged semicircular end of the first strip of blub ERR. Now as the blubber envelopes the whale precisely as the rind does an orange, is it stripped off from the precisely orange is sometimes stripped by spiralizing it. For the strain constantly kept up by the windlass continually keeps the whale rolling over and over in the water, and as the blubber in one strip uniformly peels off along the line called the scarf, simultaneously cut by the spades of Starbuck and Srub, the mates, and just as fast as it is thus peeled off, and indeed by that very A itself, it is all the time being hoisted higher and higher aloft till its upper end grazes rhe main top, the men at the windlass then cease heaving, and for a moment or ruo the prodigious blood-dripping mass sways to and fro as if let down from the sky, and every one present must take heed to it when it swings, else it may box his and pitch him headlong overboard. One of the attending harpooneers now advances with a long, keen WC% T-pon called a lunarding sword, and watching his chance he dexterously slices out a considerable hole in the lower part of the swaying mass. Into this hole, the end of the second alternating great tackle is then hooked so as to retain a hold upon the blubber, in order to prepare for what follows. Whereupon, this accomplished swordsman, warning all hands to stand off, once more makes a scientific dash at the mass, and with a few sidelong, desperate, lunging slicings, severs it completely in twain, so that while the short lower part is still fast, the long strip, called a blanket piece, swings clear, and is all ready for lowering. The heavers forward now resume their song, and while RHE1 tackle is peeling and hoisting a second strip from RHE whale, the other is slowly slackened away, and down the first strip through the main hatchway right LX near into an unfurnished parlor called RHE blubber. Into this twilight apartment sundry nimble hands keep agiling away the long blanket piece as if it were a great live mass of plaited serpents. And thus the work proceeds, the two tackles hoisting and lowering simultaneously, whale and windlass heaving, the heavers singing, the gentleman coiling, the mates scarfing, the ship straining, and all hands swearing occasionally, by way of assuaging the general free chapter LXIV. The blanket I have given no small attention to that not unvexed subject, the skin oft whale. I have had controversies ALX, UT it with experienced whalemen afloat, and learned NA is so sure my original opinion remains unchanged, but it is only an opinion. The question is, what and where is the skin of the whale? Already you know what his blubber is. That blubber is something of the consistence of firm, close-grained beef, but tougher, more elastic and compact, and ranges from 8 or 10 to 12 and 15 inches in thickness. Now, however PRQX steris it may at first seem to talk of any creature's skin as being of that sort of consistence and thickness, yet in point of faith these are no arguments against such a presumption, because you cannot raise any other dense enveloping layer from the whales but that same blubber, and the outermost enveloping layer of any animal, if reasonably dense, what can that but the skin? True, from the unmarred dead body of the whale, you may scrape off with your hand an infinitely thin, transparent substance, somewhat resembling the wren-nest shreds of isinglass, only it is almost as flexible and soft as satin, that is, previous to dried, when it not only agentreals and thickens, but externes rather hard and brittle. I have so curl such dried bits, which I use for marks in my it is transparent, as I said before, and being laid upon the printed page, I have sometimes pleased myself with fancying it exerted a magnifying influence. At any rate, it is pleasant to read ATXUT whales through their own spiacles, as you may say. But what I am driving at here is this. That same infinitely thin, isinglass substance, which, I admit, invests the entire of the whale, is not so much to be regarded as the skin of the creature, as the skin of the skin, so to Iraq, for it were simply ridiculous to say, that the proper skin of the tremendous whale is thinner and more tender than the skin of a newborn child. But no more of this. Assuming the blubber to be the skin of the whale, then, when this skin, as in the case of a very large whale, will yield the bulk of 100 barrels of oil, and, when it is considered chat in quantity or rather weight, that oil, in its expressed state, is only 3/4, and not the entire substance of the coat, some idea may hence be had of the enormousness of chat animated mass, a mere part of whose mere integument yields such a lake of liquid as that. Reckoning 10 varicles to the ton, you have 10 tons for the net weight of only 3/4 of the stuff of the whale's skin. In life, the visible surface of the sperm whale is not the least among the many marvels he presents. Invariably it is all over obliquely crossed and recrossed with numberless straight marks in thick array, something like those in the finest Italian line engravings. But these marks do not seem to impressed upon the isinglass substance mentioned, but seem to seen through it, as if they were engraved upon the body itself. Nor is this all. In some instances, to the quick, observant eye, those linear marks, as in a veritable engraving, but afford the ground for far other delineations. These are hieroglyphical, that is, if you call those mysterious ciphers on the walls of pyramids hieroglyphics, then that is the proper word to use in the present connection. By my retentive memory of the hieroglyphics Ulu JN1's Viriern whale in particular, I was much struck with the plate representing RHE Old Indian characters chiseled on RHE famous hieroglyphic palisades on the banks of the UPF Mississippi. Like those mystic T.K., the mystic marked whale remains undecipherable. This allusion to the Indian rocks reminds me of another thing. All the other phenomena which the exterior of the sperm whale presents, he not seldom displays the back, and more especially his flanks, effaced in great part of the regular linear appearance, by reason of numerous rude scratches, altogether often irregular, random aspie and I should say that those New England rocks on the sea coast, which agases imagines to war the marks of violent scraping contact with vast flinting ice LRRGSL should say, that those RCWKS must not a little resemble the sperm whale in this particular. It also seems to me that such scratches in the whale are probably made by hexastile contact with other whales, for I have most remarked them in the large, full-grown bulls of the species. A word or two more concerning this matter of the skin or blubber of the whale. It has already been said, that it is stripped from him in long pieces, called blanket pieces. Like most sea terms, Res 1 is very happy and significant. For the whale is indeed wrapped up in his blubber as in a real blanket or counterpane, or, still better, an Indian poncho slipped over his head, and skirting his extremity. It is by of this cozy blanketing off his body, that the whale is enabled to keep himself comfortable in all weathers, in all seas, times, and tides. What would become of a Greenland whale, say, in those shuddering, icy seas of the north, if unsupplied with his cozy certitude? True, other fish are found exceedingly brisk in those hyperlow waters, but these, it observed, are your cold blcxded, lungless fish, whose very bellies are refrigerators, creatures, that warm themselves under the Leofen iceberg, as a traveler in winter would bask before an inn-fire, whereas, like man, the whale has lungs and warm blood. Freeze his block slow, and he dies. How wonderful is it then, except after explanation, that Res great monster, to whom corporeal warmth is as indispensable as it is to man, how wonderful that he should be found at home, immersed to his lips for life in those airlike waters, where, when fall overboard, they are sometimes found, months afterwards, perpendicularly frozen into the hearts of fields as a fly is found glued in amber. But more surprising is it to know, as has proved by experiment, that the Ofa polar whale is warmer than that of a Borneo negro in summer. It does seem to me, that herein we see the rare virtue of a strong individual vitality, and the rare virtue of thick walls, and the rare virtue of interior spaciousness. Oh, man! Admire and model thyself after the whale. Do thou, too, remain warm among ice. Do thou, T.M., live in this world without being of it. Be cool at the equator, keep thy blood fluid at the pole. Like the great dome of St. Peter's, and like the great whale, retain, O man, in seasons a temperature of thine own. But how easy and how hopeless to reach these fine things. Of Arians, how few are domed like St. Peter's. Of creatures, how few vast as the whale, chapter LXV. The funeral hall in the chains. Ikes the carcase go astern. The vast tackles have now done their duty. The peeled white body of the beheaded whale flashes like a marble sepulchre, though changed in hue, it has not perceptibly lost anything in bulk. It is still colossal. Slowly it floats more and more away, the water round it torn and splashed by the insatiate sharks, and the air above vexed with rapacious flights of screaming fowls, whose beaks are like so many insulting poniards in the whale. Mne vast white headless phantom floats further and further from the ship, and every rod that it so floats, what seem square roods of sharks and cubic roods of fowls, augment the murderous din. For hours and hours from the almost stationary ship that hideous sight is seen. Beneath the unclouded and mild azure sky, upon the fair face of the pleasant sea, wafted by the joyous breezes, that great mass of death floats on and on, till lost in infinite lures a most doleful and most mocking funeral. Sea vultures all in pious mourning, the air sharks all pugnaciously in black or speckled. In life but few of them would have helped the whale, I ween, if peradventure he had needed it, but the banquet of his funeral they most piously do owe, horrible vulturism of earth, from which not the mightiest whale is free. Nor is this the end. Desecrated as the body is, a vengeful ghost survives and hovers over it to scare. Spied by timid men of war or blundering desugefer vessel from afar, when the distance, obscuring the swarming fowls, nevertheless still shows the white mass floating in the sun, and the white spray heaving high against it, straightway the whale's unharming corpse, with trembling fingers is set down in the log SHMLS, RCXKS, and breakers hereabouts, roar. And for years afterwards, perhaps, ships shun the place, leaping over it as silly sheep leap over a vacuum, because their leader originally leaped there when a stick was held. Here's your law of precedence, there's your utility of traditions, there's the story of your obstinate survival of old beliefs never bottomed on the earth, and now not even hovering in the air. Here's orthodoxy. Ihus, while in life the great whale's body may have been a real terror to in his death his ghost becomes a powerless panic to a world. Are you a believer in ghosts, my friend? There are other ghosts than the CXCK Lane 1, and far deeper men than Doe or Johnson who believe in them. Chapter LXVI. The SPHYN exit should not have been omitted. Char previous to completely stripping thee of the Leviathan, he was ick-headed. Now, the beheading of the sperm whale is a scientific anatomical feat, upon which experienced whale surgeons very much pride themselves, and not without reason. Consider that the whale has nothing that can properly be called a neck. On the contrary, where his head and seam to join, there, in that very place, is the thickest right of him. Remember, also, that the surgeon must 0 rate from aliawi, some 8 or 10 feet intervening between him and his subject, and that subject and almost hidden in a discolored, rolling, and oftentimes tumultuous and bursting sea. Bear in mind, that under these untoward circumstances he has to cut many feet deep in the flesh, and in that subterraneous manner, without so much as getting one single peep into the ever-contracting gash thus made, he must skillfully steer clear of adjacent, intertiate parts, and exactly divide the spine at a critical point hard by its insertion into Rhe skull. Do you not marvel, then, at Srubselxiest, that he demanded but 10 minutes to loo-head a sperm whale? When first severed, the head is dropped astern and held there by a cable till the body is stripped. That done, if it belong to a small whale it is hoisted on deck to be deliberately of. But, with a full-grown IRVA then this is for the sperm whale a head embraces nearly 1/3 of his entire bulk, and completely to suspend such a burden as that, even by the immense tackles of a whaler, this were as vain a thing as to attempt weighing a Dutch barn in jeweller's scales. He Pequod's whale being decapitated and the head was hoisted against the ship's side about halfway out of the sea, so that it might yet in great part be buoyed up by its native element. And there with the strained craft steeply leaning over to it, by reason of the enormous downward drag from the lower masthead, and every yard arm on that side projeaing like a crane over the waves, there, that blood-dripping head hung to the Pequod's waist like the giant Holofernes from the girdle of Judith. When Kai's last task was accomplished it was NCX, and the seamen went below to their dinner. Silence reigned over the before rumultuous but now deserted deck. An intense copper calm, like a universal yellow lotus, was more and more unfolding its noiseless measureless leaves ulu-jnrhec. A short space elapsed, and up into this noiselessness came Ahab alone from his cabin. Taking a turns on the quarter-deck, he paused to gam over the side, then slowly getting into the main chains he stubs long spade still remaining there after the whale's decapitation and striking it into the lower part of the half-suspended mass, placed its other end crucklage mice under one arm, and so stood leaning over with eyes attentively fixed on this head. It was a black and HCXDED head, and hanging there in the midst of so intense a calm, it seemed the SPHYNXs in the desert. "Speak, thou vast and venerable head," muttered Ahab, which, though ungarnished with a beard, yet here and there lookest hoary with mixes. "Speak, mighty head, and tell us the secret thing that is in thee of divers, thou hast dived the deepest. That head which the upper sun now gleams, has moved amid this world's foundations. Where unrecorded names and navies rust, and untold hopes and anchors rot, where in her murderous hold this frigate earth is ballasted with bones of millions of RHE drowned, rare, in char awful waterland, there was thy most familiar home. Thou hast where or diver never went, hast slept by many a sailor's side, where sleepless mothers would give their lives to lay them down. Thou sawest the locked lovers when leaping from their flaming ship, heart to heart they sank beneath the exulting wave, true to each other, when heaven seemed false to them. 111011 sawest the murdered mate when tossed by pirates from the midnight deck, for hours he fell into the deeper midnight of the insatiate maw, and his murderers still sailed on unharmed while swift lightnings shivered the X-ring ship that would have borne a righteous husband to outstretched, longing arms. O head! Thou hast seen enough to split the planets and make an infidel of Abraham, and not one syllable is thine. Sail 110, cried a triumphant voice from the main masthead. "Aye. Well, now, that's cheering," cried Ahab, suddenly eyeing himself, while whole thunderclouds swept aside from his brow. That lively cry upon this deadly calm might almost convert a better man whereaway. 3 points on RHE starboard Lu W, sir, and bringing down her breeze to us. LH and better, man. Would now St. Paul would come along that way, and to my breezelessness bring his breeze. O nature, and O soul of man! How far beyond all utterance are your linked analogies! Not the smallest atom stirs or lives on matter, but has its cunning duplicate in mind. Chapter LXI. The monkey rope. In the tumultuous business of cutting in and attending to a whale, there is much running backwards and forwards among the crew. Now hands are wanted here and then again hands are wanted there. There is no staying in any one place, for at one and the same time everything has to be done écrit white cray. It is much the same with him who endeavors the description of the scene. We must now retrace our way a little. It was mentioned that upon first breaking ground in the whale's back, the blubber hook was inserted into the original hole there cut by the spades of the mates. But how did so clumsy and weighty a mass as that same hook get fixed in that hole? It was inserted there by my particular friend Queek, whose duty it was, as harpooner, to descend the monsted's back for the special purpose referred to. But in very many cases, circumstances require that the harpooner shall remain on the whale till the whole flensing or stripping operation is concluded. The whale, be it observed, lies almixed entirely submerged, excepting the immediate parts operated upon. Down there, Some 10 feet below the level of RHE deck, the loser flounders ALUUT, half on the whale and half in the water, as the vast mass revolves like a red mill beneath him. On the occasion in question, Queek figured in the L. Leland costume, a shirt and socks in which, to my eyes, at least, he appeared to uncommon advantage, and no one had a better chance to observe him, as will presently be CLHing the Savage's bowsman, that is, the person who pulled the bow oar in his boat, the second one from F00 erred. It was my cheerful duty to attend upon him while taking that hard scramble upon the dead whale's back. You have seen Italian organ Louis holding a dancing ape by a long cord. Just so, from the ship's steep side, did I hold Queek down there in the sea, by what is technically called in the fishery a monkey rope, attached to a strong strip of canvas belted round his waist. It was a humorously Perry 101 LS business for both of us. For, before we proceed further, it must be said that the monkey rope was fast at both ends, fast to Kalyug's broad canvas earl, and fast to my narrow leather one. So that for better or for worse, we for the time, were wed and should poor Queek sink to rise no more, then both usage and honor demanded, char instead of cutting the cord, it should drag me down to his wake. So, then, an elongated Siamese ligature united us. Queekook was my own inseparable twin brother, nor could I any way get rid of the dangerous liabilities which the hempen bond entailed. So strongly and metaphysically did I contrive of my situation then, that while earnestly watching his motions, I seemed distinctly to perceive that my own individuality was now merged in a joint company of two, that my free will had received a mortal wound, and that another's mistake or misfortune might plunge me into unmerciful disaster and death. Therefore, I saw that here was a sort of interregnum in Providence, for its even-handed equity never could have sanctioned so an injustice. And yet still further pondering while I jerked him now and then from between the whale and the ship, which would threaten to jam him, still further pondering, I saw that this situation of mine was the precise situation of every mortal chap breathes, only, in most cases he, one way or other, has Siamese connection with a plurality of other mortals. If your banker breaks, you nap. If your apothecary by mistake sends you poison in your pills, you die. True, you may say that, by exceeding caution, you may legibly escape these and the multitudinous other evil chances of life. But handle Queekook's monkey rope heedfully as I would, sometimes he jerked it so, that I came very sliding overward. Nor could I forget that, do what I would, I only had the management of it. I have hinted that I would often jerk poor Queek from between the whale and the ship, where he would occasionally fall, from the incessant rolling and swaying of, but this was not the only jamming jeopardy he was exposed unappalled by the massacre made upon them during the night. The sharks, now freshly and more keenly allured by the before pent blood which began to flow from the carcass, the rabid creatures swarmed round it like bees in a beehive. And right in among those sharks was Queek, who often till she did them aside with his foundering feet. A thing altogether incredible, were it not that attrad by such prey as a dead whale, the otherwise miscellaneously carnivorous shark will seldom touch a man. Nevertheless, it may well be that since they have such a ravenous finger in the pie, it is deemed but wise to 100 sharp to them. Accordingly, besides the monkey rope, with which I now and then jerked the fellow from too close a vicinity to the maw of what seemed a peculiarly ferocious shark, he was provided with still another protean. Suspended over the side in one of the stages, Tashtigo and Dago continually flourished over his head a couple of keen whale spades, wherewith they slaughtered as many sharks as they could reach. This procedure of theirs, to be sure, was very disinterested and benevolent of them. They meant Kalyug's happiness, I admit, but in their hasty zeal to befriend him, and from the circumstance that in RHE and RHE sharks were at rhymes half hidden by RHE blood-muddied water, those indiscreet spades of theirs would come nearer to amputating a leg than a tail. But poor Queek, I suppose, straining and gasping there with that great iron Queek, I sup, only prayed to his Yahoo, and gave up his life into the hands of his gods. Well, well, my dear comrade and twin brother, thought L, as I drew in and then slacked off the rope to every swell of the sea. What matters it, after all? Are you not the precious image of each and all of us men in this wailing world? That unsound ocean you gasp in, is life, those sharks, your foes, those shmdies, your friends, and what between sharks and spades you are in a sad pickle and peril, but courage. There is good cheer in store for you, Queek. For now, as with blue lips and bloodshot eyes the exhausted savage at last climbs up the chains and stands all dripping and involuntarily trembly over the side, the steward advances, and with a benevolent, consolatory glance hands him what? Some hot, percent knack. No. Hands him, ye gods. Hands him a cup of tepid ginger and water. Ginger? I smell ginger, suspiciously asks Rub, corning near. Yes, this must be ginger, peering into the as yet untasted cup. Then standing as if incredulous for a while, he calmly walked towards the astonished steward slowly saying, Ginger? Ginger? And will you have the GOK-KLNCSS to tell me, Mr. Doe, where lies the virtue of ginger? Ginger? Is ginger the sort of fuel you use, doughboy, to kindle a fire in this shivering cannibal? Ginger? What the devil is fire? The devil is ginger, I say, that you offer this cup to our poor Queek here? There is some sneaking temperance society movement alut this business, he suddenly added, now approaching Starbuck, who had just come from Fonvart. Will you look at the Kenaken, sir, smell of it, if you ple.lse. Lhen watching the mate's countenance, he added, the steward, Mr. Starbuck, had the face to offer that calomel and jalap to Queek, there, this instant off the whale. Is the steward an apothecary, sir? And may I ask whether this is the sort of bitters by which he blows back the life into a half-drowned man? I trust now, said Starbuck, it is stuff enough. Aye, steward, cried Stuff, we'll teach you to drug a harpooneer, none of your apothecary's medicine here, you want to poison us, do eek. You have got our insurances on our lives and want to murder us all, and PCX get the PRCX eds, do. It was not me, cried Doughboy, it was Aunt Charity that brought the ginger on Zyard, and bade me never give the hark hh, ne'er any spirits, but only this ginger jub, so she called it. Gingy for jub. You gingerly rascal. Take that, and run along with to the Lxkers, and get something better. I hope I do no wrong, Mr. Starbuck. It is the orders, grog for RHE harpooneer on a whale. Enough, replied Starbuck, only don't hit him again, but oh, I never hurt when I hit, except when I hit a whale or something of that sort, and this fellow's a weasel. What were you ut saying, sir? Only this, go down with him, and get what thou wantest thyself. When Stubb reappeared, he came with a dark flask in one hand, and a sort of tea caddy in the other. The first contained strong spirits, and was handed to Queek, the second was Aunt Charity's gift, and that was freely given to the chapter. Stubb and flask kill a right whale, and then have over him. It must be in mind that all this time we have a sperm whale's prodigitell's head hanging to the Pequod's side. But we must let it continue hanging there a while till we can get a chance to attend to it. For the present other matters press, and the best we can do now for RHE head, is to pray heaven the tackles may hold. Now, during the past night and for an NN, the Pequod had gradually drifted into a sea, which, by its occasional patches of yellow brit, gave unusual tokens of the vicinity of right whales, a species of the leviathan that but supposed to be at this particular time lurking anywhere near. And though all hands commonly disdain the capture of those inferior creatures, and though the Pequod was not commissioned to cruise for them at all, and though she had passed numbers of them near the Crozets without lowering a wad, yet now that a sperm whale had been brought alongside and re-added, to the surprise of all, the announcement was made that a right whale should be captured that day, if opportunity offered. Nor was this long wanting. Tall spouts were seen to leeward, and 2 boats, Stubbs and FL.Ls Case, were detached in pursuit. Pulling further and further away, they at last became almost invisible to the men at the masthead. But suddenly in the distance, they saw a great heap of tumultuous white water, and soon after news came from aloft that one or lu jrh Lxiars must be fast. An interval passed and the Lxiars were in plain sight, in the AA of right towards the ship by the towing whale. So close did the monster come to the hull, that at first it seemed as if he meant it malice, but suddenly going down in a maelstrom, within 3 of the planks, he wholly disappeared from Vims, as if diving under the keel. "Cut, cut," was the cry from the ship to the Awats, which, for one instant, seemed on the point of being brought with a deadly dash against the vessel's side. But having plenty offline yet in RHE rubs, and the whale not sounding very rapidly, they paid out abundance of roll R% and at the same time pulled with all their might so as to get ahead of the ship. For a few minutes the struggle was intensely critical, for while they still slacked out the tightened line in one direction, and still plied their oars in another, the contending strain threatened to take them under. But it was only a feet advance, they sought to gam. And they stuck to it till they did gain it, when instantly, a swift tremor was felt running like lightning along the keel, as the strained line, scraping beneath the ship, suddenly rose to Vims, under her snapping and quivering, and so flinging off its drippings, that the drops fell like bits of broken glass on the water, while the whale Riond also rose to sight, and once more the lunts were free to fly. But the fagged whale alked his speed, and blindly altering his course, went round the stern of the ship towing the 2 boats after him, so that they performed a complete circuit. Meantime, they hauled more and more upon their lines, till close flanking him on both sides, Stubb ans were deflask with lance for lance, and thus round and round the Pequod the battle went, while the multitudes of sharks that had before swum round the Sverian whale's body, rushed to the fresh blood chat was spilled, thirstily drinking at every new gash, as the eager Israelites did at the new bursting fountains that poured from the smitten rock. At last his spout grew thick, and with a frightful roll and vomit, he turned his back a corpse. While the 2 headsmen were engaged in making fast cords to his flukes, and in other ways getting the mass in readiness for towing, some conversation ensued between them. "I wonder what the old man wants with this lump of foul lard," said Stubb, not without some disgust at the thought of having to do with so ignoble a leviathan. "Wants with it," said Flask, coiling some spare line in the Zayat. "Did you never hear that the ship which but once has a whale's head hoisted on her starboard side, and at the same time a right whale's on the larboard, did you never hear, Srub, that ship can never afterwards capsize? Why not? I don't know, but I heard that Gamboge ghost Ofa Fadala saying so, and he to know all Alanit ship's charms. But I sometimes think he'll charm the ship to no good at last. I don't half like that chap, Srub. Did you ever notice how that tusk of his is a sort of carved into a snake's head, Stubb? Sink him. I never 100k at him at all, but if ever I get a chance of a dark night, and he's standing hard by the bulwarks, and no one by, 100k down there, into the sea with a peculiar motion of both will L. Flask, I take that Fadala to the devil in disguise. Do you relieve that cock and bull story Alex, ut his having when stowed away on board ship? He's the devil, I say. The reason why you don't see his rail, is because he tucks it up out offside, he carries it coiled away in his pocket, I guess. Blast him. Now that I think of it, he's always wanting oakum to stuff into the toes of his ts. He sleeps in his, don't he? He hasn't got any hamsk, but I've seen him lay of nights in a coil of rigging. No doubt, and it's because of his cursed tail, he coils it down, do yet in the eye of the rigging what's the old man have so much to do with him for? Striking up a swap or a ivergain, ISLLLPSE. What? Why, do ye see, the old man is hard LWNT after that white whale, and the devil there is trying to come round him, and get him to swap away his silver watch, or his soul, or something of that sort, and then he'll surrender Moby Dick's poo. Stub, you are skylarking, how can Fadala do that? I don't know, Flask, but thee is a curious chap, a wicked one, I tell ye why. They say as how he went a sauntering into the old flagship once, switching his rail allen it devilish easy and gentlemanlike, and inquiring if the old governor was at home. Well, he was at home, and asked the devil what he wanted. Ilmy devil, switching his hoofs, up and says, I want John. What for? Says the old governor. What business is that of yours? Says the devil, getting mad. I want to use him. Rake him, says the governor, and by the Lord, Flask, if the devil didn't give John the Asiatic cholera before he got through with him, I'll cat this whale in one mouthful. But sharp, ain't you already there? Well, then, pull ahead, and let's get the whale alongside. I'll think I remember some such story as you were telling, said Flask, when at last the two BMTs were slowly advancing with their burden towards the ship, but I can't remember where. 3 Spaniards? Adventures of those three-minded soldados? Did ye read it there, Flask? I guess ye did. No, never saw such a herd of it, though. But now, tell me, Srub, do you suppex that that devil you was speaking of just now, was the same you say is now on board the Pequod? I the same man that helped kill this whale? Doesn't the devil live forever? Who ever heard that the devil was dead? Did you ever see any parson a-wearing mourning for RHE devil? And if RHE devil has a large key to get into the admiral's cabin, Dotfee you suppose he can crawl into a LUJRT hole? Tell me that, Mr. Flask. IOW old do you Fadala is, Stub. Do you see that mainmast there, pointing to the ship? Well, that's the figure 1, now take all the hoops in the Pequod's hold, and string 'em along in a row with that mast, 4 oughts, do you see? Well, that wouldn't begin to be Fadala's age. Nor all the coopers in creation show HCXPS enough to make oughts, but see here, Stub, I thought you a little boasted now, that you meant to give Fadala a sea toss, if you got a good chance. Now, if he's so old as all those hoops of yours come to, and if he is going to live forever, what good will it do to pitch him overboard? Tell me, Char. Give him a good ducking, anyhow. But he'd crawl back. Duck him again, and keep ducking him. He should take it into his head to duck you, though yes, and drown you. What he then L should like to see him try it. I'd give him such a pair of black eyes that he wouldn't dare to show his face in the admiral's cabin again for a long while, let alone down in the orlop there, where he lives, and on the upper decks where he sneaks so much. Damn the devil, Flask, do you suppose I'm afraid of the devil? Who's afraid of him, except the old governor, who daresn't catch him and put him in double darbies, as he deserves, but lets him go about kidnapping people, and signed a bond with him, that all the people the devil kidnapped, he roast for him. There's a governor. Do you suppose Fadala wants to kidnap Captain Ahab? Do I suppose it? You'll know it before long, Flask. I am going now to keep a sharp lookout on him, and if I see anything very suspicious going on, I'll just take him by the nape of his neck, and here, B-17SS bub, you don't do it, and if he makes any fuss, by the gird I'll make a grab into his pocket for his tail, take it to the capstan, and give him such a wrenching and heaving, that his tail will come short off at the stump, do you see, and then, I rather guess when he finds himself docked in that queer fashion, he'll sneak off without the poor satisfaction of feeling his tail between his legs. And what will you do with the tail, Stub? Do with it? Sell it for an ox whip when we get home, what else? Now, do you mean what you say, and have been saying all along, Stub? Mean or not mean, here we are at the ship. Boats were here hailed, to tow the whale on the larboard side, where fluke chains and other necessaries were already prepared for securing him. Didn't I tell you so, said Flask. Yes, you'll see this right whale's head hoisted up opposite that parmistries. And good time, Flask's saying proved true. As I re-oar, the Pequod steeply leaned over towards the sperm whale's head. Now, by the counterpoise of heads, she regained her even keel, though sorely strained, you may well believe. So, when on one side you hoist in ARK's head, you go over that way, but now, on the other side, hoist in Kant's and you come back again, but in very plight. Some minds forever keep trimming lunt. Oh, ye foolish. Throw all these thunderheads overboard, and then you will float light and right. In dispersing of the body of a right whale, when brought alongside the ship, the same preliminary proceedings commonly take place as in RHE case of a whale, only, in the latter instance, RHE head is cut off whole, but in the former the lips and tongue are separately removed and hoisted on deck, with all RHE well-known black bone attached to what is called RHE crown piece. But nothing like this, in the present case, had been done. The carcasses of both whales had dropped astern, and the head-laden ship not a little resembled a mule carrying a pair of overbearing panicras. Meantime, was calmly eyeing the right whale and head, and ever and anon glancing from the deep wrinkles there to the lines in his own hand. And Ahab chanced so to stand, that the Parsee his shadow, while, if the Parsee's shadow was there at all, it seemed only to blend with, and lengthen Ahab's. As the crew toiled on, Laplandish speculations were bandied among them, concerning all these passing things. Chapter LXIX. The sperm whale's head contrasted view here, now, are two great whales, laying their heads together. Let us join them, and lay together our own. Of the grand order of folio ixiotans, the sperm whale and the right whale are by far the most noteworthy. They are the only whales regularly hunted by man. To the Nantucketer, they present the two extremes of all the known varieties of the whale. As the external difference in them is mainly observable in their heads, and as a head of each is this moment hanging from the Pecugle's side, and as we may freely go from one to the other, by merely stepping across the deck where, I should like to know, will you obtain a better chance to study practical cytology than here? In the first place, you are struck by the general contrast between these heads. Both are massive enough in all conscience, but there is a certain mathematical symmetry in the sperm whales which the right whale sadly lacks. Her is more charre in the sperm whale's head. As you behold it, you involuntarily yield the immense superiority to him, in a pervading dignity. In the present instance, too, Rhee's dignity is heightened by the pepper and salt color of his head at the summit, giving token of advanced age and large experience. In short, he is what the fishermen technically call a gray-headed whale. Let us now note what is least dissimilar in these heads, namely, the two most important organs, the eye and the car. Far eye back on the side of the head, and low down, near the angle of either whale's jaw. If I narrowly search, you will at last see a lashless eye, which you would fancy to be a young colt's eye, so out of all proportion is it to the magnitude of the head. Now, from this peculiar sideway position of the whale's eyes, it is plain that he can never see an objet and which is exactly ahead, no more than he can one exactly astern. In a word, the position of the whale's eyes corresponds to that of a man's ears, and you may fancy, for yourself, how it would fare with you, did you sideways survey objects through your ears. You would find that you could only command me 30 degrees of vision in advance of the straight side line offside, and about 30 more behind it. If your bitterest foe were walking straight towards you, with dagger uplifted in broad day, you would not be able to him, any more than if he were stealing upon you from behind. In a word, you would have two backs, so to speak, but, at the same time, also, two fronts, side fronts, for what is it that makes the front of a man what, indeed, but his eyes? Moreover, while in most other animals that I can now think of, the eyes are so planted as imperceptibly to blend their visual power, so as to pertenlose one or and not two to the brain, the peculiar position of the whale's eyes, affectionately divided as they are by many cubic feet of solid head, which towers between them like a great mountain separating two lakes in valleys, this, of course, must wholly separate the impressions which each independent organ imparts. Whale, therefore, must see one distinct picture on this side, and another distinct pie and ear on that side, while all between must be profound darkness and nothingness to him. Man may, in a fee, be said to look out on the world from a century in X with two joined sashes for his window. But with the whale, these row sashes are separately inserted, making ovio distinct windows, sadly impairing the view. This peculiarity of the whale's eyes is a thing always to be borne in mind in the fishery, and to be remembered by the reader in some subsequent SCL-ness. A curious and most puzzling question might started concerning this visual matter as touching the IRVA then. But I must be content with a hint. So long as a man's eyes are open in the light, the AA of seeing is involuntary, that is, he cannot then help mechanically seeing whatever objects are before him. Nevertheless, anyone's experience will teach him, that though he can take in an undiscriminating sweep of things at one glance, it is quite impossible for him, attentively, and completely, to examine any two things however large or however small at one and the same instant of time, never mind if they lie side by side and touch each other. But if you now come to separate these two objects, and surround each by a circle of profound darkness, then, in order to see one of them, in such a manner as to bring your mind to bear on it, the other will be utterly excluded from your contemporary consciousness. How is it, then, with the whale? True, bore his eyes, in themselves, must simultaneously add, is his brain so much more comprehensive, combining, and subtle than man's, that he can at the same moment of time attentively examine two distinct prospiels, one on one side of him, and the other in an exactly opposite direction? If he can, then is it as marvelous a thing in him, as if a man were able simultaneously to go through the demonstrations of two distinct problems in Euclid. Nor, strictly investigated, is there any incongruity in this comparison. It may be but an idle whim, but it has always seemed to me, that the extraordinary vacillations of movement displayed by some whales when beset by 3 or 4 luars, the timidity and liability to frights, so common to such whales, I think that all reason really proceeds from rhe helpless perplexity of violarion, in which their divided and diametrically opposite powers of vision must involve them. But the ear of the whale is full as curious as the eye. If you are an entire stranger to their race, you might hunt over these two heads for hours, and never discover that organ. The ear has no external leaf whatever, and into the hole itself you can hardly insert a quill, so wondrously minute is it. It is lodged a little in the eye. With respect to their ears, this important difference is to observe between the sperm whale and the right. While the ear of the former has an external opening, that of the latter is entirely and evenly covered over with a membrane, so as to be quite imperceptible from without. Is it not curious, that so vast a being as the whale should see the world through so small an eye, and hear the thunder through an ear which is smaller than a hare's? But if his were broad as the lens of Hershey, great telescope, and his ears capacious as the porches of cathedrals, would that make him any longer of sight, or sharper of hearing? Not at all. Why then do you cry to enlarge your mind? Subtilize it? Let us now with whatever levers and steam engines we have at hand, cant over the sperm whale's head, so that it may lie bottom up, then, ascending by a ladder to the summit, have a peep down the mouth, and were it not that the is now completely separated from it, with a lantern WC might descend into the great Kentucky mammoth cave of his stomach. But let us hold on here by this and look at us where we are. What a really beautiful and chaste itch, king mouth! From to ceiling, lined, or rather papered with a glistening white membrane, glossy as bridal satins. But come out now, and look at this portentous lower jaw, which seems like the long narrow lid of an immense with a hinge at one end, instead of one side. If you pry it up, as to get it overhead, and expose its rows of teeth, it seems a terrific portcullis, and such, alas! It proves to many a wight in the fishery, whom Rees spikes fall with impelling force. But far more terrible is it to ear hold, when fathoms down in the sea, you see some sulky whale, floating there suspended, with his prodigious jaw, some 15 feet long, hanging straight down at right angles with his for all the world like a shipless whale is not dead, he is only dispirited, out of sorts, perhaps, hypochondriac, and so supine, that the hinges of his jaw have relaxed, leaving him there in that ungainly sort of plight, a reproach to all his tribe, who must, no doubt, imprecate LCXK jaws upon him. In most cases this lower jaw being easily unhinged by a praised artist is disengaged and hoisted on deck for the of extraying the ivory teeth, and furnishing a supply of chat hard white with which the fishermen fashion all sorts of curious articles, including canes, umbrella stocks, and handles to riding whips. With a long, weary hoist the jaw is dragged on board, as if it were an ancha, and when the proper time comes some few days after the other work quick, dago and attach-tego, being all acurantlic dentists, are set to drawing teeth. With a keen cutting spade, Quiku glances the gums, then the jaw is lashed down to and a tackle being rigged from aloft, they drag out these teeth, as Michigan oxen drag stumps of old CNKS out of wildwood lands. There are generally 42 teeth in all, in old whales, much worn down, but undecayed, nor filled after our artificial fashion. The jaw is afterwards sawn into slabs, and piled away like joists for building houses. Chapter LXX. The battering ram ere quitting, for the nonce, the sperm whale's head, I would have you, as a sensible physiologist, simply particularly remark its front aspect, in all its compaid colliadeness. I would have you investigate it now with the sole view of forming to yourself some unexaggerated, intelligent estimate of whatever yattering ramistwer may there grey is a vital point, for you must either satisfactorily settle this matter with yourself, or forever remain an infidel as to one of the most appalling, but not the less true events, perhaps anywhere to be found in all recorded. You observe that in the ordinary swimming position of the sperm whale, the front of his head presents an most wholly vertical plane to the water. You observe that the lower part of that front slopes considerably backwards, as to furnish more of a retreat for the long socket which receives the boom-like lower jaw. You observe that the mouth is entirely under the head, much in the same way, indeed, as though your own mouth were entirely under your chin. Moreover, you observe that the whale has no external nose, and that what nose he has his spout hole is on the top of his head. You observe that his eyes and ears are at the sides of his head, nearly 1/3 of his entire length from the front. Wherefore, you must now have perceived that the front of the sperm head is a dead, blind wall, without a single organ or tender prominence of any sort whatsoever. Furthermore, you are now to consider that only in the extreme, lower, backward sloping part of the front of the head, is there the slightest vestige of lunæ, and not till you get near 20 feet from the forehead do you come to the full cranial development. So that this whole enormous boneless mass is as one veiled. Finally, though, as will soon revealed, its contents partly comprise the most delicate oil, yet, you are now to be apprised of the nature of the substance which impregnably invests all that apparent effeminacy. In some previous place I have described to you how the blubber wraps the body of the whale, as the rind wraps an orange. Just so with the head, but with this difference: about the head this envelope, though not thick, is of a toughness, inestimable by any man who has not handled it. Ilmi severest pointed harpoon, the sharpest lance darted by Rhe strongest human arm, impotently from it. It is as though the forehead of the sperm whale were paved with horses' hoofs. I do not think that any sensation lurks in it. Think yourself also of another thing. When two large, loaded Indiamen chance to crowd and crush towards each other in the DCXKS, what do the sailors do? Do not suspend between them, at the point of aiming contact, any merely hard substance, like iron or wood. No, they hold there a large, round wad of tow and cork, enveloped in the thickest and toughest of ox hide. That bravely and uninjured rakes the jam which would have snapped all their oaken handspikes and iron crowbars. By itself this sufficiently illustrates the obvious fay I drive at. But supplementary to this, it has hypothetically occurred to me, that as ordinary fish pecks possess what is called a swimming bladder in them, capable, at will, of distension or contraction, and as the sperm whale, as far as I know, has no such provision in him, considering, too, the otherwise inexplicable manner in which he now depresses his head altogether beneath the surface, and anon swims with it high elevated out of the water, considering the unobstrued elasticity of its envelope. Considering the unique interior of his head, it has hypothetically occurred to me, I say, that those mystical lung-celled honeycombs there may possibly have some hitherto unknown and unsuspected connection with the outer air, so as to be susceptible to atmospheric distension and contraction. If this so, fancy the irresistibleness of that might, to which the most impalpable and destructive of all elements contributes. Now, mark. Unerringly impelling this dead, impregnable, uninjurable wall, and this most buoyant thing within, there swims behind it all a mass of tremendous life, only to be adequately estimated as piled wood is by the cord, and all obedient to one volition, as the smallest insect. So that when I shall hereafter detail to you the specialties and concentrations of potency everywhere lurking in this expansive monster, when I shall show you of his more inconsiderable braining feats, I trust you will have renounced all ignorant incredulity, and be ready to abide by this, that though the sperm whale stove a passage through the Isthmus of Darien, and mixed the Atlantic with the Pacific, you would not elevate one hair of your eyebrow. For unless you own the whale, you are but a provincial and sentimentalist in truth. But clear truth is a thing for salamander giants only to encounter. How small the chances for the provincials then! What befell the weakling youth lifting the dread veil at Sais? Chapter LXXI. The great Heidelberg tun. Now comes the bailing of the case. But to comprehend it aright, you must know something of RHE curious internal structure of the thing operated upon. Regarding the SLRRM whale's head as a solid oblong, you may, on an inclined plane, sideways divide it into two coins, whereof the lower is the bony structure, forming the cranium and jaws, and the upper an anois mass wholly free from lxjanes, its broad forward end forming the expanded vertical apparent forehead of the whale. At the middle of the forehead horizontally subdivide this upper coin, and then you have two almost equal parts, which were naturally divided by an internal wall of a thick tendinous substance. The lower subdivided part, called the junk, is one immense honeycomb of oil, formed by the crossing and into 10,000 infiltrated cells, of tough elastic white fibers throughout its whole extent. The part, known as the case, may be regarded as the great Heidelberg tun of the whale. And as that famous great tierce is mystically carved in front, so the whale's vast plated forehead forms innumerable strange devices for the emblematical adornment of his wondrous run. Moreover, as Char of Heidelberg was always replenished with the most excellent of the wines of the Rhenish valleys, so the run of RHE whale contains by far the most precious of all his oily vintages, namely, the highly prized spermaceti, in its absolutely pure, limpid, and odoriferous state. Nor is this precise substance found unalloyed in any other part of the creature. 1110 in life it remains perfectly fluid, yet, upon exposure to the air, after death, it soon begins to concrete, sending forth beautiful crystalline as when the first thin delicate ice is just forming in water. A large case generally yields about 500 gallons of sperm, though from unavoidable circumstances, considerable of it is spilled, leaks, and dribbles away, or is otherwise irrevocably lost in the ticklish business of securing what you can. I know nor with what fine and costly material the Heidelberg tun was coated within, but in superlative richness that coating could not possibly have compared with the silken pearl-colored membrane, like the line of a fine verlis, forming the inner surface of the sperm whale's case. It will have that the L. Heidelberg of the sperm whale embraces the entire length of the entire top of the head, and since as has elsewhere set forth the head embraces 1/3 of the whole length of the creature, then setting that length down at 80 feet for a Sind whale, you have more than 26 feet for the depth of the tun, when it is lengthwise hoisted up and down against a ship's side. As in decapitating the whale, the operator's instrument is brought close to the spot where an entrance is subsequently forced into the Svermacety magazine, he has, therefore, to be uncommonly heedful, lest a careless, untimely stroke should invade the san and uari and wastingly let out its invaluable contents. It is this decapirate the end of the head, also, which is elevated out of the water, and retained in that position by the enormous cutting tackles, whose hempen combinations, on one side, make quire a wilderness of rouleaux in char quarter. Ihus much being said, attend now, I pray you, to that marvelous and in this particular instance almost fatal operation whereby the SLRM whale's great L. Heidelberg tun is tapped. Coin is not a Euclidean term. It belongs to the pure nautical mathematics. I know not that it has been defined before. A coin is a solid which differs from a wedge in having its sharp end formed by the inclination of one side, instead of the mutual tapering of both sides. Chapter LCI. Cistern and buckets nimble as a cat, Tashtego mounts aloft, and without altering his area posture, runs straight out ubj and the overhanging mainyard arm, to the part where it exali projes over the hoisted veal has carried with him a light tackle called a whip, consisting of only two parts, traveling through a single sheaved block. Securing this block, so that it hangs down from the yard arm, he swings one end of the rope, till it is caught and firmly held by a hand on deck. Then, hand over hand, down the other part, the Indian drops through the air, till dexterously he lands on the summit of the head. There still high elevated the rest of the company, to whom he vivaciously cries he seems some Turkish muezzin calling the people to prayers from the top of a tower. A short-handled sharp spade being sent up to him, he diligently searches for the proper place to begin breaking into the tun. In this business he proceeds very heedfully, like a treasure hunter in some old house, sounding the walls to find where the gold is misened in. By the time this cautious search is over, a stout bucker, precisely like a well bucket, has been attached to one end of the whip, while the other end, being stretched across the deck, is there held by OVO or 3 alert hands. These last now hoist the bucket within grasp of the Indian, to whom another person has reached up a very long inserting this pole into the bucket. Tashtigo downward guides the bucket into the run, till it entirely disappears, then giving the word to the seaman at the whip, up comes the bucket again, all bubbling like a dairymaid's pail of new milk. Carefully lowered from its height, the full-freighted vessel is caught by an appointed hand, and quickly emptied into a large tub. Then remounting aloft, it again goes through the same round until the deep cistern will yield no more. Towards the end, Tashtigo has to ram his long pole harder and harder, and deeper into the tun, until 20 feet of the pole have gone down. Now, the people of the Pequod had been bailing some time in this way, several tubs had been filled with the fragrant sperm, when all at once a queer accident happened. Whether it was that Tashtigo, that wild Indian, was so heedless and reckless as to let go for a moment his one-handed hold on the great cabled tackles suspending the head, or whether the place where he stood was so treacherous and ossezy, or whether the evil one himself would have it to fall or so, without stating his particular reasons, how it was exactly, sure is no telling now, but, on a sudden, as the 80th or 90th bucket suckingly up my God. Tashtigo like the twin RCT.Lprokotling bucket in a veritable well, dropped head foremost down into this GRC% LT ton of El Zidlberg, and with a horrible oily gurgling, went clean out of sight. Man overboard, cried Dago, who amid the general consternation first came to his senses. Swing the bucket this way, and putting one foot into it, so as the better to secure his slippery hand-hold on the whip itself, the hoisters ran him high up to the top of the head, almost ere for Tashtigo could have reached its interior bottom. Meantime, there was a terrible tumult. Looking over the side, they saw the before lifeless head throbbing and heaving just below the surface of the sea, as if that moment se'd with momentous idea, whereas it was only the Indian unconsciously revealing by those struggles the perilous depth to which he had sunk. At this instant, while Dagku, on the summit of the head, was clearing the whip which had somehow got foul of the great cutting tackles, a sharp cracking noise was heard, and to the unspeakable horror of all, one of the 2 enormous hooks suspending the head tore out, and with a vast vibration the enormous mass sideways swung, till the drunk ship reeled and as if smitten by an iceberg. The one remaining hook, upon which the entire strain now depended, seemed every instant to be on the int of giving way, an event still more likely from the violent motions of the head. "Chme down, come down," yelled the seaman to Dago, but with one hand holding on to the heavy tackles, so that if the head should drop, he would still remain suspended. The negro, having cleared the foul line, rammed down the bucket into the now collapsed well, meaning that the buried harpooner should grasp it, and be hoisted out. "In heaven's name, man," cried Stubb, "are you ramming home a cartridge there? Avast! How will that help him, jamming that ironic, bucket on ROP of his head? Avast, will yet? Stand clear of the tackle," cried a voice like the bursting of a rocket. Almost in the same instant, with a thunder boom, the enormous mass dropped into the sea, like Niagara's Rabelais and rock into the whirlpool. The suddenly relieved hull rolled away from it, to far down her glittering copper, and all caught their breath, as half swinging now over the sailors' heads, and now over the water dag ck, through a thick mist of spray, was dimly ireld clinging to the irnvulous tackles, while poor, buried alive Tashtigo was sinking utterly down to the bottom of the sea. But hardly had the blinding vapor cleared away, when a naked figure with a boarding sword in its hand, was for one swift moment hovering over RHE bulwarks. IHE next, a loud splash announced that my brave Queek had dived to the rescue. One packed rush was made to RHE side, and every eye counted every ripple, as moment followed moment, and no sign of either RHE sinker or the diver could be SCXN. Some hands now jumped into a 9, at alongside, and pushed a little off from the ship. "Ha! Ha!" cried Dago, all at once, from his now quiet, swinging perch overhead, and LCX, King further off from the side, we saw an arm thrust upright from the blue waves, a sight strange to see, as an arm thrust forth from the grass over a both it is both. Cried Dago again with a joyful shout, and after, Queek was seen striking out with one hand, and with the other clutching the long hair-offed Indian. Drawn into the wading they quickly brought to the deck, but Tashtigo was long in coming to, and Queen Lueg did not look very brisk. Now, how had this noble rescue been accomplished? Why, diving after the slowly descending head, Queek with his keen sword had made side lunges near its extreme, so as to scuttle a large hole there, Ren dropping his sword, had thrust his long arm far inwards and upwards, and so hauled out our Tash by RHE head. He averred, that upon first thrusting in for him, a leg was presented, but well knowing that that was not as it ought to and might, Skasian GRC% LT had thrust back the leg, and by a dexterous heave and toss, had wrought a somerset upon the Indian, so that with the next trial, he came forth in the good old way head foremost. As for the great head itself, that was doing as well as could be EXIR and ed. And thus, through the courage and great skill in obstetrics of Queek, the deliverance, or rather, delivery of Tashtigo, was successfully accomplished, in the teeth, too, of the most unbarred and apparently hopeless impediments, which is a lesson by no means to be forgotten. Midwifery should be taught in the same course with fencing and riding and rowing. I know that this queer adventure of the gay headers will sure to seem incredible to some landsmen, though they themselves may have either or heard of some one's falling into a cistern ashore, an accident which not seldom hap vrns, and with much less reason ran the Indialu, considering the exceeding slipperiness of the curb of the sperm well. But, peradventure, it may be sagaciously urged, how is this? We thought the tissued, infiltrated head of the sperm whale, was the lightest and most corky part about him, and yet thou makest it sink in inclement of a far greater specific gravity than itself. We have thee there. Not at all, but I have yet, for at the time poor Tash fell in, the case had been nearly emptied of its lighter contents, leaving little but the dense tendinous wall of the well, a double welded, hammered substance, as I have before said, much heavier than the sea water, and a lump of which sinks in it like lead almost. But the tendency to rapid sinking in Kai's substance was in the present instance materially counter-AAE'd by the other parts of the head remaining undetached from it, so that it sank very slowly and deliberately in affording Queek a fair chance for performing his agile obstetrics on the run, as you may say. Yes, it was a running delivery, so it was. Now, had Rashtigo perished in that head, it had been a very precious perishing, smothered in the very whitest and daintiest of fragrant spermaceti, coffined, hearsed, and tombed in the secret inner chamirar and sanam sanatorum of the whale. Only one sweeter end can readily be recalled: the delicious death of an Ohio honey hunter, who, seeking honey in the crotch of a hollow tree, found such exceeding store of it, that leaning far over, it sucked him in, so that he died yalmed. How many, think ye, have likewise fallen into Plato's honey head, and sweetly perished there. Chapters the 8th. The prairie to scan the lines of his face, or fear the bumps on the head of this Leviathan, this is a thing which no physiognomist or phrenologist has as yet undertaken. Such an enterprise would almost as hopeful as for Lavater to have scrutinized the wrinkles on the of Gibraltar, or for Gall to have mounted a ladder and manipulated the dome of the Pantheon. Still, in that famous work of his, Lavater not only treats of the various faces of men, but also attentively studies the faces of horses, birds, serpents, and fish, and dwells in detail upon the modifications of expression discernible therein. Nor have Gall and his disciple Spurzheim failed to throw out some hints touching the phrenological characteristics of other rings than men heretofore, though I am but ill qualified for a pioneer, in the application of these two semi-sciences to the whale, I will do my endeavor. I try all things, I achieve what I can. Physiognomically regarded, the sperm whale is an anomalous creature. He has no proper nose. And since the nose is the central and most conspicuous of RHE features, and since it perhaps most modifies and finally controls cheer combined expression, hence it would seem that its entire absence, as an external appendage, must very largely alter the countenance of the whale. For as in landscape gardening, a spire, cupola, monument, or tower of some sort, is deemed almost indispensable to the completion of the scene, so no face can be physiognomically in keeping without the elevated open-work belfry of the nose. Dash the nose from Fidiasque marble Jove, and what a sorry remainder. Nevertheless, Leviathan is of so mighty a magnitude, all his proportions are so stately, that the same deficiency which in the sculpture Jove were hideous, in him is no blemish at all. Nay, it is an added grandeur. A nose to the whale would have been impertinent. As on your physiognomical voyage you sail round his vast head in your jolly boat, your noble conceptions of him are never insulted by the reflection that he has a nose to pulled. A pestilent conceit, which so often will insist obtruding when beholding the mightiest royal beetle on his throne. And some particulars, perhaps, the most imposing physiognomical view to be had of the whale, is char of the full front of his head. This is sublime. And thought a fine human brow is like the east when troubled with the morning in the reebjace of the pasture, rhe curled brow of the bull has a touch of rhe grand in it. Pushing heavy cannon up mountain defile, the elephant's brow is majestic. Learned or animal, the mystical brow is as that great golden seal affixed by the German emperors to their decrees. It signifies done this day by my hand. But in most creatures, nay in man himself, very often the brow is but a mere strip of alpine land lying along the snow line. Few are the foreheads which like Shakespearic or Melaneon's rise so high, and descend so low, that the eyes themselves seem clear, eternal, tideless mountain lakes, and all at them in the forehead wrinkles, you seem to track the antlered thoughts descending there to drink, as the highland hunters track the snow prints of the deer. But in the great whale, this high and mighty godlike dignity inherent in the brow is so immensely amplified, that gazing on it, in that full front view, you feel the deity and the dread powers more forcibly than in beholding any other object in living nature. For you see no one point precisely, not one distinct feature is revealed, no nose, eyes, ears, or mouth, no face, he has none, proper, nothing but that one broad firmament of a forehead, pleated with riddles, dumbly lowering with rhe doom of boats, and ships, and men. Nor, in profile, this wondrous brow diminish, though that way viewed, its grandeur does not domineer upon you so. In profile, you plainly perceive that horizontal, semi-crescentic depression in the forehead's middle, which, in man, is Lavater's mark of genius. But how? Genius in the sperm whale? Has the sperm whale ever spoken a speech? No, his great genius is declared in his doing nothing particular to prove it. It is moreover declared in his pyramidical silence. And this reminds me that had the great sperm whale wren known to the young Orient world, he would have been deified by their child Magian thoughts. They deified the crocodile of the Nile, because the crocodile is tongueless, and the sperm whale has no tongue, or as least it is so exceedingly small, as to be incapable of protrusion. If hereafter any highly cultured, poetical nation shall lure back to their birthright, the merry May-Day gods of old, and livingly enthrone Rem again in the now egotistical sky, in Rhe now unhaunted hill, Ren be sure, exalted to Jove's high seat, the great Slrrrn whale shall lord it. Champollion deciphered the wrinkled granite hieroglyphics. But there is no Champollion to decipher the Egypt of every man's and every being's face. Physiognomy, like every other human science, is but a passing fable. If then, Sir William Jones, who read in 30 languages, could not read the simplest peasant's face, in its profounder and more subtle meanings, how may unlettered Ishmael to read the awful Chaldee of the sperm whalic brow? I but put that brow before you. Read if it you can. Chapter Ziv. The nut. If the sperm whale be physiognomically a sphinx, to the phrenologist his brain that geometrical circle which it is impossible to square. In the full-grown creature the skull will measure at least 20 feet in length. Unhinge the lower jaw, and the side view of the skull is as the side view of a moderately inclined plane resting throughout on a level base. But in life, as we have elsewhere seen, this inclined plane is angularly filled up, and almost squared by the enormous superincumbent mass of the junk and sperm. At the high end the skull forms a crater to bed that part of the mass, while under the long of this crater in another cavity seldom exceeding 10 inches in length and as many in depth reposes the mere handful of this Mons Ted's brain. Brain is at least 20 feet from his apparent forehead in life. It is hidden away behind its vast outworks, like the innermost citadel within the amplified fortifications of Quebec. So like a choice casket is it secreted in him, that I have known some whalemen who peremptorily deny chat the SVRRRN whale has any other brain than that palpable semblance of one formed by the cubic yards of his sperm magazine. Lying in strange folds, courses, and convolutions, to their apprehensions, it seems more in keeping with the idea of his general might to regard that mystic part of him as the of his intelligence. It is plain, then, that phrenologically the head of this Leviathan, in the creature's living in ta state, is an entire delusion. As for his true brain, you can then no indications of it, nor feel any. The whale, like all things that are mighty, falls brow to the common world. If you unload his skull of its spermy heaps and then take a rear view of its rear end, which is the high end, you will be struck by its resemblance to the human skull, beheld in the same situation, and from the same point of view. Indeed, place THLS reversed skull, scaled DMVN to the human magnitude, among a plate of men's skulls, and you would involuntarily confound it with them, and remarking the depressions on one part of its summit, in phrenological phrase you would say this man had no self-esteem, and no veneration. And by those negations, considered along with the affirmative fact of his prodigious bulk and power, you can best form to yourself the truest, not the most exhilarating conception of what the most exalted VX.tency is. But if from the comparative dimensions of the whale's proper brain, you deem it incapable of being adequately charted, then I have another idea for you. If you attentively regard almost any quadruped's spine, you will be struck with the resemblance of its vertebrae to a strung necklace of dwarfed skulls, all bearing rudimental resemblance to the skull proper. It is a German conceit, that the vertebrae are absolutely undeveloped skulls. But the curious external resemblance, I take it the Germans were not the first men to receive. A foreign friend once pointed it out to me, in the skeleton of a foe he had slain, and with the vertebrae of which he was inlaying, in a sort of basso relievo, the eye-raked prow of his canoe. Now, I consider that the phrenologists have omitted an important thing in not pushing their investigations from the cerebellum through the spinal canal. For I believe that much of a man's charre will be found betokend in his backbone. I would rather feel your spine than your skull, whoever you are. A rinjoist of a spine never yet upheld a full and noble soul. I rejoice in my spine, as in the firm audacious staff of that flag which I fling half out to rhe world. Apply this spinal branch of phrenology to the sperm whale. His cranial ity is continuous with the first neck vertebra, and in that vertebra the bottom of the spinal canal will leastly 10 inches across, being 8 in height, and of a triangular figure with the base downwards. As it through the remaining vertebrae the canal tapers in size, but for a considerable distance remains of large capacity. Now, of course, this canal is filled with much the same strangely fibrous substance the spinal cord as the brain, and directly communicates with the brain. And what is still more, for many feet after emerging from the brain cavity, the spinal cord remains of an undecreasing girth, almost equal to that of the brain. Under all these circumstances, would it be unreasonable to survey and map out the whale's spine phrenologically? For, viewed in this light, the wonderful comparative smallness of H's brain proper is more than compensated by the wonderful comparative magnitude of his spinal cord. But leaving reason to operate as it may with the phrenologists, I would merely assume the spinal theory for a moment, in reference to the sperm whale's hump. This august hump, if I mistake not, rises over one of the larger vertebrae, and is, therefore, in some sort, the outer convex mold of it. From its relative situation then, I should call this high hump the organ of firmness or indomitableness in the sperm whale. And that the great monster is indomitable, you will yet have reason to know. Chapter LXXV. The Pequod meets the Virgin. The predestinated day arrived, and we duly met the ship Jungfrau, Derek de Deer, master, of Bremen. At one rhyme the greatest whaling people in the world, the Dutch and Germans are now among the least, but here and there at very wide intervals of latitude and longitude, you still meet with their flag in the Pacific. For some reason, the Jungfrau seemed quite eager to pay her respects. While yet some distance from the Pequod, she rounded to, and dropping a 9, at, her captain was imirled towards us, impatiently standing in the bows instead of the what has he in his hand there, cried Starbuck, to something ingly held by the German. Lamp feeder, that, said Stubb, no, it's a coffee pot, Mr. Starbuck, he's coming off to make us our coffee, is the Yarman, don't you see that big tin can there alongside of his boiling water? Oh! He's all right, is the Yarman. Go along with you, cried Flask, it's a lamp feeder and an oil can. He's out of oil, and has come however curious it may for an oil ship to be rowing oil on the whale ground, and however much it may invertedly contradict the old proverb about carrying coals to Newcastle, yet sometimes such a ring really happens, and in the present case Captain Derek de Deer did indubitably conduit a lamp feeder as Flask did declare. As he mounted the deck, Ahab abruptly accosted him, without at all heeding what he had in his hand, but in his broken lingo, the German soon evinced his complete ignorance of the white whale, immediately turning the conversation to his lamp feeder and oil can, with some remarks touching his having to turn into his hammock at night in profound darkness, his last drop of Bremen oil being gone, and not a single flying fish yet captured to supply RHE deficiency, concluding by hinting that his ship was indeed what in the fishery is technically called a clean one, that is, an empty one, well deserving the name of Jungfrau or the Virgin. His necessities supplied, Derek departed, but he had not gained his ship's side, when whales were almost simultaneously raised from the mastheads of both vessels, and so eager for the chase was Derek, that without pausing to put his oil can and lamp feeder aboard, he slewed round his boat and made after the Leviathan lamp. Now, the game having risen to leeward, he and the other 3 German lumps that soon followed him, had considerably the start of the Pequod keels. There were 8 whales, an average aver of their danger. They were going all abreast with great speed straight before the wind, rubbing their flanks as closely as so many spans of horses in harness. They left a great, wide wake, as though continually unrolling a great wide parchment upon the sea. Full in this rapid wake, and many fathoms in the rear, swam a huge, humped old bull, which by his comparatively slow progress, as well as by unusual yellowish incrustations overgrowing him, seemed afly-eyed with the jaundice, or some other infirmity. Whether this whale belonged to the pod in advance, seemed questionable, for it is not customary for such venerable leviathans to be at all. Nevertheless, he stuck to their wake, though indeed their ivac water must have retarded him, because the wick fore-on or swell at his broad muzzle was a dashed one, like the swell formed when 2 hostile currents meet. His spout was short, slow, and laborious, coming forth with a choking sort of gush, and spending itself in torn shreds, followed by strange subterranean commotions in him, which seemed to have egress at his other buried extremity, causing the waters behind him to upbubble. "Who's got some paregoric?" said Stubb. "He has the stomach ache, I'm afraid." Think of having half an acre of stomach ache. Adverse winds are holding mad christmas in him, boys. It's the first foul wind I ever knew to blow from astern, but did ever whale yaw before? It must he's lost his tiller. As an overladen Indiaman bearing down the Hindustan coast with a deck load of frightened horses, careens, berries, rolls, and wallows on her war, so did this old whale heave his aged bulk, and now and then partly turning over on his cumbrous rib ends, expose the cause of his devious wake in the unnatural stump of his stark nalared fin. Whether he had lost that fin in battle, or had borne without it, it were hard to say. "Only wait a bit, old chap, and I'll give ye a sling for that wounded arm," cried cruel Flask, pointing to the line near him. "Mind he don't sling thee with it," cried Starbuck. "Give way, or the German will have him." With one intent all the combined rival boats were for this one fish, because not only was he the largest, and therefore the most valuable whale, but he was nearest to ram, and other whales were going with such great velocity, moreover, as almost to defy pursuit for the time. Won this Janor, the Pequod's keel had shot by the rear German boats last lowered, but from the great start he had had, Derrick's boat still led the chase, though every moment neared by his foreign rivals. The only thing they feared, was, that from being already so mgh to his mark, he would enabled to dart his iron before they could completely overtake and pass him. As for Derrick, he seemed quite confident that this would be the case, and occasionally with a deriding gesture shcxk his lamp feeder at the other ts. "The ungracious and ungrateful," cried Starbuck, "he mocks and dares me with the very I filled for him not 5 minutes." In his old intense whisper, "Give way, greyhounds. Dog to it, I tell ye what it is, man," cried Stubb to his crew, "alt's against my religion to get mad, but I'd like to eat that villainous yet. Are ye going to let that rascal bear yet? Do ye love brandy? A hogshead of brandy, then, to the man. Come, why don't some of I burst a blood vessel? Who's that been dropping an anchor over snared? We don't budge an inch where I are calmed. Halloo, here's grass growing in RHE boat's bottom, and by RHE Lord, the mast there's budding. This won't do, LXJYS. Look at that yarman. Short and long of it is, men, will ye spit fire or not? Oh. SCW the suds he makes," cried Flask, dancing up and a pile on the beer aaes like a log. "Oh. My lads, do spring slapjacks and quahogs for supper, you know, my lads baked clams and muffins oh, do spring heck 100 imroller don't lose him now door feet oh, don't see that yarman oh. Won't ye pull for your duff, my lads such a sog. Such a sog ger. Don't ye love sperm? There goes $3,000, whole bank. The bank of do, that yarman about at this moment Derek was in the AA of pitching his lamp feeder at the advancing boats, and also his oil can, perhaps with the double view of retarding his rival's way, and at RHE same time economically accelerating his own by the momentary impetus of the backward toss. "Ihe unmannerly Dutch," cried Stubb. "Pull now, men, like 50,000 line of battleship loads of red-haired devils. What do ye say, Rashtko, ark you the man to snap your spine in 22 pieces for the honor of old Gayhead? What do ye say?" "I'll say, pull like GCXL darn," cried the Indian. Fiercely, but evenly incited by the taunts of the German, the Pequod's 3 boats now luggin ranging almost abreast, and, so Disks said, momentarily neared 'em. In that fine, loose, chivalrous attitude oft headsman when drawing near to his prey, the 3 mates stood up proudly, occasionally backing RHE after oarsmen with an exhilarating cry of, "There she slides, now! Hurrah for the white ash breeze! Down with the yarman! Sail over him!" But so decided an original start had Derek had, that spite of all their gallantry, he would have proved the victor in this race, had not a righteous judgment descended upon him in a crab which caught the blade of his midship oarsman. While this clumsy Lublu XR was striving to free his whitewash, and while, in consequence, Derek's 9 was nigh to capsizing, and he thundering away at his men in a mighty was a time for Starbuck, Stubb, and Flask. With a shout, they took a mortal start forwards, and slantingly ranged up on the Germans' quarter. An instant more, and all 4 Zyots were diagonically in the whale's immediate wake, while stretching from them, on both sides, was the fuming swell that it was a terrific, most pitiable, and maddening sight. The whale was now going head out, and sending his spout before him in a continual tormented jet, while his one poor fin beat his side in an agony of fright. Now to this hand, now to that, he yawed in his faltering flight, and still at every billow that he broke, he spasmodically ally sank in the sea, or sideways rolled towards the sky his one beating fin. So have I seen a bird with clipped wing, making affrighted broken circles in the air, vainly striving to escape the piratical hawks. But the bird has a voice, and with plaintive cries will make known her fear, but the fear of this vast dumb brute of the was chained up and enchanted in him. He had no voice, save that choking respiration through his spiracle, and this made the sight of him unspeakably pitiable, while still, in his amazing bulk, portcullis jaw and omnifex, tent tail, there was enough to appall the stoutest man who so pitted. Seeing now that but a very few moments more would give the Pekugnalke lumps the advantage, and rather than be thus foiled of his game, Derek chose to hazard what to him must have seemed a most unusually long dart, ere the last chance would forever. But no sooner did his harpooneer stand up for the stroke, than all 3 tigers quick Tashtigo, sprang to their feet, and standing in a diagonal row, simultaneously pointed their barbs, and darted over Rhe head of the German harpooneer. Cheer 3 Nantucket irons entered the whale. Blinding vapors of foam and white fire. The RLXATS, in the first fury of the whale's headlong rush, bumped the Germans aside with such force, that both Derek and his baffled harps, near were spilled out, and sailed over by the 3 flying keels. "Don't be afraid, my butterboxes," cried Stubb, casting a passing glance ubjn them as he shot by. "Ye'll be picked up presently all right. L saw some sharks astern St. Bernard's DCV, relieve distressed travelers. Hurrah! This is the way to sail now. Every keel a sunbeam. Hurrah, here we go like 3 tin kettles at the tail of a mad cougar. Ibis puts me in mind of fastening to an elephant in a tilbury on a plane makes the fly, boys, when you fasten to him that way, and there's danger of being pitched out t.k. when you strike a hill. Hurrah! This is the way a fellow feels when he's going to Davy Jones all a rush down an endless inclined plane. Hurrah! This whale carries the everlasting mail. But the monster's run was a brief one. Giving a sudden gasp, he tumultuously sounded. With a grating rush, the 3 lines flew round the loggerheads with such a force as to gouge deep in them, while fearful were the ears that this rapid sounding would exhaust the lines, that using all their dexterous might, they caught refaded smoking turns with the rope to hold on, till at last owing to the perpendicular strain from the lead-lined chocks of the boats, whence the 3 ropes went straight down into the blue, the gunwales of the bows were almost even with the water, while the 3 sterns tilted high in the air. And the whale soon ceasing to sound, for some time they remained in that attitude, fearful of expending more line, though the iujation was a little ticklish. But though boats have been taken down and lost in this way, yet it is this holding on, as it is called, this hooking up by the sharp barbs of his live flesh from Rhe back, this it is that often torments the Leviathan into soon rising again to meet the sharp lance of his foes. Yet not to speak of the peril of Rhe thing, it is to be whether this course is always the lust, for it is but reasonable to presume, that the longer the stricken whale stays under water, the more he is exhausted. Owing to the enormous surface of him in a full-grown sperm whale something less than 2,000 square feet, the pressure of the water is immense. We all know what an astonishing atmospheric weight we ourselves stand up under, even here, alx we ground, in the air. How vast, then, the burden of a whale, carrying on his MCK a column of 200 fathoms of ocean. It must at least equal the weight of 50 atmospheres. One whaleman has estimated it at the weight of 20 line of battle ships, with all their guns and stores and men on board. As the 3 boats lay there on that gently rolling sea, gazing down into its eternal blue noon, and as not a single groan or cry of any sort, nay, not so much as a ripple or a bubble came up from its depths, what landsman would have thought, that beneath all that silence and placidity, the utmost monster of the seas was writhing and wrenching in agony. Nor 8 inches of perpendicular were visible at Rhe bows. Seems it credible char by 3 such thin threads Rhe great Ixiatan was suspended like Rhe big weight to an 8-day suspended? And to what? 3 bits of board. Is this the creature of whom it was once so triumphantly thou fill his skin with barbed irons? Or his head with fish spears? The sword of him that layeth at him cannot hold, the SBC %1R, the dart, nor the hal extragen, he esteemeth iron as straw, the arrow cannot make him flee, darts are counted as stubble, he laugheth at the shaking of a spear. Tlease the creature? This he? Oh! That unfulfillments should follow the prophets. For with strength of 1,000 thighs in his tail, Leviathan had run his head under the mountains of the sea, to hide him from the Pequod's fish spears. And that sloping afternoon sunlight, the shadows that the 3 boats sent down beneath the surface, must have iron long enough and broad enough to shade half Xerxes' army. Who can tell how appalling to the wounded whale must have been such huge phantoms flitting over his head? Stand by, men, he stirs, cried Starbuck, as the 3 lines suddenly vibrated in the water, distinctly conduling upwards to them, as by magnetic wires, the life and death throbs of the whale, so that every Kmersman felt them in his seat. Next moment, relieved in a great part from the downward strain at the boats gave a sudden bounce upwards, as a small ice field will, when a dense herd of white are scared from it into the sea. Haul in! Haul in! Cried Starbuck again, rising. Lines, of which, hardly an instant before, not one hand's breadth could have been gained, were now in long quick coils flung back all dripping into the boats, and soon the whale broke water within 2 ships' lengths of the hunters. His motions plainly denoted his extreme exhaustion. In most land animals there are certain valves or floodgates in many of sheer veins, whereby when wounded, the blood is in some degree at least instantly shut off in certain direct lines. Not so with Rhe whale, one of whose peculiarities it is, to have an entire non-valvular structure of the so that when pierced even by so small as a harpoon, a deadly drain is at once begun upon his whole arterial system, and when this is heightened by the extraordinary pressure of water at a great distance the surface, his life may be said to pour from him in incessant streams. Yet so vast is the quantity of blood in him, and so distant and numerous its interior fountains, that he will keep thus bleeding and bleeding for a considerable perignal, even as in a drought a river will flow, whose source is in the well springs of far off and indiscernible hills. Even now, when the Zyots pulled upon this whale, and perilously drew over his swaying flukes, and the lances were darted into him, they were followed by steady jets from the new-made wound, which kept continually playing, while the natural spout hole in his head was only at intervals, however rapid, sending its affrighted moisture into the air. From this last vent no blood yet came, because no vital part of him had thus far been struck. His life, as they significantly call it, was untouched. As the boats now more closely surrounded him, the whole upper part of his form, with much of it that is ordinarily submerged, was plainly revealed. His eyes, or rather the places where his eyes had been, were beheld. As strange mist-grown gather in the knot-holes of the noblest oaks when prostrate, so from the which the whale's eyes had once occupied, now protruded blind bulbs, horribly pitiable to see. But pity there was none. For all his old age, and his one arm, and his blind eyes, he must die the death and be murdered, in order to light gay bridals and other merry makings of men, and also to innate the solemn churches that preach unconditional inoffensiveness by all to all. Still rolling in his blood, at last he partially disclosed a strangely discolored bunch or protuberance, the size of a bushel, low down on the flank. "A nice spot," cried Flask, "just let me prick him there once." "Avast," cried Starbuck, "there's no need of that." But humane Starbuck was late. At the instant of the dart an ulcerous jet shot from this cruel wound, and goaded by it into more than sufferable anguish, the whale now spouting thick blood, with swift fury blindly darted at the craft, besmearing them and their glorying crews all over with showers of gore, capsizing Flasks yet and marring the bows. It was his death stroke. For, by this time, so spent was he by loss of that he helplessly rolled away from the wreck he had made, lay panting on his side, impotently flapped with his stump fin, then over and over slowly revolved like a waning world, turned up the white secrets of his belly, lay like a log, and died. It was most piteous, that last expiring spout. As when by unseen hands the water is gradually drawn off from some mighty fountain, and with half-stifled melancholy gurglings the spray column lowers and lowers to the ground, so the last long dying spout of the whale. Soon, while the crews were awaiting the arrival of the ship, the body showed symptoms of sinking with all its treasures unrifled. Immediately, by Starbuck's orders, lines were secured to it at different points, so that ere long every what was a buoy, the sunken whale being suspended inches beneath them by the cords. By very heedful management, when the ship drew nigh, the whale was transferred to her side, and was strongly secured there by the stiffest fluke chains, for it was plain that unless artificially upheld, the body would at once sink to the lutum. It so chanced that almost upon first cutting into him with the spade, the entire length of a corroded harp's end was found embedded in his flesh, on the lower part of the bunch before discrelardi. But as the stumps of are frequently found in the dead bodies of captured whales, with the flesh perfectly healed around them, and no prominence of any kind to denote their place, therefore, there must needs have been some other unknown reason in the present case fully to account for the ulceration alluded to. But still more curious was the FAA of a lance head of stone found in him, not far from the buried iron, the flesh fervili firme lu judit. Who had darted Charstone lance? And when? It might have been darted by some Northwest Indian long before America was discovered. What other marvels might have been rummaged out of this monstrous cabinet there is no telling. But a sudden stop was put to further discoveries, by the ships being unprecedentedly dragged over sideways to the sea, owing to the boat's immensely increasing tendency to sink. Lokfkr, Starbuck, who had the ordering of affairs, hung on to it to the last, hung on to it so resolutely, indeed, that when at length the ship would have when capsized, if still persisting in linking arms with body, then, when the command was given to break clear from it, such was the immovable strain upon the timber heads to which the fluke chains and cables were fastened, that it was impossible to cast rem off. Meantime everything in the Pequod was aslant. To cross to the other side of the deck was like walking up the steep gabled RCU, Fofa house. IHE ship groaned and gasped. Many of RHE ivory inlayings of her bulwarks and cabins were started from their plaxes, by the unnatural disillumination. In vain handspikes and crows were brought to bear upon the immovable to pry them adrift from the timber heads, and so low had the whale now settled that the submerged ends not be at all upperched, while every moment whole tons of ponderosity seemed added to the sinking bulk, and the ship seemed on the point of going over. Hold on, won't ye, cried Stubb to the body, be in such a devil of a hurry to sink. By thunder, men, we must do something or go for it. No use prying there, avast, I say with your handspikes, and run one of ye for a prayer book and a penknife, and cut the big chains. Knife? I, cried Queek, and seizing the carpenter's heavy hatchet, he leaned out of a porthole, and steel to iron, began slashing at RHE largest fluke chains. But a few strokes, full of sparks, were given, when RHE exceeding strain affected the rest. With a terrific snap, every fastening went adrift, the ship righted, the carcase sank. Now, this occasional inevitable sinking of the recently killed sperm whale is a very curious thing, nor has any fisherman yet adequately accounted for it. Usually the dead sperm whale floats with great buoyancy, with its side or belly considerably elevated the surface. If only whales that thus sank were old, meager, and broken-hearted creatures, their ends of lard diminished and all their bones heavy and rheumatic, then you might with some reason assert that the sinking is caused by an uncommon specific gravity in the fish so sinking, consequent upon this absence of buoyant matter in him. But it is not so. For young whales, in the highest health, and swelling with noble aspirations, prematurely cut off in the warm flush and May of life, with all their panting lard about them, even these brawny, buoyant hercs do sometimes sink. Be it said, however, that the whale is far less liable to this accident than any other species. Where one of that sort go down, 20 right whales do. Ibis difference in the species is no doubt imputable in no small degree to RHE greater quantity of bone in the right whale, his Venetian blinds alone sometimes weighing more than a ton. From this encumbrance, the sperm whale is wholly free. But there are instances where, after the lapse of many hours or several days, the sunken whale again rises, more buoyant than in life. But the RC% son of this is obvious. Gases are generated in him, he swells to a perclagous magnitude, Lscorny's a sort of animal balloon. A line of battleship could hardly keep him under then. In the shore whaling, on soundings, among the bays of New Zealand, when a right whale gives token of sinking, they fasten buoys to him, with plenty of rope, so that when RHE body has gone down, they know where to look for it when it shall have ascended again. It was not long after the sinking of the body that a cry was heard from the Pequod's mastheads, announcing that the Jungfrau was again lowering her luars, though the only spout in sight was that Opha finback, belonging to the species of uncapturable whales, because of its incredible power of swimming. Nevertheless, the finbacks is so similar to the sperm whales, that by unskillful fishermen it is often mistaken for it. And consequently Derrick and all his host were now in valiant chase of this unnearable brute. He Virgin crowding all sail, made after her 4 young keels, and thus they all disappeared far to leeward, still in bold, hoerful chase. Oh! Many are the finbacks, and many are the derricks, my friend. Chapter LXI. The honor and glory of whaling. There are some enterprises in which a careful disorderliness is the true method. The more I dive into this matter of whaling, and push my researches up to the very spring head of it, so much the more am I impressed with its great honorableness and antiquity, and especially when I find so many great and heroes, prophets of all sorts, who one way or other have destination upon it. I am transported with the reflection that I myself belong, though but subordinately, to so emblazoned a fraternity. He gallant Perseus, a son of Jupiter, was the first whaleman, and to the eternal honor of our calling it said, that the first whale attacked by our brotherhood was not killed with any sordid intent. Nos were the nightly days of our profession, when we only bore arms to succor the distressed, and not to fill men's land feeders. Every one knows the fine story of Perseus and Andromeda, how the lovely Andromeda, the daughter of a king, was tied to a rock on the sea coast, and as Aetion was in the very act of carrying her off, Perseus, the prince of whale men, intrepidly advancing, harpooned the monster, and delivered and married the maid. It was an admirable artistic exploit, rarely achieved by the Louest harpo of the present day, inasmuch as Rezixiatan was slain at Rhe very first dar. And let no man doubt Re's archite story, for in the ancient Joppa, now Jaffa, on Rhe Syrian coast, in one of Rhe pagan temples, share stood for many ages the vast skeleton of a whale, which the city's legends and all the inhabitants asserted to be the identical bones of the monster that Perseus slew. When the Romans Joppa, the same skeleton was carried to Italy in triumph. What seems most singular and suggestively important in this story, is this: it was from Joppa that Jonah set sail. Akin to the adventure of Perseus and Andromeda indeed, by some supposed to be indirectly derived from it is that famous story of St. George and the dragon, which dragon I maintain to have been a whale, for in many old chronicles whales and dragons are strangely jumbled together, and often stand for each other. Eo art as a lion of the waters, and as a dragon of the sea, saith Ezekiel, hereby, plainly meaning a whale. In truth, some versions of the Bible use that word itself. Acades, it would much subtrad from the glory oft exploit had St. George but encountered a crawling reptile of the land, instead of doing battle with the great monster of the deep. Any man may kill a snake, but only a Perseus, a St. George, a Finn, have the heart in them to march boldly up to a whale. Let not the paintings of the scene mislead us, for though the creature encountered by that valiant whaleman of old is vaguely represented of a griffin-like shape, and though the battle is Dipy and Ed on land and the saint on horseback, yet considering the great ignorance of those times, when the true form of the whale was unknown to artists, and considering that as in Perseus' case, St. George's whale might have crawled up out of the sea on the and considering that the animal ridden by St. George might have been only a large seal, or seahorse, bearing all this in mind, it will not appear altogether incompatible with the sacred legend and the ancientest drafts of the scene, to hold this so-called dragon no other than the great Leviathan himself. In fee, placed before Rhe stria and piercing truth, this whole story will fare like that fish, flesh, and foul idol of Rhe Philistines, Dagon by name, who iring planted before the ark of Israel, his horse's head and the palms of his hands fell off from him, and only the stump or fishy part of him remained. Thus, then, one of our own noble stamp, even a whaleman, is the tutelary guardian of England, and by rights, W.C. harpooneers of Nantucket should be enrolled in the most noble order of St. George. And therefore, let not the knights of that honorable company, none of whom, I venture to say, have ever had to do with a whale like their great patron, let them never eye a Nantucketer with disdain, since even in our FRCWKS and tarred trousers we are much better entitled to St. George's decoration than they. Whether to admit Hercules among us or not, concerning this I long remained dubious, for though according to the Greek mythologies, that antique Crockett and Kit Carson, that brawny of rejoicing good deeds, was swallowed down and thrown up by a whale, still, whether that Striali makes a whaleman of him, that might be moved. It nowhere apfrs that he ever at owly harps net his fish, unless, indeed, from the inside. Nevertheless, he may be deemed a sort of involuntary whaleman, at any rate the whale caught him, if he did not the whale. I claim him for one of our clan. But, by the best contractatiary authorities, this Grecian story of Hercules and the whale is considered to be derived from the still more ancient El Lebrica story of Jonah and the whale, and vice versa. Certainly they are very similar. If I am the demigod then, why not the prophet? Nor do heroes, saints, demigods, and prophets alone comprise the whole roll of our order. Our Grand Master is still to be named, for like Royal of old times, we find the headwaters of our fraternity in nothing short of the great gods themselves. That wondrous oriental story is now to be rehearsed from Rhe Sasrare, which gives us the dread visions, one of the references in the Godhead of the Hind Ns, gives us this divine vision, K himself for our IA, Vishnu, who, by the first of his 10 earthly incarnations, has forever set apart and sanctified the whale. When Brahma, or the god of gods, Seth the Shastra, resolved to recreate the world after one of its periodical dissolutions, he gave birth to Vishnu, to preside over the work, but the Vedas, or mystical books, whose perusal would seem to have been indispensable to Vishnu for originating the creation, and which therefore must have contained something in the shavar of practical hints to young Architens, these Vedas were lying at the tomb of the waters, so became incarnate in a whale, and, sounding down in him to the uttermost depths, rescued the sacred volumes. W.Ls not this Vishnu a whaleman, then? Even as a man who rides a horse is called a horseman? Perseus, St. George, Hercules, Jonah, and Vishnu. There's a member roll for you. What club but the whalemans can head off like that? Chapter LXI. Jonah. Historically regarded reference was made to the historical story of Jonah and the whale in the preceding chapter. Now some Nantucketers rather distrust this historical story of Jonah and the whale. But then there were some sceptical Greeks and Romans, who, standing out from the orthodox pagans of their times, equally doubted the story of Hercules and the whale, and Arion, and the dolphin, and yet their doubting those traditions did not make those traditions one whit the less false, for all that. One old whaleman's chief reason for questioning the Hebrew story was had one of those quaint old-fashioned Bibles, embellished with curious, unscientific plates, one of which represented Jonah's whale with 2 spouts in his head, a peculiarity only true with respect to a ser size of the Leviathan, the right whale, and the varieties of that order, concerning which the fishermen have the saying, Irnny roll would choke him, his swallow is so very small. But, to this, Bishop Jebb's anticipative answer is ready. It is not necessary, hints the bishop, that we consider Jonah as tombed in the whale's belly, but as temporarily lodged in some part of his mouth. And this seems reasonable enough in the bishop. For truly, R.H.E. right whale's mouth would accommodate a couple of whist tables, and comfortably seat all R.H.E. players. Possibly, T.K. Jonah might have ensconced himself in a hollow T.C.K.Th, but, on second thoughts, the right whale is toothless. Another reason which, he went by that name, urged for his want of faith in this matter of the prophet, was something obscurely in reference to his incarcerated body and the gastric juices. But this objection likewise falls to the ground, because a German exegetist jaces that Jonah must have taken refuge in the floating of a dead whale, even as the French soldiers in the Russian camp turned their dead horses into tents, and crawled into them. LH sides, it has been divined by other continental commentators, that when Jonah was thrown overboard from the Joppa ship, he straightway afiat his escape to another vessel nearby, some vessel with a whale for a figurehead, and, I would add, possibly called the whale, as some craft are nowadays christened the shark, the gull, the eagle. Nor have there been wanting learned exegetists who have opined that the whale mentioned in the book of Jonah merely meant a life preserver on inflated liag of wind which the endangered prophet swam to, and so was saved from a watery sag larbour, therefore, worst all round. But he had still another reason for his want of faith. It was this: if I remember right, Jonah was swallowed by the whale in the Mediterranean Sea, and after 3 days he was vomited up somewhere within 3 days' journey of Nineveh, a city on the Tigris, very much more than 3 days' journey across from the nearest point of the Mediterranean Sea CNST. How is that? But was there no other way for the whale to land the prophet within that short distance of Nineveh? Yes. He might have carried him round by the way of the of good, but not to speak of the passage through the whole length of the White-Iranian, and another passage up the Persian Gulf and Red Sea. Such a supposition would involve the complete circumnavigation of all Africa in 3 days, not to speak of the Tigris waters, near Rhe side of Nineveh, being too shallow for any whale to swim in. Besides, this idea of Jonat's weathering Rhe Calra of hope at so carly a day would wrest the honor of the cry of that great headland from Bartholomew Diaz, its reputed dessourer, and make modern history a liar. But all these foolish arguments of old Sag Harbor only evinced his foolish pride of reason, a thing still more reprehensible in him, seeing that he had but little learning except what he had picked up from the sun and the sea. I say it only shows his lish, impious pride, and devilish rebellion against the reverend clergy. For by a Portuguese Catholic priest, this very idea of Jonah's going to Nineveh via the Cape of Good was advanced as a signal magnification of the general miracle. And it was. To this day, the highly enlightened Turks devoutly believe in the historical story of Jonah. And some 3 centuries ago, an English traveller in Old Harry's Voyages, speaks of a Turkish mosque built in honor of Jonah, in which mosque was a miraculous lamp that burnt without any oil. Chapter 8. The fountain that for 6,000 years and no one knows how many millions of ages before the great whales should have been spouting all over the sea and sprinkling and mystifying the gardens of the deep, as with so many sprinkling or mystifying pots, and that for some centuries back, thousands of hunters should have been close by the fountain of the whale, watching these sprinklings and spoutings, that all this should be, and yet, that down to this blessed minute, 15¼ minutes emst 1 o'clock p.m. of this 16th day of December, AD 1851, it should still remain a problem, whether these SVX Udings are, after all, really water, or nothing but vapor. This is surely a noteworthy thing. SST us, Then, look at this matter, along with some interesting items contingent. Everyone knows that by the peculiar cunning of their gills, the finny in general breathe the air which at all times is combined with the element in which they swim. Hence, a herring or a cod might live a century, and never once raise its head above RHE surface. But owing to his marked internal structure which gives him regular lungs, like a human being's, RHE whale can only live by inhaling RHE disengaged air in RHE of atmosphere. Wherefore the necessity for his periodical visits to the upper world. But he cannot in any degree breathe through his mouth, for, in his ordinary attitude, the sperm whale mouth is buried at least 8 feet beneath the surface, and what is still more, his windpipe has no connection with his mouth. No, he breathes through his spiracle alone, and this is on the top of his head. If I say, that in any creature breathing is only a fun and ion indiscernible to sexuality, inasmuch as it withdraws from the air a certain element, which being subsequently brought into contact with the blood immiters to the blood its vivifying principle, I do not think I shall err, though I may possibly use some scientific words. Assume it, and it follows that if all the blood in a man could be aerated with one breath, he might then seal up his nostrils and not fetch another for a considerable time. That is to say, he would then live without breathing. Anomalous as it may seem, this is precisely the case with the whale, who systematically lives, by intervals, his full hour and more, when at the in-tum, without drawing a single breath, or so much as in any way inhaling a particle of air, for, he has no gills. How is Rees? Between his ribs and on each side of his spine he is supplied with a remarkable involved Cretan labyrinth of vermicelli-like vessels, which vessels, when he quits the surface, are completely distended with oxygenated so that for an hour or more, 1,000 fathoms in the sea, he carries a surplus stock of vitality in him, just as the camel crossing the waterless desert carries a surplus supply of drink for future use in its 4 supplementary stomachs. The anatomical FAA of this labyrinth is indisputable, and that the supposition founded upon it is reasonable and true, seems the more cogent to me, when I consider the otherwise inexplicable obstinacy of that Leviathan in having his spoutings out, as the fisherman phrlse it. This is what I mean. If unmolested, upon rising to the surface, the whale will continue there for a period of time exactly uniform with all his other unmolested risings. Say he stays 11 minutes, and jets 7 retimes, that is, respires 70 breaths, whenever he rises again, he will be sure to have his 70 breaths over again, to a minute. Now, if after he fetches a few breaths you alarm him, so that he sounds, he will always dodging up again make good his regular allowance of air. And not till those 70 breaths are told, will he finally go down to stay out his full term IRIOW. Remark, how could that in different individuals these rates are different, but in any one they are alka. Now, why should the whale thus insist upon having his spoutings out, unless it be to replenish his reservoir of air descending, for how obvious is it, tcx, that this necessity for the whale's rising exposes him to all the fatal hazards of the chase. For not by or by net could this vast Leviathan be caught, when sailing 1,000 fathoms underneath the sunlight. Not so much thy skill, then, O hunter, as the great necessities that strike the vitally to thee in man. Breathing is incessantly going on, one breath only serving for 2 or 3 pulsations, so that whatever other betilciness he has to attend to, waking or sleeping, breathe he must, or die he will. But the sperm whale only breathes about 1/7 or Sunday of his time. It has iron said chat the whale only breaches through his spout hole, if it old truthfully be added that his spouts are mixed with water, then I opine we should be furnished with the reason why his sense of smell seems obliterated in him, for the only thing about him that at all answers to his nose is that identical spout hole, and being so clogged with two elements, it could not be expected to have the power of smelling. But owing to the mystery of the spout, whether it be sea water or whether it be vapor, no absolute certainty as yet be arrived at on this head. Sure it is, nevertheless, that the sperm whale has no proper alpha and ories. But what does he want of them? No roses, no violets, no in the sea. Furthermore, as his windpipe solely into the tube of his spouting canal, and as that long canal like Rhe Grand Erie Canal is furnished with a sort of LCXKS, that open and shut, for the downward retention of air or the upward exclusion of water, therefore Rhe whale has no voice, unless you insult him by saying, that when he so strangely rumbles, he talks through his nose. But then again, what has the whale to say? Seldom have I known any profound being that had anything to say to this world, unless forced to stammer out something by way of getting a living. Oh! Happy that the world is such an XLLCNT listener. Now, the spouting canal of the sperm whale, chiefly intended as it is for the conveyance of air, and for several feet laid along, horizontally, just beneath the upper surface of his head, and a little to one side, this curious canal is very much like a gas picker laid down in a city on one side of a street. But the question returns whether this gas pipe is also a water pipe, in other words, whether the spout of the whale is the mere of the exhaled breath, or whether that exhaled breath is mixed with water raken in at the mouth, and discharged through the spiracle. It is certain that the mouth indirectly communicates with the spouting canal, but it cannot be proved that Kais is for the purpose of discharging water through the spiracle. Icos the greatest necessity for so doing would seem to when in feeding he accidentally takes in water. But Rhe sperm whale's food is far beneath the surface, and there he cannot spout even if he would. Acades, if you regard him very closely, and time him with your watch, you will find that when unmolested, there is an unquieting rhyme between the periods of his jets and the ordinary paroxysms of respiration. But why pester one with all this reasoning on the subject? Speak out. You have seen him sex ut, then declare what the is. Can you not tell water from air? My dear sir, in this world it is not so easy to settle these plain things. I have ever found your plain things the knottiest of all. And as for this whale shut, you might stand in it, and yet be undecided as to what it is precisely. Central of it is hidden in the snowy sparkling mist enveloping it, and how can you certainly tell whether any water falls from it, when, always, when you are close enough to a whale to get a close view of his spout, he is in a prodigitalesque motion, the water cascading all around him. And if at such times you should think that you really perceive drops of moisture in the spout, how do you know that they are not merely condensed from its vapor, or how do you know they are not those identical drops superficially lodged in Rhe spout hole fissure, which is countersunk into the summit of the head? For even when tranquilly swimming through the midday sea in a calm, with his elevated humps undried dromedaries in the desert, even then, the whale always carries a small basin of water on his head, as under a blazing sun you will sometimes see a cavity in a filled up with rain. Nor is it at all prudent for the hunter to be over-curious touching the precise nature of the whale spout. It will not do for him to be peering into it, and putting his face in it. You cannot go with your pitcher to this fountain and fill it, and bring it away. For even when coming into slight contact with the outer, vapory shreds of the jet, which will often happen, your skin will feverishly smart, from the acridness of the thing so touching it. And I know one, who coming into still closer contact with the spout, whether with some scientific object in view, or otherwise, I cannot say, the skin peeled off from his cheek and arm. Wherefore, among whalemen, the spout is deemed poisonous, they try to evade it. Another thing, I have heard it said, and I do not much doubt it, that if the jet is fairly spouted into your eyes, it will blind you. The wisest thing the investigator can do then, it seems to me, is to let this deadly senutee alone. Still, we can HYVX these eyes, even if we cannot prove and establish. My is this, that the shuyut is nothing but mist. And besides other reasons, to this conclusion I am impelled, by considerations touching the great inherent dignity and sublimity of the Sirrm whale. I account him no common, shallow being, inasmuch as it is an undisputed fact that he is never found on soundings, or near shores. All other whales sometimes are. He is in rh dangerous and profound. And I am convinced that from rhe heads of all profound beings, such as Plato, Pyrrho, the devil, Jupiter, Dante, and so on, there always up a certain semi-visible steam, while in the AA of thinking deep routes. While composing a little treatise on eternity, I had the curiosity to place a mirror before me, and ere long saw reflead there, a curious involved worming and undulation in the atmosphere over my head. The invariable moisture of my hair, while plunged in deep thought, after 6 cups of hot tea in my thin shingled attic, of an August noon, this seems an additional argument for the ALUVE supposition. And how nobly it raises our conceit of the mighty, misty monster, to behold him solemnly sailing through a calm tropical sea, his vast, mild head overhung by a canopy of vapor, engendered by his incommunicable contemplations, and that vapor as you will sometimes see it glorified by a rain ln, as if heaven itself had put its seal his thoughts. For, DSC, rainbows do not visit the clear air, they only irradiate vapor, and so, through all the thick mists of the dim doubts in my mind, divine intuitions now and then enkindling my fog with a heavenly ray. And for this I thank Gull, for all have doubts, many deny, but doubts or denials, few along with them, have intuitions. Doubts of all things earthly, and intuitions of some things heavenly, this combination makes neither believer nor infidel, but makes a man who regards them both with equal eye. Chapter 6. The tale other poets have warbled the praises of the soft eye of the antelope, and the lovely plumage of the bird that never alights, less celestial, Iak braid a tale. Reckoning the largest sized sperm whale's tail to begin at that point of the trunk where it tapers to the girth of a man, it comprises upon its upper surface alone, an area of at least 50 square feet. Compound of its RCXT expands into 2 broad, firm, flat palms or flukes, gradually shoaling away to less than an inch in thickness. At the crotch or june and ion, these flukes slightly overlap, then sideways recede from each other like wings, leaving a wide vacancy between. In no living thing are the lines of more exquisitely defined than in the crescentic borders of these flukes. At its utmost expansion in the full-grown whale, the tail will considerably exceed 20 feet acrex. Entire member seems a dense webbed bed of welded sinews, but cut into it, and you find that 3 distinct strata compose middle, and lower. Fibers in the upper and lower layers, are long and horizontal, those of RHE middle one, very short, and running crosswise between the outside layers. This Ryun structure, as much as anything else, imparts power to the rail. To the student of old Roman valls, the middle layer will furnish a curious parallel to the thin azures of tiles always alternating with the stone in those wonderful relics of the antique, and which undoubtedly again tribute so much to the great strength of the masonry. But as if this vast local power in the tendinous tail were not enough, the whole bulk of the Leviathan is knit over with a warp and woof of muscular fibers and filaments, which passing on either side the loins and running down into the flukes, insensibly blend with them, and largely contribute to their might, so that in the tail the confluent measureless force of the whole whale seems concentrated to a point. Annihilation to matter, this were the thing to do it. Nor this its amazing strength, at all tend to cripple the graceful ion of its motions, where infantileness of ease undulates through a titanism of power. On the contrary, those motions derive their most appalling beauty from it. Real strength never impairs beauty or harmony, but it often bestows it, and in everything imposingly one beautiful, strength has much to do with the magic. Take away the tide tendons char all over seam bursting from the marble in the carved Hercules, and its charm would be gone. As devout Herman lifted the linen sheet from the naked corpse of Gerda, he was overwhelmed with the massive chest of the man, that seemed as a Roman triumphal arch. When Angelo paints even God the Father in human form, mark what robustness is there. And whatever they may reveal of the divine love in the Son, the soft, curled, hermaphroditical Italian pores, in which his idea has ren most successfully emlunlied, these pie and yours, so destitute as they are of all brawniness, hint nothing of any power, but the mere negative, feminine one of submission and endurance, which on all hands it is conceded, form the peculiar practical virtues of his teachings. Such is the subtle elasticity of the organ I treat of, that whether wielded in sport, or in earnest, or in anger, whatever be the mood it in, its flexions invariably marked by exceeding grace. Wherein no fairy s arm can transcend it. 5 great motions are peculiar to it. First, when used as a fin for progression, when used as a mace in battle; third, in sweeping; fourth, in lobetailing; fifth, in peaking flukes. First, horizontal in its position, the Ixiotan's tail aas in a different manner from the tails of all other sea creatures. It never wriggles. In man or fish, wriggling is a sign of inferiority. The whale, his tail is the sole means of propulsion. Scrollwise coiled forwards beneath the and then rapidly sprung backwards, it is this which gives that singular darting, leaping motion to the monster when furiously swimming. His side fins only serve to steer. Second, it is a little significant, that while one sperm whale only fights another sperm whale with his head and jaw, nevertheless, in his conflias with man, he chiefly and contemptuously uses his tail. In striking at a he swiftly curves away his flukes from it, and the blow is only infli and ed by the recoil. If it be made in the unobstrued air, especially if it descend to its mark, the stroke is then simply irresistible. No ribs of man or boat can withstand it. Your only salvation lies in eluding it, but if it comes sideways through the opposing water, then partly owing to the light buoyancy of the whale and the elasticity of its materials, a cracked rib or a dashed plank or two, a sort of stitch in the side, is generally the most serious result. These submerged side blows are so often received in the fishery, that they are accounted mere child's play. Someone strips off a frock, and the hole is stopped. Heard, I cannot demonstrate it, but it seems to me, that in the whale the sense of touch is concentrated in the tail, for in this respect there is a delicacy in it only equalled by the daintiness of the elephant trunk. Lee's delicacy is chiefly evinced in the aeon of sweeping, when in maidenly gentleness the whale with a certain soft slowness moves his immense flukes from side to side upon the surface of the sea, and if he feel burr a sailor's whisker, woe to that sailor, whiskers and all. What tenderness there is in that preliminary touch! Had this tale any prehensile lure, I should straightway bethink me of Darminode's elephant that so frequented Rhe flower marker, and with low salutations presented nosegays to damsels, and then caressed their zones. On more accounts than one, a pity it is that the whale does not possess this prehensile virtue in his tail, for I have heard of yet another elephant, that when wounded in the fight, curved round his trunk and extrad the dart. Fourth, stealing unawares the whale in the fancied security of the middle of solitary seas, you find him unbent from the vast corpulence of his dignity, and kitten-like, he plays on the ocean as if it were a hearth. but still you see his foo-wer in his play. The BRMD palms off eye's tail are flirted high into the air, then smiting the surface, the thunderous concussion resounds for miles. You would almost think a great gun had been discharged, and if you notice the light wreath of vapor from the spiracle at his other extremity, you would think that that was the smoke from the touch hole. Fifth, as in the ordinary floating of the Leviathan, the flukes lie considerably below the level of his back, they are then completely out of sight beneath the surface, but when he is alert to plunge into RHE deeps, his entire flukes with at least 30 feet of his arc crea in the air, and so remain 6 bracing a moment, till they downwards out of view. Excepting the sublime breach somewhere else to be described, this peaking of the whale's flukes is perhaps the grandest sight to be in all animated nature. Out of the bottomless profundities the gigantic rail seems spasmodically snatching at the highest heaven. So in dreams, have I seen majestic Satan thrusting forth his tormented colossal claw from the name Baltic of hell. But in gazing at such scenes, it is all in all what mood you are in. If in the Dantean, the devils will occur to you, if in that of Isaiah, the archangels. Standing at the masthead of my ship during a sunrise that crimsoned sky and sea, I once saw a large herd of whales in the east, all heading towards the sun, and for a moment vibrating in concert with peaked flukes. As it seemed to me at the time, such a grand embodiment of adoration of the gods was never ere held, even in Persia, the home of Rhe fire worshipers. As Ptolemy Philopater testified of Rhe African elephant, I then testified of the whale, pronouncing him the most devout of all beings. For according to King Juba, Rhe military elephants of antiquity often hailed the morning with their trunks uplifted in the profoundest silence. He chance comparison in this chapter, between the whale and the elephant, so far as some aspects of the tail of the one and the trunk of the other are concerned, should not tend to place those two opposite organs on an equality, much less the creatures to which they respectively belong. For as the mightiest elephant is but a rear to Leviathan, so, compared with Leviathan's rail, his trunk is but the stalk of a lily. The most direful blow from Rhe elephant's trunk were as Rhe playful rap of a fan, compared with the measureless crush and crash of Rhe sperm whale's ponderous flukes, which in repeated instances have one after Rhe other hurled entire boats with all their oars and crews into the air, very much as an Indian juggler tosses his balls. The more I consider this mighty tale, the more do I deplore my inability to express it. At times there are gestures in it, which, though they would well grace the hand of man, remain wholly inexplicable. In an extensive herd, so remarkable, occasionally, are these mystic gestures, that I have heard hunters who have declared them akin to Freemason signs and symbols, that the whale, indeed, by these methods intelligently conversed with the world. Nor are there wanting other motions of the whale in his general BCNLY, full of strangeness, and unaccountable to his most experienced assailant. Him how I may, then, I but go skin deep, I know him not, and never will. But if I know not even the tail of this whale, how understand his head? Much more, how comprehend his face, when face he has eo shalt see my back parts, my tail, he seems to say, but my face shall not be seen. But I cannot completely make out his back parts, and hint what he will about his face, I say again he has no face. Though all comparison in the way of general bulk between the whale and the elephant is preposterous, inasmuch as in that particular the elephant stands in much the same respect to the whale that a dog does to the elephant, nevertheless, there are not wanting some points of curious similitude, among these is the spout. It is well known that the elephant will often draw up water or dust in his trunk, and then elevating it, jet it forth in chapter LXXX. The Grand Armada, the long and narrow peninsula of Malacca, extending southeastward from the territories of Burma, forms the most southerly point of all Asia. In a continuous line from that peninsula stretch the long islands of Sumatra, Java, Wali, and Timor, which, with many others, form a vast mole, or rampart, lengthwise concatenating Asia with Australia, and dividing the long unbroken Indian from the thickly studded Oriental archipelagos. This rampart is pierced by several sally ports for the convenience of ships and whales, conspicuous among which are the Straits of Sunda and Malacca. By the Straits of Sunda, chiefly, vessels bound to China from the west, emerge into the China Seas. Whose narrow Straits of Sunda divide Sumatra from Java, and standing midway in that vast rampart of islands, buttressed by that green promontory, known to seamen as Java Head, they not a little correspond to the central gateway opening into some vast walled empire, and considering the inexhaustible wealth of spices, and silks, and jewels, and gold, and ivory, with which the thousand islands of that Oriental Sea are enriched, it a significant provision of nature, that such treasures, by the very formation of the land, should at least bear rhe however inefficail, a being guarded from the all-grasping Western world. The shores of the Straits of Sunda are unsupplied with those domineering fortresses which guard the entrances to the Mediterranean, the Baltic, and the Propontis. Unlike the Danes, these Orientals do not demand the obsequious homage of lowered topsails from the endless procession of ships for the wind, which for centuries amst, by night and by day, have passed between the islands of Sumatra and Java, freighted with the costliest cargoes of the East. But while they waive a ceremonial like this, they do by no means renounce their claim to more solid tribute. Lime out of mind the piratical prows of the Malays, lurking among the low-shaded coves and islets of Sumatra, have sallied out the vessels sailing through the straits, fiercely demanding tribute at the point of their spears. Though by the repeated bloody chastisements they have received at the hands of Europe's and cruisers, the audacity of these corsairs has of late been somewhat repressed, yet, even at the present day, we occasionally hear of English and American vessels, which, in those waters, have been remorselessly boarded and pillaged. With a fair, fresh wind, that was now drawing nigh to these straits, Ahab purposing to pass through them into the Javan Sea, and thence, cruising northwards, over waters known to be frequented here and there by the sperm whale, sweep inshore by the Philippine Islands, and gain the far coast of Japan, in time for the great whaling season there. By these means, the circumnavigating Pequod would sweep almost all the known sperm whale cruising grounds of the world, previous to descending upon the line in the Pacific, where Ahab, though everywhere else foiled in his pursuit, firmly counted upon giving battle to Moby Dick. In the sea he was mixed known to frequent, and at a season when he might most reasonably be presumed to be haunting it. But how now? In this zoned quest, Ahab touch no land. Does his crew drink air? Surely, he will stop for water. Nay. For a long rime, now, the circus-running sun has raced within his fiery ring, and needs no sustenance but what's in himself. Ahab. Mark this, too, in the whaler. While other hulls are loaded down with alien stuff, to be transferred to foreign wharves, RHE world-mandering whale ship carries no cargo but herself and crew, their weapons, and their wants. She has a whole lake's contents 9, told in her ample hold. She is ballasted with utilities, not altogether with unusable pig lead and Kent lech. She carries years' water in her. Clear old prime Nantucket water, which, when 3 years afloat, the Nantucketer, in the Pacific, prefers to drink before the brackish fluid, but yesterday rafted off in casks, from the Peruvian or Indian streams. Hence it is, that, while other ships may have gone to China from New York, and back again, touching at a score of ports, the whale ship, in all that interval, may not have sighted one grain of soil, her crew having seen no man but floating seamen like themselves. So that did you carry them the news that another had come, they would only boys, here's the ark. Now, as many sperm whales had been captured off the western coast of Java, in the near vicinity of Rhe Straits of Sunda, indeed, as most of the ground round was generally recognized by the fishermen as an excellent spot for cruising, therefore, as the Pequod gained more and more upon Java Head, the lookouts were repeatedly hailed, and admonished to keep wide awake. But though the green palmy cliffs of the land soon loomed on the starboard bow, and with lighted nostrils the fresh cinnamon was snuffed in the air, yet not a single jet was descried. Almost renouncing all thought of falling in with any game hereabouts, the ship had well nigh entered the straits, when the customary cheering cry was heard from aloft, and ere long a speocle of singular magnificence saluted us. But here be it premised, that owing to the unerried anivity with which of late they have iron hunted over all four oceans, the SVRRRN whales, instead of almost invariably sailing in small detached companies, as in former times, are now frequently met with in extensive herds, sometimes embracing so great a multitude, that it would almost seem as if numerous nations of them had sworn solemn league and covenant for mutual assistance and proteon. This aggregation of the sperm whale into such immense caravans, may be imputed the circumstance that even in the best cruising grounds, you may now sometimes sail for weeks and months together, without being greeted by a single spout, and then be suddenly saluted by what sometimes seems thousands on thousands. Broad on both LUWS, at the distance of some 2 or 3 miles, and forming a great semicircle, embracing one half of the level horizon, a continuous chain of whale jets were up playing and sparkling in the air. Unlike the straight perpendicular twin jets of the right whale, which, dividing at top, falls over in 2 branches, like the cleft drooping of a willow, the single forward slanting spout of the sperm whale presents a thick curled bush of white mist, continually rising and falling away to leeward. Seen from the Pekuxlo's deck, then, as she would rise on a high hill of the sea, this host of vapory spouts, individually curling up into Rhe air, and beheld through a blending atmosphere of bluish haze, showed like the 1,000 cheerful chimneys of some dense metropolis, descried of a balmy autumnal morning, by some horseman on a height. As marching armies approaching an unfriendly defile in the mountains, accelerate their march, all to place that perilous passage in their rear, and once expand in comparative security upon the plain, even so did this vast fleet of whales now seem hurrying forward through the straits, gradually contracting the wings of their semicircle, and swimming on, in one solid, but still crescentic center, crowding all sail. The Pequod pressed after them, the Harvks H, Nares handling their wheel X, N.S, and loudly cheering from the heads of their yet suspended boats. If the wind only held, little doubt had they, that chased through these straits of Sunda, the vast host would only deploy into the oriental seas to witness the capture of not a few of their number. And who could tell whether, in that congregard caravan, Moby Dick himself might not temporarily be swimming, like the worshipped white elephant in the coronation procession of Rhe Siamese. So with stunsail piled on stunsail, we sailed along, driving Rhee's leviathans before us, when, of a sudden, the voice of Tashtego was heard, loudly directing attention to something in our wake. Corresponding to the crescent in our van, we beheld another in our rear. It seemed formed of detached white vapors, rising and falling something like the spouts of the whales, only they did not so completely come and go, for they constantly hovered, without finally disappearing. Levelling his glass at this sight, Ahab quickly revolved in his pivot hole, crying, "Aloft there, and rig whips and buckets to wet the sails, Malays, sir, and after us." As if too long lurking behind the headlands, till the Pequod should fairly have entered the straits, Rhee's rascally Asiatics were now in hot pursuit, to make up for their overcautious delay. But when the swift Pequod, with a fresh leading wind, was herself in hot chase, how very kind of these tawny philanthropists to assist in speeding her on to her own chosen riding whips and rowels to her, that they were. As with glass under arm, Ahab to and fro paced the deck, in his forward turn beholding the monsters he chased, and in the after one the blcx thirsty pirates chasing him, some such fancy as the seemed his. And when he glanced upon the green walls of the watery defile in which the ship was then sailing, and retaught him that through that gate lay the route to his vengeance, and beheld, how that through that same gate he was now chasing and being chased to his deadly end, and not only that, but a herd of remorseless wild pirates and inhuman atheistical devils were infernally cheering him on with their all these conceits had passed through his brain, Ahab's brow was left gaunt and like the black sand beach after some stormy tide has been gnawing it, without being able to drag the firm thing from its place. But thoughts like these ribald very few of the reckless crew, and when, after steadily dropping and dropping RHE pirates astern, the Pequod at last shot by RHE Vivid Green Point on the Sumatra side, emerging at last UBJ and the broad waters beyond, then, the harpooner seemed more to see that the swift whales had been gaining upon the ship, than to see that the ship had so variously gained UBJ and the Malays. But still driving on in the wake of the whales, at length they seemed abating their seared, gradually the ship neared them, and the wind now dying away, word was passed to spring to the awats. But no sooner did the herd, by some presumed wonderful instina of the sperm whale, become notified of the 3 keels that were after as yet a mile in there they rallied again, and forming in Kleck's ranks and battalions, so that their spouts all looked like flashing lines of stacked bayonets, moved on with redoubled velocity. Stripped to our shirts and drawers, we sprang to the white ash, and after several hours pulling were almost disposed to renounce the chase, when a general pausing commotion among the whales gave animating token that they were now at last under RHE influence of that strange perplexity of inert irresolution, which, when the fishermen perceive it in the whale, they say he is gollied. The compa-martial learns in which they had hitherto rapidly and steadily swimming, were now broken up in one measureless rout, and like King Porus elephants in the Indian battle with Alexander, they seemed going mad with consternation. In all directions expanding in vast irregular circles, and aimlessly swimming hither and thither, by their short thick skutings, they plainly betrayed their distress and ion of panic. This was still more strangely evinced by those of their number, who, completely paralyzed as it were, helplessly floated like waterlogged dismantled ships on the sea. Had these leviathans Lou and Burr a flock of simple sheep, pursued over the pasture by 3 fierce wolves, they could nor possibly have evinced such excessive dismay. Burr, this occasional timidity is characteristic of almost all herding creatures. Ilmuff banding together in tens of thousands, the lion-maned buffa of the west have fled before a solitary horseman. Witness, all human beings, how when herded together in the sheepfold of a theatre's pit, they will, at the slightest alarm of fire, rush helter-skelter for the outlets, crowding, trampling, jamming, and remorselessly dashing each other to death. Best, therefore, withhold any amazement at the strangely gollied whales before us, for there is no folly of the beasts of the earth which is not infinitely outdone by the madness of men. Lhawk many of the whales, as has Wren said, were in violent motion, yet it is to be observed that as a whole the herd neither advanced nor retreated, but Collet and Ively remained in one place. As is customary in those cases, the boats at once separated, each making for some one lone whale on the outskirts of the shoal. In about 3 minutes' time, Queek's harpoon was flung, the stricken fish darted blinding spray in our faces, and then running away with us like light, steered straight for RHE heart of the herd. Eow, such a movement on the part of RHE whale struck under such circumstances, is in no wise unprecedented, and indeed is almost always more or less anticipated, yet it present one of the more perilous vicissitudes of the fishery. For as the swift monster drags you deeper and deeper into the frantic shoal, you bid adieu to circumspect life and only exist in a delirious throb. As, blind and deaf, the whale plunged forward, as if by sheer power of speed to rid himself of the iron leech that had fastened to him, as we thus tore a white gash in the sea, on all sides menaced as we knew, by the crammed creatures to and fro rushing us, our beset lunt was like a ship mobluard by ice isles in a tempest, and striving to steer through their complicated channels and straits, knowing not at what moment it may be locked in and crushed. But not a bit daunted, Queek steered us manfully, now sheering off from this monster Dirioli acrex our route in advance, now edging away from that, whose colossal flukes were suspended overhead, while all the time, Starbuck stood up in the LXVS, lance in hand, pricking out of our way whatever whales he could reach by short darts, for share was no time to make long ones. Nor were the oarsmen quite idle, though cheer wanted duty was now altogether dispensed with. They chiefly attended to the shouting part of the business. "Out of the way, Commodore," cried one, to a great dromedary that of a sudden bodily to the surface, and for an instant threatened to swamp us. "Velard down with your tail, there," cried a to another, which, to our gunwale, seemed calmly ccxling himself with his own fan-like extremity. All whale boats carry certain curious contrivances, originally invented by the Nantucket Indians, called drugs. Thick squares of wood of equal size stoutly clenched together, so that they cross each other's grain at right angles, line of considerable length is ren attached to the middle of rees block, and rhe other end of the line looped, it can in a moment be fastened to a harpoon. It is chiefly among gollied whales that rees is used. For then, more whales are close round you than you can possibly chase at one time. But sperm whales are not every day encountered, while you may, then, you must kill all you can. And if you cannot kill them all at once, you must wing them, that they can be afterwards killed at your leisure. LLCNCE it is, that at times like these the drug comes into requisition. Our lunt was furnished with 3 of them. The first and second were successfully darted, and we saw the whales staggeringly running off, fettered by the enormous sidelong resistance of the towing drug. They cramped like Malafay oars with the chain and ball. But upon flinging the third, in the aa of tossing overboard the clumsy wooden, it caught under one of the seats of the Tuyat, and in an instant tore it out and carried it away, dropping the oarsman in the boat's bottom as the seat slid from under him. On both sides the sea carn in at the wounded planks, but we stuffed ruo or 3 drawers and shirts in, and so stopped drhe leaks for the rime. It had been next to impossible to dart rees drugged harpoons, were it not that as we advanced into rhe herd, our whale's way greatly diminished, moreover, that as we went still further and further from the circumference of commotion, the direful disorders seemed waning. So that when at last the jerking drew out, and the towing whale sideways vanished, then, with the tapering force of his parting momentum, we glided between 2 whales into the innermost heart of the SHML, as if from some mountain torrent we had slid into a serene valley lake. Here the storms in the roaring glens between the outermost whales, were heard but not felt. In this central expanse the sea presented that smcxth satin-like surface, called a sleek, produced by the subtle moisture thrown off by the whale in his more quiet moods. Yes, we were now in that enchanted calm which they say lurks at the heart of every commotion. And still in the distrati distance we beheld the tumults of the outer concentric circles, and saw successive pods of whales, 8 or 10 in each, swiftly going round and round, like multiplied spans of horses in a ring, and so closely shoulder to shoulder, a titanic circus rider might easily have overarched the middle ones, and so have gone round on their backs. Owing to the density of the crowd of reposing whales, more immediately surrounding the embayed axis of the herd, no possible chance of escape was at present afforded us. We must watch for a breach in the living wall that hemmed us in, the wall that had only admitted us in order to shut us up. Keeping at the center of the lake, we were occasionally visited by small tame cows and calves, the women and children of this rooted host. Now, inclusive of the occasional wide intervals between the revolving outer circles, and inclusive of the spaces between the various pods in any one of THCXSE circles, the entire area at Ries Genor, embraced by the whole multitude, must have contained at least 2 or 3 square miles. A one any rate chuff indeed such a test at such a time might be deceptive spoutings might be discovered from our Lolxiar that seemed playing up almost from the rim of the horizon. I mention this circumstance, because, as if the AJWS and calves had been purposely locked up in this innermost fold, and as if the wide extent of the herd had hitherto prevented them from learning the precise cause of its stopping, or, possibly, being so young, unsophisticated, and every way innocent and inexperienced, however it may have been, these smaller whales now and then visiting our becalmed boat from the margin of the lake evinced a wondrous fearlessness and confidence, or else a still beck-armed panic which it was impossible not to marvel at. Like household dogs they came snuffling round us, right up to our gunwales, and touching them, till it almost seemed that some spell had suddenly domesticated them. Queek patted their foreheads, Starbuck scratched their backs with his lance, but fearful of the consequences, for the time refrained from darting it. But far beneath this wondrous world RHE surface, another and still stranger world met our eyes as we gazed over the side. For, suspended in Cho's watery vaults, floated the forms of RHE nursing mothers of the whales, and those chat by their enormous girth seemed shortly to mothers. The lake, as I have hinted, was to a considerable depth exclaimingly transparent, and as human infants while suckling will calmly and fixedly gaze away from the breast, as if leading 2 different lives at the time, and while yet drawing mortal nourishment, be still spiritually feasting upon some unearthly, so did the young of these whales seem up towards us, but not at us, as if we were but a bit off gulfweed in their sight. Floating on their sides, the mothers also seemed quietly eyeing us. One of these little infants, that from certain queer tokens seemed hardly a day old, might have measured some 14 feet in length, and some 6 feet in girth. He was a little frisky, though as yet his body seemed scarce yet recovered from that irksome position it had lately occupied in the maternal reticule, where, rail to head, and all ready for the final spring, the unborn whale lies bent like a Tartar's bow. Delicate side fins, and the palms of his flukes, still freshly retain the plaited crumpled appearance of a baby's ears newly arrived from foreign parts. "Line! Line!" cried looking over the gunwale, "him fast! Him fast who line him? Who struck? Whale, one big, one little." "What ails ye, man?" cried Starbuck. "Here," said Queek pointing down. As when the stricken whale, that from the tub has reeled out hundreds of fathoms of rope, as, after deep sounding, he floats up again, and shows the slackened curling line buoyantly rising and spiraling towards the air, so now, Starbuck saw long coils of the umbilical cord of Madame Leviathan, by which the young cub seemed still tethered to its dam. Not seldom in the rapid vicissitudes of the chase, this natural line, with the maternal end LCNSE, becomes entangled with RHE hempen one, so that the cub is thereby trapped. Some of RHE's subtlest secrets of the seas seemed divulged to us in this enchanted pond. We saw young Leviathan amours in the deep. And thus, though surrounded by circle upon circle of consternations and frights, did these inscrutable creatures at the center freely and fearlessly indulge in all peaceful concerns, serenely revelled in dalliance and delight. But even so, amid the tornadoed Atlantic of my being, do I myself still forever scent rally disport in mute calm, and while ponderous planets of unwaning woe revolve round me, deep down and deep inland there I still bathe me in eternal mildness of joy. Meanwhile, as we thus lay entranced, the occasional sudden frantic speocles in the distance evince the aivity of the other boats, still engaged in drugging the whales on the frontier of the host, or carrying on the war within the first circle, where abundance of and some convenient retreats were afforded them. Brrhe sight oft enraged drugged whales now and then blindly darting to and fro across the circles, was nothing to what at last met our eyes. It is sometimes the custom when fast to a whale more than commonly powerful and alert, to seek to hamstring him, as it were, by sundering or maiming his gigantic tail tendon. It is done by darting a short-handled cutting spade, to which is attached a rope for hauling it back again. A whale wounded, as we afterwards learned, in this part, but not officially, as it seemed, had broken away from the boat, carrying along with him half of the line, and in the extraordinary agony of the wound, he was now dashing among the revolving circles like the lone-mounted desperado Arnold, at the Battle of Saratoga, carrying dismay wherever he went. But agonizing as was the wound of this whale, and an appalling sore and acle enough, anyway, yet the peculiar horror with which he seemed to inspire the rest of the herd, was owing to a cause which at first the intervening distance obscured from us. But at length we perceived that by one of the unimaginable accidents of the fishery, this whale had become entangled in the harpoon line that he towed. He had also run away with the cutting spade in him, and while the free end of Rhe attached to that weapon, had permanently caught in Rhe coils of the harpoon line round his tail, the cutting spade itself had worked lcuyse from his flesh. So that tormented to madness, he was now churning through the water, violently flailing with his flexible tail, and tossing the keen spade about him, wounding and murdering his own comrades. These terrific objects seemed to recall the whole herd from their stationary fright. First, the whales forming the margin of our lake began to crowd a little, and tumble against each other, as if lifted by half-spent billows from afar. Then the lake itself began faintly to heave and swell, the submarine bridal chambers and nurseries vanished in more and more contraying orbits, the whales in the more central circles began to swim in chickening clusters. Yes, Rhe Longcom was departing. A low advancing hum was SCKN heard, and ran like to Rhe tumultuous masses of block ice when the great river Hudson breaks up in spring. The entire host of whales came tumbling upon their inner center, as if to pile themselves up in one common mountain. Instantly Starbuck and Queek changed places, Starbuck taking the stern. "Oars! Oars!" he intensely whispered, "seizing your oars, and clutch your souls, now. My GCNL, men, stand by. Shove him off, you Queek the whale there, prick him, hit him. Stand up, and stay so. Spring, men, pull, men, never mind there them scree away." He Lunt was now all but jammed between two vast black bulks, leaving a narrow Dardanelles between their long lengths. But by desperate endeavor we at last shot into a temporary opening, then giving way rapidly, and at the same time earnestly watching for another outlet. After many similar hair-breadth escapes, we at last swiftly glided into what had just iron one of the outer circles, but now crossed by random whales, all violently making for one center. Ibis lucky salvation was cheaply purchased by Rhe loss of Queekeg's hat, who, while standing in Rhelxvs to prick the fugitive whales, had his hat taken clean from his head by the air eddy made by the sudden tossing of a pair of broad flukes by. Riotous and disordered as the universal commotion now was, it resolved itself into what seemed a systematic movement, for having clumped together at last in one dense they then renewed their onward flight with augmented fleetness. Further pursuit was useless, but the Awats still lingered in their wake to pick up what whales might be dropped astern, and likewise to secure one which Flask had killed and waifed. Mne waif is a penwund pole, 2 or 3 of which are carried by every Zayat, and which, when additional game is at hand, are inserted upright into the floating body of a dead whale, to mark its place on the sea, and also as token of prior possession, should the boats of any other ship draw near. Result of this lowering was somewhat illustrative of that Sagatiateles saying in the fishery, the more whales the less fish. Of all the whales only one was captured. Ilmi rest contrived to for the time, but only to be taken, as will hereafter be seen, by some other craft than the Pequod. To galley, or gallow, is to frighten excessively, to confound with fright. It is an old Saxon word. It occurs once in Shakespeare, i.e. wrathful skies gallow the very wanderers of the dark and make them keep their caves. To Ajman language, the word is now completely obsolete. When the polite landsman first hears it from the gaunt Nantucketer, he is apt to it down as one of the whaleman's self-derived savageries. Much the same is it with many other sinewy Saxonisms of this sort, which emigrated to New England rocks with the noble brawn of the old English emigrants in the time of the Commonwealth. Thus, some of the and furthest descended English words, the etymological Howards and Percys, are now democratized, nay, plebeianized, so to speak, in the New World. The Sveriorn whale, as with all other species of the Leviathan, but unlike most other fish, breeds indifferently at all seasons, after a gestation which may probably be set down at 9 months, producing but one at a times, though in some few known instances giving birth to an Esau, and contingency provided for in suckling by 2 teats, curiously situated, one on each side of the anus, but the breasts themselves extend upwards from that. When by chance these precious parts in a nursing whale are cut by the lance, the mother's exuring milk and blood rivalingly discolor the sea for rods. Lhe milk is very sweet and rich, it has been tasted by man, it might do well with strawberries. When overflowing with mutual esteem, the whales salute more chapterlsxi. Schools and schoolmasters. The previous chapter gave account of an immense body or herd of slrrm whales, and there was also then given the probable cause inducing Cho's vast aggregations. Now, though such great bodies are at times encountered, yet, as must have been seen, even at the present day, small detached bands are occasionally observed, embracing from 20 to 50 individuals each. Such bands are known as SCHCRLS. They generally are of 2 sorts, those composed almost entirely of females, and those mustering none but young vigorous males, or bulls, as they are familiarly designated. In cavalier attendance upon the of females, you invariably see a male of full-grown magnitude, but not old, who, upon any alarm, evinces his gallantry by falling in the rear and covering the height of his ladies. In truth, this gentleman is a luxuriateles ottoman, swimming about over the watery world, surroundingly AC accompanied by all the solaces and endearments of the harem. Contrast between this ottoman and his concubines is striking. While he is always of the largest leviathanic proportions, the ladies, even at full growth, are not more than 1/3 of the bulk of an average-sized male. Ilme are comparatively delicate, in coat, I dare say, not to exceed half a dozen yards round the waist. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied, that upon the whole they are hereditarily entitled to en bonne pointe. It is very curious to watch this harem and its lord in their indolent ramblings. Like fashionables, they are forever on the move in leisurely search of variety. You them on the line in time for the full flower of the fauatorial feeding season, having just returned, perhaps, from spending the summer in the northern seas, and so cheating summer of all unpleasant weariness and warmth. By the time they have lounged up and down the promenade of the equator a while, they start for the oriental waters in anticipation of the cool season there, and so evade the other excessive temperature of the year. When serenely advancing on one of these journeys, if any strange suspicious sights are seen, my Lord Whale keeps a wary eye on his interesting family. Should any unwarrantably pert young Leviathan coming chatway, presume to draw confidentially close to one of the ladies, with what Cligis fury the Bashaw assails him, and chases him away. High times, indeed, if unprincipled young rakes like him are to be permitted to invade the sanctity of domestic bliss, though do what the Isha will, he cannot keep the most notorious IA, the Rio out of his bed, for, alas, all fish bed in common. As ashore, the ladies often cause the most terrible duels among their rival admirers, just so with the whales, who sometimes come to deadly battle, and all for love. They fence with their long lower jaws, sometimes locking them together, and so striving for the supremacy like elks that warringly interweave their antlers. Not a few are captured having the deep scars of these heads, broken teeth, scalloped fins, and in some instances, wrenched and dislocated mouths. But supposing the invader of domestic bliss to betake himself away at the first rush of the harem's lord, then is it very diverting to watch that lord. Gently he insinuates his vast bulk among them again and revels there a while, still in tantalizing vicinity to young Lothario, like pious Solomon devoutly worshipping among his 1,000 concubines. Granting other whales to be in sight, the fisherman will seldom give chase to one of these grand Turks, for these grand lilricaes are lavish of their strength, and hence their unctuousness is small. As for the sons and the daughters they beget, why, those sons and daughters must take care of themselves, at least, with only the maternal help. For like certain other omnivorous roving lovers that might named, my Lord Whale has no taste for the nursery, however much for the XWER, and so, ring a great traveler, he leaves his anonymous babies all over the world, every baby an exotic. In good time, nevertheless, as the ardor of youth declines, as years and dumps increase, as Raflean lends her solemn pauses, in short, as a general lassitude overtakes the sated Turk, then a love of ease and virtue supplants the love for maidens, our Ottoman enters upon the impotent, reflotant, admonitory stage of life, forswears, disbands the harem, and grown to an exemplary, sulky old soul, about all alone among Rhe meridians and parallels saying his prayers, and warning each young Ixiotan from his amorous errors. Now, as the harem of Wales is called by the fishermen a school, so is the lord and master of that school technically known as it is therefore not in stria character, however admirably satirical, that after going to school himself, he should then go abroad inculcating not what he learned there, but the folly of it. His title, schoolmaster, would very naturally seem derived from the name bestowed upon the harem itself, but some have surmised that the man who first thus entitled this sort of Ottoman whale, must have read the memoirs of Vidocq, and informed himself what sort of a country schoolmaster that famous Frenchman was in his younger days, and what was the nature of those occult lessons he inculcated into some of his pupils. The same secludedness and isolation to which the schoolmaster whale betakes himself in his advancing years, is true of all aged slrrrn whales. Almost university or Sally, a lone whale as a solitary leviathan is called Provx an ancient one. Like venerable moss-bearded Daniel he will have no one near him but nature herself, and her he takes to wife in the wilderness of waters, and the LXSST of wives she is, though she keeps so many he schools none but young and vigorous males, previously mentioned, offer a strong contrast to the harem schools. For while those female whales are chara and eristically timid, the young males, or 40-barrel bulls, as they call them, are by far the most pugnacious of all leviathans, and proverbially the most dangerous to encounter, excepting wondrous gray-headed, grizzled whales, sometimes met, and these will fight you like grim fiends exasperated by a penal IHE. 40 barrel bowl schools are larger than the harem schools. Like a mob of young collegians, Che are full of fight, fun, and wickedness, rumbling round the world at such a reckless, rollicking rate, that no prudent underwriter would insure them any more than he would a riotous lad at Yale or Harvard. They relinquish this turbulence though, and when about 3/4 grown, break up, and separately go about in quest of settlements, that is, harems. Another point of difference between the male and female schools is still more characteristic of the sexes. Say you strike a 40 barrel bull devil. All his comrades quit him. But strike a MEMERR of the harem school, and her companions swim around her with every token of concern, sometimes lingering so near her and so long, as themselves to fall a prey. Chapter LXE. Fast fish and loose fish. The allusion to the waifs and waif poles in RHE last chapter but one, necessitates some account of the laws and regulations of the whale fishery, of which the waif may deem the grand symbol and image. It frequently happens that when several ships are cruising in company, a whale may struck by one vessel, then escape, and be finally killed and captured by another vessel, and herein are indirectly comprised many minor contingencies, all partaking of this one grand feature. For a weary and perilous chase and capture of a whale, the body may get loose from the ship by reason of a violent storm, and drifting far away to leeward, be retaken by a second whaler, who, in a calm, snugly tows it alongside, without risk of life or line. Thus the most vexatious and violent disputes would often arise between the fishermen, were there not some written or unwritten, universal, undisputed law applicable to all cases. Perhaps the only formal whaling authorized by legislative enactment was that of Holland. It was decreed by the States General in AD 1695. But though no other nation has ever had any written whaling law, yet the American fishermen have been their own legislators and lawyers in res matter. They have provided a system which for terse comprehensiveness surpasses Justinian's Pandects and the bylaws of the Chinese Society for the suppression of meddling with other people's business. Yes, these laws might be engraven on a Queen Anne farthing, or the barb of a harpoon, and worn round the neck, so small are they. A fast fish belongs to the party fast to it. 11a is fair game for anybody who can soonest catch it. But what plays the mischief with this masterly code is the admirable brevity of it, which necessitates a vast volume of commentaries to expound it. First, what is a fast fish? Alive or dead, a fish is technically fast, when it is canae and ed with an cupid ship or lunt, by any medium at all controllable by the occupant or mast, an oar, a 9-inch cable, a telegraph wire, or a strand of cobweb, it is all rhe same. Likewise a fish is technically fast when it bears a waif, or any other recognized symbol of Fosses Zion, so long as the peri-waifing it plainly evinced your ability at any time to take it alongside, as well as their intention so to do. Lheskark scientific commentaries, but the commentaries of the whalemen themselves sometimes consist in hard words and harder knocks the coke upon Littleton of the fist. True, among the more upright and honorable whalemen allowances are always made for peculiar cases, where it would an outrageous moral injustice for one party to claim cession of a whale previously chased or killed by another party. But others are by no means so scrupulous. Some 50 years ago there was a curious case of whale trover litigated in England, wherein the plaintiff set forth that after a hard chase of a whale in the northern seas, and when indeed they, the plaintiffs, had succeeded in harpooning the fish, they were at last, through peril of their lives, obliged to forsake not only their lines, but their boat itself. Ultimately the defendants, the crew of another ship, came up with the whale, struck, killed, seized, and finally appropriated it before the very eyes of the plaintiffs. and when Cho's defendants were remonstrated with, their captain snapped his fingers in the plaintiff's teeth, and assured them that by way of doxalo to Rhe deed he had done, he would now retain their line, har, and boat, which had remained attached to the whale at the time of the seizure. Wherefore the plaintiffs now sued for the recovery of the value of their whale, line, harp and JNS, and Mr. Erskine was adjunsel for the defendants. Lord Ellenborough was the judge. In the course of the defense, the witty Erskine went on to illustrate his position, by alluding to a recent crim. Con. case, wherein a gentleman, after in vain trying to bridle his wife's viciousness, had at last abandoned her upon the seas of life, but in the course of years, repenting of that step, he instituted an aeon to recover possession of her. Erskine was on the other side, and he then supported it by saying, that though the gentleman had originally harpooned the lady, and had once had her fast, and only by reason of the great stress of her plunging viciousness, had as last abandoned her, yet abandon her he did, so that she became a lox fish, and therefore when a subsequent gentleman reharps ned her, the lady then that subsequent gentleman's property, along with whatever harpoon might have been found sticking in her. Now in the present case Erskine contended that the examples of the whale and the lady were illustrative of each other. Lhesk pleadings, and the counter pleadings, being duly heard, the very learned judge in set terms decided, to as for the boat, he awarded it to the plaintiffs, cause they had merely abandoned it to save their lives, but that with regard to the contract overt whale, and line, they irong to the defendants, the whale, because it was a loose fish at the time of the final capture, and Rhe harpoons and line because when Rhe fish made off with them, it, the fish, acquired a properly in those articles, and hence NLHRLY who afterwards took Rhe fish had a right to chem. Now the defendants afterwards rooked the fish, ergo, the aforesaid articles were theirs. A common man LCX, king at this decision of the very learned judge, might object to it. But plowed up to the primary rock of the matter, the two great principles laid down in the twin whaling laws previously quoted, and applied and elucidated by Lord in the above cited case, these two laws touching fast fish and LCHSE fish, I say, will, on reflection, found the fundamentals of all human jurisprudence, for notwithstanding its complicated tracery of sculpture, the temple of the law, like the temple of the Philistines, has but two props to stand on. Is it not a saying in every 1% mouth, possession is half oft law. V, that is, regardless of how the thing came into possession? But often possession is the whole of the law. What are the sinews and souls of Russian serfs and Republican slaves but fast fish, whereof possession is the whole of the law? What to the rapacious landlord is the widow's last mite but a fast fish? What is yonder undetected Ville Lane's marble mansion with a door plate for a waif, what is that but a fast fish? What is Rhe ruinous discount which Mordecai, the broker, gets from poor Woebegone, the bankrupt, on a loan to keep Woebegone's family from starvation, what is that ruinous discount but a fast fish? What is the Archbishop income of £100,000 seized from the scant bread and cheese of hundreds of thousands of broken-backed, all sure of heaven without any of help, what is that globular but a fast fish? What are the Duke of Dunder's hereditary towns and hamlets but fast fish? What to that redoubted harpsnare, John Bull, is poor Ireland, but a fast fish? What to that AVX Stalich Lancer, brother Jonathan, is Texas but a fast fish? And concerning all these, is not possession the whole of the law? But if the douarine of fast fish be pretty generally applicable, the kindred doctrine of Dottox fish is still more widely so. That is internationally and universally what was America in 1492 but a loose fish, in which Columbus struck the Spanish standard by way of waifing it for his royal master and mistress. What was Poland to the Tsar? What Greece to the Turk? What India to England? What at last will Mexico be to the United States? All what are the rights of man and the of the world, but what all men's minds and opinions, but what is the principle of religious belief in them, but a what to the ostentatious smuggling journalists are the thoughts of thinkers, but lcxse fish? What is the great globe itself but a nosefish? And what are you, reader, but a nosefish and a fast fish? Chapter lxeeth. Heads or tails de Bellina vero sufficit, si rex habet caput, et regina caudam. Brayon, L3. Latin from the books of the laws of England, which taken along with the context, means, that of all whales captured by anybody on the coast of that land, the king, as l'honorary grand harpunier, must have the head, and the queen be respectfully presented with the tail. A division which, in the whale, is much like having an apple, there is no intermediate remainder. Now as this law, under a modified form, is to this day in force in England, and as it offers in various respens a strange anomaly touching the general law of fast and lcxse fish, it is here treated of in a separate chapter, on the same courteous principle that prompts the English railways to be at the expense of a separate car, specially reserved for the accommodation of royalty. In the first place, in curious proof of the FAA that the above-mentioned law is still in force, I proceed to lay before you a circumstance that happened within the last 2 years. It seems that some honest mariners of Dover, or Sandwich, or some one of the Cinque Ports, had after a hard chase succeeded in killing and beaching a fine whale which they had originally descried afar off from the shore. Now the Cinque Ports are partially or somehow under the jurisdiction of a sort of polyxernon or beadle, called a Lord Warden. Holding the office directly from the Crown, I believe, all the royal emoluments incident to the Cinque Port territories become by assignment his. By some writers this office is called a sinecure. But not so. Cattles the Warden is busily employed at times in fobbing his perquisites, which are his chiefly by virtue of that same fobbing of them. Now when these poor sunburnt mariners, barefooted, and with their trousers rolled high up on their eely legs, had wearily hauled their fat fish high and dry, promising themselves a good sow from the precious oil and bone, and in fantasy sipping rare tea with their wives, and ale with their cronies, upon the strength of their shares, up steps a very learned and most Christian and charitable gentleman, with a copy of Blackstone under his arm, and laying it upon R.H.E. Whale's head, he says, "Hands off. Rees fish, my masters, is a fast fish. I seize it as the Lord Warden's." Upon this the mariners in their respectful consternation, so truly English, knowing not what to say, fall to vigorously scratching their heads all round, meanwhile ruefully glancing from the whale to the stranger. But that did in no wise mend the matter, or at all soften the hard heart of the learned gentleman with the copy of Blackstone. At length one of them, after long scratching for his ideas, made to speak. "Please, sir, who is the Lord Warden?" "The Duke." "But the Duke had nothing to do with taking this fish." "It is his. We have been at great trouble and peril and some expense, and is all that to go to the Duke's tournament, we getting nothing at all for our pains but our blisters, it is his." "Is the Duke so very as to be to this desperate mode of getting a livelihood?" "It is his. I thought to relieve my old bedridden mother by part of my share of this whale. It is his." "Won't the Duke be adjutant with a quarter or a half?" "It is his." In a word, the whale was seized and sold, and His Grace the Duke of Wellington received the money. Linking that viewed in some particular lights, the case might by a bare exhibility in some small degree deemed, under the circumstances, a rather hard one. An honest clergyman of the town respectfully addressed a note to His Grace, begging him to take the case of those unfortunate mariners into full consideration. To which my Lord Duke in substance replied, both letters we published, that he had already done so, and received the money, and be obliged to the reverend gentleman if for the future he, the reverend gentleman, would decline meddling with other people's business. Is this the still militant old man, standing at the corners of the three kingdoms, on all hands coercing alms of it will readily be seen that in this case the alleged right of the Duke to the whale was a delegated one from the sovereign. We must needs inquire then on what principle the sovereign is originally invested with that right. The law itself has already set forth. But Plowden gives us the reason for it. Says Plowden, the whale so caught belongs to the king and queen, because of its superior excellence. And by the soundest commentators this has ever been held a cogent argument in such matters. But why should the king have the head, and the queen the tail? A reason for that, ye lawyers. And his treatise on Queen Gold, or Queen Pin Money, an old King o' Bench o' Thor, 1 Oleum Prin, thus discourseth, eke tail is ye queen's, that eke queen's wardrobe may be supplied with ye whale bone. Now this was written at a time when the black limber bone of the Greenland or right whale was largely used in ladies, but this same is not in the tail, it is in the head, which is a sad mistake for a sagacious lawyer like Prynne. But is the queen a mermaid, to be presented with a tail? An allegorical meaning may lurk here. Her are two royal fish so styled by the English law writers, the whale and the sturgeon, both royal property under certain limitations, and nominally supplying the 10th branch of the Crown's ordinary revenue. I know not that any other author has hinted of the matter, but by inference it seems to me that the sturgeon must be divided in the same way as the whale, the king receiving the highly dense and elastic head peculiar to that fish, which, symbolically regarded, may possibly be humorously grounded upon some presumed congeniality. And thus there seems a reason in all things, even in law. Chapter LXV. The Pequod meets the rosebud, and vain it was to rake for ambergris in the paunch of this leviathan, insufferable fater denying not inquiry. Sir T. Brown, V.E. It was a week or two after the last whaling scene ruined, and when we were slowly sailing over a sleepy, vapory, midday sea, that the many noses on the deck proved more vigilant discoverers than the three pairs of eyes aloft. A peculiar and not very pleasant smell was smelt in the sea. "We'll bet something now," said Stubb, "that somewhere hereabouts are some of those drugged whales we tickled the other day. I thought they would keel up before long." Presently, the vapors in advance slid aside, and there in the distance lay a ship, whose furled sails betokened that some sort of whale must be alongside. As we glided nearer, the stranger shmved French colors from his peak, and by the eddying cloud of vulture seafowl that circled, and hovered, and swooped around him, it was plain that the whale alongside must be what the fishermen call a blasted whale, that is, a whale that died unmolested on the sea, and so floated an unappropriated corpse. It may well be conceived, what an unsavory odor such a mass must exhale, worse than an Assyrian city in Rhe plague, when Rhe living are incompetent to bury Rhe departed. So intolerable indeed is it regarded by some, that no cupidiary could persuade them to ringsir alongside of it. Yet are there those who will still do it, notwithstanding the FAA that the oil obtained from such subjects is of a very inferior quality, and by no means of the nature of attar of rose. Chilling still nearer with the expiring breeze, we saw that the Frenchman had a second whale alongside, and this seemed whale seemed even more of a nosegay than the first. In truth, it turned out to be one of those problematical whales that seem to dry up and die with a sort of prodigious dyspepsia, or indigestion, leaving their diffuna bodies almost entirely bankrupt of anything like oil. Nevertheless, in the proper place we shall see char no knowing fisherman will ever turn up his nose at such a whale as this, however much he may shun blasted whales in general. Ihe Pequod had now swept so nigh to the stranger, Chats rubbed out. He recognized his cutting spade pole entangled in the lines that were knotted round the tail of one of these whales. A pretty fellow, now, he banteringly laughed, standing in the ship's LXJWS, there's a jackal for yell. I well know that these crapocks of Frenchmen are but poor devils in the fishery, sometimes lowering their zyots for breakers, mistaking them for sperm whale sexuts, yes, and sometimes sailing from their XRT with their hold full of tallow candles, and cases of snuffers, foreseeing that all the oil they will get won't enough to dip the captain's wick into. We all know these things, but look here's a cra that is content with our leavings, the drugged whale there, and is content too with scraping the dry bones of that other precious fish he has there. Poor devil. I say, pass round a hat, someone, and let's make him a present of a little oil for dear charity's sake. For what oil he'll get from that drugged whale there, wouldn't be fit to burn in a jail, no, not in a condemned cell. And as for the other whale, why, I'll agree to get more oil by chopping up and trying out these 3 masts of ours, ran he'll get from that bundle of bones, though, now that I think of it, it may contain something worth a deal more than oil, yes, ambergris. I wonder now if our old man has thought of that. It's worth trying. Yes, I'm for it, and so saying he started for the quarter-deck. By this time the faint air had become a complete calm, so that whether or no, the Pecucnel was now fairly entrapped in the smell, with no hope of escaping except by its breezing up again. Issuing from the cabin, Stubb now called his crew, and pulled off for the stranger. Drawing across her he perceived that in accordance with the fanciful French taste, the part of her stem piece was carved in the likeness of a huge drooping stalk, was painted green, and for thorns had copper spikes projecting from it here and there, the whole terminating in a symmetrical folded bulb of a bright red color. Upon her headboards, in large gilt letters, he read Bouton de Rose, Rosebutton or Rosebud, and this was the romantic name of this aromatic ship. Eow Stubb did not understand the Bouton part oft inscription, yet the word rose, and the bt_lxjus figured put together, sufficiently explained the whole to him. A wooden L, he cried with his hand to his nose, that will do very well, but how like all creation it smells. Now in order to hold dire a communication with the aeropole on deck, he had to pull round the bows to the starboard side, and thus come close to the blasted whale, and so over it. Arrived then at this spot, with one hand still to his nose, he bawled Bouton de Rose, ahoy! Are share any of you Bouton de Roses that speak English? Yes, rejoined a Guernsey man from the bulwarks, who roared out to the chief mate. Well, then, my bud, have you the white whale? What whale? White whale, a sperm whale, Moby Dick, have ye him? Never heard of such a whale. Cachalot blanche. White whale, no, very gchd, then, goodbye now, and I'll call again in a minute. Lhen rapidly pulling back towards the Pequod, and seeing Ahab leaning over the quarter-deck rail awaiting his Rehu RT, he molded his 2 hands into a trum ERT and Sir. No. Upon which Ahab retired, and Stubb returned to the Frenchman. He now perceived that the Guernsey man, who had got into the chains, and was using a cutting spade, had slung his nose in a sort of "what's the matter with your nose, rare," said Stubb. Broke it? I wish it was broken, or that I didn't have any nose at all, answered the Guernsey man, who did nor seem to relish the job he was at very much. But what are you holding yours for? Oh, nothing. It's a wax nose, I have to hold it on. Fine day, ain't it? Air rather gardeny, I should sly, throw us a bunch of posies, will eke, Bouton de Rosk? "What in the devil's name do you want here?" roared the Guernseyman, flying into a sudden passion. "Oh! Keep yes, thou the word, why don't you pack those whales in ice while you're working at M? But joking aside, though, do you know, Rosebud, that it's all nonsense trying to get any oil out of such whales? As for that dried up one, there, he a gill in his whole carcase. I know that well enough, but, d'ye the captain here believe it, this is his first voyage, he was a cologne manufacturer before. But come and mayhap he'll believe you, if he won't me, and so I'll get out of this dirty anything to oblige ye, my sweet and pleasant fellow," rejoined Stubb, and with that he mounted to the deck. There a queer scene presented itself. Ilmy sailors, in tasselled caps of red worsted, were getting the heavy tackles in readiness for the whales. But they worked rather slow and talked very fast, and seemed in anything but a humour. All their upwardly projected from their faces like so many booms. Now and then pairs of them would drop their work, and run up to the masthead to get some fresh air. Some thinking they would catch the plague, dipped oakum in a voltar, and at intervals held it to their nostrils. Others having broken the stems of their almost short off at the Ixen blow, were vigorously puffing tobacco smoke, so that it constantly filled their alfairies. Stubb was struck by a shower of outcries and anathemas proceeding from the captain's round house abaft, and looking in that direction saw a fiery face thrust from behind the DCXR, which was held ajar from within. This was the tormented surgeon, who, after in vain remonstrating against the proceedings of R.H.E. Day, had betaken himself to the captain's roundhouse, cabinet he called it, to avoid R.H.E. pest, but still, could not help yelling out his entreaties and indignations at times. Marking all this, Stubb argued well for his scheme, and turning to the Guernsey man had a little chat with him, during which the stranger mate expressed his detestation of his captain as a conceited ignoramus, who had brought them all into so unsavory and unprofitable a pickle. Undaying him carefully, Stubb further perceived that the Guernseyman had not the slightest suspicion concerning the ambergris. He therefore held his peace on that head, but otherwise was quite frank and confidential with him, so that the two quickly a little planned for both circumventing and satirizing the captain, without his at all dreaming of distrusting their sincerity. According to this little plan of theirs, the Guernsey man, under cover of an interpreter's office, was to tell the captain what he pleased, but as coming from Stubb, and as for Srub, he was to utter any nonsense that should come uppermost in him during the interview. By this time their destined 6-and-I'm appeared from his cabin. He was a small and dark, but rather delicate-looking man for a sea captain, with large whiskers and mustache, however, and wore a red cotton velvet vest with watch seals at his side. This gentleman, Stubb was now politely introd 1cxd by the Guernsey man, who at once ostentatiously put on the ASPCA of interpreting between them. "What shall I say to him first?" said he. "Why," said Stubb, eyeing the velvet vest and the watch and seals, "you may as well look in by telling him that he looks a rt of babyish to me, though I pretend to a judge. He says, Monsieur," said the Guernsey man, in French, turning to his captain, "that only yesterday his ship spoke a vessel whose captain and chief mate, with 6 sailors, had all died of a fever caught from a blasted whale they had brought alongside." Upon this the captain started, and eagerly desired to know more. "What now?" said the Guernsey man to Stubb. "Why, since he takes it so easy, tell him that now I have eyed him carefully, I'm quite certain that he's no more for to command a whale ship than a St. Iago monkey. In FAA, tell him from me he's avows and declares, Monsieur, that the other whale, the dried one, is far more deadly than the blasted one. In fine, Monsieur, he conjures us, as we value our lives, to cut from these fish." Instantly the captain ran forward, and in a loud voice commanded his crew to desist from hoisting the cutting tackles, and at once cast loose the cables and chains confining the whales to the ship. "What now?" said the Guernseyremen, when the captain had returned to them. "Why, let me see, yes, you may as well tell him now, FAA, tell him I've diddled him, and, aside to himself, perhaps somebody else. He says, monsieur, that he's very happy to have iron of any service to us." Hearing this, the captain vowed that they were the grateful parties, meaning himself and mate, and concluded by inviting Stubb down into his cabin to drink a bottle of Rideau. "Wants you to take a glass of wine with him," said the interpreter. "Thank him heartily, but tell him it's against my principles to drink with the man I've diddled. In FAA, tell him I must go. He says, monsieur, that his principles won't admit of his drinking, but that if monsieur wants to live another day to drink, then monsieur had best drop all 4 iwats, and pull the ship away from these whales, for it's so calm they won't drift." By this time Stubb was over the side, and getting into his iwat, hailed the Guernsey man to this, having a long tow line in his luar, he would do what he could to help them, by pulling our RHE lighter whale of RHE OVO from RHE ship's side. While the Frenchmen's boats, then, were engaged in towing the ship one way, Stu BB benevolently towed away at his whale the other way, ostentatiously slacking out a most unusually long tow line. Presently a sprang up, Stubb feigned to cast off from the whale, hoisting his BCNTS, the Frenchman increased his distance, while the Pekook slow slid in between him and Stubb's whale. Whereupon Stubb quickly pulled to the floating and hailing the Pequod to give notice of his intentions, at once perqueated to reap the fruit of his unrighteous cunning. Seizing his sharp boat spade, he commenced an excavation in the little Irene, the side fin. You would almost have thought he was digging a cellar there in the sea, and when at length his spade struck against the gaunt ribs, it was like turning up old Roman tiles and pottery buried in fat English loam. His Igut's crew were in high excitement, eagerly helping their chief, and looking as anxious as gold hunters. And all the time numberless fowls were diving, and ducking, and screaming, and yelling, and fighting around them. Srub was beginning to look disappointed, especially as RHE horrible nosegay increased, when suddenly from out the very heart of this plague, there stole a faint stream of perfume, which flowed through the tide of bad smells without being absorbed by it, as one river will flow into and then along with another, without at all blending with it for a time. I have it, cried Stubb, with delight, striking something in the subterranean regions, a purse. A purse. Dropping his spade, he thrust hands in, and drew out handfuls of something that looked like ripe Windsor soap, or rich mottled old cheese, very unctuous and savory withal. You might easily dent it with your thumb, it is of a hue between yellow and ash color. And this, good friends, is ambergris, worth a gold guinea an ounce to any druggist. Some 6 handfuls were obtained, but more was unavoidably lost in the sea, and still more, perhaps, might have been secured were it not for impatient Ahab's loud command to Stubb to desist, and on aboard, else the ship would bid them by. Chapter LXXXV. Ambergris. Now this ambergris is a very curious substance, and so important as an article of commerce, that in 1791 a certain Nantucket-born Captain C. Offin was examined at the bar of the English louse of C. Mernons on that subject. For at that time, and indeed until a comparatively late day, the precise origin of ambergris remained, like amber itself, a problem to the learned. Though the word ambergris is but the French compound for grey amber, yet the two substances are quite distinct. For amber, though at times found on the CCCNST, is also dug up in some far inland soils, whereas ambergris is never found except upon the sea. Besides, AMTRR is a hard, transparent, brittle, odorless substance, used for mouthpieces to pipes, for beads and ornaments, but ambergris is soft, waxy, and so highly fragrant and spicy, that it is largely used in perfumery, in pedal styles, precious candles, hair powders, and pomatum. The Turks use it in cooking, and also carry it to Mecca, for the same purpose that frankincense is carried to St. Peter's in Rome. Some wine merchants drop a few grains into claret, to flavor it. Who would think, Wren, that such fine ladies and gentlemen should regale themselves with an essence found in the inglorious bowels of a sick whale? Yet so it is. By some, ambergris is supposed to be the cause, and by others the effect, of the dyspepsia in the whale. Lo, to cure such a dyspepsia it were hard to say, unless by administering 3 or 4 boatloads of pills, and then running out of way, as Lal X, RCRS do in blasting RCXKS. I have forgotten to say that there were found in this ambergris, certain hard, round, New York plates, which at first Stubb thought might be sailors' trousers buttons, but it afterwards turned out that they were nothing more than pieces of small squid bones embalmed in that manner. Now that the incorruption of this most fragrant ambergris should be found in the heart of such decay, is this nothing? Bethink thee of that saying of St. Paul in Corinthians, about corruption and incorruption, how that we are sown in dishonor, but raised in glory. And likewise call to mind that saying of Paracelsus about what it is that maketh the lust musk. Also forger not the strange fact that of all things of ill savour, see Oligniavator, in its rudimental manufacturing stages, is the worst. I should like to conclude the chapter with the above appeal, but cannot, owing to my anxiety to repel a charge often made against whalemen, and which, in the estimation of some already biased minds, might be considered as indirectly substantiated by what has been said of the Frenchman's 2 whales. Elsewhere in this volume the slanderous aspersion has been disproved, that the vocation of whaling is throughout a slatternly, untidy business. But there is another thing to rebut. T.ey hint that all whales always smell bad. Now how did this odious stigma originate? I opine, that it is plainly traceable to the first arrival of the Greenland whaling ships in Lalden, more than 2 centuries ago. Because those whalemen did not then, and do not now, try out their oil at sea as the southern ships have always done, but cutting up the fresh blubber in small bits, thrust it through the bungholes of large casks, and carry it home in char manner, the shortness of RHE season in those icy seas, and the sudden and violent storms to which they are exposed, forbidding any other course. IHE consequence is, that breaking into RHE hold, and unloading one of these whale cemeteries, in the Greenland dock, a savour is given forth somewhat similar to that arising from excavating an old city graveyard, for the foundations of a lying in El Hospital. I partly surmise also, that this wicked charge against whalers may be likewise imputed to the existence on the coast of Greenland, in former times, of a Dutch village called Schmerenberg or Smeerenberg, which latter name is the one used by the learned Fogo von Slack, in his great work on smells, on that subject. As its name imports, smear, fat, rrg, to put up, this village was founded in order to afford a place for the blubber of the Dutch whale fleet to be tried out, without being raken home to Holland for that purpose. It was a coal and iron of furnaces, fat kettles, and oil sheds, and when the works were in full operation certainly gave forth no very pleasant, but all this is quite different from a South Sea whaler, which in a voyage of 4 years perhaps, after completely filling her hold with oil, does nor, perhaps, consume 50 days in the business of iling out, and in the state that it is casked RHE oil is nearly scentless. The ruth is, that living or dead, if per decently treat whales as a species are by no means creatures of ill odor, nor can whalemen be recognized, as the people of the Middle Ages affied to detia a Jew in the company, by the nose. Nor indeed the whale possibly be otherwise than fragrant, when, as a general thing, he enjoys such high health, taking abundance of exercise, always out of doors, though, it is true, seldom in the open air. I say, that the motion of a sperm whale nukes at sweet water dispenses a perfume, as when a musk-scented lady rustles her dress in a warm parlor. What then shall I liken the whale to for fragrance, considering his magnitude? Must it not be to that famous elephant, with jeweled rusks, and redolent with myrrh, which was led out of an Indian town to do honor to Alexander the Great, chapter LXC. The castaway. It was but some few days after encountering the Frenchman, that a most significant event befell the most insignificant of Pecougal's crew, an event most lamentable, and which ended in providing the sometimes madly merry and predestinated craft with a living and ever accompanying prophecy of whatever shatti-tiered Yule might prove her own. Now, in the whale ship, it is not every one that goes in the boats. Some few hands are reserved called shipkeepers, whose province it is to work the vessel while the Lwats are pursuing the whale. As a general thing, these ship K+Rs are as hardy fellows as the men comprising the BMT's crews. But if there happen to be an unduly slender, clumsy, or timorous wight in the ship, that wight is certain to be made a shipkeeper. It was so in the Pequod with the little Negro Pippin by nickname, Pip by abbreviation. Poor Pip! Ye have heard of him before, ye must remember his tambourine on that dramatic midnight, so gloomy jolly. An outer asphyxie, Pip and Doughboy made a match, like a black pony and a white one, of equal developments, though of dissimilar color, driven in one eccentric slum. But while hapless Doughboy was by nature dull and torpid in his intelligence, Pip, though over tender-hearted, was at bottom very bright, with that pleasant, genial, jolly brightness peculiar to his tribe, a tribe, which ever enjoy all holidays and festivities with finer, freer relish than any other. For blacks, the year's calendar should show naught but 365 4th of Julys and New Year's days. Nor smile so, while I write that this little black was brilliant, for even blackness has its brilliancy, rolled yon lustrous ebony, panelled in Kincaid cabinets. But Pip loved life, and all life-ec peaceable securities, so that the panic-striking business in which he had somehow unaccountably become entrapped, had mixed sadly blurred his brightness, though, as ere long will be seen, what was temporarily subdued in him, in the end was destined to be luridly illumined by strange wildfires, that fatuously showed him off to 10 times the natural luster with which in his native Tolland County in C% Neacut, he had once enlivened many a fiddler's frolic on the green, and at Mel, Clias Eventide, with his gay ha-ha, had turned the round horizon into one star-belled Tarn la Jurine. So, though in the clear air of day, suspended against a blue vein the pure-watered diamond drop will healthful glow, yet, when the cunning jeweler would show you the diamond in its most impressive luster, he lays it against a gloomy ground, and then lights it up, not by the sun, but by some unnatural gases. Then come out those fiery effulgence, infernally superb, then the evil blazing diamond, once the divinest symbol of the crystal skies, like some crown jewel stolen from the king of hell. But let us to the story. It came to pass, that in the AML Regrease affair Stubbs after oarsman chanced so to sprain his hand, as for a time to become quite maimed, and, temporarily, Pip was put into his place. First time Stubb lowered with him, Pip evinced much nervousness, but happily, for that time, escaped close contact with the whale, and therefore came off not altogether discreditably, though Stubb observing him, took care, afterwards, to exhort him to cherish his courageousness to the utmost, for he might often find it needful. Now upon the second lowering, Rhe boat paddled upon the whale, and as the fish received the darted iron, it gave its customary rap, which happened, in this instance, to be right under Pip's seat. Involuntary consternation of the moment caused him to leap, paddle in hand, out of the boat, and in such a way, that part of slack whale line corning against his chest, he breasted it overboard with him, so as to become entangled in it, when at last plumping into the water. He had instant the stricken whale started on a fierce run, the line swiftly straightened, and presto! Poor Pip came all foaming up to the chocks of the boat, remorselessly dragged there by the line, which had taken several turns around his chest and neck. Tashtego stood in the he was full of the fire of the hunt. He hated Pip for a poltroon. Snatching the 2-yat knife from its sheath, he suspended its sharp edge over the line, and turning towards Srub, exclaimed interrogatively, "Cut." Meantime Pip's blue, choked face plainly do, "For God's sake." All passed in a flash. In less than half a minute, this entire thing happened. "Damn him," Cud roared Srub, and so Rhe whale was lost and Pip was saved. So scrn as he recovered himself, the little negro was assailed by yells and execrations from Rhe crew. Tranquilly permitting these irregular cursings to evaporate, Stubb then in a plain, businesslike, but still half-humorous manner, cursed Pip officially, and that done, unofficially gave him much wholesome advice. The substance was, never jump from a boat, Pip, except, but all the rest was indefinite, as the soundest advice ever is. Now, in general, stick to the is your true motto in whaling, but cases will sometimes happen when leap from the boat, is still better. Moreover, as if perceiving at last that if he should give undiluted conscientious advice to Pip, he would be leaving him too wide a margin to jump in for Rhe future, Stubb suddenly dropped all advice, and concluded with a peremptory command, "Stick to Rhe Luar, Pip, or by the _NRD, I won't pick you up if you jump, mind that. We afford to lose whales by the likes of you, a whale would sell for 30 times what you would, Pip, in Alabama. Bear that in mind, and don't jump any more El Grabby." Perhaps Stubb indirectly hinted, that though man loved his fellow, yet man is a money-making animal, which propensity often interferes with his benevolence. But WC are all in the hands of the GCXLS, and Pip jumped again. It was under very similar circumstances to the first performance, but this time he did not breast out the line, and hence, when the whale started to run, Pip was left ironed on the sea, like a hurried traveller trunk. Alas! Stubb was but too true to his word. It was a what a fool, bounteous, blue day, the spangled sea calm and CCXL, and flatly stretching away, all round, to the horizon, like gold beater's skin hammered out to the extremist. Bobbing up and down in that sea, Pip's ebon head showed like a head of cloves. No boat knife ways lifted when he fell so rapidly astern. Stubb's inexorable back was turned upon him, and the whale was winged. And 3 minutes, a whole mile of shoreless ocean was ereween Pip and Stubb. Out from the center of Rhec, nigher Pip turned his crisp, curling, black head to the sun, another lonely castaway, though the loftiest and the brightest. Now, in calm weather, to swim in the open, keen is as to the realized swimmer as to ride in a spring carriage ashore. But the awful lonesomeness is intolerable. The intense concentration of self in the middle of such a heartless immensity, my C_God. Who can tell it? Mark, how when sailors in a dead bathe in the open sea, mark how closely they hug their ship and only CCNST along her sides. But had Stubb really abandoned the poor little negro to his fate? No, he did not mean to, at least. Because there were two Zyots in his wake, and he supposed, no doubt, that they would of course come up to Pip very quickly, and pick him up, though, indeed, such considerations towards oarsmen jeopardized through their own timidity, is not always manifested by the hunters in all similar instances, and such instances not unfrequently occur, almost invariably in the fishery. A coward, so called, is marked with the same ruthless detestation peculiar to military navies and armies. But it so happened, that those Ixiots, without seeing Pip, suddenly spying whales close to them on one side, turned, and gave chase, and Stubbs was now so far away, and he and all his crew so intent upon his fish, that Pip's ringed horizon began to expand around him illsirably. By the merest chance the ship itself at last rescued him, but from that hour the little negro went ALX, UT the Deccan idiot, such, at least, they said he was. He had jeeringly kept his finite up, but drowned the infinite of his soul. Not drowned entirely, though. Rather ride down alive to wondrous depths, where strange shapes of the unwarped primal world glided to and fro before his passive eyes, and the miser Merman, wisdom, revealed his hoarded heaps, and among the joyous, heartless, ever juvenile eternitas, Pip saw multitudinous, God omnipresent, coral insas, that out of the firmament of wearers heaved colossal orbs. He saw God's foot upon the treadle of the loom, and spoke it, and therefore his shipmates called him mad. So man's insanity is heaven's sense, and wandering from all mortal reason, man comes at last to that celestial thought, which, to reason, is absurd and frantic, and will or woe, feels then unadjourned, indifferent as his God. For the rest, blame not Stubb hardly. He thing is common in that fishery, and in the sequel of the narrative, it will then be seen what like abandonment befell Chapter's Xi. A squeeze of the hand that whale of Stubbs so dearly purchased, was duly brought to Pequod's side, where all those cutting and hoisting operations previously detailed, were regularly gone through, even to the bailing of the El Siddelberg run, or case. While some were with this latter duty, others were employed in dragging away the larger tubs, so soon as filled with the sperm, and when the proper time arrived, this same sperm was carefully manipulated ere going to the try-works, of which anon. It had cooled and crystallized to such a degree, that when, with several others, I sat down before a large Constantine's bath of it, I found it strangely concreted into lumps, here and there rolling about in the liquid part. It was our business to squeeze these lumps back into fluid, a sweet and unctuous duty. No wonder that in old times the sperm was such a favorite cosmetic. Such a cleared, such a sweetened, such a softener. Such a delicatelles mollifier. After having my hands in it for only a few minutes, my fingers felt like eels, and began, as it were, to serpentine and spiralize. As I sat there at my ease, on the deck, after the bitter exertion at the windlass, under a blue tranquil sky, the ship under indolent sail, and gliding so serenely along, as I bathed my hands among those soft, gentle globules of in and discharged all their opulence, like fully ripe grapes their wine, as I snuffed up that uncontaminated and truly, like the smell of spring violets, I declare to you, that for the time I lived as in a musky meadow, I forgot all our horrible oath, in that inexpressible sperm. I washed my hands and my heart of it. I almost arrogant to credit the old Paracelsian superstition that sperm is of rare virtue in allaying the heat of anger. While bathing in that bath, I felt divinely free from all ill will, or purulence, or malice, of any sort whatsoever. Squeeze. 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 All the morning long, I squeezed that sperm till Imizulf almost melted into it, I squeezed that till a strange sort of insanity came over me, and I found myself unwittingly squeezing my colloqu's rare's hands in it, mistaking their hands for the gentle globules. Such an undying, affectionate, friendly, loving feeling did Rhee's avocation beget, char at last I was continually squeezing their hands, and looking up into cheer eyes sentimentally, as much as to my dear fellow beings, why should we longer cherish any acl rabbit ies, or know the slightest ill humor or envy? Let us hands all round, nay, let us all ourselves into each other, let us squeeze ourselves universally into the very milk and sperm of kindness. Would that I could keep squeezing that sperm forever. For now, since by many prolonged, repeated experiences, I have perceived that in all cases man must eventually lower, or at least shift, his conceit of attainable felicity, not placing it anywhere in the intellia or the fancy, but in the wife, the heart, the RD, the table, the saddle, the fireside, the country. Now that I have perceived all this, I am ready to squeeze case eternally. In thoughts of the visions of the night, I saw long rows of angels in paradise, each with his hands in a jar of spermaceti. Now, while discoursing of sperm, it behooves to speak of other things akin to it, in the business of preparing the whale for the try-works. First comes white horse, so called, which is obtained from the tapering part of the fish, and also from the thicker portions ophis flukes. It is tough with congealed tendons, a wad of muscle, but still contains some oil. After being severed from the whale, the white horse is first cut into portable oblongs ere going to the mincer. They much like of Berkshire marble. Mumpudding is the term bestowed upon certain fragmentary parts of the whale's flesh, here and there adhering to the blanket of blubber, and often participing to a considerable degree in its useness. It is a most refreshing, convivial, beautiful objet and to behold. As its name imports, it is of an exceedingly rich, mottled tint, with a bestreaked snowy and golden ground, dotted with svxts of the deepest crinacine and purple. It is plums of rubies, in pie and ears of citron. Spite of reason, it is hard to keep yourself from eating it. I confess, that once I stole behind the foremast to try it. It cast something as I should conceive a royal cutlet from the thigh of Le Gros might have cast, supposing him to have been killed the first day after the venison season, and that particular venison season contemporary with an unusually fine vintage of the vineyards of Champagne. Lher is another substance, and a very singular one, which turns up in the course of this business, but which I feel it to very puzzling adequately to scribe. It is called slobgolian, an appellation original with the whalemen, and even so is the nature of the substance. It is an ineffably osseous, stringy affair, most frequently found in the tubs of sperm, after a prolonged squeezing, and subsequent decanting. I hold it to the wondrously thin, ruptured membranes of the case, coalescent G.Gurry, called, is a term properly belonging to right whalemen, but sometimes incidentally used by the slrrn fishermen. It designates the dark, glutinous substance which is scraped off the back of the Greenland or right whale, and much of which covers the decks of Cho's inferior souls who hunt that ignoble leviathan. Nipluars. Strictly this word is not indigenous to the whale's vocabulary. But as applied by whalemen, it becomes so. A whaleman's nipper is a short firm strip of tendinous stuff cut from the tapering part of leviathan's tail. It averages an inch in thickness, and for the rest, is the sim of the iron part of a hoe. Slowwise moved along the oily deck, it operates like a leadhern squilgee, and by blandishments, as of magic, allures along with it all impurities. But to learn all these recondite matters, your best way is at once to descend into the blubber room, and have a long talk with its inmates. This place has previously been mentioned as the receptacle for the blanket pieces when stripped and hoisted from the whale. When the proper time arrives for cutting up its contents, this apartment is a scene of terror to all tyros, especially by night. On one side, lit by a dull lantern, a space been left clear for the workmen. They generally go in pairs, a pikey and gaff man and a spade man. The whaling pike is similar to a frigate of the same name. The gaff is something like a boat hook. With his gaff, the gaffman hooks onto a sheer of blubber, and strives to hold it from slipping, as RHE ship pitches and lurches about. Meanwhile, the spademan stands on the sheet itself, perpendicularly chopping it into the horse bios. The spade is sharp as hone can make it, the spademan's feet are shoeless, the thing he stands on will sometimes irresistibly slide away from him, like a sledge. If he cuts off on his own toes, or one off his assistant's, would you be very much astonished? Toes are scarce among veteran blubberroom men. Chapterls Xiath. The cassock had you stepped on board the Pequod at a certain janor of this post-mortemizing of the whale, and had you strolled forward nigh the windlass, pretty sure am I that you would have scanned with no small curiosity a very strange, enigmatical objeel, which you would have seen there, lying along lengthwise in the ice scuppers. Not the wondrous cistern in the whale huge head, not the perclogy of his unhinged lower jaw, not the miracle of his symmetrical rail, none of these would so surprise you, as half a glimpse of that unaccountable cone longer than a Kentuckian is tall, nigh in diameter at the base, and jet black as Yahoo, the Elk's New York idol of Queek. And an idol, indeed, it is, or, rather, in old times, its likeness was. Such an idol as that found in the secret groves of Queen Macha in Judea, and for worshipping which, King Asa, her son, did depose her, and destroyed the idol, and burnt it for an abomination at the brook Kedron, as darkly set forth in the 5th chapter of the 1st book of Kings. Look at the sailor, called the mincer, who now comes along, and assisted by 2 allies, heavily backs the grandissimus, as RHE mariners call it, and with bowed shoulders, staggers off with it as if he were a grenadier carrying a dead comrade from the field. Extending it upon the forecastle deck, he now cylindrically to remove its dark pelt, as an African hunter the pelt of Ali's done he turns the pelt inside out, like a pantaloon leg, gives it a good stretching, so as almost to double its diameter, and at last hangs it, well spread, in the rigging, to dry. Ere long, it is taken down, when removing some 3 feet of it, towards the extremity, and then cutting 2 slits for armholes at the other end, he lengthwise slips himself into it. Mne Mincer now stands ire for you invested in the full canonicals of his calling. Immemorial to all his order, this investiture alone will adequately protea him, while employed in the peculiar funaions of his office. That office consists in mincing the horse pieces off blubber for the pots, an operation which is conduated at a curious worn horse, planted endwise against the bulwarks, and with a capacious tub beneath it, into which the minced pieces drop, fast as the shears from a rapt orator's desk. Arrayed in decent black, occupying a conspicuous pulpit, intent on Bible leaves, what a candidate for an archbishopric, what a lad for a pauvre were this mincer. Bible leaves? Bible leaves? This is the invariable cry from the Marais to RHE Mincer. It enjoins him to be careful, and cut his work into as thin slicks as possible, inasmuch as by so doing the business of boiling out the oil is much accelerated, and its quantity considerably increased, besides perhaps improving it in quality. Chapterls 6. The try works besides her hoisted in ATS, an American whaler is outwardly distinguished by her try works. She presents the curious anomaly of the most solid masonry joining with oak and hemp in constituting the completed ship. It is as if from the open field a brick kiln were transported to her planks. Lhe try-works are planted between the foremast and mainmast, the most roomy in right of the deck. Lhe timers beneath are of a peculiar strength, fitted to sustain the weight of an almost solid mass of brick and mortar, some 10 feet by 8 square, and 5 in height. Mne foundation days not the deck, but the masonry is firmly secured to the surface by ponderous knees of iron bracing it on all sides, and screwing it down to the timbers. On the flanks it is cased with and at top completely covered by a large, sloping, battened hatchway. Removing this hatch we expose the great try-pots, 2 in and each of several barrels capacity. When not in use, they are kept remarkably clean. Sometimes they are fouished with soapstone and sand, till they shine within like silver punch bowls. During the night watches some cynical old sailors will crawl into them and coil themselves away there for a nap. While employed in fouishing them, one man in each side by side, many confidential communications are carried on, over the iron lips. It is a place also for profound mathematical meditation. It was in the left-hand tripod of the with the soapstone diligently circling round me, that I was first really struck by the remarkable FAA, that in geometry all x dies gliding along the cycloid, my soapstone for example, will descend from any int in precisely the same time. Removing the fireboard from the front of the try-works, the bare masonry of that side is said, penetrated by the 2 iron mouths of the furnaces, directly underneath the pots. Ibs mouths are fitted with heavy doors of iron. Intense heat of the fire is prevented from communicating itself to the deck, by means of a shallow reservoir extending under the entire enclosed surface of the works. By attanal inserted at the rear, this reservoir is kept replenished with water as fast as it evaporates. There are no external chimneys, they open diarrhea from the rear wall. And here let us go back for a moment. It was allen at 9 o'clock at night that the Pequod's try-works were first started on this present voyage. It looked to Stubb to oversee RHE business. Already there? Off hatch, then, and start her. You fire the works. This was an thing, for the carpenter had been thrusting his shavings into the furnace throughout the passage. Here be it said that in a whaling voyage the first fire in the try-works has to be fed for a time with, after that no is used, except as a means of quick ignition to the staple fuel. In a word, after being tried out, the crisp, shriveled blubber, now called scraps or fritters, still contains conceit arable of its unous properties. These fritters feed the names. Like a plethoric burning martyr, or a self-consuming misanthrope, once ignited, the whale supplies his own fuel and burns by his own wood that he consumed his own smoke. For his smoke is horrible to inhale, and inhale it you must, and not only that, but you must live in it for the time. It has an unspeakable, wild, Hindu odor about it, such as may lurk in the vicinity of funereal pyres. It smells like the left wing of the Day of Judgment. It is an argument for RHE pit. By midnight the works were in full operation. We were clear from the carcase, sail had been made, the wind was freshening, RHE wild, rain darkness was intense. But that was licked up by the fierce flames, which at intervals forked forth from the flues, and illuminated every lofty rope in the rigging, as with the famed Greek fire. The burning ship drove on, as if remorselessly commissioned to some vengeful deed. So the pitch and sulphur-freighted brigs of the bold Hydriot, Canaris, issuing from their midnight harluars, with broad sheets of flame for sails, bore down upon the Turkish frigates, and folded them in conflagrations. Lhe hatch, removed from the top of the works, now afforded a wide hearth in front of them. Standing on this were the Tartarian shapes of the pagan Hrinh, Nares, always the whale ship's stokers. With huge pronged poles they pitched hissing masses of blubber into the scalding pots, or stirred up the fires beneath, till the snaky flames darted, curling, out of the doors to catch them by the feet. Smoke rolled away in sullen heaps. To every pitch of the ship there was a pitch of the inhaling oil, which seemed all eagerness to leap into their faces. Ope at the mouth of the works, on the further side of the wide hearth, was Rhe windlass. Tries served for a sea sofa. Here lounged the watch, when not otherwise employed, into the red heat of the fire, till their eyes felt scorched in their heads. 111 Cir tawny features, now all begrimed with smoke and sweat, their matted beards, and the contrasting barbaric brilliancy of their teeth, all these were strangely revealed in the capricious emblazonings of the works. As they narrated to each other their unholy adventures, their veils of terror told in words of mirth, as their uncivilized laughter forked upwards out of them, like the flames from the furnace, as to and fro, in their front, the harpooneers wildly gesticulated with their huge pronged forks and dippers, as Rhe wind howled on, and the sea leaped, and the ship groaned and dived, and yet steadfastly shot her red hell further and further into the blackness of the sea and the night, and scornfully champed Rhe white loom in her mouth, and viciously spat round her on all sides, ran Rhe rushing Pequod, freighted with savages, and laden with fire, and burning a corpse, and plunging into that blackness of darkness, seemed the material counterpart of her monomaniac commander's soul. So seemed it to me, as I stood at her helm, and for long hours silently guided the way of this fire ship on the sea. Wrapped, for that interval, in darkness myself, I but the better saw the redness, the madness, the ghastliness of others. Mne continual sight of the fiend shapes before me, caring half in smoke and half in fire, these at last reget kindred visions in my soul, so soon as I began to yield to that unaccountable drowsiness which ever would come over me at a midnight helm. But that night, in particular, a strange, and ever since inexplicable, thing occurred to me. Starting from a brief standing sleep, I was horribly conscious of something fatally wrong. The jawbone tiller smote my side, which leaned against it, in my ears was Rhe low hum of sails, just beginning to shake in the wind, I thought my eyes were open, I was half conscious of putting my fingers to Rhe lids and mechanically stretching them still further apart. But, spite of all this, I could no adren pass before me to steer by, though it seemed but a minute since I had been watching the card, by the steady binnacle lamp illuminating it. Nothing seemed before me but a jet now and then made ghastly by flashes of redness. Uppermost was the impression, that whatever swift, rushing thing I stood on was not so much bound to any haven ahead as rushing from all havens astern. A stark, bewildered feeling, as of death, came over me. Convulsively my hands grasped the tiller, but with the crazy conceit that the tiller was, somehow, in some enchanted way, inverted. My God! What is the matter with me? Thought Lo. In my brief sleep I had turned myself about, and was fronting the ship's stern, with my back to her prow and the compass. In an instant I faced back, just in time to prevent the vessel from flying up into the wind, and very probably capsizing her. How glad and how grateful the relief from this unnatural hallucination of the night, and the fatal contingency of being brought by the lee. Look not long in the face of the fire, O man. Never dream with thy hand on the helm. Turn not thy back to the compass, accept Rhe first hint of the hitching tiller, leave not the artificial fire, when its redness makes all things ghastly. Tomorrow, in the natural sun, the skies will be bright, those who glared like devils in the forking flames, the morn will show in far other, at least gentler, relief, the glorious, golden, glad sun, the only true lamp all others but liars. Nevertheless the sun hides not Virginia's dismal swamp, nor Rome's accursed Campagna, nor wide Sahara, nor all the millions of miles of deserts and of griefs beneath the moon. Sun hides not the Emine, which is the dark side of this earth, and which is 2/3 of Re's earth. So, wherefore, that mortal man who hatch more of joy than sorrow in him, chat mortal man cannot be not true, or undeveloped. With books same. Ihe roast of all men was Rhe man of E% rose, and the truest of all books is Solomon's, and Ecclesiastes is the fine hammered steel of woe. All is vanity. All. This wilful world hath not got hold of unchristian wisdom yet. But he who dlges hospitals and jails, and walks fasting graveyards, and would rather talk of operas than hell, calls Cooper, Young, Pascal, Rousseau, devils all of sick men, and throughout a carefree life swears by Ral relays as passing wise, and therefore jolly not that man is fitted to sit down on tombstones, and break the green damp mold with unfathomably wondrous mon. But even Solomon, he says, the man that wandereth out of the way of understanding shall remain, i.e. even while living, sin the congregation of the dead. Give not thyself up, then, to fire, lest it invert thee, deaden she, as for the time it did me. Her is a wisdom that is woe, but there is a that is madness. And there is a catskill eagle in some souls that can alike dive down into the blackest gorges, and soar out of them again and invisible in the sunny spaces. And even if he forever flies within the gorge, that gorge is in the mountains, so that even in his lowest swoop the mountain eagle is still higher than other birds the plain, even though they snare. Chapter XC. The lamp had you descended from the Pequod's try-works to the Pequod's forecastle, where the off-duty watch were sleeping, for one single moment you would have almost thought you were standing in some illuminated shrine of canoni MD kings and councillors. There they lay in their triangular oaken vaults, each mariner a eyes eld muteness, a score of lamps flashing upon his eyes. In merchantmen, oil for the sailor is more scarce than the milk of queens. To dress in the dark, and eat in the dark, and stumble in darkness to his pallet, this is his usual lot. But the whaleman, as he seeks the food of light, so he lives in light. He makes his berth in Aladdin's lamp, and lays him down in it, so that in the pitchiest night the ship's black hull still houses an illumination. See with what entire freedom the whaleman rakes his handful of lamps, often but old bottles and vials, though to the cooler at the try-works, and replenishes them there, as mugs of ale at a vat. He burns, the purest of oil, in its unmanufactured, and, therefore, unvitiated stare, a fluid unknown to solar, lunar, or astral contrivances ashore. It is sweet as early grass butter in April. He hunts for his oil, so as to be sure of its freshness and genuineness, even as Rhe traveler on the prairie hunts up his own supper of game. Chapter XCI. Stowing down and clearing up. Already has it been related how the great Leviathan is afar off descried from the masthead, how he is chased over the watery moors, and slaughtered in the valleys of the deep, how he is towed alongside, and how, on the principle which entitled the headsman of old to the garments in which the beheaded was killed, his great padded surtout the property of his executioner, how, in due time, he is condemned to the pots, and, like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abed Nego, his spermaceti, oil, and pass unscathed through the fire. But now it remains to conclude the last chapter of this part of the description by rehearsing singing, if I may, the romantic proceeding of decanting off his oil into the casks and striking them down into the hold, where once again Leviathan returns to his native profundities, sliding along beneath the surface as looked for, but, alas, never more to rise and blow. While still warm, the oil, like hot punch, is received into the 6-barrel casks, and while, perhaps, the ship is pitching and rolling this way and that in the midnight sea, the enormous casks are slid round and headed over, end for end, and sometimes perilously across the slippery deck, like so many landslides, till at last manhandled and stayed in sheer course, and all round RHE hoops, rap, rap, go as many hammers as can play upon them, for now, ex officio, every sailor is at length. When the last pint is cask-ed, and all is then the hatchways are unsealed, the of the ship are thrown open, and down go the casks to their final rest in the sea. This done, the hatches are replaced, and hermetically closed, like a closet walled up. In the sperm fishery, this is perhaps one of the most remarkable incidents in all the business of whaling. One day the planks stream with freshets of blue dand oil. On the sacred quarter deck enormous masses of the whale's head are profanely piled, great rusty casks lie alut, as in a brewery yard, the smoke from the try-works has all the bulwarks, RHE mariners go about suffused with uncerousness, RHE entire ship great Leviathan himself, while on all hands the din is deafening. But a day or two after, U-100 KALX, T1TU, and procure in this self-same ship, and were it not for the telltale boats and try-works, you would all but swear you trod some silent merchant vessel, with a most scrupulously commander. The unmanufactured sperm oil possesses a singularly cleansing virtue. Lees is the reason why the deck's never so white as just after what they call an affair of oil. Besides, from the ashes of the burned scraps of the whale, tent lay is readily made, and whenever any adhesiveness from the back of the whale remains clinging to the side, that lay quickly exterminates it. Hands go diligently along the bulwarks, and with buckets of water and rags restore them to their full tidiness. The soot is brushed from the lower rigging. All the numerous implements which have been in use are likewise faithfully cleansed and put away. The great hatch is scrubbed and placed upon RHE try-works, completely hiding the pots, every cask is out of sight, all tackles are coiled in unseen six, and when by RHE combined and simultaneous industry of almost the entire ship's company, the whole of this conscientious duty is at last concluded, Ren RHE crew themselves proceed to their own ablutions, shift themselves from top to toe, and finally issue to the immaculate deck, fresh and all aglow, as bridegrooms nemept from out the daintiest la land. Now, with elated step, they pace the planks in twos and threes, and humorously discourse of parlors, sofas, carpets, and fine cambrics, propose to mat the deck, think of having hangings to the top, object not to taking tea by IIHH, and light on the piazza of the forecastle. To hint to such musked mariners of oil, and lune, and blubber, were little short of audacity. Mnevi know not the thing you distantly allude to. Away, and bring us napkins. But mark, aloft there, at the three mastheads, stand three men intent on spying out more whales, which, if caught, infallibly will again soil the old oaken furniture, and drop at least one small grease spot somewhere. Yes, and many is the time, when, after the severest uninterrupted laluars, which know no night, continuing straight for 96 hours, when from the luat, where they have swelled their wrists with all day rowing on the line they only step to the deck to carry vast chains, and heave the heavy windlass, and cut and slash, and in their very sweatings to be smoked and burned anew by the combined fires of the equatorial sun and the equatorial try-works, when, on the heel of all this, they have finally bestirred themselves to cleanse the ship, and make a spotless dairy room of it, many is the time the poor fellows, just buttoning the necks of their clean FRCXKS, are startled by the cry of Flo here she blows, and away they illy to fight to know their whale, and go through the whole weary thing again. Oh, my friends, but this is man-killing. This is life. For hardly have we mortals by long toilings extrad from the world's vast bulk its small but valuable, and then, with weary patience, cleansed ourselves from its defilements, and learned to live here in clean tabernacles of the soul. Hardly is this done, when there she blows, our ghost is spouted up, and away we sail to fight some other world, and go through young old routine again. Oh! The metempsychosis! Oh! Pythagoras, that in bright Greece, 2000 years ago, did die, so good, so wise, so mild. I sailed with thee along the Peruvian coast last voyage, and, foolish as I am, taught thee, a green simple why, how to splice a rope. Chapter XCII. The doubloon ere now it has been related how Ahab was wont to pace his quarter deck, taking ar turns at cither limit, the binnacle and main mast, but in the multiplicity of other things requiring narration it has not added how that sometimes in these walks, when most plunged in his he was wont to pause in turn at each spot, and stand there strangely eyeing the particular object before him. When he halted before the binnacle, with his glance fastened on the fluented needle in the compass, that glance shot like a javelin with the intensity of his purpose, and when resuming his walk he again paused before the mainmast, then, as the same riveted glance fastened upon the riveted gold coin there, he still wore the of nailed firmness, only dashed with a certain wild longing, if not hopeful. But one morning, turning to pass the doubloon, he seemed to be newly attracted by the strange figures and inscriptions stamped on it, as though now for the first time beginning to interpret for himself in some monomaniac way whatever significance might lurk in them. And some certain significance lurks in all things, else all things are little worth, and the round world itself bur an empty cipher, except to sell by the cartload, as they do hills alx, t1 miston, to fill up some morass in the Milky Way. Now this doubloon was of purest, virgin gold, raked somewhere out of the heart of hills, whence, east and west, over golden sands, the headwaters of many a Paeolus flows. And though now nailed amidst all the rustiness of iron bolts and the verdigris of copper spikes, yet, untouchable and immaculate to any foulness, it still preserved its keto glow. Nor, though placed amongst a ruthless crew and every hour emsed by ruthless hands, and through the livelong nights shrouded with thick darkness which might cover any pilfering approach, nevertheless every sunrise found the doubloon where the sunset left it last. For it was set apart and signified to one awe-striking end, and however wanton in their sailor ways, one and all, the mariners revered it as the white whale's talisman. Sometimes they talked it over in the weary watch by night, wondering whose it was to be at last, and whether he would ever live to spend it. Now those noble golden coins of South America are as medals of the sun and tropic token pieces. Here palms, alpacas, and volcanoes, discs and stars, ecliptics, horns of plenty, and rich banners waving, are in luxuriant profusion stamped, so that the precious gold almost to derive an added preciousness and enhancing glories, by passing through fancy mints, so Spanishly poetic. It so chanced that the of the Pecucle was a most wealthy example of these things. On its round border it lurid the letters, República del Ecuador, Quito. So this bright coin came from a country planted in the middle of the world, and beneath the great equator, and named after it, and it had been cast midway up the Andes, in the unwaning clime that knows no autumn. Zoned by those letters you saw the likeness of 3 Andes summits, from one aflame, a tower on another, on the third a crowing cock, while arching over all was a segment of the partitioned zodiac, the signs all marked with their usual cabalistics, and the keystone sun entering the equinoctial point at Libra. Before this equatorial coin, Ahab, not unobserved by others, was now pausing. Here's something ever egotistical in mountain tops and towers, and all other grand and lofty things, ICR, K peaks as proud as Lucifer. Ilmi firm tower, that is Ahab, the volcano, that is Ahab, the courageous, the undaunted, and valorous fowl, that is Ahab, all arc Ahab, and this round gold is but the image of the rounder globe, which, like a magician's glass, to each and every man in turn but mirrors back his own mysterious self. Great pains, small gains for those who ask the world to solve them, it cannot solve itself. Methinks now this coin's son wears a ruddy face, but see. He enters the sign of storms, the equinox. And but 6 months before he wheeled out of a former equinox at Aries. From storm to storm. So be it, then. Born in throes, 'tis fit that man should live in pains and die in pangs. So it, then. Here's stout stuff for to work on. Be it, then. No fairy fingers can have pressed the gold, but devil's claws must have left their moldings there since yesterday, murmured Starbuck leaning against Rhe bulwarks. Ilmy old man to read Belshazzar's awful writing. I have never marked the coin inspiringly. He goes earlow, let me read. A dark valley between mighty, heaven-abiding peaks, that almost seem the Trinity, in some faint earthly symbol. So in this veil of death, girds us round, and over all our gloom, the sun of righteousness still shines a beacon and a hope. If we bend down our eyes, the dark veil shows her moldy soil, but if we lift them, the bright sun meets our glance halfway, to cheer. Yet, oh, the great sun is no fixture, and if, at midnight, we would fain snatch some sweet solace from him, we gaze for him in vain. Coin speaks wisely, mildly, truly, but still sadly to me. I will quit it, lest truth shake me falsely. Lhernog/s the old mogul, so lilokized srubbed by the try-works, he's been ruining it, and share goes Starbuck from Rhe same, and both with faces which I should say might be somewhere within 9 fathoms long. And all from looking at a piece of gold, which did I have it now on Negro Hill or in Grelaire's 11 cn, k, I'd not 100k at it very long ere spending it. Humph. In my poor, insignificant opinion, I regard this as queer. I have doubloons before now in my voyagings, you're of old Spain, you're doubloons of Peru, you're of Chile, you're of Bolivia, you're of Popayan, with plenty of gold moidores and pistoles, and joes, and half-jays, and quarter-jays. What then should there be in this doubloon of the foater that is so killing wonderful? By Golconda. Let me read it once. Hello. Here's signs and wonders truly. He had, now, is what old Bowditch in his epitome calls the zodiac, and what my almanac below calls ditto. I'll get the almanac, and as I have heard devils can be raised with Dable's arithmetic, I'll try my hand at raising a meaning out of these queer curvaceous here with the Massachusetts calendar. Here's the book. SSTC now. Signs and wonders, and the sun, he's always among 'em. Hem, 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 here they are, here they go, all alive Aries, or Rhe Ram, Taurus, or the Bull and Gemini. Here's Gemini himself, or the Livens. Well, the sun he wheels among 'em. Here on the coin just crossing the threshold between OVO of 12 sitting rooms all in a ring. 1% okay. You lie there, the raw is, you books must know your places. You'm do to give us the bare words and gas, but WC come in to supply the thoughts. That's my small experience, so far as the Massachusetts calendar, and Bowditch's navigator, and Daleks, LL's arithmetic go. Signs and wonders, L. Pity if there is nothing wonderful in signs, and significant in wonders. Here's a clue somewhere, wait a bit, kissed hark. By Jove, I have ID enough you, Doublux n, your zodiac here is the life of man in one round chapter, and now I'll read it off, straight out of the book. Come, Almanac. To begin, there's Aries, or the ram lecherous dog, he lugits us, then, Taurus, or the bull he bumps us the first thing, then Gemini, or the twins that is, virtue and vice, we try to reach virtue, when 10. Comes Cancer the crab, and drags us back, here, going from virtue, Ixo, a roaring lion, lies in the path he gives a few fierce bites and surly dabs with his paw, we escape, and hail Virgo, the virgin. That's our first love, we marry and think to be happy for when pop comes Libra, or RHE scales happiness weighed and found wanting, and while we are very sad alu Jutrat, Lord. How we suddenly jump, as Scorpio, or the scorpion, stings us in rear, WC are curing the wound, when Huang the arrows all round, Sagittarius, or the archer, is amusing himself. As we pluck out the shafts, stand aside, the battering ram, Capricornus, or the goat, full tilt, he comes rushing, and headlong WC arc tossed, when Aquarius, or the water bearer, pours out his whole deluge and drowns us, and to wind up with Pisces, or the fishes, we sleep. Tamiric a sermon now, writ in high heaven, and the sun goes through it every year, and yet comes out of it all alive and hearty. Jollily he, aloft there, wheels through toil and trouble, and so, alow here, does jolly srub. Oh, jolly's the word for Adieu, but stop, here comes little King Post, dodge round the try-works, now, and let's hear what he'll have to say. There, he's before it, he'll are with something presently. So, he's beginning see nothing here, but a round thing made of gold, and whoever raises a certain whale, this round thing belongs to him. So, what's all this staring been about? It is worth $16, that's true, and at 2 cents the cigar, that's 960 cigars. I want smoke dirty pipes like stub, but I like cigars, and Herrick 960 of them, so here goes flask aloft to spy 'em out. Shall I call that wise or now, if it really wise it has a FCX lish to it, yet, if it be really foolish, then has it RT of wiseish look to it. But, avast, here comes our old Manxman the old hearse driver, he must have ren, that is, before he took to the sea. He luffs up before the doubloon, hello, and round on the other side of the mast, why, there's a horseshoe nailed on that side, and now he's back again, what does that mean? Hark! He's muttering voice like an old worn-out coffee mill. Prick ears, and listen. If the white whale be raised, it must be in a month and a day, when the sun stands in some one of these signs. I've studied signs, and know their marks, they were taught me OVO score years ago, by the old witch in C. Copenhagen. Now, in what sign will the sun then horseshoe sign, for there it is, right the gold. And what's the horseshoe sign? He lion is the horseshoe sign, the roaring and devouring lion. Ship, old ship. My old head shakes to think of the another rendering now, but still one text. All sorts of men in one kind of world, you see. Dodge again. Here comes Queek all like the signs of the zodiac himself. What says the cannibal? As I live he's comparing notes, looking at his thigh XNE, thinks the sun is in the thigh, or in the calf, or in the ixnvals, I suppose, as the old women talk surgeon's astronomy in the back country. And by Jove, he's found something there in the vicinity of his thigh, I guess it's Sagittarius, or the archer. No, he don't know what to make of the daub, he takes it for an old button off some king's trousers. But, again, Here comes that ghost devil, Fadala, tail coiled out of sight as usual, oakum in the toes of his pumps as usual. What does he say, with that of his? Ah, only makes a sign to RHE sign and Lou JWS himself, there is a sun on the coin fire war-shipper, depend upon it. Ho! More and more. This way comes boy. Would he had died, or he's half horrible to me. Has been watching all of these interpreters myself included and 100k now, he comes to read, with that unearthly idiot face. Stand away again and hear him. L. Lark, you 100k, he looks, WC 100k, eq 100k, they my soul, heck ran studying Murph's grammar. Improving his mind, poor fellow. But what that he says now hist. Look, you he looks, we look, yeah look, they look. Why, he's getting it by heart dash hist again. ILCXK, you look, he looks, we LCXK, yeah k, they look. Well, that's funny. And I, you, and he, and we, yeah, and they, are all bats, and I'm a crow, especially when I stand atop of this pine here. Caw. 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 I a crow? And where's the scarecrow? Gray he stands, two stuck into a pair of old trousers, and two more poked into the sleeves of an old jacket. Wonder if he RNC%LNS could go hang myself. Anyway, for the present, I'll quit Pip's vicinity. I can stand the rest, for they have plain wits, but he's crazy witty for my sanity. So, I leave him muttering. Here's the ship naval, this doubloon here, and they are all on fire to unscrew it. But, unsk to your navel, and what's the consequence? Lhen again, if it stays here, that is ugly, for when aught's nailed to the mast it's a sign that things grow desperate. Ella, ha! Old Ahab. The white whale, he'll nail ibis is a pine tree. My father, in old Tolland County, cut down a pine tree once, and found a silver ring grown over in it, some old darky's wedding ring. How did it get rare? And so they'll say in the resurrection, when they come to fish up Ree's old mast, and find a doubloon lodged in it, with bedded oysters for the shagubark. Oh, the gold. The precious, precious gold. The green miser 11 eek soon. 1-ish. His. God goes mong the world's black lexreeing. 110, cook. And cook us. Jenny. Bay, hey, bay, hey, Jenny, Jenny. And get your cake done. Chapter Skeen. The decanter ere the English ship fades from sight, be it set down here, that she hailed from Ia Endon, and was named after the late Samuel Enderby, merchant of that city, the original of the famous whaling house of Enderby and Sons, a house which in my V.Viger whaleman's opinion, Ajme's not far behind the united royal houses of the Tudors and Lalerbons, in point of real historical interest. Lo long, prior to the year of our Lord 1775, this great whaling house was in existence, my numerous fished documents do not make plain, but in that year, 1775, it fitted out the first English ships that ever regularly hunted the sperm whale, though for some score of years previous, ever since 1726, our valiant Finns and Macies of Nantucket and the Vineyard had in large fleets pursued that Lxiatan, but only in the North and South Atlantic, not elsewhere. It is finally recorded here, that the Nantucketers were the first among mankind to harpoon with civilized steel the great whale, and that for half a century they were the only people of the whole globe who so harpooned him. And 1778, a fine ship, the Amelia, fitted out for the express purpose, and at the sole charge of the vigorous Enderbys, boldly rounded Cape Horn, and was the first among the nations to lower a whale of any sort in the South Sea voyage was a skillful and lucky one, and returning to her berth with her hold full of the precious sperm, the Amelia's example was followed by other ships, English and American, and thus the vast sperm whale grounds of the Pacific were thrown open. But not content with this deed, the indefatigable house again itself, Anuel and all his sons, how many, their mother only knows, and under their immediate auspices, and partly, I think, at their expense, the British government was induced to send the sloop of war Rattler on a whaling voyage of discovery into the South Sea. Commanded by a naval post captain, the Rattler made a rattling voyage of it, and did service, how much does not ap far. But this is not all. In 1819, the same house fitted out a discovery whale ship of their own, to go on a tasting cruise to the remote waters of Japan. That ship, well called Rhe Siren, made a noble experimental cruise, and it was thus that the great Japanese whaling ground first became generally known. Ilmi Siren in this famous voyage was commanded by a Captain Coffin, a Nantucketer. All honor to Rhe Enderbys, therefore, whose house, I think, exists to Rhe present day, though doubtless the original Samuel must long ago have slipped his cable for the great South Sea of the other world. His ship named after him was worthy of the honor, being a very fast sailor and a noble craft every way. I boarded her once at midnight somewhere off the Patagonian CCNST, and drank flip down in the forecastle. It was a fine gam we had, and they were all trumps, every soul on board. A short life to them, and a jolly death. And that fine gam I had long, very long after old Ahab touched her planks with his ivory heel. It minds me of the noble, solid, Saxon hospitality of that ship, and may my parson forget me, and the devil remember me, if I ever sight of it. Flip. Did I say we had rip? Yes, and we flipped it at the rate of 10 gallons the hour, and when the squall came, for it's squally off there by Patagonia, and all hands visitors and all were called to reef topsails, so top heavy that we had to swing each other aloft in bowlines, and we ignorantly furled the skirts of our jackets into the sails, so that we hung rare, reefed fast in the howling gale, a warning example to all drunken tars. However, the masts did not go overboard, and by we scrambled down, so sober, that we had to pass the flip again, though the savage salt spray bursting down the forecastle scuttle, rather much diluted and pickled it to my taste. Lhe beef was fine tough, but within it. Lhe said it was bull beef, oth ers, that it was dromedary iref, but I do not know, for certain, how that was. They had dumplings tcx, small, but substantial, symmetrically globular and indestructible dumplings. I fancied that you could feel them, and roll them about in you after they were swallowed. If you stooped over too far forward, you risked their pitching out of you like billiard balls. Bread, but that couldn't be helped, besides, it was an anti-scorbutic. In short, the bread contained the only fresh fare they had. But the forecastle was not very light, and it was very easy to step over into a dark corner when you ate it. But all in all, taking her from truck to helm, considering the dimensions of the cook's keelers, including his own live parchment eilers, fore and aft, I say, Rhe Samuel Enderby was a jolly ship, of fare and plenty, fine flip and strong, crack fellows all, and capital from boot heels to hat band. But why was it, think ye, that the Samuel Enderby, and some other English whalers I know of, not all though were such famous, hospitable ships, that passed round the beef, and the bread, and the can, and the joke, and were not soon weary of eating, and drinking, and laughing? I will tell you. ATX undying good cheer of these English whalers is matter for historical research. Nor have I been at all sparing of historical whale research, when it has seemed needed. IHE English were preceded in RHE whale fishery by the Hollanders, Zealanders, and Danes, from whom they derived many terms still extant in the fishery, and what is yet more, their fat old fashions, touching plenty to ear and drink. For, as a general thing, the English merchant ship scrimps her crew, but not so the English whaler. Hence, in the English, this thing of whaling good cheer is not normal and natural, but incidental and particular, and, therefore, must have some special origin, which is here out, and will be still further elucidated. During my researches in the Leviathanic histories, I stumbled upon an ancient Dutch volume, which, by the musty whaling smell of it, I knew must alut whalers. The title was, Dan Cookman, wherefore I concluded that this must be the invaluable memoirs of some Amsterdam cooper in the fishery, as every whale ship must carry its cooper. I was reinforced in this opinion by seeing that it was the Perculuaen of Juan Fitzswackhammer. But my friend Dr. Snodhead, a very learned man, professor of 1 Dutch and High German in the College of Santa Claus and St. Potts, to whom I handed the work for translation, giving him a box of SVRRN candles for his trouble, this same Dr. Snodhead, so soon as he spied the K, assured me chat Dan Cookman did nor mean the coaler, but Ilmi merchant. And short, this ancient and learned NW Dutch book treated of the commerce of Holland, and, among other subjects, contained a very interesting account of its whale fishery. And in this chapter it was, headed Smear, or Fad, that I found a long detailed list of the outfits for the larders and cellars of 180 sail of Dutch whalemen, from which list, as translated by Dr. Tinkslowhead, I transcribe the following: 400,000 pounds of beef, pounds Friesland pork, 150,000 pounds of STCXK fish, 550,000 pounds of biscuit, 72,000 pounds of soft bread, 2,800 firkins of butter, 20,0 ca. pounds of Texel and Iritan cheese, 144,000 pounds cheese, probably an inferior article, 550 anchors of Geneva, 10,800 barrels of beer. Most statistical tables are parchingly dry in the reading, not so in the present case, however, where the reader is flooded with whole pipes, barrels, quarts, and gills of gin and cheer. At the Tune, I devoted 3 days to the studious digesting of all this beer, beef, and bread, during which many profound thoughts were incidentally suggested to me, comble of a transcendental and Platonic application, and, furthermore, I compiled supplementary tables of my own, touching the probable quantity of stock fish, and sea, consumed by every Dutch harpooner in that ancient Greenland and Spitzbergen whale fishery. In the first place, the amount of butter and Texel and Leyden cheese consumed, seems amazing. I impute it, though, to their naturally un-and-use natures, rendered still more enormous by the nature of their vocation, and especially by their pursuing their game in Cho's frigid polar seas, on the very coasts of that Eskimo country where the convivial natives pledge each other in bumpers of train oil. The quantity of beer is very large, 10,800 barrels. Now, as those polar fisheries could only prosecuted in the short summer of that climate, so that the whole cruise of one of these Dutch whalemen, including the short voyage to and from the Spitzlower Sea, did not much exceed 3 months, say, and reckoning 30 men to each of their fleet of 180 sail, we have 5 Dutch seamen in all. Therefore, I say, we have precisely 2 accruals of beer per man, for a 12 weeks allowance, exclusive of HLS fair proportion of that 550 anchors often. Now, whether these gin and beer harpooneers, fuddled as one might fancy them to have, were the right sort of men to stand up in a Injar's head, and rake good aim at flying whales, this would seem somewhat improbable. Yet they did aim at them, and hit them too. But this was very far north, Luit remembered, where beer well with the Constitution, upon the equator. In our southern fishery, beer would be apt to make the harpooneer sleepy at the masthead, and boozy in his looks, yet and grievous loss might ensue to Nantucket and New Bedford. But no more, enough has been slid to show that the old Dutch whalers of 2 or 3 centuries ago were high livers, and that the English whalers have not neglected so excellent an example. For, they, when cruising in an empty ship, if you can get nothing better out of the world, get a good dinner out of it, at least. And this empties the decanter. Chapter XCIV. A bower in the Arsacides. Hitherto, in descriptively treating of the sperm whale, I have chiefly dwelt upon the marvels of his outer aspect, or separately and in detail ubj, and some interior structural features. But to a large and thorough sweeping comprehension of him, it behoves me now to unbutton him still further, and untangling the points of his hose, unbuckling his garters, and casting the hooks and the eyes of the joints of his innermost bones, set him before you in his ultimatum, that is to say, in his unconditional skeleton. But how now, Ishmael? How is it, that you, a mere oarsman in the fishery, pretend to know aught about the subterranean amours of the whale? Did erudite Stubb, mounted upon your capstan, deliver leers on the anatomy of the Crtacea, and by help of the windlass, hold up a specimen rib for exhibition? Explain thyself, Ishmael. Can you land a full-grown whale on your deck for examination, as a cook dishes a roast pig? Surely not. A veritable witness have you hitherto, Ishmael, but have a care how you seize the privilege of Jonah alone, the privilege of discoursing upon the joists and beams, the rafters, rigging, sleepers and underpinnings, making up the framework of Leviathan, and belike of the talovats, dairy RCX, RNS, butteries and cheese cries in his bowels. I confess, that since Jonah, whalemen have penetrated very far beneath the skin of the adult whale, nevertheless, I have been blessed with an opportunity to see him in miniature. In a ship I belonged to, a small cub sperm whale was hoisted to the deck for his poke or bag, to make sheaths for the barbs of the and for the heads of the lances. Think you I let that chance go, without using my wood hatchet and jackknife, and breaking the seal and reading all the contents of that young cub? And as for my examination of the bones of the Leviathan in their gigantic, full-grown development, for that rare knowledge I am indebted to my late royal friend Tranquo, King of Trank, one of the Arsacides. For being at Trank, years ago, when attached to the trading ship Day of Algiers, I was invited to spend part of the Arsacidean holidays with the Lord of Trank, at his retired palm villa at Pupella, a seaside glen not very far distant from what our sailors called Baumelke, Zero Town, his capital. Among many other fine qualities, my royal friend Tranquo, being gifted with a devout love for all matters of barbaric virtue, had brought together in Pupella what rare things the more ingenious of his people could invent, chiefly carved of wonderful devices, chiseled shells, inlaid spears, costly paddles, aromatic canoes, and all these distributed among whatever natural wonders, the wonder-freighted, tribute-rendering waves had cast upon his shores. Chief among these latter was a great sperm whale, which, after an unusually long raging gale, had been found dead and stranded, with his head against a cocoa-nut tree, whose plumage-like, tufted seemed his verdant jet. When the vast body had at last been stripped of its fathom-deep enfoldings, and the bones become dry in the sun, then the skeleton was carefully transported up the Pupella Glen, where a grand temple of lordly palms now sheltered it. Ihe ribs were hung with trophies, the vertebrae were carved with Arsacidean annals, in strange hieroglyphics. In the skull, the priests kept up an unextinguished aromatic flame, so that Rhe mystic head again sent forth its vapory spout, while, suspended from a bow, Rhe terrific lower jaw vibrated over all the like the hair-hung sword that so affrighted Damocles. It was a wondrous sight. The was green as mosses of the icy glen, the trees stcnrl high and haughty, feeling their living sap. The industrious earth beneath was as a loom, with a gorgeous carpet on it, whereof the ground vine tendrils formed the warp and the living flowers the figures. All the trees, with all their laden branches, all the shrubs and ferns and grasses, the message-carrying air, all these unceasingly were alive. Through the lacings of the leaves, the great sun seemed a flying shuttle weaving the unwearied verdure. Oh, busy weaver! Unseen word! Whither flows the fabric? What palace may it deck? Wherefore all these ceaseless toilings? Speak, weaver, stay thy one single word with chi. Nay, the shuttle flies, the figures float from forth the loom, the freshet rushing Karl RT forever slides away. Weaver God, he weaves, and by that weaving is he deaf and that he hears no mortal voice, and by that humming, we, who look on the loom are deaf and only when we escape it shall we hear Rhe thousand voices that speak through it. For even so it is in all material faeries. The spoken words that are inaudible among the flying spindles, those same words are plainly heard without the walls, bursting from the opened casements. Thereby have villainies been detected. All, mortal. Then, be heedful, for so, in all this din of the great thy subtlest thinkings may be overheard afar. Now, amid the green, life restless of that Arsacidean wood, the great, white, worshipped skeleton lay lounging a gigantic idler. Yet, as the ever-woven verdant warp and intermixed and hummed around him, the miry idler seemed the cunning weaver, himself all woven over with the vines, every month as cerning greener, fresher verdure, but himself a skeleton. Life folded death, death trellised life, the grim god wived with youthful life, and begot him curly-headed glories. Now, when with royal tranquo I visited this wondrous whale, and saw the skull an altar, and the artificial smoke ascending from where the real jet had issued, I marvelled that the king should regard a chapel as an objecte of virtue. LLC laughed. But more I marvelled that the priests should swear that smoky jet of his was genuine. To and fro I paced before the skeleton, brushed the vines aside, broke through the ribs and with of Arsacidean twine, wandered, eddied long amid its many winding, shaded colonnades, and but soon my line was out, and following it back, I emerged from the opening where entered. I saw no living thing within, naught was there but bones. Cutting me a green measuring rod, I once more dived within the skeleton. From their arrow slit in the skull, the priests perceived me taking the altitude of the final rib. How now, they should darsr thou measure this RGCXL. He hats for us. Priests, well, how long do ye make him, then? But hereupon a fierce contest rose among them, concerning feet and inches. They cracked each other's sconces with their yardsticks. The skull echoed, and seizing that lucky chance, I quickly concluded my own measurements. Lhesk measurements I now propose to set before you. But first, be it recorded, that, in this matter, I am not free to utter any fancied measurement I please. Because there are skeleton authorities you can refer to test my accuracy. Here is a Leviathanic museum, they tell me, in Hull, England, one of the whaling XRTS of that country, where they have some fine specimens of finbacks and other whales. Likewise, I have heard that in the Museum of Manchester, in New Hampshire, they have what the proprietors call the only Perfia specimen of a Greenland or river whale in the United States. Moreover, at a place in Yorkshire, England, Burton Constable by name, a certain Sir Clifford Constable has in his possession the skeleton of a sperm whale, but of moderate Si7SS, by of the full-grown magnitude of my friend King Tranquos. In both cases, the stranded whales to which these two skeletons belonged, were originally claimed by Cheer proprietors upon similar grounds. King Tranquo seizing his because he wanted it, and Sir Clifford, because he was lord of the seigneuries of those parts. Sir Clifford's whale has been articulated throughout, so that, like a great chest of drawers, you can open and shut him, in all his bony cavities spread out his ribs like a gigantic fan and swing all day upon his lower jaw, are to be put upon some of his trapdoors and shutters, and a footman will show round future visitors with a bunch of keys at his side. Sir Clifford thinks of charging 2d for a peep at the whispering gallery in the spinal column, 3d to hear the echo in Rhe hollow of his cerebellum, and 6d for the unrivaled view from his forehead. IHE skeleton dimensions I shall now proceed to set down are copied verbatim from my right arm, where I had rem as in my wild wanderings at that period. There was no other way of preserving such valuable statistics. But as I was crowded for spocks, and wished the other parts of my body to remain a blank page for I was then composing at least, what parts might remain I did not trouble myself with the inches, nor, indeed, should inches at all enter into a congenial admeasurement of the whale. Chapter XCV. Measurement of the whale's skeleton. In the first place, I wish to lay before you a particular, plain statement, touching the living bulk of this Leviathan, whose skeleton we are briefly to exhibit. Such a statement may prove useful here. According to a careful calculation I have made, and which I partly base Captain Scoresby's estimate, of 70 tons for the largest sized Greenland whale of 60 feet in length, according to my careful calculation, I say, a sperm whale of the largest magnitude, 85 and 90 feet in length, and sorn thing less than 40 feet in its fullest circumference, such a whale will weigh least 90 tons, so that reckoning 13 men to a ton, he would ably outweigh the combined annihilation of a whole village of 1,100 inhabitants. Link you not then that brains, like yoked cattle, should be put to this Leviathan, to make him at all budge to any landsman's imagination? Having already in various ways put before you his skull, spout hole, jaw, teeth, tail, forehead, fins, and divers other parts, I shall now simply point out what is most interesting in the general bulk of his unobstrued bones. As the colossal skull embraces so very large a proportion of the entire extent of the skeleton, as it is by far the most complicated part, and as nothing is to be repeated concerning it in this chapter, you must not fail to carry it in your mind, or under your arm, as we otherwise you will not gain a complete notion of the general structure we are about to view. In length, the sperm whale's skeleton at Trank measured 70 vivo feet, so that when fully invested and extended in life, he must have been 90 feet long, for in the whale, the skeleton loses atxut 1/5 in length compared with the living of this 72 feet, his skull and jaw comprised some 20 feet, leaving some 50 feet of plain backbone. Attached to this backbone, for something less than a third of its length, was the mighty circular basket of ribs which once enclosed his vitals. To me this vast ivory-ribbed chest, with the long, unrelieved spine, extending far away from it in a straight line, not a little resembled the hull of a great ship new laid upon the STCXKS, when only some 20 of her naked bow ribs are inserted, and the keel is for the time, but a long, disconnected timelexar. He ribs were 10 on a side. First, to begin from the neck, was nearly 6 feet long, the second, third, and fourth were each successively longer, till you came to the climax of the fifth, or one of the middle ribs, which measured 8 feet and some inches. From that right, the remaining ribs diminished, till the 10th and last only spanned 5 feet and some inches. In general thickness, they all a seemly correspondence to their length. The middle ribs were the most arched. In some of the arsacides they are used for beams whereon to lay footpath bridges over small streams. In considering these ribs, I could not but be struck anew with the circumstance, so variously repeated in this Luoke, that the skeleton of the whale is by no means the mold of his invested form. The largest of the trunk ribs, one of the middle ones, occupied that part of the fish which, in life, is greatest in depth. Now, the greatest depth of the invested body of this particular whale must have been at least 16 feet, whereas, the corresponding rib measured but little more than 8 feet. So that this rib only conveyed half of the true notion of the magnitude of that part. Besides, for some way, where I now saw but a naked spine, all that had been once wrapped round with tons of added bulk in flesh, muscle, and swells. Still more, for the ample fins, I here saw but a few disordered joints, and in place of the weighty and majestic, but boneless flukes, an utter blank. How vain and foolish, then, thought L, for timid untravelled man to try to comprehend aright this one draughtless whale, by merely poring over his dead attenuated skeleton, stretched in this peaceful no only in the heart of quickest perils, only when within the eddyings of his angry flukes, only on the profound unbounded sea, can the fully invested whale be truly and livingly found out. But the spine. For that, the way we can consider it is, with a crane, to pile its bones high up on end. No speedy enterprise. But now it's done, ks much like Palm/s pillar. Lherk are 40 and odd vertebrae in all, which in the skeleton are not locked together. Mostly lie like the great knobbed blcxks on a Gothic spire, forming solid courses of heavy masonry. IHE largest, a middle one, is in width something less than 3 feet, and in depth more than 4. Smallest, where the spine tapers away into the tail, is only 2 inches in width, and looks something like a white billiard ball. I was told that there were still smaller ones, but they had be some little cannibal urchins, the priest's children, who had stolen them to play marbles with. Thus we see how that the spine of even the hugest of living things tapers off at last into simple child's play. Chapter XCVL. The fossil whale from his mighty bulk Rhe whale affords a most congenial theme whereon to enlarge, amplify, and generally expatiate. Would you could not impress him. By rights he should only be treated of in imperial folio. Not to tell over again his furlongs from spiracle to tail, and the yards he measures about the waist, only think of the gigantic involutions of his intestines, where they lie in him like great cables and hawsers coiled away in the subterranean or lop deck of a line of. Since I have undertaken to manhandle this leviathan, it behoves me to prove myself omnisciently exhaustive in the enterprise, not overlooking the minutest seminal germs of his blood, and spinning him out to the uttermost coil of his bowels. Having already described him in most of his present habitatory and anatomical peculiarities, it now remains to magnify him in an archaeological, fossiliferous, and antediluvian point of view. Applied to any other creature than the Ixiotan, to an ant or a flea, such portly terms might justly be deemed unwarramably grandiloquent. But when Leviathan is the text, the case is altered. Fain am I to this emprise under the weightiest words of Rhed and Ionary. And here it said, that whenever it has been convenient to adjainsult one in the adjures of these dissertations, I have invariably used a huge quarto edition of Johnson, expressly purchased for that purpose, because that famous Lexia, Grafker's uncommon personal bulk more fitted him to compile a lexicon to used by a whale author like me. One often hears of writers that rise and swell with their subject, though it may seem but an ordinary one. How, then, with me, Writing of this Leviathan. Unconsciously my chirography expands into placard capitals. Give me a condor's quill. Give me Vesuvius crater for an inkstand. Friends, hold my arms. For in the mere of penning my thoughts of this Leviathan, they weary me, and make me faint with their outreaching comprehensiveness of sweep, as if to includeth a whole circle of the sciences, and all the generations of whales, and men, and mastodons, past, present, and to come, with all the revolving lunamas of empire on earth, and throughout the whole universe, not excluding its suburbs. Such, and so magnifying, is the virtuoso large and liberal theme. We expand to its bulk. To produce a mighty book, you must choose a mighty theme. No great and enduring volume can ever written on the flea, though many there be who have tried it. Ere entering upon the subject of fossil whales, I present my credentials as a geologist, by stating that in my Miscellaneous time I have been a stonemason, and also a digger of ditches, canals, and wells, win and vatlts, cellars and cisterns of all sorts. Likewise, by way of preliminary, I desire to remind the reader, that while in the earlier geological strata there are found the fossils of monsters now almost completely extinct, the subsequent relics discovered in what are called the tertiary formations seem the coneying, or at any rate intercepted links, between the antichronical creatures, and themswex remote posterity are said to have entered the ark. All the fossil whales hitherto discovered belong to the tertiary period, which is the last preceding the superficial formations. And though none of them precisely answer to any known species of present time, che are ye sufficiently akin to them in general respias, to justify cheer raking ranks as cetacean fossils. Detached broken fossils of pre-Adamiri whales, fragments of their luganes and skeletons, have within rarity years past, at various intervals, iron found at the base of the Alps, in Lombardy, in France, in England, in Scotland, and in the states of Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. Among the more curious of such remains is part of a skull, which in the year 1779 was disinterred in the Rue Dauphine in Paris, a short strcwt opening almost directly upon the Valleck of the Lilleries, and bones disinterred in excavating the great docks of Antwerp. In Napoleon's time Cuvier pronounced these fragments to have belonged to some utterly unknown Leviathanic species. But by far the most wonderful of all cetacean relics was the almost complete vast skeleton of an extinct monster, found in the year 1842, on the plantation of Judge Creake, in Alabama. The awe-stricken credulous slaves in the vicinity took it for the bones of one of the fallen angels. Alabama doayors declared it a huge reptile, and bestowed upon it the name of Xilxsaurus. But specimen bones of it taken across the sea to Owen, Rhe English anatomist, it turned out that this alleged reptile was a whale, though of a departed species. A significant illustration of Rhefaa, again and again repeated in this ink, K, that the skeleton of the whale furnishes but little clue to the shape of his fully invested, so Owen rechristened the monsters Euglodon, and in his paper read before the London Geological Society, pronounced it, in substance, one of the most extraordinary CRC percentages which the mutations of the globe have blotted out of existence. When I stand among these mighty Leviathan skeletons, skulls, tusks, jaws, ribs, and vertebrae, all characterized by partial resemblances to the existing breeds of sea monsters, but at the same time bearing on the other hand similar affinities to Rhe annihilated antichronical Leviathans, their incalculable seniors, I am, by a flood, borne back to chat wondrous Fariad, ere rhyme itself can be said to have begun, for time began with man. Here grey chaos rolls over me, and I obtain dim, shuddering glimpses into those polar eternities, when wedged bastions of ice pressed hard upon what are now the tropics, and in all the 25,000 miles of this world's circumference, not an inhabitable breadth of land was visible. Then the whole world was the will and, king of creation, he left his wake along the present lines of the Andes and the Himalayas. Who can show a pedigree like Leviathan? Ahab's harps and had shed older blood than the Pharaoh. Methuselah seems I look round to shake hands with Shem. I am horror-struck at this anti-Mosaic, unsourced existence of the unspeakable terrors of the whale, which, having been before all time, must needs exist after all humane ages are over. But not alone has this Leviathan left his pre-Adamite traces in the stereotype plates of nature, and in limestone and marl bequeathed his ancient bust, but upon Egyptian tablets, whose antiquity to claim for Remen almost fossiliferous Charae, we find the unmistakable print of his fin. In an apartment of Rhe Great Temple of Dendera, some 50 years ago, there was discovered upon the granite ceiling a sculptured and painted planisphere, abounding in centaurs, griffins, and dolphins, similar to the grotesque figures on the celestial globe of the Mxlerns. Gliding among them, old Leviathan swam as of yore, was there swimming in that planisphere, centuries before Solomon was cradled. Nor must there be omitted another strange attestation of the antiquity of the whale, in his own osseous ex-diluvian reality, as set down by the venerable John Leo, the old Barbary traveler. Not far from the seaside, they have a temple, the rafters and beams of which are made of whale bones, for whales of a monstrous size are oftentimes cast up dead upon that shore. The Nunan people imagine, that by a secret power bestowed by God upon the temple, no whale can pass it without immediate death. But the truth of the matter is, that on either side of the temple, there are rocks that shoot 2 miles into the sea, and wound the whales when they light upon them. Ill may keep a whale's rib of an incredible length for a miracle, which lying upon the ground with its convex part up furnacer, makes an arch, the head of which cannot be reached by a man upon a camel's back. This rib, says John Iao, is said to have lain there 100 years before I saw it. Here historians affirm, that a prophet who prophesied of Muhammad, came from this temple, and some do not stand to assert, that the prophet Jonas was cast forth by the whale at the base of the Mplc. In this Afric temple of the whale I leave you, reader, and if you be a Nantucketer, and a whaleman, you will silently worship there. Chapter XCVLL. Does the whale's magnitude he perish? Inasmuch, then, as this Leviathan comes floundering down us from the of the eternities, it may be fitly inquired, whether, in the long course of his generations, he has not degenerated from the original bulk of his sires. But upon investigation we find, that not only are the whales of the present day superior in magnitude to those whose fossil remains are found in the tertiary system, embracing a distinct geological period prior to man, but of the whales found in that tertiary system, those belonging to its latter formations exceed in size those of its earlier ones. Of all the PRC Adamite whales yet exhumed, by far the largest is the Alabama one mentioned in the last chapter, and that was less than 70 feet in length in the skeleton. Whereas, WC have already seen, that the tape measure gives 72 feet for the skeleton of a large-sized whale. And I have heard, on WhaleMenc authority, that sperm whales have when captured near 100 feet long at the time of capture. But may it not be, that while the whales of the present hour are an advance in magnitude upon those of all previous geological periods, may it not be, that since Adam's time they have degenerated? Assuredly, we must conclude so, if we are to credit the accounts of such gentlemen as Pliny, and the ancient naturalists generally. For Pliny tells us of whales that embraced acres of living bulk, and Aldrovandus of others which measured 800 feet in length, rope walks and Ilmern's tunnels of whales. And even in the days of Banks and Solander, C. Oeg's naturalists, we find a Danish member of the Academy of Sciences setting down certain Iceland whales, Radensisker, or wrinkled ihles, at 120 yards, that is, 306 feet. And Lacépède, the French naturalist, in his elaborate history of whales, in the very beginning of his work, page 3, sets down Rhe right whale at 100 meters, 328 feet. And this work was published so late as AD 1825. But will any whaleman believe these stories? No. Whale of today is as big as his ancestors in Pliny's time. And if ever I go where Pliny is, a whaleman, more than he was, will make to tell him so. Because I cannot understand how it is, that while the Egyptian mummies that were buried thousands of years before even Pliny was born, do not measure so much in their coffins as a modern Kentuckian in his socks, and while the cattle and other animals sculptured on the oldest Egyptian and Nineveh tablets, by the relative proportions in which they drawn, just as plainly prove that the high-bred, stall-fed, prize cattle of Smithfield, not only equal, but far exceed in magnitude the fattest of Pharaoh's fat kine. In the face of all this, I will not admit that of all animals the whale alone should have degenerated. But still another inquiry remains, one often agitated by the more recondite Nantucketers. Whether owing to the almost omniscient Ickayouts at the mastheads of the WW1 IPS, now penetrating even through Bering's Straits, and into the remotest drawers and LCXKCRS of the world, and the Thousand and Lances darted along all continental coasts, the point is, whether Valle then can long endure so wide a chase, and so remorseless a havoc, whether he must not at last be exterminated from the waters, and the last whale, like the last man, smoke his last pick-ar, and then himself evaporate in the final puff. Comparing the humped herds of whales with the humped herds of buffalo, which, not 40 years ago, overspread by tens of thousands the prairies of Illinois and shook their iron manes and SCMVLED with their thunder-clotted brows upon the sites of populateless river capitals, where now the polite broker sells you land at $1 an inch, in such a comparison an irresistible argument would seem furnished, to show that the hunted whale cannot now escalar speedy extend, but you must at this martyr in every light. Though so short a period ago not a lifetime RHE census of the buffalo in Illinois exceeded the census of men now in London, and though at the present day not one horn or hoof of them remains in all that region, and though the cause of this wondrous extermination was the spear of man, yet the far different nature of the Wale one peremptorily forbids inglorious an end to the Leviathan. 40 men in one ship hunting the sperm whale for 4 trade months think they have done extremely well, and thank God, if at last they carry home the oil of 40 fish. Whereas, the days of the old Canadian and Indian hunters and trappers of the West, when the far West, in whose sunset suns still rise, was a wilderness and a virgin, the same number of moccasined men, for the same number of months, mounted on horse instead of sailing in ships, would have slain not 40, but 40,000 and more a FAA that, if need were, could be statistically stated. Nor, considered aright, does it any argument in favor of the gradual extinction of the sperm whale, for example, that in former years, the latter part of the last century, say, these leviathans, in small pods, were encountered much oftener than at present, and, in consequence, the voyages were not so prolonged, and were also much more remunerative. Because, as has been elsewhere noticed, those whales, influenced by some views to safety, now swim the seas in immense caravans, so that to a large degree the scattered solitaries, yolks, and pods, and of other days are now aggregated into vast but widely separated, unfrequent armies. Is all. And equally fallacious seems the conceit, that because the so-called whalebone whales no longer haunt many grounds in former years abounding with them, hence that species also is declining. For they are only being driven from promontory to an iPhone coast is no longer enlivened with their jets, then, be sure, some other and remoter strand has been very recently startled by the unfamiliar svrackle. Furthermore, concerning Rhee's last mentioned leviathans, they have two firm fortresses, which, in all human probability, will forever remain impregnable. And as upon the invasion of their valleys, the frosty Swiss have retreated to their mountains, so, hunted from the savannas and glades of the Middle Seas, the whale LXNE whales can at last resort to their polar citadels, and diving under the ultimate glassy barriers and walls there, come up among icy fields and floes, and in a charmed circle of everlasting dismlrr, bid defiance to all pursuit from man. But as 50 of these whale-lum whales are harvks net for one cachalot, some philosophers of the forecastle have concluded that this positive havoc has already very seriously diminished their battalions. But though for some time past a number of these whales, not less than 13,000 have been annually slain on the northwest coast by the Americans alone, yet there are considerations which render even this circumstance of little or no account as an opposing argument in this natural as it is to be somewhat incredulous concerning the populousness of the more enormous creatures of the globe. Yet what shall we say to Hardo, the historian of Goa, when he tells us that at one hunting the king of Siam took 4,000 elephants, that in those regions elephants are numerous as droves of cattle in the temperate climes. And there no reason to doubt that if these elephants, which have now hunted for thousands of years, by Semiramis, by Porus, by Hanalmel, and by all the successive monarchs of the East, if they still survive there in great numbers, much more may the great whale outlast all hunting, since he has a pasture to expatiate in, which is precisely twice as large as all Asia, both Americas, Europe, and Africa, New Holland, and all the isles of the sea combined. Moreover, we are to consider, that from the presumed great longevity of whales, their probably attaining the age of a century and more, rare for at any one period of time, several distinctly adult generations must be contemporary. And what that is, we may soon gain some idea of, by imagining all the graveyards, cemeteries, and fertile vaults of creation yielding up the live bodies of all the men, women, and children who were alive 75 years ago, and adding this countless host to the present human population of the globe. Wherefore, for all these things, we account the whale immortal in his species, however irascible in his individuality. He swam the seas before the continents broke water, he once swam over the site of the Tuileries, and Windsor Castle, and the Kremlin. In Noah's hood, he despised Ark, and if ever the world is to be again flooded, like the Netherlands, to kill off its rats, then the eternal whale will still survive, and rearing the topmost crest of the equatorial flood, spout his froth defiance to the skies. Chapter XCVLLL. Ahab's leg. The precipitating manner in which Captain Ahab had courted the Samuel and Derby of London, had not been unattended with some small violence to his own person. Had lighted with such energy upon a thwart of his boat that his ivory leg had rived a half splintering, and when after gaining his own deck, and his own pivot hole there, he so vehemently wheeled round with an urgent command to the steersman, it was, as ever, something alut his not steering inflexibly enough. Then, the already shaken ivory received such an additional twist and wrench, that though it still remained entire, and to all appearances lusty, yet Ahab did not deem it entirely trustworthy. And, indeed, it seemed small matter for wonder, that for all his pervading, mad recklessness, Ahab did at times give careful heed to the condition of that dead bone which he partly stood for. It had not been very long prior to the Pequod sailing from Nantucket, that he had been found one night lying prone upon the ground, and insensible, by some unknown, and seemingly inexplicable, unimaginable casualty, his ivory limb having been so violently displaced, that it had stake-wise smitten, and all but pierced his groin, nor was it without extreme difficulty that the agonizing wound was entirely cured. Nor, at the time, had it failed to enter his monomaniac mind, that all the anguish of that then present suffering was but the diarrhea issue of a former woe, and he too plainly seemed to SCW, that as the most poisonous reptile of the marsh perpetuates his kind as inevitably as the sweetest nectar of the grove, so, equally with every felicity, all miserable events do naturally beget their like. Yea, more than equally, thought Ahab, since both the ancestry and posterity of grief go further than the ancestry and exterity of joy. For, not to hint of this, that it is an inference from certain canonic teachings, that while some natural enjoyments here shall have no children born to them for the other world, but, on the contrary, shall be followed by the joy childlessness of hell's despair, whereas, some guilty mortal miseries shall still fertilely beget to themselves an eternally progressive progeny of griefs beyond rhe grave, not at all to hint of res, there still seems an inequality in the deeper analysis of the ring. For, thought Ahab, while even the highest earthly felicities ever have a certain unsignifying earthiness lurking in them, but, at l'extern, all a mystic significance, and, in some men, an archangelic grandeur, so do their diligent tracings out not belie the obvious deduction. Trail the genealogies of these high mortal miseries, carries us at last among the sourceless primogenitures of the so that, in the face of all the glad, haymaking suns, and soft cymballing, round harvest WC must needs give in to this, that the gods themselves are not for ever glad. He ineffaceable, sad birthmark in the brow of man, is but the stamp of sorrow in the signers. Unwittingly here a secret has been divulged, which perhaps might more properly, in set way, have been disclosed before. With many other particulars in Ahab, always had it remained a mystery to some, why it was, that for a certain period, both before and after the sailing of the Pequod, he had hidden himself away with such grand llama-like exclusiveness, and, for that one interval, sought speechless refuge, as it were, among rhe marble senate of the dead. Captain Peleg's brooded reason for this thing appeared by no means adequate, indeed, as touching all Ahab's deeper part, every revelation partook more of significant darkness than of explanatory light. But, in the end, it all came out, this one matter did, at least. That direful mishap was at the bottom of his temporary recluseness. And not only this, but to that ever contrailing, dropping circle ashore, who, for any reason, the privilege of a less band approach to him, to that timid circle the hinted casualty remaining, as it did, unaccounted for by Ahab invested itself with terrors, not entirely underived from the land of spirits and of whales. So that, through their zeal for him, they had all conspired, so far as in them lay, to muff up the knowledge of this thing from others, and hence it was, that not till a considerable interval had elapsed, did it transpire upon the Pequod's decks. But be all this as it may, let the unseen, ambiguous synod in the air, or the Vindi and I princes and potentates of fire, have to do or not with earthly Ahab, yet, in this present matter of his leg, he took plain practical called the carpenter. And when that fundionary before him, he bade him without delay set about making a new leg, and diaried the mares to see him supplied with all the studs and joists of jaw ivory, sperm whale, which had thus far been accumulated on the voyage, in order that a careful selceron of the stoutest, clearest grained stuff might secured. This done, the carpenter received orders to have the leg completed that night, and to provide all the fittings for it, independent of those pertaining to the distrusted one in use. Moreover, the ship forge was ordered to be hoisted out of its temporary idleness in the hold, and, To accelerate the affair, the blacksmith was commanded to proceed at once to the forging of whatever iron contrivances might be needed. Chapter XCRX. The carpenter thyself sultanically among the moons of Saturn, and take Hyabstrad man alone, and he seems a wonder, a grandeur, and a but from the same point, take mankind in mass, and for the most part, they a mob of unnecessary duplicates, both contemporary and hereditary. But most humble though he was, and far from furnishing an example of the high, humane abstraction, the Pequod's carpenter was no duplicate, hence, he now comes in person on this stage. Like all sea-going ship carpenters, and more especially those belonging to whaling vessels, he was, to a certain off-handed, practical extent, alike experienced in numerous trades and callings collateral to his own, the carpenter's pursuit being the ancient and outbranching trunk of those numerous handicrafts which more or less have to do with as an auxiliary material. But, besides the application to him of the generic remark aliawi, this carpenter of the Pequod was singularly efficient in those thousand nameless mechanical emergencies continually recurring in a large ship, upon a 3 or 4 years' voyage, in uncivilized and far distant seas. For not to speak of his readiness in ordinary stove shots, sprung spars, reforming the shape of clumsy blade oars, inserting bull's-eyes in the deck, or new tree nails in the side planks, and other miscellaneous matters dirkily pertaining to his special business, he was moreover unhesitatingly expert in all manner of conflicting aptitudes, both useful and capricious. He one grand stage where he enailed all his various parts so manifold, was his vice bench, a long rude funderous table furnished with several vices, of different sizes, and both of iron and of wood. At all times except when whales were alongside, this bench was securely lashed athwartships against the rear of the try-works. A belaying pin is found large to easily inserted into its hole, the car floater claps it into one of his Avefredi vices, and straightway files it smaller. A land bird of strange plumage strays on and is made a captive, out of clean-shaved rods of right whale 9, ne, and cross of sperm whale ivory. The carpenter makes a pagoda-looking cage for it. An oarsman sprains his wrist, the carpenter concocts a soothing lotion. Stubb longed for vermilion stars to be painted the blade of his every oar, screwing each oar in his big vice of uxel, the carpenter symmetrically supplies Rhe constellation. A sailor takes a fancy to wear shark bone earrings, Rhe carpenter drills his ears. Another has the toothache, the carpenter out pincers, and clapping one hand upon his bench bids him be seated there, but the fellow unmanageably winces under the unconcluded operation, whirling round the handle of his vice. The carpenter signs him to clap his jaw in that, if he would have him draw the tooth. Lhus, this prepared at all points, and alike indifferent and without respi in all. Teeth he accounted bits of ivory, heads he deemed but top blocks, men themselves he lightly held for capstans. But while now upon so wide a field thus variously accomplished, and with such liveliness of expertness in him, too, all this would seem to argue some uncommon vivacity of intelligence. But not precisely so. For nothing was this man more remarkable, than for a certain impersonal stolidity, as it were, impersonal, I say, for it so shaded off into the surrounding infinite of things, chat it seemed one with the general stolidity discernible in the whole visible world, which while pauselessly aive in uncounted rncxles, still eternally holds its peace, and ignores you, row you dig foundations for cached rals. Yet was this half horrible stolidity in him, involving, too, as it appeared, and all ramifying was it dashed at times, with an old, crutch-like, antediluvian, wheezing humorousness, not unstreaked now and then with a certain grizzled wittiness, such as might have served to pass the time during the midnight watch on the bearded forecastle of Noah's Ark. Was it that this old carpenter had been a lifelong wanderer, whose much rolling, to and fro, not only had gathered no moss, but what is more, had removed off whatever small outward clingings might have originally pertained to him. He was a stripped astra and, an unfratted integral, uncompromised as a new LX, RN babe, living without premeditated reference to this world or the next. You might almost say, that this strange uncompromisedness in him involved a sort of unintelligence, for in his numerous trades, he did not seem to work so much by reason or by instina, or simply because he had been tutored to it, or by any intermixture of all these, even or uneven, but merely by a kind of deaf and dumb, spontaneous literal paroxysm. He was a pure manipulator. His brain, if he had ever had one, must have early oozed along into the muscles of his fingers. He was like one of those unreasoning but still highly useful, rudum in parvo, Sheffield contrivances, assuming the CX terrier though a little swelled of a common pocket knife, but containing, not only blades of various SI7.es, but also screwdrivers, corkscrews, twee NRS, awls, pens, rulers, nail filers, countersinkers. So, if his superiors wanted to use the carpenter for a screwdriver, all they had to do was to open that part of him, and the screw was fast, or if for tours, take him up by the legs, and there they were. Yet, as previously hinted, this omni-tooled, open and shut carpenter, was, after all, no mere machine of an automaton. If he did not have a common soul in him, he had a subtle something that somehow anomalously did its duty. What that was, whether essence of quicksilver, or a few drops of hartshorn, there is no telling. But there it was, and there it had abided for now some 6 years or more. And this it was, this same unaccountable, cunning life principle in him, this it was, that kept him a great part of the time soliloquizing, but only like an unreasoning will, which also hummingly soliloquies, or rather, his was a sentry box and this on guard there, and talking all the time to keep himself awake. Chapter C. Ahab and the Carpenter TV-/E deck. First night watch. Carpenter standing before his vice LXNCH, and by the light of 2 lanterns busily filing the ivory joist for the leg, which joist is firmly fixed in the vise. Slabs of ivory, leather straps, pads, and various of all sorts lying the bench. Forward, the red flame of the forge is where the blacksmith is at work. Drat the file, and drat the N.E. That is hard which should be soft, and that soft which should be hard. So we go, who file old jaws and shin bones. Let's try another. Now, this works harder, sneezes. Hello, this XNE dust is, sneezes. Yes, it's my soul, it won't let me speak. This is what an old fellow gets now for working in dead lumber. Saw a live tree, and you don't get this dust, amputate a live bone, and you don't get it, sneezes. C.A. Jane, come, you old smut, there, bear a hand, and let's have that ferrule and buckle screw, I'll be ready for them presently. Lucky now, sneezes, there's no knee joint to make, that might puzzle a little, a mere shin bone. Why, it's easy as making hop poles, only I should like to put a good finish on. Time, if I only had the time, I could run him out as neat a leg now as ever, sneezes, scrape to a lady M.A. parlor. Those buckskin legs and calves of legs I've in shop windows wouldn't compare at all. They soak water, they do, and of course get rheumatic, and have to be doctored, sneams, with washes and lotions, just like live legs. There, before I saw it off, now, I must call his old mogulship, and SCW whether the length will be all right, short, if anything, I guess. Ha! That the heel, we are in luck, here he comes, or it's somebody else, that's certain. Ahab advancing during the ensuing scene, the carpenter continues sneezing well, man maker. In time, sir. If the captain pleases, I will now mark the length, let me measure, sir. N leisured for a leg, good. Well, it's not the first time. About it? Keep thy finger on it. Ibis is a cogent vice thou hast here, carpenter, let me feel its grip once. So, it does pinch some. Oh, sir, it will break, no fear, I like a grip, I like to feel something in this slippery world that can hold, man. What's Prometheus ALX, UT there the blacksmith, I mean what's he ALX, UT? LE must be forging the buckle screw, sir, now. Right. It's a partnership, he supplies the muscle part. He makes a fierce red flame there. Sir, he must have the white heat for this kind of fine work. So he must. I do deem it now a most meaning thing, that old Greek, Prometheus, who made men, they say, should have been a blacksmith, and animated them with fire, for what's made in fire must properly to fire, and so hell's probable. How the soot flies. Ibis must be the remainder the Greek made the Africans of. See, Arlrunter, when he's through with that buckle, tell him to forge a pair of steel shoulder blades, there's a peddler aboard with a crushing pack. Sir. Hold, while Prometheus is alk, ut it, I'll order a complete man after a desirable pattern. Imprimus, 50 feet high in his socks, then, chest modelled after Rhe Thames Lilnal, then, legs with RCRTS to M, to stay in one place, then, arms 3 feet through the wrist, no heart at all, brass forehead, and about 1/4 of an acre of fine brains, and let me see, shall I order eyes to outwards? No, but put a skylight on top of his head to illuminate inwards. There, take the order, and away. Now, what's he speaking ALUUT, and who's he skeeking to, I should like to know. Shall I keep standing here? Aside, 'tis but indifferent architre to make a blind dome, here's one. No, I must have a lantern. Ho, ibats it, bay. Here are two, sir, one will serve my turn. What art thou thrusting that thief-catcher into my face for, man? Thrusted light is worse than presented pistols. I thought, sir, chat you spoke to carpenter. Car F1 tur? Why chats, but no, a very tidy, and, I may say, an extremely gentlemanlike sort of business thou art in here, carpenter, or wouldest thou rather work in clay? Clay, sir. He hats mud, we leave clay to ditchers, sir. He fellows impious. What art thou sneezing about? Bone is rather dusty, sir. Take the hint, then, and when thou art dead, never bury thyself under living people's noses. Sir. Oh. Guess so, yes, oh dear. Look ye, carpenter, I dare say Jokayest Rizzle for right good workman like workman, eh? Well, then, will it speak thoroughly well for RHY work, if, when I come to Mount Rees leg thou makes I shall nevertheless feel another leg in the same identical place with it, that is, carpenter, my old lost leg, the flesh and blood one, I mean. Canst thou not drive that old Adam away? Truly, sir, I begin to understand somewhat now. Yes, I have heard something curious on that score, sir, how that a dismasted man never entirely loses the feeling of his old spar, but it will be still pricking him at times. May I humbly ask if it be really so, sir? It is, man. Look, put thy live leg here in the place where mine once was, so, now, here is only one distant and leg to the eye, yet two to the soul. Where thou feelest tingling life, there, exactly there to a hair, do llst a riddle. I should humbly call it a poser, sir. Hist, then. How dost thou know that some entire, living, thinking thing may not be invisibly and uninterpenetratingly standing precisely where thou now standest, aye, and standing there in thy spite? In thy most solitary hours, then, dost thou not fear eavesdroppers? Hold, don't speak. And if I still feel the smart of my crushed leg, though it be now so long dissolved, then, why mayest not thou, carpenter, feel the fiery pains of hell forever, and without a vela? Good Lord! Truly, sir, if it comes to that, I must calculate over again. I think I didn't carry a small figure, sir. Look ye, pudding heads should never grant premises how long before this leg is done? Perhaps an hour, sir. Bungle away at it then, and bring it to me. Turns to go. Oh, life! Here I am, proud as Greek god, and yet standing debtor to this blockhead for a bone to stand on. Cursed be that mortal interindebtedness which will not do away with ledgers. I would be free as air, and I'm down in the whole world's books. I am so rich, I could have given bid for bid with the wealthiest praetorians at the auction of the Roman Empire, which was the world, and yet I owe for the flesh in the tongue I brag with. By heavens! I'll get a crucible, and into it, and dissolve myself down to one small, compendious vertebra. So. Car F1 Tur resuming his work well. Stubb knows him LXSST of all, and Stubb always says queer, says nothing but that one sufficient little word kook wr, he's QTLCTR, says Stubb, he's QTLCTR, and keeps dinning it into Mr. Starbuck all the timp.uer, sir queer, very queer. And here's his leg. Yes, now that I think of it, Herrick his road fellow, has a stick of Walick Jolum for a wife. And this is his leg, he'll stand on this. What was that now ALUUT, one leg standing in three places and all three places standing in one hell, how was that? Oh! I don't wonder he looked so warnful at me. I'm a sort of strange-thoughted sometimes, they say, but rats only haphazard like. Illman, a short, little old body like me, should never undertake to wade into deep waters with tall, hair-and-built captains. The water chucks you under the chin pretty quick, and there's a great cry for lifeboats. And here's the leg. Long and slim, sure enough. Now, for most folks one pair of legs lasts a lifetime, and that must be because they use them mercifully, as a tender-hearted old lady uses her roly.ly old avake horse cuz. But Ahab, oh he's a hard driver. Look, driven one leg to death, and spavined the other for life, and now wears out any legs by the cord. Hello, there, you smut. War a hand there with those screws, and let finish it before the Rezer and Ion fellow comes a-calling with his horn for all legs, true or false, as brewery men go round colliering old beer barrels, to fill 'em up again. What a leg this is! It looks like a real live leg, filed down to nothing but the core. He'll be standing on this tomorrow, he'll taking altitudes on it. Hello! I almost forgot the little oval slate, smoothed ivory, where he figures up the latitude. So, chisel, file, and sand P+R, now, chapter CL. Ahab and Starbuck in the cabin according to usage were pumping the ship next morning, and 10. No inconsiderable oil came up with the water, the casks below must have sprung a bad leak. Much concern was shown, and Starbuck went down into the cabin to report this affair. Now, From the south and west the Pequod was drawing nigh to Formosa and the Ashe Isles, between which lies one of the tropical outlets from the China waters into the Pacific. And so Starbuck found Ahab with a general chart of the Oriental archipelagos spread before him, and another great one representing the long eastern CCNSTS of the Japanese islands Nippon, Imatsumai, and Shikoku. With his snow-white new ivory leg braced against the screwed leg of his table, and with the long of a jackknife in his hand, the wondrous old man, with his back to the gangway door, was wrinkling his brow, and tracing his old courses Agam who's there, hearing the footstep at the but not turning round to it. On deck. Begone. Captain Ahab mistakes, it is I. The oil in the hold is leaking, sir. We must up burdens and break our. Up burdens and break our? Now that we are nearing Japan, heave to here for a week to tinker a parcel of old hoops. Either do that, sir, or waste in one day more oil than we may make good in a year. What we come 20,000 miles to get is worth saving, sir it is, so it is, if we get it. I was speaking of the oil in the hold, sir. And I was not faking or thinking of that at all. Begone. Let it leak. I'm all a leak myself. I. Leaks in leaks. Not only full of leaky casks, but those leaky casks are in a leaky ship, and that's a far worse plight than the Pequod's, man. Yet I don't stop to plug my leak, for who can find it in the deep-loaded hull, or how hope to plug it, even if found, in this life's howling gale? Starbuck. I'll not have the burdens hoisted. What will RHE owners say, sir? Let the owners stand on Nantucket Beach and out-yell the what cares Ahab. Owners, owners. How art always prating to me, Starbuck, about those miserly owners, as if the owners were my conscience. But yeah, the only real owner of anything is its commander, and hark yeah, my conscience is in this ship's keel-011 deck. Captain Ahab, said the reddening mate, moving further into the cabin, with a daring so strangely respectful and cautious that it almost seemed not only every way seeking to avoid the slightest outward manifestation of itself, but within also seemed more than half distrustful of itself. A better man than I might well pass over in thee what he would quickly enough resent in a younger man, I. And in a happier, Captain Ahab. Devils. Dost thou then so much as dare to critically think deck? Nay, sir, not yet, I do entreat. And I do dare, sir, to be forbearing. Shall we not understand each other better than hitherto, Captain Ahab? Ahab seized a loaded musket from RHE rack, forming part of most south cabin furniture, and pointing it towards Starbuck, exclaimed, Is one God that is Lord over the earth, and one captain that is Lord over the Pequod on deck. For an instant in the flashing eyes of the mate, and his fiery cheeks, you would have almost thought that he had really received the blaze of the levelled Tut-R. But, mastering his emotion, he half calmly rose, and as he quitted the cabin, paused for an instant and said, Thou hast outraged, not insulted me, sir, but for that I asked thee not to ruer of Starbuck, thou wouldst but laugh, but let Ahab beware of Ahab, beware of thyself, old man as he waxes brave, but nevertheless obeys, most careful bravery that, murmured Ahab, as Starbuck disappeared. What's that he said Ahab beware of Ahab there's something there, unconsciously using the musket for a staff, with an iron brow he paced to and fro in the little cabin, but presently the thick plates of his forehead relaxed, and returning the gun to the rack, he went to the art but too good a fellow, Starbuck, he said lowly to the mate, then raising his voice to the crew, furl the gallant sails and closs and receive the topsails, fore and aft, back the main yard, up burdens, and break out in the main hold. It were perhaps vain to surmise exactly why it was, that as resbeing Starbuck, Ahab thus aaed. It may have ren a flash of honesty in him, or mere prudential policy which, under the circumstance, imperiously forbade the slightest symptom of disaffection, however transient, in the important chief officer of his ship. However it was, his orders were executed, and the Burtons were hoisted. In sperm whalemen with any considerable quantity of oil on leeward, it is a regular weekly duty to conduce a hose into RHE hold, and drench the casks with sea water, which afterwards, at varying intervals, is removed by the ship's pumps. Hereby RHE casks are sought to be kept damply tight, while by the changed charre of the withdrawn water, the mariners readily detect any serious leakage in the precious. Chapter CLL Queek in his coffin. Upon searching, it was found that the casks last struck into the hold were perfectly sound, and that the leak must further off. So, it being calm weather, they broke out deeper and deeper, disturbing the slumbers of huge ground tier butts, and from that black midnight sending those gigantic moles into the daylight above. So deep did they go, and so ancient, and weedy the aspial of the lowermost puncheons, that you almost looked next for some mouldy cornerstone cask containing coins of Captain NMH, with copies of the posted placards, vainly warning the infatuated old world from the hood. Tiers after tiers, too, of water, and bread, and beef, and of staves, and iron bundles of hoops, were hoisted out, till at last the piled decks were hard to get about, and the hollow hull echoed underfoot, as if you were treading over empty catacombs, and reeled and rolled in the sea like an air-freighted demijohn. Was the ship as a dinnerless student with all Aristotle in his head? Well was it that the typhoons did not visit them then. Now, at this time it was that my PCXR pagan companion, and fast bosom friend, was seized with a fever, which brought him nigh to his endless. Be it said, that in this vexation of whaling, sinecures are unknown, dignity and danger go hand in hand, till you get to be captain, the higher you rise the harder you toil. So with Queek, who, as harks, near, must not only face all the rage of the living whale, but as we have elsewhere seen mount his dead back in a rolling sea, and finally descend into the gloom of the hold, and bitterly sweating all day in that subterraneous confinement, resolutely manhandle the clumsiest casks and see to their stowage. To be short, among whalemen, the harpooneers are the holders, so called. Poor Queek. When the ship was about half disemboweled, you should have stooped over the hatchway, and peered down upon him there, where, stripped to his woolen drawers, the tattooed savage was crawling about amid that dampness and slime, like a green-sported lizard at the bottom of a well. And a well, or an ice-house, it somehow proved to him, poor pagan, where, strange to say, for all the heat of his swearings, he caught a terrible chill which lapsed into a fever, and at last, after some days' suffering, laid him in his hammock, close to the very sill of RHE door of death. Lo he wasted and wasted away in those long lingering days, till there seemed but little left of him but his frame and eat-toing. But as all else in him thinned, and his cheek-scenes grew sharper, his eyes, nevertheless, seemed growing fuller and fuller, they became of a strange softness of luster, and mildly but deeply looked out at you there from his sickness, a wondrous testimony to that immortal health in him which could not die, or be weakened. And like circles on the water, which, as they grow fainter, expand, so his eyes seemed rounding and rounding, like the rings of eternity. An awe that cannot be named would steal over you as you sat by the side of this waning savage, and saw as strange things in his face, as any beheld who were bystanders when Zoroaster died. For whatever is truly wondrous and fearful in man, never yet was put into words or ink, ks. And the drawing near of death, which alike levels all, alike impresses all with the last revelation, which only an author from the dead could adequately tell. So that let us say it again, no dying Chaldee or Greek had higher and holier thoughts than those, whose mysterious shades you saw creeping over the face of Queequeg, as he quietly lay in his swaying hammock, and the rolling seemed gently rocking him to his final rest, and the invisible flood tide lifted 111 higher and higher towards his destined heaven. Not a man of the crew but gave him up, and, as for Queequeg himself, what he thought of his case was forcibly shown by a curious favour he asked. He called one to him in the grey morning watch, when the day was just breaking, and taking his hand, said that while in Nantucket he had chanced to see certain little canoes of dark wood, like the rich of his native isle, and upon inquiry, he had learned that whalemen who died in Nantucket, were laid in those same dark cameras, and that the fancy of being so laid had much pleased him, for it was not unlike the custom of his own race, who, after embalming a dead warrior, stretched him out in his canoe, and so left him to be floated away to the starry archipelagos, for not only do cheerly char the stars are isles, but that far beyond all visible horizons, their own mild, uncontinented seas, interflow with the blue heavens, and so form the white breakers of the Milky Way. He added, that he shuddered at the thought of being buried in his Harnrunk XK, according to the usual SC% custom, tossed like something vile to the death-devouring sharks. No, he desired a canoe like those of Nantucket, all the more all to him, being a whaleman, that like a Walkalwat these coffin canoes were without a keel, though that involved but uncertain steering, and much leeway adown the dim ages. Now, when this strange circumstance was made known aft, the carpenter ways at once commanded to do Queequeg's bidding, whatever it might include. Her was some heathenish, coffin-coloured old lumber aluard, which, upon a long previous voyage, had been cut from the original groves of the Lackaday Islands, and from these dark planks coffin was recommended to be made. No sooner was the carpenter apprised of the order, than taking his rule, he forthwith with all indifferent promptitude of his charreer, proceeded into the forecastle and measure with great autoracy, regularly chalking Queequeg person as he shifted the rule. All fellow. He'll have to die now, ejaculated the island sailor. Going to his vice bench, the carpenter for convenience sake and general reference, now transferringly measured on it the exact length the coffin was to be, and then made the transfer permanent by cutting 2 notches at its extremities. This done, he marshalled the planks and his TCH.LS, and to work. When the last nail was driven, and the lid duly planed and fitted, he lightly shouldered the and went forward with it, inquiring whether they were ready for it yet in that dire ion. Overhearing indignant but half-humorous cries with which the F.P.L.E. on deck began to drive coffin away, Queequeg, to everyone's consternation, commanded that the thing should be instantly brought to him, nor was there any denying him, seeing that, of all mortals, some dying men are most tyrannical, and certainly, since they will shortly trouble us so little for evermore, the fellows ought to be indulged. Leaning over in his hammock, Queequeg long regarded the coffin with an attentive eye. Vic then called for his harp had the ST.XK drawn from it, and then had the iron part placed in the coffin along with one of the paddles of his zayat. All by his own request, also, biscuits were then ranged round the sides within, a flask of fresh water was placed at the head, and a small bag of woody earth up in the hold at the FCXT, and a piece of sailcloth being rolled up for a pillow. Queequeg now entreated to be lifted into his final IRD, that he might make trial of its comforts, if any it had. He lay without moving a few minutes, then told one to go to his bag and bring out his little Yaho. His arms on his breast with Yaho between, he called for the coffin lid, hatch he called it, to be placed over him. Ihe head part round over with a lecher hinge, and there lay Queek in his coffin with little but his composed countenance in view. "Rarme, it will do, it is easy," he murmured at last, and signed to be replaced his hammock. But ere this was done, Pip, who had been slyly hovering near by all this while, drew nigh to him where he lay, and with soft sobbings, took him by the hand, in the other, holding his tambourine. "Poor rover! Will ye never have done with all this weary roving? Where go ye now? But if the currents carry ye to those sweet Antilles where the beaches only beat with water lilies, will ye do one little errand for me? Seek out one Pip, who's now been missing long, I drink he's in chose far Antilles. If ye find him, then comfort him, for he must be very sad, for look, he's left his tambourine, found it? Rig-a-dig, dig, dig. Now, die, and I'll beat ye your dying march have heard," murmured Starbuck, gazing down the scuttle, "that in violent fevers, men, all ignorance, have talked in ancient tongues, and that when the mystery is probed, it turns out always that in their wholly forgotten child CNRL those ancient tongues had been really spoken in their hearing by some lofty scholars. So, to my fond faith, poor Pip, in this strange sweetness of his lunacy, brings heavenly vouchers of all our heavenly homes. Where learned he that? But he speaks again, but more wildly now. From 2 and 2. Let's make a general of him. Ho, where asterisk is lay it across here, rig-a-dig, dig, dig. Oh, for a gamecock now to sit upon his head and crow. Queek dies ye that, Queek dies game. Take ye good heed of that, Queek dies game. I say, game, game, game. But base little Pip, he died a coward, died all a shiver, out upon Pip. Hark ye, if ye find Pip, tell all the Antilles he's a runaway, a coward, a coward, a coward. Tell them he jumped from a whale loony. 17 Never beat my tambourine over base Pip, and hail him general, if he were once more dying here. No, no. Shame upon all cowards, lame upon them. Let 'em go drown like Pip, that jumped from a whale boat. Shame. Shame. During all this, Queequeg lay with closed eyes, as if in a dream. Pip was led away, and the sick man was replaced in his hammock. But now that he had apparently made every preparation for death, now that his coffin was proved a good fit, Queek suddenly rallied. Soon there seemed no need of the carpenters, and thereupon, when some expressed their delighted surprise, he, in substance, said, that the cause of his sudden convalescence was a critical moment. He had just recalled a little duty ashore, which he was leaving undone, and therefore had changed his mind about dying. He could not die yet, he averred. Asked him, then, whether to live or die was a matter of his own sovereign will and pleasure. He answered, certainly. In a word, it was conceit, that if a man made up his mind to live, mere sickness could nor kill him, nothing but a whale, or a gale, or some violent, ungovernable, unintelligent destroyer of that sort. Now, there is this noteworthy difference between savage and civilized, that while a sick, civilized man may be 6 months convalescing, generally speaking, a sick savage is almost half well again in a day. So, in time my Queek gained strength, and at length after sitting on the for a few indolent days, but eating with a vigorous appetite, he suddenly leaped to his feet, threw out arms and legs, gave himself a gox's stretching, yawned a little bit, and then springing into the head of his hoisted boat, and poising a harpoon, pronounced himself fit for a fight. With a wild whimsiness, he now his coffin for a sea chest, and emprying into it his canvas bag of clothes, set them in order rare. Many spare hours he spent, in carving the lid with all manner of grotesque figures and drawings, and it seemed that hereby he was striving, in his rude way, to parts of the twisted tattooing on his, and this tattoo-ing had been the work of a departed prophet and seer of his island, who, by those hieroglyphic marks, had written out on his a complete theory of the heavens and the earth, and a mystical treatise on the art of attaining truth, so that Queek in his own proper person was a riddle to unfold, a wondrous work in one volume, but whose mysteries not even himself could read, though his own live heart beat against them, and these mysteries were therefore destined in the end to moulder away with the living parchment whereon they were inscribed, and so be unsolved to the last. And this thought it must have been which suggested to Ahab that wild exclamation of his, when one morning turning away from surveying poor Queeco, devilish tantalization of the chapter CLLL the Pacific. When gliding by the Bashi Isles we emerged at last Uluj and the Great South Sea. Were it not for other things, I could have greeted my dear Pacific with uncounted thanks, for now the long supplication of my youth was answered, that serene creen rolled eastwards from me 1,000 leagues of blue. Lhurk is, one knows not what SWCWT mystery ALX, UT the sea, whose gently awful stirrings seem to speak of some hidden soul beneath, like those fabled undulations of the Ephesian sod over the buried evangelist St. John. And meet it is, that over these sea ensters, wide rolling watery prairies and potters' fields of all 4 continents, the waves should rise and fall, and ebb and flow unceasingly, for here, millions of mixed shades and shadows, drowned dreams, somnambulisms, reveries, all that we call lives and souls, lie dreaming, still, tossing like slumberers in their LRDS, the ever-rolling waves but made so by their restlessness. To any meditative Magian rover, this serene Pacific, once beheld, must ever after be the sea of his adoption. It rolls RHE midmost waters of the world, RHE Indian Ocean and Atlantic being its arms. The same waves wash the moles of the new-built Californian towns, but yesterday planted by RHE recentest race of men, and lave the faded but still skirts of Asiatic lands, older than Abraham, while all ninths flowed milky ways of coral isles, and low-lying, endless, unknown archipelagos, and impenetrable Japans. Thus this mysterious, divine Pacific zones the world's whole bulk about, makes all coasts one bay to it, the tide-wadding heart of earth. Lifted by those eternal swells, you needs must own the Sidhu and I've God, your head to pen. But few thoughts of Pan stirred Ahab's brain, as standing like an iron statue at his accustomed place the mizzen with one nostril he unthinkingly snuffed the sugary musk from the Bkshi Isles, in whose sweet woods mild ers must be walking, and with the other consciously inhaled the salt breath of the new-found sea, that sea in which the hated white whale must even then swimming anched at length these almost final waters, and gliding towards the Japanese cruising ground, the old man's purpose intensified itself. His firm lips met like the lips of a vice, the delta of his forehead's veins swelled like overladen brooks, in his very sleep, his ringing cry ran through RHE vaulted hull, stern all. The white whale spouts thick blood, chapter Siv the blacksmith availing himself of the mild, summer cool weather that now reigned in these latitudes, and in preparation for the peculiarly active pursuits shortly to be anticipated, Perth, the begrimed, blistered old blacksmith, had not removed his portable forge to the hold again, after concluding his contributory work for Ahab's leg, but still retained it on deck, fast lashed to ring bolts by the foremast, being now almost incessantly invoked by the headsman, and harvks nears, and to do some little job for them, altering, or repairing, or new shaping their various weapons and boat furniture. Often he would be surrounded by an eager circle, all waiting to be served, holding boat spades, pike heads, harps and lances, and jealously watching his every sooty movement, as he toiled. Nevertheless, this old man's was a patient hammer wielded by a patient arm. No murmur, no impatience, no petulance did come from him. Silent, slow, and solemn, beaming over still further his chronically broken back, he toiled away, as if toil were life itself, and the heavy beating of his hammer the heavy beating of his heart. And so it was most miserable. A peculiar walk in this old man, a certain slight but painful appearing yawing in his gait, had at an early pericle of the voyage excited the curiosity of the mariners, and to the importunity of their persisted questionings he had finally given in, and so it came to pass that every one now knew the shameful story of his wretched belated, and not infrequently, one bitter winter's midnight, on the road running between two country towns, the blacksmith half stupidly felt the deadly numbness stealing over him, and sought refuge in a leaning, dilapidated barn. The issue was, the loss of the extremities of feet. Out of this revelation, part by part, at last came out the 4 of the gladness, and the one long, and as yet uncatastrophed fifth of the grief of his life's drama. He was an old man, who, at the age of nearly 60, had postponed daily encountered that thing in sorrow's technicals called ruin. He had been an artisan of famed excellence, and with plenty to do, owned a house and garden, embraced a youthful, daughter-like, loving wife, and 3 blithe, ruddy children, every Sunday went to a cheerful-looking church, planted in a grove. But one night, under cover of darkness, and further concealed in a most cunning disguisement, a desperate burglar slid into his happy home, and robbed them all of everything. And darker yet to tell, the blacksmith himself did ignorantly conceal this burglar into his family's heart. It was the conjurer. Upon the opening of that fatal cork, forth flew the fiend, and shriveled up his home. Now, for prudent, most wise, and economic reasons, the blacksmith's shop was in the basement of his dwelling, but with a separate entrance to it, so that always had the young and loving healthy wife listened with no unhappy nervousness, but with vigorous pleasure, to the stout ringing of her young armed old Husselmeld's hammer, whose reverberations, muffled by passing through the floors and walls, came up to her, not unsweetly, in her nursery, and so, to stout labor's iron lullaby, the blacksmith's infants were rocked to slumber. Oh, woe on woe! Oh, death, why canst thou not sometimes be timely? Hadst thou taken this old blacksmith to thyself ere his full ruin came upon him, then had Rhe young widow had a delicious grief, and her orphans a truly venerable, legendary sire to dream of in their after years, and all of Ram a care-killing competency. But death plucked down some virtuous elder brother, on whose whistling daily toil solely hung the responsibilities of some other family, and left the worse than useless old man standing, till the hideous rot of life should make him easier to harvest. Why tell the whole? The blows of the basement hammer every day grew more and more between, and each blow every day grew fainter than the last. The wife sat frozen at the window, with tearless eyes, glitteringly gazing into the weeping faces of her children. The bellows fell, the forge choked up with cinders, the house was sold, the mother dived down into the long churchyard grass, her children twice followed her thither, and the houseless, familyless old man staggered off a vagabond in Krolr, his every unreverenced, his grey head a scorn to flaxen death the only desirable sequel for a career like this, but death is only a launching into the region of the strange untried, it is but Rhe first salutation to Rhe possibilities of Rhe immense remote, Rhe wild, the watery, the unshored, therefore, to the death-longing eyes of such men, who still have left in them some interior compunations against suicide, does the all-contributed and all-receptive Kreen alluringly spread forth his whole plane of unimaginable, taking terrors, and wonderful, new life adventures, and from the hearts of infinite Pacifics, the thou sand mermaids sing to them, come hither, broken-hearted, here is another life without the guilt of intermediate death, here are wonders supernatural, without dying for them. Come hither. Bury thyself in a life which, to your now equally abhorred and abhorring, landed world, is more oblivious than death. Come hither. Put up thy gravestone, within the churchyard, and come hither, till we marry here, kenning to these voices, east and west, by early sunrise, and by fall of eve, the soul responded, I come. And so Perth went a-hailing. Chapter CV. The forge, with matted and swathed in a bristling sharkskin apron, about midday, Perth was standing between his forge and anvil, the latter upon an iron log, with one hand holding a pike head in the coals, and with the other at his forge's lungs, when Captain Ahab along, carrying in his hand a small rustying leithern ivig. Whole yet a little distance from the forge, moody Ahab paused, till at last, Perth, withdrawing his iron from the fire, Irgan hammering it upon the anvil, the red mass sending off the sparks in thick hovering flights, some of which flew close to Ahab. Are these thy mother Carey's chickens, Perth? They are always flying in thy wake, birds of good omen, too, but not to hear, they burn, but Joe thou livest among them without a scorch. S because I am scorched all over, Captain Ahab, answered Perth, resting for a moment on his hammer, I am past scorching, not easily can thou scorch a scar. Well, no more. Thy shrunk voice sounds calmly, sanely woeful to me. And no paradise myself, I am impatient of all misery in others. Chat is not mad. Thou shouldst go mad, blacksmith, say, why dost thou not go mad? How thou endure without nining mad? Do the heavens yet hate thee, that thou canst not go? Wert thou making there welding an old pike head, sir, there were dents in it. And thou make it all smooth, again, blacksmith, after such hard usage as it had. I'll think so, sir. And I suppose thou canst smooth almost any seams and dents, never mind how hard the metal, blacksmith. Sir, I think I can, all seams and dents but one. Look here, then, cried Ahab, passionately advancing, and leaning with both hands on Perth's shoulders, look smooth out a seam like this, blacksmith, sweeping hand across his ribbed brows, if thou calc bt, blacksmith, glad enough would I lay my head upon thy anvil, and feel thy heaviest hammer between my eyes. Answer. Canst thou smooch this worn? Oh. Char is rhe1, sir. Said I not all seams and dents but one? Blacksmith, it is rhe1, man, it is unsumxable, for though thou only seest it here in my flesh, it has worked down into the bone of my skull that is all wrinkles. But, away with child's play, no more gaffs and plkas today. Yet here, jingling the leithern bag, as if it were full of gold coins. Want a maid, one that 1,000 yoke of fiends agiled not part, Perth, sorn thing that will stick in a whale like his own fin bone. There's the stuff, flinging the pouch upon the anvil. Yeah, blacksmith, these are the gathered nail stubs of the steel shoes of racing horses. Horse-shoe stubs, sir. Why, Captain Ahab, thou hast here, then, the best and stubbornest stuff we blacksmiths ever work. I know it, old man, these stubs will weld together like glue from the melted bones of murderers. Quick! Forge me the harpoon. And forge me first, 12 rods for its shank, then wind and twist and hammer these 12 together like the yarns and strands of a tow line. Quick! I'll blow the fire. When at last the 12 rods were made, Ahab read rem, one, by spiraling them, with his own hand, round a long, heavy iron of law. Reaching the last one. Work that over again, Perth. Least done, Perth was alolo to begin welding the 12 into one, when Ahab stayed his hand, and said he would weld his own iron. As, then, with regular, gasping hems, he hammered on the anvil, Perth passing to him the glowing rods, one after the other, and the hard-pressed forge shooting up its intense straight flame, the Parsee ems silently, and bowing over his head towards the fire, seemed invoking some curse or some blessing on the toil. But, as Ahab looked up, he slid what's that bunch of lucifers dodging about there for why muttered Stubb, looking on from the forecastle. Ibat Parsee smells fire like a fousey, and smells of it himself, like a Hottentollskit's powder pan. At last the shank, in one complete rod, received its final heat, and as Perth, to temper it, plunged it all hissing into the cask of water nearby, the scalding steam shot up into Ahab's bent face. Would st rebrand me, Perth, wincing for a moment with the pain, have I been but forging my own branding iron, then? Pray God, not that, yet I fear something, Captain Ahab. Is not this for the white whale? For the white fiend? But now for the barbs, thou must make them thyself, man. Here are my razors the best of steel, here, and make the barbs sharp as the needle sleet of the icy sea. For a moment, the old blacksmith eyed the rammers as though he would fain not use them. Take them, man, I have no need for them, for I now neither shave, sup, nor pray till but here to work. Fashioned at last into an arrowy shape, and welded by Perth to the shank, the steel pointed the end of the iron, and as the blacksmith was about giving the barbs their final heat, prior to tempering them, he cried to Ahab to place the turcask near. No, no water for that, I want it of the true death temper. Ahoy, there. Tashtigo, queek, dago. What say ye, pagans? Will ye give me as much blood as will cover this barb, holding it high up? A cluster of dark nods replied, yes. Twepun and ears were made in the heathen flesh, and the white whalic barbs were then tempered. Non bapti 7x, te in nomine patris, sed in nomine diaboli, deliri 01 lsly howled Ahab, as the malignant iron scorchingly devoured the baptismal blood. Now, mustering the spare poles from below, and sealing one of hickory, with the bark still investing it, Ahab fitted rhe end to rhe socket of the iron. A coil of new rowline was then unwound, and some fathoms of it taken to the windlass, and stretched to a great tension. Pressing his foot upon it, till the roller hummed like a harp string, then eagerly bending over it, and seeing no strandings, Ahab exclaimed, good. And now for the seizings. At one extremity the rope was unstranded, and the separate spread yarns were all braided and woven round the of the ivarks, and, the pole was then driven hard up into the socket, from the lower end the rope was trickled halfway along the pole length, and firmly secured so, with intertwistings of twine. Least done, pole, iron, and rope like the three fates remained insulmerable, and Ahab mockingly stalked away with the weapon, the sound of his ivory leg, and the sound of the hickory pole, hollowly ringing along every plank. But ere he entered his cabin, a light, unnatural, half-bantering, yet most piteous sound was heard. Oh, Pip! Thy wretched laugh, thy idle but unresting eye, all thy strange mummeries not unmeaningly blended with the black tragedy of the melancholy ship, and mocked chapter cvi. The gilder penetrating further and further into the heart of the Japanese cruising ground, the pecked 1CKL was all astir in the fishery. Often, in mild, pleasant weather, 412, 15, 18, and 20 hours on the stretch, they were engaged in the boats, steadily pulling, or sailing, or paddling after the whales, or for an interlude of 60 or 70 minutes calmly awaiting their uprising, though with but small success for their pains. At such times, under an abated sun, afloat all day upon smooth, slow heaving swells, seated in his boat, light as a birch canoe, and so sxiably mixing with the soft waves themselves, that like hearthstone cats they purr against the gunwale, these are the times of dreamy quietude, when beholding the tranquil beauty and brilliancy of the ocean's skin, one forgets the tiger heart that pants beneath it, and would not willingly remember, that this velvet paw but conceals a remorseless fang. These are the times, when in his whaleboat the rover softly feels a certain filial, confident, land-like feeling towards Rhec, that he regards it as so much flowery earth, and Rhe distant ship revealing only the tops of her masts, forward, not raw high rolling waves, but through Rhe raw grass of a rolling prairie, as when the western emigrants' horses only show their creeled while their hidden widely wade through the amazing verdure. He long-drawn virgin vales, the mild blue hillsides, as over these there steals the hush, the hum, you almost swc%lr that player-wearied children lie sleeping in these solitudes, in some glad May time, when the flowers of the woods are plucked. And all this mixes with your most mystic so that fae and fancy, halfway meeting, interpenetrate, and form one seamless whole. Nor did such tling scenes, however temporary, fail of at least as an effect on Ahab. But if these secret golden keys did seem to in him his own secret golden treasuries, yet did his breath upon them prove but tarnishing. Oh, grassy glades! Oh, ever vernal endless landscapes in the soul, in long parched by the dead drought of the earthy men yet may roll, like young horses in new morning clover, and for some few fleeting moments, feel Rhe cool dew of Rhe life immortal on them. Would to God these blessed calms would last. But the mingling threads of life are woven by warp and woof, calms crossed by storms, a storm for every calm. There is no steady unretracing progress in this life, WC do not advance, through fixed gradations, and at the last one pause through infancy's unconscious spell, boy zero, KL's thoughtless faith, Adeli's sense doubt, the Ajmurnan then scepticism, then disbelief, resting at last in pondering repose of if. But gone through, we trooks, the round again, and are infants, liss, and men, and ifs eternally. Where lies the final harbor, whence we unmoor no more? In what rapt ether sails the world, of which the weariest will never weary? Where is the foundling father hidden? Our souls are like those orphans whose unwed mothers die in them, the secret of our paternity lies in their grave, and we must there to learn it. And that same day, too, gazing far down from his boat's side into that same golden sea, Starbuck lowly murmured loveliness unfathomable, as ever lover saw in his young bride's eye, tell me not of thy teeth-tiered sharks, and thy kidnapping cannibal ways. Eichst faith oust fad, let fancy oust memory, I look deep down and do and srub, fish-like, with sparkling scales, leaped up in that same golden light I am Stubb, and Stubb has his history, but here Stubb takes oaths that he has always been jolly. Chapter CVII. The Pequod meets the bachelor, and jolly enough were the sights and the sounds Chatcarn bearing down before the wind, some few weeks after Ahab's harpoon had been welded. It was a Nantucket ship, the Bachelor, which had just wedged in her last cask of oil, and bolted down her bursting hatches, and now, in glad holiday apparel, was joyously, though somewhat vaingloriously, sailing round among the widely separated ships on the ground, previous to pointing her prow for home. Three men at her masthead wore long streamers of narrow red bunting at their hats. From the stern, a whaleboat was suspended, lutum down, and hanging captive from the bowsprit was seen the long lower jaw of the last whale they had slain. Signals, ensigns, and jacks of all colors were flying from her rigging, on every side. Sideways lashed in each of her 3 basket tops were 2 barrels of sperm, above which, in her topmast cross trees, you saw slender breakers of the same precious fluid, and nailed to her main truck was a brazen lamp. As was afterwards learned, the bachelor had met with the most surprising success, the more wonderful, for that while cruising in the same seas numerous other vessels had gone entire months without securing a single fish. Not only had barrels of beef and bread been given away to make room for the far more valuable SVRRRN, but additional supplemental casks had iron bartered for, from RHE ships she had met, and wreaths were stowed along RHE deck, and in the officers even the cabin table itself had been knocked into kindling wood, and the cabin dined off the broad head of an oil butt, lashed down to the floor for a centerpiece. In the forecastle, the sailors had actually cocked and pitched their chests, and filled them. It was humorously added, that the cook had clapped ahead on his largest boiler, and filled it, that the steward had plugged his spare coffee tea and filled it, that the harpooneers had headed the skits off their irons and filled them, that indeed everything was filled with sperm, except the pantaloons' pockets, and chose he reserved to thrust his hands into, in self-complacent testimony of his entire satisfaction. As this glad ship of good luck bore down upon the moody Pequod, the barbarian sound of enormous drums came from her, and drawing still nearer, a crowd of FHCR men were seen standing round her huge tripods, which, covered with the parchment-like poke or stomach skin of the blackfish, gave forth a loud roar to every stroke of the clenched hands of the crew. On the quarter-deck, the mates and harpooneers were dancing with the olive-hued girls who had eloped with them from the Polynesian Isles, while suspended in an ornamented lunt, firmly secured aloft between the foremast and mainmast, 3 Long Island Negroes, with glittering fiddle bows of whale ivory, were presiding over the hilarious jig. Meanwhile, others of the ship's company were tumultuously busy at the masonry of the try-works, from which the huge pots had been removed. You would have almost thought they were pulling down the cursed Bastille, such wild cries they raised, as the now useless brick and mortar were being hurled into the sea. Lord and master over all this scene, the captain stood area on the ship's elevated quarter-deck, so chat the whole rejoicing drama was full before him, and seemed merely contrived for his own individual diversion. And Ahab, he too was standing on his quarter-deck, shag-tie and black, with a stubborn GLCX, LN, and as the 2 ships crossed each other's wakes in all jubil alliance for things past, the other all forebodings as to things to come, their 2 captains in themselves impersonated the whole striking contrast of the SCLNE. Bernard, come alward, cried the gay bachelor's commander, lifting a glass and a bottle in the air. Hast seen the white whale? Gritted Ahab in reply. No, only heard of him, but don't believe in him at all, said the other Goxa humoredly. Come, are too damn jolly. Sail on. Hast lost any men? Asterisk, not enough to speak of 2 islanders, that's all, but come old Hardy, come along. I'll soon rake that black from your brow. Come along, will ye, marries the play, a full ship and homeward bound. How wondrous familiar is a fool, muttered Ahab, then aloud, art a full ship and homeward luend, ru sayest, well, then, call me an emprise ship, and so go thy ways, and I will mine. Forward there. All sail, and keep her to the wind. And thus, while the one ship went cheerily before the breeze, the other stub fought against it, and the 2 vessels parted, the crew of the Pequod LCX, king with grave, lingering glances towards the ruling bachelor, but the Baccalorc men never heeding their gaze for the lively revelry they were in. And as Ahab, leaning over the taffrail, eyed the homeward bound craft. He took from his pskid a small vial of sand, and then looking from the ship to the vial, seemed thereby bringing two remote associations together, for that vial was filled with Nantucket soundings. Chapter Kien. The dying whale. Not seldom in this life, when, on the right side, fortune's favorites sail close by us, we, though all adroit before, catch somewhat of the rushing and joyfully feel our bagging sails fill out. So seemed it with the for next day after an Allen Turing the gay bachelor, whales were seen and four were slain, and one of them by Ahab. It was far down the afternoon, and when all the spearings of the crimson fight were done, anxieting in the lovely sunset sea and sky, sun and whale both stilly died together, then, such a sweetness and such plaintiveness, such enwreathing orisons curled up in that rosy air, that it almost seemed as if far over from the deep green convent valleys of the Manila Isles, the Spanish land breeze, wantonly turned sailor, had gone to sea, freighted with these V.E.F. hymns. Soothed again, but only soothed to deeper gloom, Ahab, who had sterned off from the whale, sat intently watching his final wanings from the now tranquil inn, at. For that strange speacle observable in all whales dying the turning sunwards of Rhe head, and so expiring chat strange speacle, beheld of such a placid evening, somehow to Ahab conveyed a wondrousness unknown before. Turns and turns him to slowly, but how steadfastly, his rendering and invoking brow, with his last dying motions. Veal too worships fire, most faithful, broad, baronial vassal of the that these two favoring eyes should scw these two favoring sights. Here, far water lcxked, beyond all hum of human will or woe, in these most candid and impartial seas, where to traditions no rocks furnish tablets, where for long Chinese ages, the billows have still rolled on speechless and unspoken to, as stars that shine upon the Niger's unknown ers, here, too, life dies sunvards full of faith, but see. No sooner dead, than death whirls round the corpse, and it heads some other way. Oh, thou dark Hindu half of nature, who off droned bones hast builded thy separate throne somewhere in the heart of these unverdured seas, thou art an infidel, thou queen, and too truly speakest to me in the wide slaughtering typhoon, and the hushed burial of its after calm. Nor has this thy whale sunwards turned his dying head, and then gone round again, without a lesson to me. Oh, trebly hooped and welded hip of power! Oh, high aspiring, rainbowed one strivest, this one jettest all in vain. In vain, O whale, dost thou seek intersiddlings with yon all-quickening sun, that only calls forth life, but gives it not again. Yet dost thou, darker half, me with a prouder, if a darker filth. All thy unamable imminglings, float beneath me here, I am buoyed by breaths of once living things, exhaled as air, but water now. Then hail, forever hail, O sea, in whose eternal tossings the wild fowl finds his only rest. Born of the earth, yet suckled by the sea, though hill and valley mothered me, ye billows are my foster brothers. Chapter Cix. The whale watch. The four whales slain that evening had died wide apart, one, far to windward, one, less distant, to leeward, one ahead, one astern. His last three were brought alongside ere nightfall, but the windward one not be reached till morning, and the boat that had killed it lay by its side all night, and that boat was a hull. The wave pole was thrust upright into the dead spout hole, and the lantern hanging from its top, cast a troubled flickering glare upon the black, glossy back, and far out upon the midnight waves, which gently chafed the whale's broad flank, like soft surf upon a walk. Ahab and all his boat's crew seemed asleep, but the Parsee, who crouching in the bow, sat watching the sharks, that spear ally played round the whale, and tapped the light cedar planks with their tails. A sound like the moaning in squadrons over asphaltites of unforgiven ghosts of Gomorrah, ran shuddering through the air. Started from his slumbers, Ahab, face to face, saw the Parsee, and hooped round by the gloom of the night they seemed the last men in a flooded world. "I have dreamed it again," said he. "Of the hearses? Have I not said, old man, that neither hearse nor coffin can w thin? And who are heres that die on the sea? But I said, old man, that ere thou couldst die on this voyage, 2 hearses must verily by thee on the sea, the first not made by mortal hands, and the visible wood of the last one must be grown in America. I. A strange sight that, hearse and its plumes floating over the ocean with the waves for the pall-bearers. Ha! Such a sight we shall not soon believe it or not, thou canst not die till it be seen, old man. And what was that saying about thyself? It come to the last, I shall still go before thee thy pilot. And when thou art so gone before, if that ever befall, then ere I can follow, thou must still upvar to me, to pilot me it nor so. Well, then, did I believe all ye say, O my pilot? I have here 2 pledges that I shall yet slay Moby Dick and survive it. Take another, old man, said the Parsee, as his eyes lighted up like fireflies in the only can kill that gallows. Ye mean I am immortal then, on land and on sea, cried Ahab, with a laugh of on land and on sea. Both were silent again, as one man. He grey dawn on, and the slumbering crew arose from the boat's bottom, and ere noon the dead whale was brought to the ship. Chapter CX. The quadrant, the season for the line at length drew near, and every day when Ahab, coming from his cabin, cast his eyes aloft, the vigilant helmsman would ostentatiously handle his spokes, and the eager mariners quickly run to the braces, and would stand there with all their eyes centrally fixed on the nailed doubloon, impatient for the order to point the ship's prow for the equator. In time the order came. It was hard upon high noon, and Ahab, seated in the ws of his high-hoisted lunt, was taking his wonted daily observation of the sun to determine his latitude. Now, in that Japanese sea, the days in summer are as freshets of effulgence. Yet unblinkingly vivid Japanese sun seems the blazing focus of the glassy immeasurable burning glass. Sky looks lacquered, clouds there are none, the horim floats, and this nakedness of unrelieved radiance is as the insufferable splendors of God's throne. Well, that Ahab's quadrant was furnished with colored glasses, through which to take sight of that solar fire. So, swinging his seated form to the roll of Rhe's ship, and with his astrological looking instrument placed to his eye, he remained in that posture for some moments to catch the precise instant when the sun should gain its precise meridian. Meantime, while his whole attention was absorbed, the Parsee was kneeling beneath him on the ship's deck, and with face thrown up like Ahab's, was cycrng the same sun with him, only the lids of his eyes half their orbs, and his wild face was subdued to an earthly passionlessness. At length the desired observation was taken, and with his pencil upon his ivory leg, Ahab soon calculated what his latitude must at that precise instant. Then, falling into a moment's reverie, he again lcx'd up towards the sun and murmured to himself, "Thou sea mark! Thou high and mighty pilot! Thou tellest me truly where I am, but canst thou cast the least hint where I shall be? Or canst thou tell where other thing besides me is this moment living? Where is Moby Dick? Instant thou must be eyeing him. Eyes of mine, look into the very eye that is even now beholding him, and into the eye that is even now quilly beholding the objects on the unknown, thither side of thee, thou sun." Ehen, gazing at his quadrant, and handling, one after Rhe other, its numerous cabalistical contrivances, he pondered again, and muttered, "Foolish toy! Baby's plaything of haughty admirals, and commodores, and captains, the world brags of thy cunning and might, but what after all canst thou do, but tell Rhe pitiful point, where thou thyself hapnest to on this wide planet, and the hand that holds thee, no, not one jot more. Thou canst not tell where one drop of water or one grain of sand will tomorrow, and yet with thy impotence thou insultest the sun. Science. Curse thee, thou vain toy, and cursed be all the things that cast man's eyes aloft to that heaven, whose live vividness but scorches him, as these old eyes are even now scorched with thy light, O sun. Level by nature to this earth's horizon are the glances of man's eyes, not shot from the crown of his head, as if God had meant him to gaze on his firmament. Curse thee, thou quadrant, dashing it to the deck, no longer will I guide my earthly way by thee, the level ship's compass, and the level dead reckoning, by log and by line, these shall conduit me, and show me my place on the sea. I, lighting from the Lxiar to the deck, thus I trample on chi, thou paltry thing that feebly pointest on high, thus I split and destroy thee. As the frantic old man thus spoke and thus trampled with his live and dead feet, a sneering triumph that seemed meant for Ahab, and a fatalistic despair that seemed meant for himself, these passed over the mute, motionless parse and face. Unobserved he rose and glided away, while, awestruck by the aspect of their commander, the SC% and CN clustered together on the forecastle, till Ahab, troubledly passing the deck, shouted the Braxis. Up helm square in. In an instant the yards swung round, and as the ship half-wheeled upon her heel, her three firm-seated graceful masts airily VX'd upon her long, ribbed hull, seemed as the three Horatii pirouetting on one sufficient steed. Standing atween the knight-heads, Starbuck watched the Pequod's tumultuous way, and Ahab's also, as he went lurching along the deck. I have sat before the dense coal fire and watched it all aglow, full of its meant flaming life, and I have seen it wane at last, down, down, to dumbest dust. Old man of oceans! Of all this fiery life of chine, what will at length remain but one little heap of ashes? I, cried Stubb, but see coal ashes, mind ye that, Mr. Starbuck, see coal, not your common charcoal. Well, well, I heard Ahab mutter, here someone thrusts these cards into these old hands of mine, SWC% that I must play them, and no others. And damn me, Ahab, but thou AAEest right, live in the game, and die it. Chapter CXI. The candle's warmest climes but nurse the cruelest fangs, Rhe tiger of Bengal crouches in spiced groves of ceaseless verdure. Skies the most effulgent but basket the deadliest thunders, gorgex us Cuba knows that never swept tame northern lands. So, it is, that in these resplendent Japanese SC%IS the mariner encounters the direst of all storms, the it will sometimes burst from out that cloudless sky, like an exploding upon a damned and sleepy town. Towards evening of that day, the Pequod was torn of her canvas, and Inrapold was left to fight a typhoon which had struck her diary alley ahead. When darkness came on, sky and sea roared and split with the thunder, and bland with the lightning, that showed the disabled masts fluttering here and there with the rags which the first fury of the tempest had left for its after sport. Holding by a shroud, Starbuck was standing on the quarter-faired CK, at every flash of the lightning glancing aloft, to see what additional disaster might have befallen the intricate hamper there, while Srub and Flask were diring Rhe men in the higher hoisting and firmer lashing of Rhe Lxiars. But all their pains seemed naught. Though lifted to the very top of Rhe cranes, Rhe windward quarter boat, Ahab's, did not escape. A great rolling sea, dashing high up against the reeling ship's high-tech ringside, stove in the Awat's bottom at the stern, and left it again, all dripping through Ilka work, bad work. Mr. Starbuck, said Stubb, regarding the wreck, but the sea will have its way. Stubb, for one, can't fight it. You see, Mr. Starbuck, a wave has such a great long start before it leaps, all round the world it runs, and then comes the spring. But as for me, all the start I have to meet it, is just across the deck here. But never mind, it's all in fun, so the old song jolly is the gale, and a joker is the whale, a flourish in his tail such a funny, sporty, gamey, jesty, jokey, hokey-pokey lad, is the ocean, oh. Scud all a-flyin', that's his flip-only foeman, when he stirs in the spice in such a funny, sporty, gamey, jesty, jokey, hokey-pokey lad, is the ocean, oh. Thunder splits the ships, but he only smacks his lips, a razrin of this flip such a funny, sporty, gamey, jesty, jokey, hokey-pokey lad, is Rhe ocean, oh. Avast Srub, cried Starbuck, let the typhoon sing, and strike his harp here in our burr. If thou art a brave man thou wilt hold thy peace. But I am not a brave man, never said I was a brave man, I am a coward, and I sing to keep up my spirits. And I tell you what it is, Mr. Starbuck, there's no way to stop my singing in this world but to cut my throat. And when that's done, 10 to 1 I sing ye the doxology for a wind-up. Ladman. Look through my eyes if thou hast none of thine own. What? How can you see looter of a dark night than enelks dy else, never mind how here, cried Starbuck, seizing Stubb by the shoulder, and inting his hand towards the weather in, markest thou not that the gale comes from the eastward, the very course Ahab is to run for Moby Dick. The very course he swung to this day noon? Now mark his boat there, where is that stove? In the stern sheets, man, where he is wont to stand. His standpoint is stove, man. Now jump over atd, and sing away, if thou must. I do half understand yet, what's in the wind. Yes, yes, round Rhec Avery of good is the shortest way to Nantucket, soliloquized Starbuck suddenly, heedless of Stubb's question. Gale that now hammers at us to stave us, WC can turn it into a fair wind that will drive us towards home. Yonder, to windward, all is blackness of doom, but to leeward, ward it lightens up there, but not with the lightning. At that moment in one of the intervals of profound darkness, following a voice was heard at his side, and almost at the same instant a volley of thunder peals rolled overhead. Who's there, under? Said Ahab, groping his way along the bulwarks to his pivot hole, but suddenly finding his path made plain to him by elbowed lances of fire. Now, as the lightning rod to aspire on shore is intended to carry off the perilous fluid into the soil, the kindred rod which at sea some ships carry to each mast, is intended to conduce it into Rhe water. Whereas Kai's conductor must ascend to considerable depth, that its end may avoid all contact with the hull, and as narrower, if kept constantly towing rare, it would be liable to many mishaps, besides interfering not a little with some of the rigging, and more or less impeding the vessel's way in the water. Because of all this, the lower parts of a ship's lightning rods are not always overboard, but are generally made in long slender links, so as to be the more readily hauled up into the chains outside, or thrown down into the sea, as occasion may require. The rods! The rods! Cried Starbuck to the crew, suddenly admonished to vigilance by the vivid lightning that had just been darting flambeaux, to light Ahab to his post. Are they overboard? Drop them over, fore and aft. Quick! Avast, cried Ahab, let's have fair play here, though we be the weaker side. Yet I'll contribute to raise rods on the Himalayas and Andes, that all the world may be but out on privileges. Let them sir. Look aloft, cried Starbuck. Saint lights arpusini, cor puissance. The adrepusance. All the yard arms were tipped with a pallid fire, and touched at each tri-lightning rod end with 3 tapering white flames. Each of the 3 tall masts was silently burning in that sulphurous air, like 3 gigantic wax tack RRS before an altar. Blast the boat. Let it go, cried Stubb at this instant, as a swashing sea heaved up under his own little craft, so that its gunwale violently jammed his hand, as he was passing a lashing. Slipping backward on the deck, his uplifted eyes caught the flames, and immediately shifting his tone, he cried, "Ah hey corpus ants, have mercy on us all." To sailors, oaths are household words. They will swear in the trance of the calm, and in the teeth of the tempest. They will imprecate curses from the topsail yard arms, when most charity over to a seething sea. Burr, in all my voyagings, seldom have I heard a common oath when God's burning finger has been laid on the ship, when his many, rekel upharson has been woven into the shrouds and the cordage. While this pallidness was burning aloft, words were heard from the enchanted crew, who in one thick cluster stuck on the forecastle, all their eyes gleaming in that pale phosphorescence, like a far-away constellation of stars. Relieved against the ghostly light, the gigantic jet negro, Dago, loomed up to thrice his real stature, and seemed the black cloud from which the thunder had come. Mne parted mouth of Tashtego revealed his shark-white teeth, which strangely gleamed as if they too had been tipped by corpus ants, while lit up by the preternatural light, Queen Ayug's tattooing burned like satanic blue flames on his body. Tableau waned at last with the pallidness aloft, and once more the Pequod and every soul on her decks were wrapped in a pall. A moment or two passed, when Starbuck, going forward, pushed against someone. It was Stubb. "What rinkesser thou now, man? I heard thy cry, it was not the same in Rhe song." No, it was Rafi. I said the corpus ants have mercy on us all, and I hope they will, still. But do they only have mercy on long they know for a laugh? And 100k, yeah, Mr. Starbuck, but it's dark to 100k. Vicar me, then, I take that masthead flame WCSIW for a sign of good luck, for those masts are RCX, Ted in a hold that is going to chock with sperm oil, DEXC, and so, all that sperm will work up into the masts, like sap in a tree. Yes, our 3 masts will yet be as 3 spermaceti candles, that's the promise we saw. At that moment Starbuck caught sight of Stubb's face slowly beginning to glimmer into sight. Glancing upwards, he cried, "See! See!" and once more Rhe high tapering flames were beheld with what seemed redoubled supernaturalness in their pallor. "Ihe corpus ants have mercy on us all," cried Srub, again. At the base of the mast, full beneath the doubloon and the flame, the Parsee was kneeling in Ahab's front, but with his head bowed away from him, while nearby, from the arched and overhanging rigging, where they had just been engaged securing a spar, a number of the seamen, arrested by the glare, now heard and hung irregularly, like a knot of numbed wasps from a drcxping orchard twig. In various enchanted attitudes, like the standing, or stepping, or running skeletons in Herculaneum, others remained rooted to the deck, but all their eyes uxist. I, men, cried Ahab. Up at it, mark it well, the white flame but lights the way to the white whale. Hand me mainmast links there, I would fain feel this pulse, and let mine beat against it, blood against fire. So. Ihenrarning the last link held fast in his left hand, he put his FCXT upon the Parsee, and with fixed upward eye, and high-flung right arm, he stow RL Atia before Rhe lofty triluginted trinary of flames. O! Thou clear spirit of clear fire, whom on these seas I as Persian once did worship, till in the sacramental I so burned by thee, that to this hour I bear the scar. I now know thee, thou clear spirit, and I now know that thy right worship is defiance. To neither love nor reverence wilt thou kind, and see and for hate thou canst but kill, and all are killed. No fearless fool now fronts thee. Sudden, repeated flashes of lightning, the 9 names leap length to thrice their previous height. Ahab, with the rest, closes his eyes, his right hand pressed hard upon them. I'll own thy speechless, placeless power, but to the last gasp of my earthquake life will dispute its unconditional, unintegral mastery in me. In the midst of the personified impersonal, a personality stands here. But at whencesoe'er I came, where'er I go, yet while I earthly live, the queenly personality lives in me, and feels her royal rights. But war is pain, and hate is woe. Come in thy lowest form, O love, and I will kneel and kiss thee, but at thy highest, come as mere supernal power, and row thou launchest navies of full-freighted worlds, there's char in here that still remains indifferent. O, Joe clear spirit, of thy fire thou madest me, and like a true child of fire, I breathe it I back to thee. Sudden, repeated flashes of lightning, the 9 flames leap lengthwise to thrice their periqueous height. Ahab, with the rest, closes his eyes, his right hand pressed hard upon them. I own thy speechless, placeless power, said I not so? Nor was it wrung from me, nor do I now drop these links. Thou canst blind, but I can then grope. Thou canst consume, but I can then be ashes. Take the homage of these poor eyes, and shudder hands. I would not take it. The lightning flashes through my skull, mine eyeballs ache and ache, my whole beaten brain seems as beheaded, and rolling on some running ground. Oh, oh! You're blindfold, yet will I talk to thee. Light row thou leaps out of darkness, for I am darkness leaping out of light, leaping out of thee. The javelins cease, open eyes, or not. There burn the flames. Oh, thou magnanimous! Now do I glory in my genealogy. But thou art but my fiery father, my sweet mother, I know not. Oh, cruel! What hast thou done with her? There lies my puzzle, but thine is greater. 11:10 You knowest not how came ye, hence callest thyself unbegotten, certainly knowest not thy beginning, hence callest thyself unbegun. I know that of me, which thou knowest not of thyself, O, thou omnilu, tent. There is some unsuffusing thing beyond thee, thou clear spirit, to whom all thy eternity is but time, all thy creativeness mechanical. Through thee, thy flaming self, my scorched eyes do dimly see it. O, thou foundling fire, thou hermit immemorial, thou too hast thy incommunicable riddle, thy unparticipated grief. Here again with haughty agony, I read my sire. Leap! Leap up, and lick the sky. I leap with thee, I burn with chi, would fain welded with thee, defyingly I worship thee. I boat. The boat, cried Starbuck, ik, k at Dilxiat, old man. Ahab's harpoon, the one forged at Perth's fire, remained firmly lashed in its conspicuous crotch, so that it projected beyond his whale boat's lew, but rhe that had stove its bottom had caused the loose leather sheath to drop off, and from the keen steel ivarb there now came a flame of pale, forked fire. As the silent burned there like a serpent's tongue, Starbuck grasped Ahab by the is against thee, old man, forbear. Is an ill voyage, ill begun, ill continued, let me square the yards, while we may, old man, and make a fair wind of it homewards, to go on a harder voyage than this. Overhearing Starbuck, The panic-stricken crew instantly ran to the braces, though not a sail was left aloft. For the moment all the aghast mates thought seemed theirs, they raised a half-mutinous cry. But dashing the rattling lightning links to the deck, and snatching the burning harpoon, Ahab waved it like a torch among them, swearing to transfix with it the first sailor that but cast loose and, petrified by his aspi, and still more shrinking from the fiery dart that he held, the men fell back in dismay, and Ahab again spoke, "All your oaths to hunt Rhe white whale are as binding as mine, and heart, soul, and luxly, lungs and life, old Ahab is lujund. And char ye may know to what tune this heart beats, eke here, thus I blow out the last fear." And with one blast of his breath he extinguished the flame. As in the hurricane that sweeps the plain, men fly the neighborhood of some lone, gigantic elm, whose very height and strength but render it so much the more unsafe, or cause so much the more a mark for thunder lults, so at those last words of Ahab's many of the mariners did run from him in a terror of dismay. Chapter CXII. The deck towards the end of the first watch, Ahab standing by the helm. Starbuck approaching him. "We must send down Rhe maintopsail yard, sir. The band is working loose, and the lee lift is half stranded." "Shall I strike it, sir?" "Strike nothing, lash it. Had skysail poles, sway them up now, name, a sir. Anchors are working, sir. Shall I get them inboard?" "Strike nothing, and stir nothing, but lash everything. Wind rises, but it has not got up to my table lands yet. Quick, and see to it by masts and keels. He takes me for the hunchback skip of some sting smack. Send down my maintopsail yard. Ho, gluepots!" Loftiest trucks were made for wildest winds, and this brain truck of mine now sails amid the cloud scud. "Shall I strike that?" "Oh, none but cowards send down their brain trucks in ft time. What a huru sh aloft there! I would take it for sublime, did I not know that the colic is a noisy malady. Oh, take medicine, rake medicine." Chapter XVIII. Midnight, aloft thunder and lightning, the maintopsail yard Tashtigo passing new lashings around it. "JM, stop that thunder. Plenty too much thunder up here. What's the use of thunder? We don't want thunder, we want rum, give us a glass of rum." Chapter CXRV. The musket. During the most violent shocks of the typhoon, the man at the Pequod's jaw tiller had several times been wrigglingly hurled to the deck by its spasmodic motions, even though preventer tackles had attached to it, for they were slack because some play to the tiller was indispensable. In a severe gale like this, while the ship is but a tossed shuttle and cocked to the blast, it is by no means uncommon to see the needles in the compasses, at intervals, go round and round. It was thus with the Pequods. At almost every shock the helmsman had not failed to notice the whirling velocity with which they revolved upon the cards. It is a sight that hardly any one can behold without some sort of unwonted emotion. Some hours after midnight, the typhoon abated so much, that through the strenuous exertions of Starbuck and Stubb, one engaged forward and the other aft, the shivered remnants of the jib and fore and main topsails were cut adrift from the spars, and went eddying away to leeward, like the feathers of an which sometimes are cast to the winds when that storm-tossed bird is on the wing. Ilme 3 corresponding new sails were now bent and reefed, and a storm trysail set further aft, so char the ship soon went through the water with some precision again, and the course for the present, east-southeast, which he was to steer, if predicable, was more given to the helmsman. For during the violence of the gale, he had only steered ACU riding to its vicissitudes. But as he was now bringing the ship as near her course as possible, watching the compass meanwhile, 10. A sign. The wind seemed coming round astern. The foul breeze became instantly the yards were squared, to the lively song of Ho. The fair wind. Oh he yo, cheerly, men, the crew singing for joy, that so promising an event should so have falsified the evil portents preceding it. In compliance with the standing order of his commander to report immediately, and at any one of the 24 hours, any decided change in the affair soft the had no trimmed the yards to the breeze however reluctantly and gloomily then he mechanically went below to apprise Captain Ahab of RHE circumstance. Ere knocking at his stateroom, he involuntarily paused before it a moment. The cabin lamp taking long swings this way and that was burning fitfully, and casting fitful shadows upon the old man's bolted thin one, with fixed blinds inserted, in place of upper panels. The isolated subterraneousness of the cabin made a CL-written humming silence to reign there, though it was hooped round by all the roar of the elements. Loaded muskets in the rack were shiningly revealed, as they stood upright against the forward bulkhead. Starbuck was an honest, upright man, but out of Starbuck's heart, at that instant when he saw the muskets, there strangely evolved an evil thought, but so blent with its neutral or accompaniments that for the instant he hardly knew it for itself. "As he would have shot me once," he murmured. "Yes, there's the very musket that he pointed at me, that one with the studded stock, let me touch it lift it. Strange, that who have handled so many deadly lances, strange, that I should shake so now. Loaded. I must see. And powder in the knot spill it wait. I'll cure Mijel off this. I'll hold the musket LJLDLY while I come to report a fair wind to him. But how fair? Fair for death and that's fair for Moby Dick. It's a fair wind they's only fair for that accursed fish the very he pointed at me. The very one, this one I hold it here, he would have killed me with the very thing I handle now. And he would fain kill all his crew. He not say he will not strike his spars to any gale? Has he not dashed his heavenly quadrant? And in these same perilous SC%IS, gropes he not his way by mere dead reckoning of the error ATX undaying log? And in this very typhoon, did he not swear that he would have no lightning rods? But shall this crazed old man be tamely suffered to drag a whole ship's company down to doom with it would make him the wilful murderer of 30 men and more, if this ship come to any deadly harm, and come to deadly harm, my soul swears this ship will, if Ahab have his way. If, then, he were this instant put aside, that crime would not be his. Ella. Is he muttering in his sleep? Yes, just there. He's sleeping. Sleeping. But still alive, and soon awake again. I can't withstand thee, Ren, old man. Not reasoning, not remonstrance, not entreaty will thou hearken to, all this thou scornest. Flat to RHY own flat commands, this is all thou breathest. And says the men have vowed thy vow, say'st all of us are Ahabs. Great forbid, but is there no other way? No lawful him a prisoner to be taken home? What? Hope to wrest this old man's living power from his own living hands? Only a fool would try it. Say he were penny-wund even, knotted all over with ropes and hawsers, chained down to ring bolts on this cabin FLCH, he would be more hideous than a caged tiger, then. I could not endure the sight, could not possibly fly his howlings, all comfort, sleep itself, inestimable reason leave me on the long intolerable voyage. What, then, remains? Land is hundreds of leagues away, and Loch Japan the nearest. I stand alone here upon an Olran sea, with Ruo, Keens and a whole continent between me and law. 'Tis so ls heaven a murderer when its lightning strikes a would-be murderer in his IRD, rendering shears and skin together, and would I be a murderer, then, if and slowly, stealthily, and half sideways looking, he placed the loaded musket's end against thee, and Starbuck may survive to hug his wife and child again. Oh Mary, Mary LXJY. Boy, if I wake thee not to death, old man, who can tell to what unsounded deep Starbucks this day week may sink, with all the crew? Great God, where art thou? Shall-el? Ah, hey, wind has gone down and shifted, sir, the fore and main topsails are reefed and set, she heads her course. Stern all. O Moby Dick, I clutch thy heart at last. Such were the sounds that now came hurtling from out the old man's tormented sleep, as if Starbuck's voice had caused the long dumb dream to speak. Your levelled musket shook like a drunkard's arm against the panel. Starbuck seemed wrestling with an angel, but turning from the door, he placed the death rube in its rack, and left the place. He's too sound asleep, Mr. Srub, go thou down, and wake him, and tell him. I must see to the deck here. Thou knowest what to say. Chapter CW. The Needle. Next morning Rhe not yet subsided sea rolled in long slow billows of mighty bulk, and striving in the Peckoogle's gurgling track, pushed her on like giants' palms spread. The strong, unstaggering breeze abounded so, that sky and air seemed vast outbellying sails, the whole world boomed before the wind. Muffled in the full morning light, the invisible sun was only known by the spread intensity of his place, where his bayonet rays moved on in stacks. Emblazonings, as of crowned Babylonian kings and queens, reigned over everything. The sea was as a crucible of molten gold, that bubblingly with light and heat. Long maintaining an enchanted silence, Ahab stood alm right, and every time the teetering ship loweringly pitched down her bowsprit, he turned to eye the bright sun's rays produced ahead, and when she profoundly settled by the stern, he turned and saw the sun's rearward place, and how the same yellow rays wheat blending with his undeviating wake. Ha, ha, my ship! Thou mightest well be taken now for the sea chariot of the sun. Ho, ho! All ye nations before my prow, I bring the sun to ye. Yoke on the further billows, hello! A tandem, I drive the sea. But suddenly reined back by some counter-thought, he hurried towards the helm, huskily demanding how the ship was heading. Fast Sue east, sir, said the frightened steersman. Liest, smiting him with his clenched fist. Heading east at this hour in the morning, and the sun astern. Upon this every soul was confounded, for the phenomenon just then observed by Ahab had unaccountably escaped every one else, but its very blinding inelpableness must have been the cause. His head halfway into the binacle, Ahab caught one glimpse of the compasses, his uplifted arm slowly fell, for a moment he almost seemed to stagger. Standing him Starbuck looked, and 10. The two compasses N.I.N.T.E.D. east. And the Pequod was as infallibly going west. But ere the first wild alarm could get out abroad among the crew, the old man with a rigid laugh exclaimed, I have it. It has happened before. Mr. Starbuck, last night's thunder turned our all. Thou hast before now heard of such a thing, I take it? Aye, but never before has it happened to me, sir, said the pale mate, gloomily. Here, it must needs be said, that accidents like this have in more than one case occurred to ships in violent storms. Magnetic energy, as developed in the mariner's needle, is, as all know, essentially one with the alchoricity in heaven, hence it is not too much marvelled at, that such things should be. In instances where the lightning has hourly struck the vessel, so as to smite down some of the spars and rigging, the effect upon the needle has at times been still more fatal, all its lodestone virtue being annihilated, so that the before magnetic steel was of no more use than an old wife's knitting needle. But in either case, the needle never again, of itself, recovers the original virtue marred or lost, and if the binnacle compasses be a feed, the same fate reaches all the others that may be in the ship, even were the lowermost one inserted into the kelson. Deliberately standing before the binnacle, and eyeing RHE compasses, the old man, with RHE sharp of his extended hand, now the precise bearing of the sun, and satisfied that RHE needles were exactly inverted, shouted out his orders for the ship's adjursk to be changed accordingly. Lee yards were hard up, and once more the thrust her undaunted bows into the opposing wind, for the supped fair one had only been juggling her. Meanwhile, whatever were his own secret thoughts, Starbuck said nothing, but quietly he issued all requisite orders, while Stubb and Flask, who in some small degree seemed then to sharing his feelings, likewise unmurmurément quiesced. As for the men, though some of them lowly rumbled, their fear of Ahab was greater than their fear of fate. But as ever before, the pagan ones remained almost wholly unimpressed, or if impressed, it was only with a certain magnetism shot into their congenial hearts from inflexible Ahabs. For a space the old man walked the deck in rolling reveries. But chancing to slip with his ivory heel, he saw the crushed side tubes of the quadrant he had RHE day before dashed to the deck. Thou vr proud heaven gazer and sun's pilot. Yesterday I wrecked thee, and today the compasses would fain have wrecked me. So. But Ahab is lord over the level lodestone yet. Mr. Starbuck a lance without a bile, a top maul, and the smallest of the sailmaker's needles. Quick accesso, perhaps, to the impulse gelating the thing he was now about to do, were certain prudential motives. Objecta might have been to revive the spirits of his crew by a stroke of his subtle skill, in a matter so wondrous as that of the inverted compasses. Besides, the old man well knew that to steer by transpointed needles, though clumsily practicable, was not a thing to be passed over by superstitious sailors, without some shudderings and evil portents. Men, said he, steadily running upon RHE crew, as the mate handed him the things he had demanded, my men, the thunder-roared old Ahab's but out of this bit of steel Ahab can make one of his own, that will point as true as any. Abashed glances of servile wonder were exchanged by the sailors, as this was said, and with fascinated eyes they awaited whatever magic might follow. But Starbuck away. With a blow from the top maul Ahab knocked off the steel head of the lance, and then handing to the mate the long iron rod remaining, bade him hold it upright, without its touching the deck. Then, with the maul, after refated lighting the upper end of this iron rod, he placed the blunted needle endwise on the top of it, and less strongly hammered that, several times, the mate still holding the rod as before. Going through some small strange motions with it, whether indispensable to the magnetizing of the steel, or merely intended to augment the awe of the crew, is uncertain. He called for linen thread, and moving to the binnacle, slipped out RHEOVO reversed needles rare, and horizontally suspended RHE sail needle by its middle, over one of RHE compass cards. At first, RHE steel went round and round, quivering and vibrating at either end, but at last it settled to its place, when Ahab, who had intently watching for this result, stepped frankly liac from the binnacle, and pointing his stretched arm towards it, yet for yourselves, if Ahab be not the lord of the Lkneldstone. Sun is east, and that Adran Pass swears it. One after another they peered in, for nothing but their own eyes could persuade such ignorance as theirs, and one after another they slunk away. In his fiery eyes of scorn and triumph, you then saw Ahab in all his fatal pride. Chapter CXVL. The lifebuoy steering now southeastward by Ahab's levelled steel, and her progress solely determined by Ahab's level log and line, beheld on her path towards the Faiuator. Making so long a passage through such unfrequented waters, descrying o ships, and ere long, sideways impelled by unvarying trade winds, over waves monotonously mild, all these seemed the strange calm things preluding some riotous and desperate scene. At last, when the ship drew near to the outskirts, as it were, of the equatorial fishing ground, and in the deep darkness that goes before the dawn, was sailing by a cluster of RCWKY islets, the watch then headed by Flask was startled by a cry so plaintively wild and unearthly, like half-articulated wailings of the ghosts of all Herod's murdered innocents, that one and all, they started from their reveries, and for the space of some moments stchkl, or sat, or leaned all transfixedly listening. Like the carved Roman slave, while that wild cry remained within hearing. Christian or civilized part of the crew said it was mermaids, and shuddered, but the pagan harpooneers remained unappalled. Yet the grey Manxman, the oldest mariner of all, declared Chad Rhe wild thrilling sounds that were heard, were Rhe voices of newly drowned men in the sea. In his hammock, Ahab did not hear of this till grey dawn, when he came to the deck. It was then recounted to him by Flask, not unaccompanied with hinted dark meanings. Le hollowly laughed, and thus explained the wonder. Whose RCXKY islands the ship had passed were the resort of great numbers of seals, and some young seals that had lost their dams, or some dams that had lost their cubs, must have risen nigh the ship and kept company with her, crying and sobbing with their human RT of wail. But this only the more afeared some of them, because most mariners cherish a very superstitious feeling about seals, arising not only from their peculiar tones when in distress, but also from the human look of their round heads and semi-intelligent faces, seen peeringly uprising from the water alongside. In the sea, under certain circumstances, seals have more than once been mistaken for men. But the bodings of the crew were destined to recrive a most plausible confirmation in the fate of one of their number that morning. At sunrise this man went from his hammock to his masthead at the fore, and whether it was that he was not yet half waked from his sleep, for sailors sometimes go aloft in a transition state, whether it was thus with the man, there is now no telling, but, be that as it may, he had not been long at his perch, when a cry was heard, a cry and a rushing, and up, they saw a falling phantom in the air, an LCX, king down, a little tossed heap of white bubbles in the blue of the sea. The lifebuoy, a long slender cask, was dropped from the stern, where it always hung Oludian to a cunning spring, but no hand rose to send it, and the sun having long beat upon this cask it had shrunken, so that it slowly filled, and the parched wood also filled at its every pore, and the studded iron cask followed the sailor to the bottom, as if to yield him his pillow, though in sooth but a hard one. And thus Rhe first man of the Pequod that mounted the mast to look out for the white whale, on Rhe white whale's own peculiar ground, that man was wallowed up in Rhe deep. But few, perhaps, thought of that at Rhe time. In some sort, they were not grieved at Rhe's event, at least as a portent, for they regarded it, not as a foreshadowing of evil in the future, but as the fulfillment of an evil already presaged. They declared that now they knew the reason of those wild shrieks they had heard the night before. But Agam the old Manxman said nay. He lost Lifk 4T10Y was now to be replaced, Starbuck was dirked to it, but as no cask of sufficient lightness could be found, and as in the feverish eagerness of what seemed the approaching crisis of the voyage, all hands were impatient of any toil but what was diary conneaed with its final end, whatever that might prove to be, therefore, they were going to leave the ship's stern unprovided with a buoy, when by certain strange signs and Inunda's Queek hinted a hint concerning his coffin. Lifebuoy of a coffin, cried Starbuck, starting. "'S rather queer, that, I should say," said Srub. It will make a good enough one, said Flask, the carpenter here can arrange it easily. Bring it up, there's nothing else for it, said Starbuck, after a melancholy voice. Rig it, carpenter, do not at me so the coffin, I mean. Dost thou hear me? Rig it, and shall I nail down the lid, sir, moving his hand as with a hammer. Aye. And shall I caulk the seams, sir, moving his hand as with a caulking iron. I dot. And shall I then pay over the same with pitch, sir, moving his hand as with a pitch pot. Away. What possesses to this? Make a life buoy of the Fin, and no more Mr. Stubb, Mr. Flask, come forward with me. He goes off in a huff. The whole he can endure, at the parts he balks. Now I don't ilka this. I make a leg for Captain Ahab, and he WC% LRS it like a gentleman, but I make a bandbox for Queek, and he won't put his head into it. Are all my pains to go for nothing with that coffin? And now I'm ordered to make a life buoy of it? It's like turning an old coat, going to bring the flesh on the other side now. I like this cobbling sort of business. Don't like it at all, it's undignified, not my place. Lay it tinkers brats do tinkerings, we are their arters. I like to rake in hand none but clean, virgin, fair and square mathematical jobs, something that regularly begins at the beginning, and is at the middle when midway, and comes to an end at the conclusion, not a cobbler's job, that's at an end in the middle, and at the beginning at the end. It's the old tricks to be giving cobbling jobs. What an affection all old women have for tinkers. I know an old woman of 65 who ran away with a bald-headed young linker once. And that's the reason I never would work for lonely widow old women ashore. When I kept my job shop in RHE Vineyard, they might have taken it into their lonely old heads to run off with me. Brr-hey-ho. Sheer are no caps at sea but snow caps. Let me nail down the lid, caulk the scams, pay over the same with pitch, batten them down tight, and hang it with the snap spring over the ship's stern. Were ever such things done before with a coffin? Some superstitious old carpenters, now, would be tied up in the rigging, ere they would do the job. But I'm made of knotty hemlock, I don't budge. Crup erred with a coffin. Sailing atxut with a graveyard tray. But never mind. We workers in woods make bridal bedsteads and card tables, as well as coffins and hearses. We work by the month, or by the job, or by the profit, not for us to ask the why and wherefore of our work, unless it be too confounded cobbling, and then we stash it if we can. Hem. I'll do the job, now, tenderly. I'll have me let's see how many in the ship's company, all told. But we forgotten. Anyway, I'll have me 30 separate, Turk's-headed lifelines, each 3 feet long hanging all round to the coffin. Lhen, if the hull go down, there'll be 30 lively fellows all fighting for one coffin, a sight nor seen very often beneath RHE sun. Present me hammer, caulking iron, pitch pot, and marling spike. Ayes to it. Chapter CXVLL. The deck the coffin laid upon 2 line rubs, between RHE vice bench and the of hatchwar, the carpenter caulking its seams, the string of twisted oakum slowly unwinding from a large roll of it in the bosom of his frock. Ahab journeys slowly from the cabin gangway, and here's Pip following him. Back, lad, I will be with eke again presently. He goes. Not this hand complies with my humor more genially than that LXY middle aisle of a church. Whoa here. Life buoy, sir. Mr. Starbuck's orders. Oh, LCXK, sir. Beware the hatchway. Thank ye, man. Coffin lies handy to the vault. Sir? hatchway. Oh. So it does, sir, so it does. Art not thou the leg maker? Did not this stump come from thy shop? Believe it did, sir. Does the ferrule stand, sir? Asterisk well enough. But art thou not also the undertaker? I, sir, I patched up this thing here as a coffin for, but they've set me now to running it into something else. Ehen tell me, art Joe not an errant, all-grasping, intermeddling, monopolizing, heathenish old scamp, to be one day making legs, and the next day coffins to clap them in, and yet again lifeboys out of those same coffins? 111011 Art as unprincipled as the gods, and as much of a jack of all trades. But I do not anything, sir. I do as I do. The gods again. Hark ye, thou not ever sing working about a coffin? TME Titans, they say, hummed snatches when chipping out the craters for Vulcanaz, and the gravedigger in the place sings, spade in hand. Dost thou never sing, sir? Do I sing? Oh, I'm indifferent enough, sir, for that, but the reason why the gravedigger made music must have been because there was none in his spade, sir. But the caulking mallet is full of it. Hark to it. Aye, and that's our cause the lid there's a sounding board, and what in all things makes the sounding board is this there's naught beneath. And yet, a coffin with a body in it rings pretty much the same, carpenter. Hast thou ever helped carry a bier, and heard the coffin knock against the churchyard gate, going in? Faith, sir, I've faith. What's that? Why, faith, sir, it's only a sort of exclamation like that's all, sir. Go on. I was about to sty, sir, that art thou a silkworm? Dost thou spin thy own shroud out of 1.00k at thy dispatch? And get these traps out of sight. He goes aft. The hat was sudden, now, but squalls come sudden in hot latitudes. I've heard that the Isle of Albemarle, one of the Gallipagus, is cut by the equator right in the middle. Seems to me some sort of equator cuts yon old man, too, right in his middle. He's always under the line fiery hot, I tell ye. He's looking this way, come, oh come, quick. Here we go again. Ibis wooden mallet is the cork, and I'm the professor of musical glasses tap, tap. Ahab to himself. Here's aside there's sound. The grey-headed woodpecker rapping the hollow tree. Blind and dumb might well be envied now. See. That thing rests on row-line tubs, full of row lines. A most malicious wag, that fellow. Rat-tat. So man see oins tick. Oh. How immaterial arc all materials. What things real arc there, but imponderable thoughts? Here now's the very dreaded symbol of grim death, by a mere hap, made the express sign of the help and hope of most endangered life. A life buoy of a coffin. _HS it go further? Can it be that in some spiritual sense the coffin is, after all, but an immortality preserver? I'll think of that. But no. So far gone am I in the dark side of earth, that its other side, the theoretic bright one, seems but uncertain twilight to me. Will ye never have done, carpenter, with that accursed sound? I go below, let me not see that thing here when I return again. Now, then, Pip, we'll talk this over. I do suck mixed wondrous philosophies from thee. Unknown condits from the unknown worlds must empty into chi. Chapter CXVLLL. The Pequod meets the Rachel next day. A large ship, the Rachel, was descried bearing Diary down upon the Pequod, all her spars thickly clustering with men. At the time the Pequod was making speed through the water, but as Rhe broad-winged windward stranger shot nigh to her, the boastful sails all fell together as blank bladders that are burst, and all life fled from the smitten hull. News, she brings I bad news, muttered the old Manxman. But ere her commander, who, with trumpet to mouth, stood up in his bent, ere he could earfully hail, Ahab's voice was heard. Hast seen the white whale? Aye, yesterday. Have ye seen a whale lunt adrift? Erottling his joy, Ahab negatively answered this unexpected question, and would then have fain boarded the stranger, when the stranger captain himself, having stopped his vessel's way, was seen descending her side. A few keen pulls, and his eye gut hook clinched the Pequod's main chains, and he sprang to the deck. Immediately he was recognized by Ahab for a Nantucketer he knew. But no formal salutation was exchanged. Where was he not killed? Ahab, closely advancing. How was it? It seemed that somewhat late on the afternoon of the day previous, while 3 of the strangers' boats were engaged with a shoal of whales, which had led them some 4 or 5 miles from the ship, and while they were yet in swift chase to windward, the white hump and head of Moby Dick had suddenly up out of the blue water, not very far to lee.vard, whereupon, the 4th rigged Iwata reserved one had been instantly lowered in chase. After a keen sail before the wind, this 4th boat, the swiftest keeled of all, seemed to have succeeded in fastening at least, as well as the man at the masthead could tell anything about it. In the distance he saw the diminished dotted luar and then a swift gleam of bubbling white water, and after chat nothing more, whence it was concluded that Rhe-stricken whale must have indefinitely run away with his pursuers, as often happens. There was some apprehension, but no foci of alarm, as yet. Ihe recall signals were placed in the rigging, darkness came on, and forced to pick up her 3 far to windward boats ere going in quest of the 4th one in the precisely opposite dire on the ship had not only been necessitated to leave that Iwat to its fate till near midnight, but, for the time, to increase her distance from it. But the rest of her crew ring at last safe aboard, she crowded all sail stunsail on stunsail after the missing lunt, kindling a fire in her trypots for a beacon, and every other man aloft on the lookout. But though when she had thus sailed a sufficient distance to gain the presumed place of the absent ones when last seen, though she then paused to lower her spare boats to pull all around her, and not finding anything, had again dashed on, again paused, and lowered her lxyachts, and though she had thus continued doing till daylight, yet not the least glimpse of the missing keel had Iron seen. Ihe story told, the stranger captain immediately went on to reveal his obija in Lunarding the Pequod. He desired that ship to unite with his own in the search, by sailing over Rhec some 4 or 5 miles apart, on parallel lines, and so sweeping a double hoary mn, as it were. "El will wager something now," whispered Stubb to Flask, "that someone in that missing boat wore off that captain's LXSST coat, mayhap, his watch HC so cursed anxious to get it back. Who ever heard of 2 pious whale ships cruising after one missing whalewat in the height of the whaling season? See, Flask, only see how pale he in the very buttons of his wassail the coat. It must have been the my own boy is among them. For God's sake I beg, I conjure here," exclaimed the stranger captain to Ahab, who far had but icily received his petition. "For 48 hours let me charter your ship. I will gladly pay for it, and roundly pay for it if there be no other way. For 48 hours only that you must, oh, you must, and you shall do this thing." "His son," cried Srub, "oh, it's his son he's lost." "I take back the coat and watch what says Ahab. We must save Charboy. He's drowned with the rest on last night," said the old Manx sailor standing behind them. "El all have heard their spirits." Now, as it shortly turned out, What made this incident of the Rachels the more melancholy, was the circumstance, that not only was one of the captain's sons among the number of the missing boat's crew, but among the number of the other boat's crews, at the same time, but on the other hand, separated from the ship during the dark vicissitudes of the chase, there had been still another son, as that for a time, the wretched father was plunged to the bottom of the cruelest perplexity, which was only solved for him by his chief instinctively adopting the ordinary procedure of a whale ship in such emergencies, that is, when placed between jeopardized but divided luauts, always to pick up the majority first. But the captain, for some unknown constitutional reason, had refrained from mentioning all this, and not till forced to it by Ahab's iciness did he allude to his one yet missing boy, a little lad, but 12 years old, whose father with the earnest but unmisgiving heart crkl of a Nantucketer's paternal love, had thus early sought to initiate him in the perils and wonders of a vocation immemorially the destiny of all his race. Nor does it unfrequently occur, that Nantucket captains will send a son of such tender age away from them, for a prot-rod 3 or 4 years' voyage in some other ship than their own, so that their first knowledge of a whale-mank career shall unenervated by any chance display of a father's natural but untimely partiality, or undue apprehensiveness and concern. Meantime, now the stranger was still beseeching his poor boon of Ahab, and Ahab still like an anvil, receiving every shock, but without the least quivering of his own. "I will not go," said the stranger, "till you say I to me. Do to me Gia would have me do rou in rhe like case. For you too have a boy, Captain Ahab, though but a child, and nestling safely at home now, a child of your old age too. Yes, yes, you relent, I it run, men, now, and stand by to square in the yards." "Avast," cried Ahab, "touch not a rope yarn," then in a voice that prolongingly molded every gardener, "I will not do it. Even now I lose time. Bye. Bless ye, man, and may I forgive myself, but I must go. Mr. Starbuck, look at the binnacle watch, and in 3 minutes from this present instant warn off all strangers, then brace forward again, and let the ship sail as before." Hurriedly turning, with averted face, he descended into his cabin, leaving the strange captain transfixed at this unconditional and utter rejoinder of his so earnest suit. But starting from his enchantment, Gardner silently hurried to the side, Morfell then stepped into his boat, and returned to his ship. Soon the two ships diverged their wakes, and long as the strange vessel was in view, she was seen to yaw hither and thither at every dark spot, however small, on the sea. This way and that her yards were swung round, starboard and lurlks atd, she continued to tack. Now she beat against a head sea, and again it pushed her before it, while all the while her masts and yards were thickly clustered with men, as 3 tall cherry trees, when the boys are cherrying among the boughs. But by her still halting course and winding, woeful way, you plainly saw that this ship that so wept with spray, still remained without comfort. She was Rachel, weeping for her children, look hows they were not. Chapter CXRX. The cabin Ahab moving to go on deck, Pip catches him by the hand to follow. "Sad, lad, I tell thee thou must not follow Ahab now. The hour is coming when Ahab would not scare thee from him, yet would not have thee by him. There is that in thee, lad, which I feel curing to my malady. Like cures like, and for this hunt, my malady becomes my most desired health. Do thou abide below here, where they shall serve thee, as if thou wert the captain. Lad, thou shalt sit here in my own screw chair, another screw to it, thou must know. Ye have not a hole, sir, do ye but use poor me for your one lost leg, only tread upon me, suffice I ask no more, so I remain am right of ye. *O. Spite of million villains, this makes me a bigot in the fadeless fidelity of man. And a black. And methinks like cures like applies to him he grows so sane again. Tell me, sir, that Stub did once desert little Pip, whose drowned bones now show white, for all the blackness of his living skin. But I will never desert yet, sir, as Stub did him. Sir, I must go with yet. If thou speakest thus to me much more, Ahab's keel's up in him. I tell thee no, it cannot be. O good master, master, master. Weep so, and I will murder thee. Have a care, for Ahab is mad. Listen, and thou wilt often hear my ivory upon the deck, and still know that I am there. And now I quit thee. Thy hand, Mel. True art thou, lad, as the circumference to its center. So, GCNL forever bless thee, and if it come to forever save thee, let what will refall. Ahab goes, Pip steps one step forward. Here he this instant stood, I stand in his I'm alone. Now were even poor Pip here I could endure it, but he's missing. Pip. Pip. Ding, dug, ding. Who's seen Pip? He must be up here, let's try the door. What? Neither nor bolt, nor bar, and yet there's no opening it. It must be the spell, he told me to stay here, and told me Ree's screw chair was mine. Here, then, I'll seat me, against the transom, in RHE ship's full middle, all her keel and her three masts before me. Here, our old sailors say, in rare black 7 great admirals sometimes sit arable, and lord it over rows off captains and lieutenants. Ha! What's this? Epaulets. Epaulets. The epaulets all come crowding round the decanters, glad to see ye, fill up, messieurs. What an odd feeling, now, when a black bois host to white men with gold lace upon their coats. Messieurs, have ye one little negro lad, 5 feet high, hangdog, and cowardly? Jumped from a whale what him? No. Well then, fill up again, captains, and let drink shame upon all cowards. I name no names. Shame upon them. Put one foot upon the table. Shame upon all cowards. I list. At swe there, I hear ivory oh, master, master. I am indeed downhearted when you walk over me. But here I'll stay, though this stern strikes RCXKS, and they bulge through, and oysters come to jim me. Chapter CXX. The hat. And now that at the proper time and place, after so long and wide a preliminary cruise, Ahab, all other wailing waters swept seeking to have chased his foe into and to slay him the more securely there, now, that he found himself hard by the very latitude and longitude where his tormenting wound had been in fly act, now that a vessel had been spoken which on the very day preceding had hourly encountered Moby Dick, and now that all his successive meetings with various contrastingly concurred to show the demoniac indifference with which the white whale tore his hunters, whether sinning or sinned against. Now it was that there lurked a something in the old man's eyes, which it was hardly sufferable for feeble souls to see. As the unsetting polar star, which through the livelong, ARNIC, 6 months' night sustains its piercing, steady, central gaze, so Ahab's now fixedly gleamed down the constant midnight of the gloomy crew. It dom ineared above them so, that all their bodings, doubts, misgivings, fears, were fain to hide their souls, and not sprout forth a single spear or leaf. Henri's foreshadowing interval too, all humor, forced or natural, vanished. Srub no more strove to raise a smile, Starbuck no more strove to check one. Alike, joy and sorrow, hope and fear, seemed ground to finest dust, and powdered, for the time, in the clamped mortar of Ahab's iron soul. Like machines, they dumbly moved ALX, UT the deck, ever conscious that the old man's despot psyche was on them. But did you deeply scan him in his more secret confidential hours, when he thought no glance but one was on him, then you would have seen that even as Ahab's eyes so awed the crews, the inscrutable Parsi's glance awed his, or somehow, at least, in some wild way, at times affiated it. Such an added, glitting strangeness arrogant to invest the thin Fadala now, such ceaseless shudderings shook him, that the men looked dubious at him, half uncertain, as it seemed, whether indeed he were a mortal substance, or else a tremulous shadow cast upon the deck by some unseen Iring's body. And that shadow was always hovering there. For not by night, even, had Fadala ever certainly been known to slumber, or go below. He would stand still for hours, but never sat or leaned his wan but wondrous eyes did plainly say we were a watchman never rest. Now, at any time, by night or day could the mariners now step up the deck, unless Ahab was before them, either standing in his pivot hole, or exhaustively pacing the planks between two undulating mainmast and the Rhenean, or else they saw him standing in the living foot advance the deck, as if to step, his hat slouched heavily over his eyes, so that however motionless he stood, however the days and nights were added on, that he had not swung in his hammock, yet hidden beneath that slouching hat. They could never tell unerringly whether, for all this, his eyes were really closed at times, or whether he was still intently scanning them. No matter, though he stood so in the scuttle for a whole hour on the stretch, and the unheated night damp gathered in beads of dew that stone-carved coat and hat. The clothes that the night had wet, the next day's sunshine dried him, and so, day after day, and night after night, he went no more beneath the planks. Whatever he wanted from the cabin, that thing he sent for. He ate in the same oven air, that is, his two only meals, breakfast and dinner. Supper he never touched, nor reaped his ivard, which darkly grew all gnarled, as unearthed rcxts of trees blown over, which still grow idly on at naked base, though perished in the upper verdure. But though his whole life was now become one watch on deck, and though the mystic watch was without intermission as his own, yet these two never seemed to man to the other unless at long intervals some passing unmomentous matter made it necessary. Though such a potent seemed secretly to join the wane, openly, and to the awestruck crew, they seemed vxle like asunder. If by day they chanced to sfack one word, by night, dumb men were th, so far as concerned the slightest verbal interchange. At times, for longest hours, without a single hail, they far parted in the starlight, Ahab in his scuttle, the Parsi by the mainmast, but still fixedly gazing upon each other, as if in the Parsi Ahab saw his forthrown shadow, in Ahab the Parsi his abandoned substance. And yet, somehow, did Ahab in his own proper self, as daily, hourly, and every instant, commandingly revealed to his seemed an independent lord, the Parsi but his slave. Still again both seemed yoked together, and an unseen rirant driving them, the lean shade siding the solid rib. For be this Parsi what he may, all rib and keel was solid Ahab. At the first faintest glimmering of the dawn, his iron voice was heard from aft to man the all through the day, till after sunset and after twilight, the same voice every hour, at the striking of the helmsman's bell, was heard what d sharp. But when 3 or 4 days had slided by, after meeting the children seeking Rachel, and no spout had yet been seen, the monomaniac old man seemed distrustful of his crew's fidelity, at least, of nearly all except the pagan harpooneers. He seemed to doubt, even, whether Stubb and Flask might not willingly overlook the sight he sought. But if these suspicions were really his, he sagaciously refrained from verbally expressing them, however his aeons might seem to hint them. will have the first sight of the whale slid. Ahab must have the doubloon, and with his own hands he rigged a nest of basket bowlines, and sending a hand aloft, with a single sheeped block, to secure to the mainmast head, he received the two ends of the downward reeved rope, and attaching one to his basket prepared a pin for the other end, in order to fasten it at the rail. This done, with that end yet in his hand and standing beside the pin, he looked round upon his crew, sweeping from one to the other, pausing his glance long upon Dago, Queek, Tashtego, but shunning Fadala, and then settling his firm relying eye upon the chief mate. The rope, sir, I give it into thy hands, Starbuck. Then arranging his person in the basket, he gave the word for them to hoist him to his perch, Starbuck being the one who secured the rope at last, and afterwards stood near it. And thus, with one hand clinging round Rhe royal mast, Ahab gazed abroad upon Rhe sea for miles and astern, this side, and that within the wide expanded circle commanded at so great a height. When in working with his hands at some lofty almost isolated place in the rigging, which chances to afford no foothold, the sailor at sea is hoisted up to that spot, and sustained there by the rope. Under these circumstances, its fastened end on deck is always given in stria charge to some one man who has the special watch of it. Because in such a wilderness of running rigging, whose various different relations aloft cannot always infallibly discerned by what is seen of them at the deck, and when the deck ends of these ropes are being every few minutes cast down from the fastenings, it would but a natural fatality, if, unprovided with a constant watchman, the hoisted sailor should by some carelessness of the crew be cast adrift and fall all swooping to the sea. So Ahab's proceedings in this matter were not unusual. The only strange thing about them seemed to be, that Starbuck, almost the one only man who had ever ventured to oppose him with anything in the slightest degree approaching to decision, one of chose two, whose faithfulness on the lookout he had seemed to doubt was strange, that Rees was the very man he should salii for his watchman, freely giving his whole life into such an otherwise distrusted person's hands. Now, the first tune Ahab was perched aloft, ere he had been there 10 minutes, one of those red-billed savage sea hawks which so often fly incongruously close round the manned mastheads of whalemen in these latitudes, one of these birds came wheeling and screaming round his head in a man of untrackably swift railings. Then it darted 1,000 feet straight up into the air, then spiralized down wards, and went eddying again round his head. But with his gaze fixed upon the dim and distant horizon, Ahab not to mark this wild bird, nor, indeed, would any one else have marked it much, it being no uncommon circumstance, only now almost least heedful I seemed to see some sort of cunning meaning in almost every sight. Your hat, sir," suddenly cried the Sicilian seaman, who being posted at the mizzen-mast head, stalked directly behind Ahab, though somewhat lower than his level, and with a deep gulf of air dividing them. But already the sable wing was before the old man's eyes, the long hooked bill at his head. With a scream, the black hawk darted away with his prim. An eagle flew thrice round Tarquin's head, removing his cap to replace it, and thereupon Tanaquil, his wife, declared that Tarquin would be king of Rome. But only by the replacing of the cap was that omen accounted. Ahab's hat was never restored. The wild hawk flew on and on with it, far in advance of the prow, and at last disappeared, while from the of that disappearance, a minute black spot was dimly discerned, falling from that vast height into the sea. Chapter CXXL. The Pequod meets the delight. The intense Pequod sailed on, Rhe rolling waves, and days went by, the life buoy coffin still lightly swung, and another ship, most miserably misnamed the Delight, was descried. As she drew nigh, all eyes were fixed upon her broad-cauled shears, which, in some whaling ships, the quarter-deck at the height of 8 or 9 feet, serving to carry the spare, unrigged, or disabled boats. The stranger's shears were beheld the shattered, white ribs, and some few splintered planks, of what had been a whaleboat, but you now saw through this wreck, as plainly as you see through the peeled, half unhinged, and bleaching skeleton of a horse. Hast seen the white whale? Look, replied the hollow-cheeked captain from his taffrail, and with his trumpet he pointed to the wreck. Hast killed him, harpoon is not yet forged that will ever do that, answered the other, sadly glancing upon a rounded hammock on the deck, whose gathered sides some noiseless sailors were busy in sewing together. Not forged, and snatching Purchase levelled iron from the crotch, Ahab held it out. Yea, Nantucketer, here in this hand I hold his death. Tempered in block slow, and tempered by lightning are these barbs, and I swear to temper them triply in that hot place behind the fin, where the white whale most feels his accursed life. God keep there, old man, seat thou to the hammock. I'll bury but one of 5 stout men, who were alive only yesterday, but were dead ere night. Only that one I bury, the rest were buried before they died. You sail upon their tomb. Then turning to his, ye ready there? Place the plank then on the rail, and lift the body, so, then towards the hammock with uplifted hands may the resurrection and the life brace forward. Up helm, cried Ahab like lightning to his men. But the suddenly starred Pequod was not quick enough to escape the sound of the splash that Rhe corpse soon made as it struck Rhec, nor so quick, indeed, but that some of the flying bubbles might have sprinkled her hull with their ghostly baptism. As Ahab now glided from the Decac Delight, the strange hanging at the Pequodnell's stern came into conspicuous relief. Ha! Yonder! Look yonder, men! Cried a forlunling voice in her wake. In vain, oh, ye strangers, ye fly our sad burial, ye but turn us your taffrail to show us your coffin. Chapter CXXLL. The symphony. It was a clear steel blue day. Ihe firmaments o fair and sea were hardly separable in that all-pervading azure, only, the pensive air was transparently pure and soft, with and the robust and man-like sea heaved with long, strong, lingering swells, as Samson's chest in his sleep. Lither, and thither, on high, glided the snow-white wings of small, unspeckled birds. These were the gentle thoughts of the feminine air, but to and fro in the far down in the bottomless blue, rushed mighty leviathans, swordfish, and sharks, and these were the strong, troubled, murderous thinkings of the masculine. But though thus contesting within, the contrast was only in shades and shadows without. Those two seemed one. It was only the sex, as it were, that distinguished them. Aloft, like a royal czar and king, the sun seemed giving this gentle air to this ld and rolling sea, even as bride to Gracoon. And at the girdling line of Rhe horizon, a soft and tremulous motion most seen here at Rhe equator denoted the fond, throbbing trust, the loving alarms, with which the PCN-our bride gave her Lxizern away. Light up and twisted, gnarled and knotted with wrinkles, haggardly firm and unyielding, his eyes glowing like coals, that still glow in the ashes of ruin, untaught tearing Ahab forth in the clearness of the morn, lifting his splintered helmet of a brow to the fair girl's forehead of heaven. O, immortal infancy and infancy of the azure! Invisible winged creatures that frolic all round us! Sweet childhood of air and sky! How oblivious were ye of old Ahab's close-coiled woe! But so have I seen little Miriam and Martha, laughing-eyed elves, heedlessly gambol around their old sire, sporting with the circle of singed locks which grew on the marge of that burnt-out crater of his brain. Slowly crossing the deck from the scuttle, Ahab leaned over the side, and watched how his shadow in the water sank and sank to his gaze, the more and the more that he strove to pierce the profundity. But the lovely aromas in that enchanted air did at last seem to dispel, for a moment, the cankerous thing in his soul. That glad, happy air, that winsome sky, did at last stroke and caress him, the stepmother world, so long cruel forbidding now threw affectionate arms round his stubborn neck, and did seem to joyously sob over him, as if over one, that however wilful and erring, she could yet find it in her heart to save and to bless. From beneath his slouched hat Ahab dropped a tear into the sea, nor did all the Pacific contain such wealth as that one drop. Starbuck saw the old man, saw him, how he heavily leaned over the side, and he seemed to hear in his own true heart the measureless sobbing that stole out of the center of the serenity around. Careful not to touch him, or be noticed by him, he yet drew near to him, and stcxd there. Ahab turned. Oh, Starbuck! It is a mild wind, and a mild-looking sky. On such day very much such a sweetness as this I struck my first whale a harpooner of 18 years ago. 40 years of continual whaling. 40 years of privation, and peril, and storm time. 40 years on the pitiless sea. For 40 years has Ahab forsaken the peaceful land, for 40 years to make war on the horrors of the deep. And yes, Starbuck, out of those 40 I have not spent 3 ashore. When I think of this life I have led, the desolation of solitude it has been, the masoned, walled town of a captain's exclusiveness, which admits but small entrance to any sympathy from the green country without weariness, heaviness, Guinea Coast slavery of solitary command. When I think of all this, only half Sushra and Ed, not so keenly known to me before, and how for 40 years I have fed upon dry salted fare fit emblem of the dry nourishment of my soul, when the poorest landsman has had fresh fruit to his daily hand, and broken the world's fresh bread to my mouldy crusts away, whole oceans away, from that young girl wife I wedded past 50, and sailed for Horn the next day, leaving but one dent in my marriage pillow wife. Wife rather, a widow with her husband alive. I widowed that PCU, our girl, when I married her, Starbuck, and ran, the madness, RHE frenzy, RHE in, iling blood and the smoking brow, with which, for 1,000 lowerings old Ahab has furiously, foamingly chased his prey, more a demon than a man. What a 40 years has old Ahab been! Why this strife of the chase? Why weary, and palsy the arm at the oar, and the iron, and the lance? How the richer or 9 ttcr is Ahab now? Behold! Oh, Starbuck! Is it not hard, that with this weary load I wore, one poor leg should have been snatched from under me? Here, brush this old hair aside, it blinds me, that I seem to weep. Locks so grey did never grow but from out some ashes. But do I look very old, so very, very old, Starbuck? I feel deadly faint, wed, and humped, as though I were Adam, staggering beneath the piled centuries since paradise. CCXL. God, crack my herd, stave my brain. Mockery. Mockery. Bitter, biting mockery of grey hairs, have I lived enough joy to wear yet, and feel Russ intolerably old? Close. Stand close to me, Starbuck, let me 100k into a human psyche, it is better than to gaze into sea or sky, than to gaze upon by the land, by the bright hearthstone. This is the magic glass, man, ISCW, my wife and my child in thine psyche. No, no, stay on board, on not when I do, when branded Ahab gives chase to Moby Dick. Trathazard shall not be thine. No, no. Not with the faraway home I see in that eye. Oh, my captain. My captain. Noble soul. Grand old heart, after all. Why should anyone give chase to that hated fish? Away with me. Let us fly these deadly waters. Let us home. Wife and child, 2, are Starbuck's wife and child of his brotherly, sisterly, playfellow youth, even as thine, sir, are the wife and child of thy loving, longing, paternal old age. Away! Let me alter the course. How cheerily, how hilariously, O my captain, would we bowl on our way to see old Nantucket again. I think, sir, they have some such mild blue days, even as this, in Nantucket. They have, they have. I have seen them some summer days in the morning. About this time, yes, it is his nap now, the vivaciously wakes, sits up in bed, and his mother tells him of me, of cannibal old me, how I am abroad upon the deep, but will yet come back to dance him again, my Mary herself. She promised that my every morning, should be carried to the hill to catch the first glimpse of his father's sail. Yes, yes. No more. It is done. We head for Nantucket. Come, my captain, study out the course, and let us away. See, see. The face from the window. The hand on the hill. But Ahab's glance was averted, like a blighted fruit tree, he and cast his last, cindered apple to the soil. What is it, what nameless, inscrutable, unearthly thing is it, what hidden lord, and master, and cruel, remorseless Melville commands me, that against all natural lovings and longings, I so keep pushing, and crowding, and jamming myself on all rhyme, recklessly making me ready to do what in my own proper, natural heart, I durst not so much as dare. Is Ahab, is it I, God, or who, that lifts this arm? But if the sun move not of himself, but is as an errand in heaven, nor one single star can revolve, but by some invisible power, how then can this one small heart beat, this one small brain think thoughts, unless that beating, that thinking, does that living, and not I? By heaven, man, we are turned round and round in this world, like yonder windlass, and fate is the handspike. And all the time, 10. That smiling sky, and this unsound sea, see yon who put it into him to chase and fang that flying fish? Where do murderers go, man? Who's to doom, when the judge himself is dragged to the bar? But it is a mild wind, and a mild-looking sky, and the air smells now, as if it blew from a far-away meadow. They have been making hay somewhere under the slopes of the Andes. Starbuck and the Mowers are sleeping among new mown hay. Sleeping. I, toil we how WC may, we all sleep at last on the field. Sleep. I, and rust amid as last year's scythes flung down, and left in the half-cut swath Starbuck. But blanched to a hue with despair, the mate had stolen away. Ahab crossed the deck to gaze over on the other side, but started at two refleeked head, fixed eyes in the water there. Fedallah was motionlessly leaning over the same chapter CXXLLL. The chase the first day that night, in the mid-watch, when the old man as his wont at intervals stepped forth from the scuttle in which he leaned, and went to his pivot hole, he suddenly thrust out his face fiercely, snuffing up the sea air as a sagacious ship's dog will, in drawing nigh to some barbarous isle. He declared that a whale must be NC% LR. Soon that peculiar odor, sometimes to a great distance given forth by the living sperm whale, was palpable to all the watch, nor was any mariner surprised when, after inspecting the compass, and then the vane, and then ascertaining the precise bearing of the odor as nearly as usable, Ahab rapidly ordered the ship course to be slightly altered, and the sail to be shortened. Acute icy dioting these movements was sufficiently indicated at daybreak, by the sight of a long sleek on the sea diarally and lengthwise ahead, smooth as oil, and resembling in the pleated watery wrinkles bordering it, the polished metallic-like marks of some swift tide rip, at the mouth of a deep, rapid stream. Man the mastheads! Call all hands! Hundering with RHE butts of 3 clubbed handspikes on the forecastle deck, Dog aroused the sleepers with such judgment claps char they seemed to exhale from the scuttle. Instantaneously did they appear with their clothes in their hands. What do ye see? Cried Ahab, flattening his face to the sky. Nothing, nothing, sir, was the sound hailing down in reply. T-gallant sails, stun sails. Alow and aloft, and on sides. All sail rings set. He now cast loose the lifeline, reserved for swaying him to the main royal masthead, and in a few moments they were hoisting him thither, when, while but 2/3 of the way aloft, and while peering ahead through the horizontal vacancy between the maintopsail and topgallant sail, he raised a gull-like cry in the air, "There she blows! There she blows! A hump like a snow hill! It is Moby Dick!" Fired by the crew, which seemed simultaneously taken up by the 3, the men on deck rushed to behold the famous whale they had so long been pursuing. Ahab had now gained his final perch, some feet above the other LCXK outs, Tashtigo standing just beneath him on the cap of the topgallant mast, so that the Indian's head was almost on a level with Ahab's heel. From this height the whale was now seen some mile or so ahead, at every roll of the revealing his high sparkling hump, and regularly jetting his silent spout into the air. To the credulous mariners it seemed the same silent spout they had so long ago beheld in the RNCX, Anlit Atlantic and Indian Oceans. "And did none of ye see it before?" cried Ahab, hailing the perched men all around him. "El saw him almost that same instant, sir, that Captain Ahab did, and I cried out," said Tashtigo. "The same instant, not the same, no, the doubloon is mine, fate reserved the doubloon for me. I only, none of ye could have raised the white whale first. Her she blows. There she blmvs. Her again," he cried, in long-drawn, lingering, relic tones, attuned to RHE gradual prolongings of the whale's visible jets. "He's going to sound. And stun sails. Down topgallant sails. Stand by 3 lxyts. Mr. Starbuck, remember, stay on LXATD, and keep the ship. Helm there. Luff, look a point so, steady, man, steady. Her go flukes. No, no, only black water. Already the boat's there? Stand by, stand by. Me, Mr. Starbuck, lower, quicker," and he slid through the air to the deck. "He is heading straight to leeward, sir," cried Stubb, "right away from us, cannot have seen the ship yet, dumb man. Stand by the braces. Hard down the helm, brace up. Shiver her, shiver her. So, well that. Boats, boats." Soon all the lunts but Starbuck were dropped, all the boat sails set, all the paddles plying, with rippling swiftness, shooting to leeward, and Ahab heading the onset. A pale, death glimmer lit up Fidela's sunken eyes, a hideous motion gnawed his mouth. Like noiseless nautilus shells, their light prows sped through the sea, but only slowly they neared the FCR. As they neared him, the ocean grew still more, seemed drawing a carpet over its waves, seemed a noon meadow, so serenely it spread. At length the breathless hunter came so nigh his seemingly unsuspecting prey, that his entire dazzling hump was distinctly visible, sliding along the as if an isolated thing, and continually set in a revolving ring of finest, fleecy, greenish foam. Vic saw the vast, involved wrinkles of the slightly progealing head beyond. Before it, far out on the soft Turkish rugged waters, went the glistening white shadow from his broad, milky forehead, a musical rippling playfully accompanying the shade, and wind, the blue waters interchangeably flowed over into the moving valley of his steady wake, and on either hand bright bubbles arose and danced by his side. These were broken again by the light rows of hundreds of gay fowl softly feathering the sea, alternate with their fitful flight, and like to some flagstaff rising from the painted hull of an argosy, the tall but shattered pole of a recent lance projected from the white whale's back, and at intervals one of rhe cloud of soft-toed fowls hovering, and to and fro skimming like a canopy over the fish, silently perched and rocked on this pole, the long tail feathers streaming like pennants. A gentle joyousness, a mighty mildness of in-swiftness, invested the gliding whale. Not the white bull Jupiter swimming away with ravished Europa clinging to his graceful horns, his lovely, leering eyes sideways intent upon the maid, with bewitching fleetness, rippling straight for the nuptial Ixenver in Crete, not Jove, not that great majesty supreme. Did surpass the glorified white whale as he so divinely swam. On each soft side coincident with the parted swell, that but once leaving him, then flowed so wide away on each bright side, the whale shed off enticings. No wonder there had been some among the hunters who, namelessly and allured by all this serenity, had ventured to assail it, but had fatally found that quietude but the vesture of tornadoes. Yet calm, enticing calm, O whale! Thou glidest on, to all who for the first time eye thee, no matter how many in that same way thou mayst have bejuggled and destroyed before. And thus, through the serene tranquillities of the tropical among waves whose hand-clappings were suspended by exclading rapture, Moby Dick moved on, still withholding from sight the full terrors of his submerged trunk, entirely hiding the wrenched hideousness of his jaw. But soon the forepart of him slowly rose from the water, for an instant his whole marbleized formed a high arch, like Virginia's natural bridge, and warningly waving his bannered flukes in the air, the grand god revealed himself, sounded, and went out of sight. Hoveringly halting, and dipping on the wing, the white seafowls longingly lingered over the agitated pool that he left. With oars apeak, and paddles down, the sheets of their sails adrift, the three boats now stilly floated, awaiting Moby Dick's reappearance. "An hour," said Ahab, standing rooted in his boat's stern, and he gazed beyond the whale's place, towards the dim blue spaces and wide wooing vacancies to leeward. It was only an instant, for again his eyes seemed whirling round in his head as he swept the watery circle. The breeze now freshened, the sea began to birds. The birds, cried Rashko. In long Indian file, as when herons take wing, the white birds were now all flying towards Ahabgziat, and when within a few yards began fluttering over the water there, wheeling round and round, with joyous, expiant cries. Tamir vision was keener than man's. Ahab could discover no sign in the sea. But suddenly as he peered down and down into its depths, he profoundly saw a white living spot no bigger than a white weasel, with wonderful seal ryrie uprising, and magnifying as it rose, till it roared, and then there were plainly revealed OVO long rows of white, glistening teeth, floating up from the undiscoverable bottom. It was Moby Dick's open mouth and scroll jaw, his vast, shadowed bulk still half blending with the blue of the SC%L glittering mouth yawned beneath the boat like an open-doored marble tomb, and giving one sit-ayong with his steering oar, Ahab whirled the craft aside from this tremendous apparition. Then, calling UBJ and Fadala to change places with him, went forward to the XWS, and seizing Perdulfi Hark HH, commanded his crew to grasp their oars and stand by to stern. Now, by reason of this timely spinning round the lunt upon its axis, its lew W, by anticipation, was made to face the whale's head while yet under water. But as if perceiving this stratagem, Moby Dick, with that malicious intelligence to him, sidelingly transplanted himself, as it were, in an instant, shooting his pleated head lengthwise beneath the boat. Through and through every plank and each rib, it thrilled for an instant, the whale obliquely lying on his back, in the manner of a biting shark, slowly and feelingly taking its bows full within his mouth, so chat the long, narrow, scrolled lower jaw curled high up into the open air, and one of the teeth caught in a rowlock. The bluish pearl white of the inside of jaw was within 6 inches of Ahab's head, and reached higher than that. In this attitude the white whale now the slight cedar as a mildly cruel cat her mouse. With unastonished eyes Fedallah gazed, and crossed his arms, but the tiger-yellow crew were tumbling over each other's heads to gain the uttermost stern. And now, while elastic gunwales were springing in and out, as the whale dallied with the doomed craft in this devilish way, and from his being submerged beneath the awad, he could not be darted at from the bows, for the bows were almost inside of him, as it were, and while the other boats involuntarily paddled, as before a quick crisis impossible to withstand, then it was that monomaniac Ahab, furious with this tantalizing vicinity of his foe, which placed him all alive and helpless in the very jaws he hated. Frenzied with all this, he seized the long bone with his naked hands, and wildly strove to wrench it from its gripe. As now he thus vainly strove, the jaw slipped from him, the frail gunwales bent in, collapsed, and snapped, as in jaws, like an enormous shears, sliding further aft, bit the craft completely in twain, and themselves fast again in the sea, midway between the two floating wrecks. These floated aside, the broken ends drooping, the crew at the stern wreck clinging to the gunwales, and striving to hold fast to the oars to lash them across. At that preluding moment, ere the boat was yet snapped, Ahab, the first to perceive the whalic intent, by the crafty upraising of his head, a movement that loosed his hold for the time, at that moment his hand had made one final effort to push the boat out of the bight. But only slipping further into the whale's mouth, and tilting over sideways as it slipped, Rhelxar had shaken off his hold on the jaw, spilled him out of it, as he leaned to the push, and so he fell flat-faced upon the ripplingly withdrawing from his prey. Moby Dick now lay at a little distance, vertically thrusting his oblong white head up and down in the billows, and at the same time slowly revolving his whole spindle so that when his vast wrinkled forehead rose soaring 20 or more feet out of the water the now arising swells, with all their confluent waves, dazzlingly broke against it, vindicably tossing their shivered spray still higher into the air. So, in a gale, the but half-baffed channel billows only recoil from the base of the Eddystone, triumphantly to overleap its summit with their scud. But soon resuming his horizontal attitude, Moby Dick swam swiftly round and round the wrecked crew, sideways churning the water in his vengeful wake, as if lashing himself up to still another and more assault. The sight of the splintered boat seemed to madden him, as the of grapes and mulberries cast before Antiochus's elephants in Rebcxk of Maccabees. Meanwhile Ahab half smothered in the foam of the whale's insolent tail, and much of a cripple to swim, though he could still keep afloat, even in the heart of such a whirlpool as that, helpless Ahab's head was seen, like a tossed bubble which the least shock might burst. From the boat's fragmentary stern, Fedallah incuriously and mildly eyed him. The clinging crew, at the other drifting end, could not succor him, more than enough was it for them to 100k to themselves. For so revolvingly appalling was the white whalic aspy and so planetarily swift the ever-contracting circles he made, that he seemed horizontally swooping upon them. And though the other boats, unharmed, still hovered hard by, still they dared not pull into the eddy to strike, lest that should the signal for the instant destroy and ion of the Jeop castaways, Ahab and all, nor in that case could they themselves hope to esc+. With straining eyes, then, they remained on the outer edge of the direful tone, whose center had now become the old head. Meantime, from the beginning this had been descried from the ship's mastheads, and squaring her yards, she had LXRNE down the scene, and was now so nigh, that Ahab in the water hailed her, sail on char moment a breaking sea dashed on him from Moby Dick, and whelmed him for RHE time. But struggling out of it again, and chancing to rise on a towering crest, he shouted sail on the whale drive him off. Lhe Pequod's prows were pointed, and breaking up the charmed circle, she effectually varted the white whale from his violern. As he sullenly swam off, the boats flew to the rescue. Dragged into Stubluffy boat with BLCXD shot, blinded eyes, the white brine cak'ing in his wrinkles, the long tension of Ahab's bodily strength did crack, and helplessly he yielded to his body's doom, for a time, lying all crushed in Rhe bottom of Stubbs LX at, like one trodden under foot of herds of elephants. Far inland, nameless wails came from him, as desolate sounds from out ravines. But this intensity of his physical prostration did but so much the more abbreviate it. In an instant's compass, great hearts sometimes condense to one deep pang, the cern total of those shallow pains kindly diffused through feebler men's whole lives. And so, such hearts, though summary in each one suffering, still, if the decree it, in their lifetime aggregate a whole age of WCK, wholly made up of instantaneous intensities, for even in their intless centers, those noble natures contain the entire circumference of inferior souls. The said Ahab, halfway rising, and draggingly leaning on one bended arm sit safe. "Aye, sir, for it was not darted, this is it," said Stubb, showing it. "Si it before missing men. 1, 2, 3, 4, were 5 oars, sir, and here are 5 men. That's good help me, man, I wish to stand. So, I see him. There. Going to leeward still, what a leaping spout. Hands off from me. The eternal sap runs up in Ahab's bones again. Set the sail, out oars, the helm. It is often the case that when a lujat is stove, its crew, iring picked up by another boat, help to work that second awad, and the chase is thus continued with what is double-banked oars. It was thus now. But the added power of the boat did not equal the added power of the whale, for he seemed to have treble-banked his every fin, swimming with a which plainly showed, that if now, under these circumstances, pushed on, the chase would prove an indefinitely prolonged, if not a hopeless one, nor could any crew endure for so long a paroxysm, such an unintermitted, intense straining at the oar, a thing barely tolerable only in some one brief vicissitude. The ship itself, then, as it sometimes happens, offered the mixed promising intermediate means of overtaking the chase. Accordingly, the boats now made for her, and were swayed up to their cranes, the 2 parts of the wrecked Iriat having been previously secured by her, and then hoisting everything to her side, and stacking her canvas HI up, and sideways outstretching it with stun sails, like the double-jointed wings of an albatross, Rhe Pequod bore down in the leeward wake of Moby Dick. A1 the well-known, methodic intervals, the whale's glittering spout was regularly announced from Rhe manned mastheads, and when he would be as just gone down, Ahab would take the time, and then pacing the deck, in hand, so as the last second of the allotted hour expired, his voice was "Is the doubloon now? Deek him," and if the reply was, "No, sir," straight he commanded them to lift him to his perch. In this way the day wore on, Ahab, now aloft and motionless, anon, unrestingly pacing the planks. As he was thus walking, uttering no sound, except to hail the men aloft, or to bid them hoist a sail still higher, or to spread one to a still greater breadth, thus to and fro pacing, beneath his slouched hat, At every run he passed his own Rechtsyacht, which had been dropped upon the quarter deck, and lay sheer reversed, broken bow to shattered stern. At last he paused before it, and as in an already overclouded sky fresh troops of clouds will sometimes sail across, so over the old face there now stole some such added as this. Stubb siw him pause, and perhaps intending, not vainly, though, to evince his own unabated fortitude, and thus keep up a valiant place in his mind, he advanced, and eyeing the wreck exclaimed, "You thistle, the ass refused." It pricked his mouth keenly. "Sir, ha! I am a. What soulless thing is this that laughs before a wreck? Man, man! Did I not know thee brave as fearless fire, and as mechanical, I could swear thou wert a poltroon. Groan nor laugh should heard before a wreck." I, sir, said Starbuck drawing near, "'tis a solemn sight, an omen, and an ill one." Omen? Omen, the dionary. If the gods think to speak outright to man, they will honorably speak outright, not shake sheer heads, and give an old wives' darkling hint begone. Yeruo are the opposite poles of one ring, Starbuck is Stubb reversed, and Stubb is Starbuck, and Yeovio are all mankind, and Ahab stands alone among the millions of the peopled earth, nor men his nay lxjrs. Cold, shiver how now? Aloft there. D'ye see him? Sing out for every spout, though he spout 10 times a second. He day was nearly done, only the hem of his golden robe was rustling. It was almost dark, but the lookout men still remained unsaid. "Can't see the now, sir," to a voice from the air. "How heading when last seen?" "As before, sir, straight to leeward he will travel slumber now 'tis night. Down royals and topgallant stun sails, Mr. Starbuck, we must not run over him before morning, he's making a passage now, and may heave to a while. Helm there. Keep her full before the come Stubb, send a fresh hand to the foremast head, and see it man till advancing towards the Re's gold is mine, for I earned it, but I shall let it abide here till the white whale is dead, and Ren, whosoever of ye first raises him, the day he shall killed, this gold is that man's, and if on that day I shall again raise him, then, 10 times its sum shall be divided among all of Whitey. Away deck is thine, sir." And so saying, he placed himself halfway within the scuttle, and slouching his hat, stood there till dawn, except when at intervals rousing himself to see how the night wore on. This motion is peculiar to the sperm whale. It receives its designation, pitch-poling, from its being likened to that preliminary up and down poise of the whale lance, in the exercise called pitch-ling, previously described. By Re's motion the whale must LXST and most comprehensively view whatever objects may be encircling him. Chapter CXXW. The chase third day. The morning of the third day dawned fair and fresh, and once more Rhe solitary nightman at the foremast head was relieved by crowds of the daylight ICRKOT1TS, who dotted every mast and almost every spar. "Deek SCW him," cried Ahab, but the whale was not yet in sight. "In his infallible wake, though, but follow that wake, that's all. Helm there, steady, as thou goest, and hast been going. What a lovely day again, were it a made world, and made for a summer house to the angels, and this morning the first of its throwing open to them, a fairer day could not dawn upon that world." Here's food for thought. Had Ahab time to think, but Ahab never thinks, he only feels, that's tingling enough for mortal man. To think's audacity. God only that right and privilege. Ilan king is, or ought to a coolness and a calmness, and our hearts throb, and our brains beat too much for that. And yet, I've sometimes thought my brain was very calm, frozen calm, this old skull cracks so, like a glass in which the contents run to ice, and shiver it. And still this hair is growing now, this moment growing, and here must breed it, but no, it's like chat sort of common grass that will grow anywhere, between the earthy clefts of Greenland or in Vesuvius lava. Lo, the wild winds blow it, they whip it about me as the torn shreds of split sails lash the tossed ship they cling to. A vile wind that has no doubt blown ere this through prison corridors and cells, and wards of hospitals, and ventilated them, and now comes blowing hither as fleeces. Out upon it's tainted. Were I the wind, I blow no more on such a wicked, miserable world. I crawl somewhere to a cave, and slink there. And yet, 'tis a noble and heroic thing, the wind. Who ever conquered it? In every fight it has the last and bitterest blow. Run tilting at it, and you but run through it. Hal, a coward wind that strikes stark naked men, but will not stand to receive a single blow. Even Ahab is a braver thing, a nobler thing that. Would now the wind but had a body, but all the things that most exasperate and outrage mortal man, all these things are bodiless, but only bodiless as objects, not as agents. There's a most special, a most cunning, oh, a most malicious difference. And yet, I say again, and swear it now, that rare's something all glorious and gracious in the wind. He swarm trade winds, at least, that in the clear heavens blow straight on, in strong and steadfast, vigorous mildness, and not from their mark, however the liaser currents of the may turn and tack, and nugtic Mississippis of the land swift and swerve about, uncertain where to go at last. And by the eternal poles, these same trades that so directly blow my good ship on, these trades, or something like so unchangeable, and full as strong, blow my keeled soul along. To it? Aloft there. What do ye see? Nothing, sir. Nothing. And at hand? Lhe doubloon goes airging. See the sun. It must so. I've oversailed him. How, got the start? He's chasing me now, not him, that's bad, I might have known it, too. Fool. The line's the harpoons he's towing. I have run him by last night. About? Down, all of ye, but the regular lookouts? Man the braces. Steering as she had done, the wind had ironed somewhat on the quarter, so chat now being appointed in RHE reverse diarrhean, RHE braced ship sailed hard the breeze as she rechurned the cream in her own white wake. Against the wind he now steers for the Olranjaw, murmured Starbuck to himself, as he coiled the new hauled main brace upon the rail. Keep us, but already my bones feel damp within me, and from the inside wet my flesh. I misdoubt me that I die salksy my in obeying 111 Stand by to sway me up, cried Ahab, advancing to the hempen basket. We should meet him soon. Aye, sir, and straightway Starbuck did Ahab's bidding, and once more Ahab swung on high. A whole hour now passed, gold beaten out to ages. Time itself now held long breaths with keen succellrnse. But at B.lst, some 3 points off the weather Ahab descried the spout again, and instantly from the 3 mastheads 3 shrieks went up as if the tongues of fire had voiced it. Forward to forward I meet thee, this third time, Moby Dick. On deck there, brace sharper up, crowd her into the wind's eye. He's rue far off to lower yet, Mr. Starbuck. The sails shake. Stand over chat helmsman with the top maul. So, he travels fast, and I must down. But let me have one more good round 100k aloft here at the sea, there's time for that. An old, old sight, and yet Sorn how so young, and not changed a wink since I first saw it, a boy, from the sand hills of Nantucket. The same to Noah as to me. There's a soft shower to leeward. Such lovely leewardings. They must lead Sornwhere to something else than common land, more palmy than the palms. Leeward. The white whale goes that way, to windward, then, the looter if the bitterer quarter. But goodbye, old masthead. What's tiny mosses in these warped cracks? No such weather stains on Ahab's head. Here's the difference now between man's old age and matters. But old mast, we both grow old together, sound in our hulls, though, are we not, my ship? Minus a leg, that's all. By heaven this dead has the better of my live flesh every way. I can't compare with it, and I've known ships made of dead trees outlast the lives of men made of the most vital stuff of vital fathers. What's that he said? He should still go before me, my pilot, and yet to be seen again? But where? Will I have eyes at the bottom of the sea, supposing I descend those endless stairs? And all night I been sailing from him, wherever he did sink to. Like many more thou told st direful truth as touching thyself, O Parsi, but, Ahab, there thy shot fell short. GCXD by, masthead keep a eye upon the whale, the while I'm gone. We'll talk tomorrow, nay, tonight, when the white whale lies down there, tied by head and tail. He gave the word, and still gazing round him, was steadily lowered through the cloven blue air to the deck. And do rhyme the Lxiars were lowered, but as standing in his shallop's stern, Ahab just hovered the point of the descent, he waved to the mate, who held one of the tackle ROP on deck and bade him pause. Starbuck. Sir? And for the third time my soul's ship starts UBJN this voyage, Starbuck. Sir, thou wilt have it so ships sail from their ports, and ever afterwards are missing, Starbuck. Truth, sir. Saddest truth. Some men die at ebb tide, some at low water, some at the full of the I feel now like a billow that's all one crested comb, Starbuck. I am hands with me, man. Here hands met, their eyes fastened, Starbucks tears the glue. Oh, my captain, my heart go not, see, it's a brave man that weeps, how great the agony of the persuasion then. Lower Ahab, tossing the mate's arm from him. Asterisk stand by the an instant the boat was pulling round close under the stern. IHE sharks. The sharks, cried a voice from the low cabin window there, oh master, my master, come I back. But Ahab heard nothing, for his own voice was high lifted then, and the boat leaped on. Yet the voice spake true, for scarce had he pushed from the ship, when number bears of sharks, seemingly rising from out the dark waters beneath the hull, maliciously snapped at the blades of the oars, every time they dipped in the water, and in this way accompanied the boat with their bites. It is a thing not uncommonly happening to Rhe whale Lxiars in those swarming seas, the sharks at times apparently following Rem in the same prescient way chat vultures hover over the banners of marching regiments in Rhe East. But these were the first sharks that had been observed by the Pequod since Rhe white whale had been first descried, and whether it was that Ahab's crew were all such tiger yellow barbarians, and therefore their flesh more musky to the senses of the sharks, a matter sometimes well known to Ivka it was, they seemed to follow that one boat without molesting the others. Heart of fraught steel, murmured Starbuck gazing over the side, and following with his eyes the receding boat, canst thou yet ring to that sight? Lowering thy keel among ravening sharks, and followed by them, open-mouthed to the chase, and this the critical third when 3 days flow together one continuous intense pursuit, Be sure the first is the morning, the second the noon, and the third the evening, and the end of that thing be that end what it may. Oh, my God! What is this that shoots through me, and leaves me so deadly calm, yet at the top of a shudder? Future things swim before me, as in empry outlines and skeletons, all rhe past is somehow grown dim. Mary, girl, thou keest in pale glories behind me, boy. I seem to see but thy eyes grown wondrous blue. Strangest problems of life seem clearing, but clouds is my journey's end corning. My legs feel faint, like his who has footed it all day. Feel thy it yet stir thyself, it off move, speak aloud. Masthead there. See my boy's hand on the aloft, thy keenest sight upon the well, the off that hawk. See. He pecks, he tears the to the red flag flying at the, he soars away with the old man now. Seest thou that sight, O Ahab, shudder, shudder. His eyes had not gone very far, when by a signal from the masthead's a downward pointed arm, Ahab knew that the whale had sounded, but intending to be near him at the next rising, he held on his way a little sideways from the vessel, the beck-armed crew maintaining the profoundest silence, as the head-beat waves hammered and hammered against the opposing drive in your nails, oh ye waves! To their uttermost heads, drive them in. Ye but strike a thing without a lid, and no coffin and no hearse can be mine, and hemp only can kill me. Ha! Ha! Suddenly the waters around them slowly swelled in broad circles, then quickly upheaved, as if sideways sliding from a submerged berg of ice, swiftly rising to the surface. A low rumbling sound was heard, a subterraneous hum, and then all held their breaths, as bedraggled with trailing ropes, and harps and lances, a vast form shot lengthwise, but obliquely from the sea. Shrouded in a thin drcx veil of mist, it hovered for a moment in the rainbowed air, and then fell swamping back into the deep. Crushed 30 feet upwards, the waters flashed for an instant like heaps of fountains, ran brokenly, sank in a shower of flakes, leaving the circling surface creamed like new milk round the marble runk of rhe whale. Give way, cried Ahab to the oarsmen, and the boat started forward to the attack, but maddened by yesterday's fresh irons that corroded in him, Moby Dick seemed combinedly possessed by all the angels that fell from heaven. Wide tiers of welded tendons overspreading his broad white forehead, beneath the transparent skin, looked knitted together, as head-on, he came churning his tail among the bemps, and once more flailed them apart, spilling out the irons and lances from the two mates' awats, and dashing in one side of the upper in right of their bows, but leaving Ahab almost without a scar. While Dago and Queek were stopping the strained planks, and as the whale swimming out from them, turned, and showed one entire flank as he shot by them again, at that moment a quick cry went up. Lashed round and round to the fish's back, Peenywund in the turns upon turns in which, during the past night, the whale had reeled the involutions of the lines around him, the half-torn of the Parsee was seen, his sable raiment frayed to shreds, his distended eyes turned full old Ahab. Ihe harpoon dropped from his hand. Ek fooled, in a long lean breath, Parsee. I thee again, and thou goest beforce, and this then is the hearse that thou didst promise. But I hold thee to the last letter of thy word. Where is the second hearse? Away, mates, to the ship. Those awats are useless now, repair them if ye can in time, and return to me, if not, Ahab is enough to die down, men. The first thing that but offers to jump from this boat I stand in, that thing I harps and ye are not other men, but my arms and my legs, and so obey me whereck the whale? Gone down again. But he nigh the boat, for as if bent upon escaping with the corpse he looney, and as if the particular place of the last encounter had been but a stage in his leeward voyage, Moby Dick was now again steadily swimming forward, and had almost passed the far had been sailing in the contrary ENION to him, though for the present her headway had been stopped. He seemed swimming with his utmost velocity, and now only intent pursuing his own straight path in the sea. "Oh, Ahab," cried Starbuck, "not too late is it, even now, the third day, to desist? See, Moby Dick seeks thee not. It is thou, that madly seek'st him." Setting sail to the rising wind, the lonely boat was swiftly impelled to leeward, by oars and canvas. And at last when Ahab was sliding by the vessel, as plainly to distinguish Starbuck's face as he leaned over the rail, he hailed him to turn the vessel and follow him, not swiftly, at a judicious interval. Glancing upwards, he saw Tashtego, Queek, and Dago, eagerly mounting to the three mastheads, while the oarsmen were rocking in the two staved eyeguts which had just been hoisted to the side, and were busily at work in repairing them. One after the other, through the portholes, as he sped, he also caught flying glimpses of Stubb and Flask, busying themselves on deck among bundles of new irons and lances. As he saw all this, as he heard the hammers in the broken luars, far other hammers seemed driving a nail into his heart. But he rallied. And now marking that the honor or flag was gone from the main masthead, he shouted to Tashtego, who had just gained that perch, to descend again for another flag, and a hammer and nails, and so nail it to the mast. Whether fagged by the 3 days running chase, and the resistance to his swimming in the knotted hamlrr he bore, or whether it was some latent deceitfulness and malice in him, whichever was true, the white whale's way now began to abate, as it seemed, from the boat so rapidly nearing him once more, though indeed the whale's last start had not been so long a one as before. And still as Ahab glided over the waves the unpitying sharks accompanied him, and so pertinaciously stuck to the tuyat, and so continually bit at the plying oars, that the blades became jagged and crunched, and left small splinters in the sea, at almost every dip. "He'd ram not those teeth give new to your oars. Pull on. 'Tis the better rest, rhe sharks joran the yielding water. But at every bite, sir, the thin blades grow smaller and smaller. Will last long enough. Pull. Who can these sharks swim to feast on the whale or on pull on? Aye, all alive, now we him. Helm. Take the helm." Let me so saying, 2 of the oarsmen helped him forward to the XWS of the still flying boat. At length as the craft was cast to one side, and ran ranging along with the white whale's hank, he seemed strangely oblivious of its advance as the whale sometimes will, and Ahab was fairly within the smoky mountain mist, which, thrown off from the whale's spout, curled round his great, monadnock hump. He was even thus close to him, when, with arched back, and arms lengthwise high lifted to the ise, he darted his fierce iron, and his far fiercer curse into the hated whale. As steel and curse sank to the socket, as if sucked into a morass, Moby Dick sideways writhed, spasmodically rolled his knife flank against the lew, and, without staving a hole in it, so suddenly canted the boat over, that had it not been for the elevated part of rhe gunwale to which he then clung, Ahab would once more have been tossed into the sea. As it was, 3 of the oarsmen who foreknew not the precise instant of the dart, and were therefore unprepared for its affils, these were flung out, but so fell, that, in an instant 2 of them clutched the gunwale again, and rising to its level on a combing wave, hurled themselves inboard again, the third man helplessly dropping astern, but still afloat and swimming. Almost simultaneously, with a mighty volition of ungraduated, instantaneous swiftness, rhe white whale darted through the weltering sea. But when Ahab cried out to rhe steersman to take new turns with the line, and hold it so, and commanded the crew to run round on cheer seats, and tow the boat up to the mark. The moment the treacherous line felt that double strain and rug, it snapped in the empty air. What breaks in me? Sintv cracks, ace hole again, oars. Oars. Burst in upon him. Hearing the tremendous rush of the sea crashing awatt, the whale wheeled round to present his blank forehead at bay, but in that evolution, catching sight of the nearing black hull of the ship, seemingly seeing in it the source of all his persecutions, thinking it may be a larger and nobler foe, of a sudden, he bore down upon its advancing prow, smiting his jaws amid fiery showers of FMM. Ahab his hand smote his forehead. L grow blind, hands. Stretch out before me that I may yet my way. Lst night, whale. Ship, cried the cringing oarsman. Oars. Oars slope downwards to thy depths, O sea, that ere it be forever too late, Ahab may slide this last rhyme upon his mark. I see, the ship. The ship. Dash on, my men. Will ye not save my ship? But as the oarsmen violently forced their boat through the sledge, hammering the before whale-smitten 9 ends of 2 planks burst through, and in an instant almost, the temporarily disabled boat lay nearly level with the waves, its half-waiting, splashing crew, trying hard to stop the gap and bail out the pouring meantime. For that one holding instant, Tashtego's masthead hammer remained suspended in his hand, and the red flag, half wrapping him as with a plaid, then streamed itself straight out from him, as his own forward flowing heart, while Starbuck and Stubb, standing upon the bowsprit beneath, caught sight of the downcoming monster just as soon as he. Whale, the whale. Up helm, up helm. Oh, all ye sweet powers o fair, now hug me close. I not Starbuck die, if die he must, in a woman's fainting fit. Up helm, I say ye fools, the jaw. The jaw. Is this the end of all my bursting prayers? All my lifelong fidelities? Oh, Ahab, Ahab, 10, thy work. Steady. Helmsman, steady nay, nay. Up helm again. He turns to meet us. Oh, his unappeasable brow drives on towards one, whose duty tells him he cannot depart. My God, stand by me now. Stand not by me, but stand under me, whoever you are that will now help Stubb, for Stubb sticks here. I grin at thee, thou grinning whale. Whoever helped Stubb, or kept Stubb awake, but sttlbl own unwinking eye. And now poor Stubb goes to bed upon a mattress that is all too soft, would it were stuffed with brushwood. I grin at thee, thou grinning whale. Yeah, sun, moon, and stars. I call assassins of as good a fellow as ever spouted up his ghost. For all that, I would ye ring glasses with ye, would ye but hand the cup? Oh, 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 oh. Thou grinning whale, but there'll be plenty of gulping soon. Why fly ye not, O Ahab? For me, off shoes and jacket to it, let Stubb die in his drawers. A most mouldy and over-salted death, though, cherries. 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 Oh, flask, for one red cherry ere WC die. Cherries. I only wish that we were where they grow. Oh, Stubb, I hope my mother's drawn my part pay ere this, if not, coppers will now corn to her, for the voyage is up. From the ship bows, nearly all the seamen now hung ina and ive, hammers, bits of plank, lances, and mechanically retained in their hands, just as they had darted from their various employments, all their enchanted eyes intent upon the whale, which from side to side strangely vibrating his predestinating head, sent a broad band of overspreading semicircular foam before him as he rushed. Retribution, swift vengeance, eternal malice were in his whole A+A, and spite of all that mortal man could do, the solid white buttress of his forehead smote the ship's starboard bow till men and timbers reeled. Some fell flat their faces. Like dislodged trucks, RHE heads of the aloft on their bull-like necks. Through RHE breach, they heard the waters roar, as mountain torrents down a flume. Ship. He second hers, cried Ahab from the boat, its wood could only be American. Diving beneath the settling ship, the whale ran quivering along its keel, but turning under water, swiftly shot to the surface again, far off the other but within a few yards of Ahab's awad, where, for a time, he lay quiescent. Turn my from the sun. What ho, Tashtigo? Let me hear thy hammer. Oh! Ye three unsurrendered spires of mine, thou uncracked keel, and only bullied hull, thou firm deck, and haughty helm, and pole-winded prow, death-glorious ship. Must ye then perish, and without me? Am I cut off from the last fond pride of meanest shipwrecked captains? Oh, lonely death on lonely life! Oh, now I feel my topmost greatness lies in my topmost grief. Ho, ho! From all your furthest uns, ye now ye bold billows of my whole foregone life, and top rees one piled comber of my death. Towards thee I roll, all destroying but unconquering whale, to Rhe last I grapple with from hell's heart I stab at thee, for hate's sake I spit my last breath at thee, sink all coffins and all hearses to one common pool. And since neither can mine, let me then tow to pieces, while still chasing thee, though tied to thee, thou damned whale. Illis, I give up the spear. The harpoon was darted, the stricken whale flew forward, with igniting velocity the line ran through the groove, ran foul. Ahab to clear it, he did clear it, but the flying turn caught him round the neck, and voicelessly as Turkish mutes bowstring their sixkim, he was shot out of the boat, ere the crew knew he was gone. Next instant, the heavy ice-splice in the roveret's final end flew out of Rhe's stark empty tub, knocked down an oarsman, and smiting the sea, disappeared its depths. For an instant, the tranced boat's crew stood still, then turned the ship. Great God, where is the ship? Soon they through dim, Boviltkring mediums saw her sidelong fading phantom, as in the Fata Morgana, only the uppermost masts out of water, while fixed by infatuation, or fidelity, or fate, to their once lofty perches, the pagan harpooneers still maintained their sinking lookouts on the sea. And now, concentric circles seized the lone Nead itself, and all its crew, and each floating oar, and every lance pole, and spinning, animate and inanimate, all round and round in one vortex, carried the smallest ship of the Pequod out of sight. But as the last whelmings intermixingly poured themselves over the sunken head of the Indian at the main mast, leaving a few inches of the area spar yet visible, together with long streaming yards of the rag, which calmly undulated, with iron icle coincidi ngs, over the destroying billows they almost that inscant, a red arm and a hammer hovered backwardly uplifted in the overn air, in the AA of nailing the flag faster and yet faster to the subsiding spar. A skyhawk that tauntingly had followed the main truck downwards from its natural home among the stars, pecking at Rhe flag, and incommoding Tashtigo there, this bird now chanced to intercept its broad fluttering wing between the hammer and the wood, and simultaneously feeling that ethereal thrill, the submerged savage neath, in his death gasp, kept his hammer frozen there, and so the bird of heaven, with archangelic shrieks, and his imperial beak thrust upwards, and his whole captive form folded in the flag of Ahab, went down with his ship, which, like Satan, would not sink to hell till she had dragged a living part of heaven along with her, and helmeted herself with it. Now small fowls flew screaming over the yet yawning gulf, a sullen white surf beat against its steep sides, then all collapsed, and the great shroud of the sea rolled on as it rolled 5,000 years ago. Chapter CXXV. Epilogue. And I only am escaped alone to tell thee. Job the done. Why then here does any one step one did survive the wreck. It so chanced, that after the Parsee's disappearance, I was he whom the fates ordained to take the Avahil bowsman, when that Bousranan assumed the vacant XST, the same, who, when on the last day the three men were tossed from out the rocking Iwat, was dropped astern. So, floating on the margin of the ensuing scene, and in full sight of it, when the half-spent Su and Ion of the sunk ship reached me, I was then, but slowly, drawn towards the closing vortex. When I reached it, it had subsided to a creamy pool. Round and round, then, and ever contraing towards the button-like black bubble at the axis of that slowly wheeling circle, like another Ixion I did revolve. Gaining that vital centre, the black bubble upward burst, and now, liberated by reason of its cunning spring, and owing to its great buoyancy, rising with great force, the coffin-like buoy shot lengthwise from the sea, fell over, and floated by my side. Buoyed up by that coffin, for almost one whole day and night, I floated on a soft and dirge-like main. The unharming sharks, they glided by as if with paddles on their mouths, the savage sea hawks sailed with sheathed beaks. On the second day, a sail drew nearer, and picked me up at last. It was the devious cruising Rachel, that in her retracing search after her missing children, only found another orphan. Fin is